heal.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Cheated by Girls and Girls Went Back in Time movie. Before we start, please go support Roberto Torres 769 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. All of Issei's girls are executed because they were unfaithful to Issei, and he died quickly from the dragon's fall. They are all given the death penalty for the murder of Hyoudou Issei, and as they die, they wish to go back and fix their worst mistake. Chapter 1. How it all began. All the Maos could be seen at a meeting, as well as the gods and two very powerful dragons. Great Red in his human form and Roberto, the second strongest, who also possessed Irachi's power. Roberto. We have to execute those wretches because of them. Issei is dead, he said angrily. Zeus. I agree with Roberto-sama, they killed everyone's hero, he said angrily. Azazel. Yes, it's true. Every time I go to the underworld, heaven, Gregory and elsewhere, I always hear children crying over the death of their hero. He said angrily. Searches. The execution of my exiled sister and her friends will be broadcast live. He said seriously. But why did they want those people executed? Let's go back 1 year. At that time, Issei was training for the awakening of Triixa, since after defeating Rizavum, he used his remaining energy to break the seals of Triixa, but the process would take a year for it to be released. Issei. These training sessions are tiring, he said while wiping his sweat. Greg. Partner, take a break, you're exhausted and need to rest. Said the dragon seriously. Issei. You're right. Well, I'll go to the girls in case they want to go on a date with me. He said as he left the training room. Issei walks around the mansion looking for his girls, but he doesn't find them, so he decides to go to the park to clear his mind. Issei. What memories, he said, looking at the fountain where it all began. Greg. That's right, mate, he said, looking at the fountain. Issei decides to walk in the park until he hears some voices and sees that they are his girls, but they are with other boys hugging each other. Rias. My Ryu, that date was fun, she said, kissing Ryu. Ryu. Don't even say it, my Rias, he said as he began to fondle one of her breasts, making her moan. Asia. Daniel-san, what will we do now? She said while hugging his arm. Daniel. Let's go to a hotel and have some fun, what do you say guys? He said with a smile. Everyone agreed, including the girls, and they left, leaving Issei alone, who had seen everything. Issei just sat down on a park bench and started to cry. Greg. Calm down, buddy, they're not worth it, he said, trying to calm Issei down. Issei. No, I did so much for them and this is how they repay me. He said crying, but then started spitting blood. Issei. What's wrong with me? He said while spitting out more blood. Greg. Companion, you suffer the fall of the dragon, he said seriously. Issei. What is that? He said, wiping his mouth. Greg. It's when a dragon suffers infidelity from its partner, in this case your partner's, and it suffers the fall of the dragon, where its power becomes poison for it, he said seriously. Issei. Then I will die, he said as he stood up but fell to the floor. Greg. Normally you only have 1 year to live, but with a harem you only have 6 hours to live. He said sadly. Issei. Is there a way for me to recover from the dragon's fall? He said as he stood up. Greg. No, actually there is a ritual that will help you recover, but there's a problem. The ritual lasts a whole day, and you only have 6 hours to live. He said seriously. Issei. Or then I'll die for love, he said while giving a small smile. Issei. So if I'm going to die, I'll do a few things before I do it. Heh, the good thing about dying is that I'll be reunited with them. He said with a smile and left the park. He walks to school and goes to the kendo club room and knocks on the door. Then I see a chestnut-haired girl with 2 pigtails, and when she sees him, she screams. It's the perverted beast, she said as they all came out with wooden swords surrounding Issei. What do you want, Hyoudou? If you've come to spy on us, you'll regret it, said a pink-haired girl. Issei. I didn't come to apologize, he said with his head down. They are all surprised, but they don't lose their composure. Issei. I'm so sorry Murayama and Cadis for spying on you with Mitsuda and Motohama when you were changing, just like you girls. I only came for that. He said, looking up. They were all surprised, but Murayama says. Murayama. How can we believe your apology? She said seriously. Issei. Believe me, this will be the last time we see each other. He said as he left, well everyone was surprised, but Murayama and Cadis felt a pang of pain in their hearts. He followed this path and met all his friends. Mitsuda, Motohama, Kiba, Gaspar, Vali, Seryerg, and Saji. Saji. Hello Issei, what are you doing? He said with a smile. Issei. Hey guys, what are you doing here? He said curiously. Seryerg. Just relaxing and having a guy's day out, want to come? he said with a smile. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. He spent his time with his friends until they were in a restaurant telling jokes, but Issei says. Issei. I had a great time with you guys, but I have to go. He said with a smile. Ollie. Come on, the night is still young, she said with a smile. Issei. I'm sorry, but I have to go back to the girls. He said, pretending he was still with them. Saji. We understand. Take care Issei. He said with a smile. Issei. Yeah, and guys, get strong. He said, leaving the restaurant. Everyone found that strange, but they decided to keep telling jokes and keep eating. Issei reached a hill and sat down on the grass as there was a beautiful sunset. Issei. And Dreg, how much longer until I die? He said, looking at a gauntlet on his arm. Dreg. You only have 2 minutes left, he said seriously. Issei. Heh, and why don't you go with another wielder? He said, looking at his gauntlet. Dreg. If you die, I will too. I don't care about the rivalry I have with Blanco. You are the only one who has treated me as a friend instead of a weapon, so I will die with you. The dragon said, sure of his decision. Issei, thank you Dreg. Well, let's be quiet until the dragon's foal wears off. He said as he sat down in a tree and watched the sunset, just like Dreg. 2 minutes passed and Issei lay lifeless but with a smile as the sunset ended and there was only one perfect night. But in Issei's body, 6 lights appeared and formed 6 12-year-old children. 1 albino, another with black hair and dark skin, 2 orange-haired, a dwarf Redeed, and a tall girl with black hair and brown skin. Then Issei's soul emerged and behind it, Dreg's soul formed a great dragon. All the souls, including Issei's, climb onto Dreg's back and he takes flight and the souls, including Dreg's, disappear from this world. That day the pillar of the alliance died, the bearer of the Red Emperor, the op-eyed dragon, the Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou, the hero of the supernatural and human world. The next day. Sirzechs had visited the Hyoudou mansion to see Issei, but he didn't find him, which he found strange. So he decides to check the entire mansion to see if anyone is there, but there's nothing. He decides to go for a walk in case he runs into Issei along with his wife and queen, but as he walks he sees several people walking into the forest. He found that strange and decided to follow them, arriving where he saw a scene that would leave a mark on him, just like it had on his wife. Issei's body lay dead while the forensic team took notes and said it was a heart attack. Sirzechs uses a spell to put everyone to sleep and change their memories, then he takes Issei and they leave in a magic circle. They arrive and Grayfia takes his pulse, but there was nothing. He had died. Sirzechs. How's Grayfia? He said worriedly. Grayfia just starts to cry and her husband just starts to comfort her. After a while, Sirzechs calls all the Maos and they arrive to find Issei dead on the table. The first to react are Seraphol and Yusaka along with Kuoh and they go towards Issei's body. Yusaka. Issei snap out of it, she said, moving her body. Seraphol. Issei-kun, please wake up. She said, taking his pulse. Kuoh. Dad, she said, hugging Issei's dead body. Yusaka and Seraphol begin to cry as they both hug Issei's body. Roberto, the leader of the Aztecs, takes his pulse and looks at Issei's left arm. Roberto. He's dead, not only him, but Dreg died along with him, he said seriously. This surprised everyone, but he asked Yusaka and Seraphol for space and told them to separate from Issei, but they refused, so Azazel and Michael took them, and Sirzechs took Kuoh. Roberto begins to examine Issei's body and he sees his chest and notices that it has some black spots. Roberto. Just as I suspected, Issei died from the dragon's fall, he said seriously. Everyone. Dragon's fall, they said, confused. Roberto. You see, it's an illness that dragons get when their partner or partners in this case have been unfaithful to them, he said seriously. This surprises everyone, even Yusaka and Seraphol, who wanted to kill Rias and the others for being unfaithful to Issei. Roberto. From what I can see, Issei has been dead for 12 hours, so if I do the math, I bet Issei only had 6 hours left to live. He said seriously. Sirzechs. And why didn't he tell us? He said sadly. Roberto. Maybe he didn't want to see anyone sad, so I bet he decided to spend his last hours having fun. He said seriously. Seraphol. I would have helped him, she said crying. Yusaka. Oh, she said crying. Sirzechs. I'll tell his friends and parents about his death, they won't take it well, he said while making a magic circle. Roberto. I'll talk to Rojo, office owes us an explanation, he said while making a magic circle in his ear. At that moment, Mitsuda, Motohama Kiba, Gaspar, Bali and Serekh arrive and upon seeing Issei's body, they approach. Kiba. Issei, he said while shaking Issei to wake him up but saw that he was dead. Gaspar. Issei-senpai, said the cross-dressing bat, seeing his dead master and began to cry. Ali. What happened to him? he said seriously. Roberto. Suffered the fall of the dragon, he said seriously. This surprises his friends and they see how he was. But Suda. Who were they? He said angrily about his friend's death. Zeus. We have a theory that they were his partners, he said seriously. This surprised Issei's friends again and without wasting any time, they decided to confront Rias and the others. These people arrived and are looking for them and they feel their energy in a hotel. Then two magic circles open and out come Baraquiel, Akeno's father, and Razor, Ravel's brother. But other magic circles also appear, one of which features Griselda, Zenovia's teacher, along with Issei's parents, Goldel, Ross's grandmother, Magari, Kuroka's adoptive mother, Venelana and Zeoticus, Ria's parents, Volley's entire team, and Great Red in their human forms. Venelana. Here it is, she said seriously. Searches. If she's here, Oka-san, he said seriously. They all go in and force the doorman to tell them Ria's room and the others' rooms, and he tells them the room and they go. They arrive and hear moans, and Big Red kicks open the door and they see a disgusting scene. It was Rias, just like the others, having an orgy with her boyfriends. Everyone was silent until Rias said. Rias? It's not, but she remained silent as Venelana slapped her so hard her hand trembled. Venelana. I didn't raise you like that, she said angrily. Zeoticus slapped him hard and yelled at him. Zeoticus. I didn't raise just anyone, he said angrily. Then another slap is heard and it was Miku, Issei's mother, slapping Asia. Miku? How could you? Issei gave you everything and this is how you repay him. She said angrily and tried to slap him again, but Leon, Issei's father, stopped her. Leon. It's not worth it, he said, and Miku started crying on her husband's shoulder. Asia. Father, mother, she said, but was silenced by Leon. Leon. Don't call us that from now on, you're dead to us, he said angrily. Asia. Not everything but that, she said as she began to cry. Then another slap is heard and it was Michael slapping Irina. Michael, this is unforgivable in heaven's eyes, Irina. It disgusts me to know that I accepted you as my husband, he said seriously. Irina just starts crying when she hears that, but Michael goes to his sister and slaps her hard. Michael. I thought you hated men because of what they did to you. I see you're not so different from them, he said seriously. Upon hearing that from his brother, Gabriel began to cry because it was true. Then another slap was heard and it was Griselda who slapped Zenobia hard, sending her crashing to the bed. Griselda. I didn't teach you to be a bore. I wasted 4 years of my life with you, she said angrily. Zenobia just starts to cry because she never expected those words. Then another slap was heard and it was Baraquiel who slapped Akeno hard and gave her a death glare. Baraquiel. From today you are dead. All I know is that my daughter died with Shuri, he said, leaving the room. Akeno just starts crying upon hearing that, but then another slap is heard and it was Azazel who slapped Penemu, his assistant, hard. Azazel. You're fired as of today, he said very seriously. Penemu? No, please no, she pleaded, but he just left. Then another slap is heard and it was Magari who slapped Kuroka. Magari. I thought you'd matured, but you're so immature that your mother is probably ashamed of you and Kaneko right now, she said seriously. That hurt the Nico sisters, who started to cry, but then they heard a slap and it was Goldel who slapped Ross. Goldel. What did I do wrong to make you behave like a bitch? Now I see why my daughter abandoned you, she said coldly. That hurt Roswius, who started to cry, but then another slap was heard and it was Arter, Li Fei's brother, who slapped his sister. Arter. My parents must be ashamed that their favorite daughter behaves like a bitch, he said coldly and seriously. That hurt Li Fei, who started to cry, but then 2 thuds were heard. Roberto kicked Office in the stomach and Gran Rojo punched her in the face, sending her flying into the wall. Roberto. You're a disgrace to dragons. You don't deserve the title of Dragon Goddess of Infinity, he said angrily. Great Red. From today you are expelled from the dimensional rift, he said seriously. That was difficult for Office, who began to cry, but her boyfriends gathered their courage. Daniel. Hey, you idiots, who do you think you are to insult our girlfriends? He said angrily. Ryu. I bet I was a nobody for them to be with us, he said arrogantly. That was their mistake because they all cruelly killed all the girls' lovers. Searches summoned demons to take the girls away. They arrived and took them away, regardless of whether they were naked. So the next day the news broke that Issei Hyoudou had died even at school. At school, the captains of the kendo club cried buckets upon hearing that. Aika, her friend, cried too, as she had begun to feel something for Issei. Sona and Tsubaki also cried a lot, as they too were attracted to Issei and had begun to fall in love with him. In hell, there was a girl who cried upon hearing the news and it was Seekvaira Agares. Issei knew she was an otaku and he kept her secret. He sometimes visited her to read comics and she began to fall in love with him. In the vampire territory, there was a girl who also cried upon hearing the news. It was Valeria, the bearer of the Holy Grail. She cried because Issei had helped her when the Chaos Brigade stole her sacred object and he had done the impossible to save her. In saving her, he had fallen in love with her. In Aztec territory there were some girls who also cried for Issei's death. One was a blue-haired girl with a cold personality, but that changed when she met Issei and saw his way of being. Another was a brunette who was a pervert just like Issei, and they got along so well that she fell in love with him. Another was an albino girl who was very shy, just like Asia, but when she met Issei she stopped being shy and began to feel something for him. The next day, the Maos were in a courtroom and all of Issei's ex-fiancés were there. Searches. Well, I'll start. Rias Gremory, for the death you and your entourage caused to Hyoudou Issei, except for Kiba and Gasper, you will be demoted to a low-class devil position and stripped of your title as heir to the Gremory clan. He said seriously. Searches. Your powers of destruction will be taken away and you will be taken to the Aztec prison, level 8, which is worse than Tartarus, he said seriously. Rias was just crying and begging them not to take her, but some Aztecs arrived and started to take her and Asia away. But before they could, Serafo, Yusaka, Sona, Seekvaira, Tsubaki, Murayama, Caddis, and Ika gave Rias and the others the worst beating for what they had done to her. Azazel. Well, it's my turn, Akeno. You are forbidden from being in Gregory, just like Penemu. You may never approach any territory of the fallen angels. And you, Penemu, are dismissed for what you did to Hyoudou Issei, and you are forbidden from seeing your parents' graves. He said seriously. Both begin to plead, but they are taken away by the Aztec soldiers. Michael. Well, Irina, because of Hyoudou Issei's death, you will be dismissed from being my servant. Furthermore, from now on you will be a fallen angel, and praying is forbidden, just like for Zenobia and Asia. He said seriously. Michael. And you, Gabriel, are banished from being a child of God, and from now on you are a fallen angel, and forbidden from being in the territories of heaven, he said seriously. Her sister pleaded, just like Irina, but Michael approached Irina and took away the letter that made her an angel, and also took away the necklace that allowed her to have Hex without having to fall. Then everyone saw their wings turn black, implying that they were now fallen angels. The Aztec soldiers take them away, and this continues. Lord Phoenix. From now on you will be banished from the Phoenix surname and are forbidden from being in this territory, he said seriously. Brazier simply approaches Ravel and takes away her Alphen, which made her a part of her brother. Brazier. I'm ashamed to be your brother, he said hatefully and left while Ravel just cried upon hearing that. Auden. Well, from today onwards, Roswius, you are banished from Asgard and its territories and you are also forbidden from approaching any magic bookstores. He said seriously. That's what she pleaded as she was led away by the Aztec soldiers. Griselda. Well, Zenobia, give me Durandal. She said seriously. Zenobia, without further ado, gave Durandal to him and she was taken away by the Aztec soldiers. Wigari. It's time for its end, she said, holding a pair of scissors. The Aztec soldiers captured Kuroka and Kaneko and forced them to remove their cat ears and tails. So Magari cut off their ears and tails, which made them scream in pain and cry, but he didn't care and took them away. Lord Pendragon. Well, Li Fei, you are banished from the Pendragon family. Give us your broom and hat. He said seriously. Having no other option, she gives them to them and is taken away by the soldiers. Roberto. Finally, Office, because of what you did, you are forbidden from being in the dimensional rift. Furthermore, you are now a low-level dragon, since your infinite power will be taken away, and from now on you will just be an ordinary dragon. He said seriously. Office pleaded, but Roberto and Gran Rojo used their powers to absorb Office's power, leaving her at a very low level. They both share power over Office, and she is taken away by the soldiers. Thus, the lives of all of them changed, since in 11-8 prison, they were given the worst possible treatment. In addition to being raped, they were tortured. The girls who were interested in Issei asked Roberto to make them prison guards, so they would beat them every day without mercy. Bali's team went to visit Kuroka only to take the Alphen he had, and then they beat him up for what they did to their friend. Some people would rape or torture the girls who regretted it day and night, and the reason they did it was to gain experience in their relationship with Issei. That day, when they were taken to level 8 prison, Issei's funeral was held in heaven, where his grave was made at the fountain where his life in the supernatural world began. They also made 3 sculptures of him. One of him, another of him in his full armor, and the last of him with Drake behind him. Vindel flashed back. They had all decided to kill the infidels and would also broadcast it live, and they were preparing their troops because tomorrow Trixa would awaken and everyone was ready. Thus, at 11-8 prison, several guards went after the infidels who were malnourished, beaten, raped, and had an incredible number of bruises. So the guards dragged them to a trial and put them in a guillotine to end their lives. Roberto. Well, last words, you unfaithful ones, he said seriously. Rias. Just kill me so I can be with Issei, she said as she began to cry. The others did the same, and people saw them as hypocrites and bitches. Thus Roberto cut off all their heads, ending their lives and torture, or so it seemed. Chapter 2 Second Chance. Kuoh Academy 1 week before Issei entered the supernatural. Rias could be seen asleep at the desk, but she suddenly woke up remembering everything. Rias. What happened? She said, seeing that she was in the occult room. She saw that she was the same age and that everything was as before. Then they look at their phone and are surprised to see the date, as it was a week before Rainer killed Issei. Rias. So Issei is, but she didn't finish because the door opened where Akeno and Kaneko were running to see their mistress and friend. Akeno. Rias, what happened? She said while hugging her friend. Kaneko. Rias-senpai, is that you? She said, hugging Rias. The three of them joined in a hug and stayed like that for a while, until a grey fog appeared and the three of them assumed a battle stance. Kaneko. What's going on? She said while trying to sense someone's presence but finding nothing. Then several magic circles appear, from which emerge Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Ross, Kuroka, Penemu, Gabriel, Ravel, Li Fei, and Office. Asia. Rias Onasama, she said, hugging her mistress and friend. Penemu? Where are we? She said, looking around. Then two magic circles appear and out come Roberto and Gran Rojo, both very serious and with cold eyes. Penemu? Roberto-sama and Great Red Sama, what are you doing here? She said nervously. They were both silent until Roberto broke the ice. Roberto. I never thought I'd see them again, but oh well, I guess the spell worked. He said seriously and annoyed. Great Red. Had I known you had returned as well, I would have chosen to die, he said seriously and angrily. Akeno. Excuse me, but what spell did you cast? She said, confused. Both remain silent and continue. Roberto. Well, bitches, the spell we cast was to go back in time to fix the damage Trixa did, he said seriously. They are all surprised, and Big Red creates a screen showing all the damage Trixa caused. Great Red. You see, everything you see was the damage caused by Trixa and the nuclear bombs we used to defeat it, he said seriously. Then you see a desert, but the sky is green, and there are a large number of corpses of angels, fallen angels, demons, Aztecs, humans and other races. Roberto. You see, one day after we executed them, Trixa awoke, but the wretch awoke in the human world and awakened the evil dragons, he said seriously. Great Red. The entire human world knew about the supernatural, so we joined forces with all the armies of the world to face Trixa and the evil dragons, he said seriously. Roberto. But they were so strong that even all the Maus died except for us who fought against Trixa, he said seriously. Great Red. And after a 10-month battle without mercy or rest, we were able to defeat him, but the price was that when we did, he released a green mist which was very toxic, and the worst part was that it spread throughout the human and supernatural world, he said seriously. Roberto. Luckily for both of us, we survived the fog, but the others didn't. He said seriously. Roberto. Everyone died from breathing the fog. If people didn't die from hunger, cold, thirst, and disease, they died from breathing the fog. He said seriously. Great Red. And you might ask why thirst and cold. Well, the fog contaminated all the lakes and freshwater sources, as well as killing all the livestock and crops. But that wasn't all, since the fog covered all the sun's rays, preventing the entire country, not the whole world, but the entire country from having a hellish climate, just a hellish cold of -90 degrees. So, with no other option, we had to go to the dimensional rift, which luckily wasn't contaminated by the fog. He said seriously. Roberto. After 2 years everyone died except us, but we were so weak we almost died if it weren't for our last letter, he said seriously. Roberto. You see, and why are we weak, since we are dragon gods? Well, it was because Great Red, without anyone to dream about, weakened to such an extent that he could fight Issei with his incomplete armor, he said seriously. Roberto. Me too, since without anyone using the sun, the energy source weakened me to the point where I could only fight Issei with his incomplete armor, he said seriously. Great Red. So, with our last bit of strength, we both cast a spell to go back to the past and fix everything. But when we finished, we were about to die. But when we returned to the past with our memories, all our power returned. He said seriously. They were all shocked, as they hadn't expected such damage, and they wondered if everything that happened was their fault, and the answer was yes. Roberto. But I wonder why you returned with your memories intact, but it doesn't matter, right now we'll take Issei to train him. He said seriously. Then all the girls get down on their knees and say. Rias. Please don't take our Issei away, she said as she began to cry. Great Red. Wasn't it enough for them to be unfaithful to him and kill him? I forgot. He said seriously. Roberto. I can also introduce you to Fiona, Clara and Leona, since they are interested in him, he said seriously. Keno. No, please, we promise not to make the same mistake. She said, still on her knees and crying. Roberto and Gran Rojo thought about it for a moment, since taking him could have serious consequences if they altered the past, so they said. Roberto. Well, we won't take him with us, but when your commitment to Razor begins, you'll take him to Mexico so he can train everyone without complaints. He said while handing him a piece of paper with the Aztec symbol. Roberto. That will allow them to get to Mexico in an instant and without attracting the attention of my soldiers, he said seriously. Asia. Thank you so much Roberto-sama and Great Red-sama, she said as she began to cry. Great Red. Yes, of course, but if they cheat on Issei again, believe me, we'll take them to a place worse than Tartarus and level 8 prison combined. He said very seriously. They all swallow hard and accept. Roberto. Well, we're leaving. I'll take you back to where you were, and don't worry, nobody will know about this conversation. He said seriously. Great Red. An office, you're still forbidden from being in the dimensional rift, so find a new home. He said as she disappeared, as did the others except for Rias, Akeno, and Kaneko. Then they disappeared, and the fog too. Now they knew they could fix their worst mistake. With Roberto and Gran Rojo. They were in the dimensional rift having tea, as this was a secret place where they could talk freely and with a touch of annoyance. Big Red. So you think they'll be unfaithful to him again? He said, taking a sip of his tea. Roberto. I don't know, but if that's the case, I'll take them to the tea illusion so they suffer for eternity, and we'll also help Issei with the dragon's fall if it hits him. He said seriously. Great Red. Well, we have plenty of time for Trixa to awaken, so I'll train Tanner to help us, along with other powerful dragons, to make it easier to defeat Trixa. He said seriously. Roberto. I'll tell Juan to make a device to trap the fog that Trixa releases, and I'll train the stalker dragons, he said seriously. Big Red. Hey friend, when will you accept her feelings? He said with a mocking smile. Roberto. Hey, I already have wives and I also have 3 children, he said seriously. Big Red. But they're adopted, he said seriously. Roberto. Even so, it counts, he said seriously. Big Red. Well, changing the subject, we need to send someone to keep an eye on them, he said seriously. Roberto. I've already taken care of it. I sent Fiona, Clara and Leona to keep an eye on the Gremorys. He said seriously. What will happen to the Gremorys now that they have a second chance? We'll find out. Chapter 3. Conquest Plan. Rias, Akeno and Kaneko were making a plan to win over Issei, the love of their lives. Rias. Well, the first step is that I'll write him a letter about how I feel about him, she said with a blush. Kaneko. And why you first? She said jealously. Rias. First of all, Issei is very innocent right now, and if we tell him everything we feel, we'll scare him or he'll think it's a cruel joke. She said, a little serious. Akeno. Good point, she said with a smile. Rias heard some screams, and everyone saw Issei being chased by the girls from the kendo club through the window. Murayama. You damn pervert. He said, holding a wooden sword and chasing after him. Hadis. We'll teach you a lesson. She said, running away. The 3 of them just smiled, since that's what they liked about Issei. Rias. Issei classic, she said with a smile. Akeno. I remember how he made a perverted face when I hugged him and he felt my breasts on his face, she said seductively. Kaneko. So if we loved him despite his perversion, why did we cheat on him? She said sadly, remembering how she received the punishment she deserved. Rias and Akeno also became sad, but Rias said something to cheer them up. Rias. Listen, we made a very serious mistake, but thanks to Roberto-sama and Gran Rojo-sama, we have a new opportunity and we will all be his perfect girlfriends. She said determinedly. Akeno and Kaneko were motivated by his words and continued watching as Issei ran for his life. Rias wrote the letter and, in addition to leaving him an extra gift, went to the lockers where shoes are kept and put her letter with the extra gift in Issei's locker. And so she left unseen, making her first move to win Issei's heart back. A few hours later. Issei had several bruises on his body and was having some difficulty walking. Issei. Those damn Mitsuda and Motohama guys used me as bait and the worst part was I didn't even see any breasts. He said, crying comically. Issei. Someday I'm going to have a girlfriend and she'll be the most beautiful of all, he said motivatedly while opening his locker to take out his shoes. Issei. Who am I kidding? The girls here just want me dead. Besides, they all judge me, calling me a pervert when Ika is more of a pervert than me and they don't say anything to her, hypocrites. He said as he was about to close his locker but saw an envelope in his locker. Issei. A letter and it has a heart, he said, surprised. Issei. If this is a joke by Mitsuda and Motohama, they'll pay for it. He said, opening the envelope. He reads the letter carefully and blushes because someone was interested in him. Issei. A girl is interested in me, he said blushing, but read the postscript and looked more closely at her locker, which he did. He looked into a dark area and saw something that surprised and made him blush, as he was wearing a bra and black panties with hexy lace, which made Issei very red. Issei. Wow, incredible, but who could it be? He said while noticing that the letter said it was sent had RG. Issei. I wondered how beautiful she was, and judging by her bra, she definitely has huge breasts. He said while putting the clothes in his backpack and starting to imagine the big-breasted girl. He left, but Rias saw him and smiled. Rias. I'll be your favorite girlfriend, my Issei, she said, blushing and walking away. She returned to the occult hall and was awaited by Akeno and Kaneko, who wanted to know what had happened. Akeno. And how did he react? She said with a smile. Rias. He didn't believe it, but now he knows someone is interested in him, she said with a smile. Akeno. Okay, so what's the next step? She said with a smile. Rias. Now I'll give him signs so he knows I was the one who gave him the letter, and then I'll invite him on a date and that way he'll fall in love with me, she said with a smile. Akeno. You won't mind if the mistress monopolizes the bride? She said with a smile. Rias. No, because we'll both be sharing the same man, she said with a smile. Kaneko. I just hope Issei-senpai will fall in love with me, she said while creating a plan to get Issei's attention. Meanwhile, with Issei. He was walking back home when he heard some noises in the bushes and when he went closer he saw that it was a black cat. Issei. Hello little friend, he said while trying to pet him, but the cat growled at him, sorry then little friend, he said, and the cat let him pet him. Issei pets the cat and it says. Issei. You're hungry, aren't you? He said, and the cat meowed in agreement. He went to a small shop hiding the cat in his backpack and bought a can of tuna. He goes outside, takes the cat out, opens the can, and gives it to the cat. The cat ate with gusto and meowed with happiness. Issei. I'm glad you like it, well I have to go back home, see you later kitty, he said as he walked towards his house, but the cat jazzed after him and Issei noticed. Issei. I see you're following me. Please stay here. I can't take you home because my mom doesn't like animals. He said as the cat gave him a scolding kitten look. Issei resisted but surrendered and carried the cat. Issei. Fine, but you'll have to pretend to be a plushie. I hope you understand. He said this and the cat meowed in agreement. He arrived, went to his room, and did his homework while the cat slept on his bed. So night came and Issei gave him some fish from his dinner and some water and made a bed ready for the cat. Issei. Very well, kitten, you'll sleep here. Rest. He said as he lay down and began to sleep. The cat waited until she fell asleep and once she was sure she was asleep, the cat glowed and turned into a beautiful and hexy girl. It was none other than Kuroka, Kaneko's sister, and she cast a sleeping spell on Issei so that he wouldn't wake up. So she took off her clothes and lay down next to Issei. Kuroka. Rest, Issei Naya, she said while placing Issei's head on her breasts. That's how she fell asleep next to her future boyfriend and husband. Chapter 4 Signs. It was morning at the Hyoudou house and Issei was slowly waking up and saw the cat sleeping on his bed. Issei. Good day, kitty, he said while stroking her head. Issei. I'll bring you something to eat in a moment, he said, leaving his room. He left and came back with a can of smoked ham. Issei. Sorry kitty, but I don't have any tuna, so you'll have to make do with this. He said as he opened the can and the cat, smelling the ham, woke up and meowed. Issei. Sure, here you go. He said as he put the can down and the cat started eating. He decides to go to the bathroom to take a bath for another day of school. He changed his clothes, but what he didn't know was that the cat saw him changing, and every time it saw him, it wanted to transform into its human form and make Issei its own. But she couldn't because first she had to gain his trust, so she just decided to see. Issei was ready and said. Issei. Well, I have to go. If Oka-san or Odo-san come in, hide in my cabinet, okay? He said, and the cat nodded and meowed. Issei just leaves his room, leaving the cat alone. Issei had breakfast with his parents and then went to school, while Kuroka waited for Issei's parents to leave and decided to watch some television. Meanwhile, with Issei. He walked to his school and met his friends Mitsuda and Motohama. Mitsuda. Hey Issei, do you want to go spy on the locker rooms during break time? He said shamelessly. Issei. I'm sorry, I'll pass today. I have some better things to do. He said bluntly. Motohama. You have poor magazines and you don't want to show them, he said angrily. Issei. "It's not that, I just want to rest a little," he said as they entered his classroom, and Issei noticed a piece of paper under his desk and saw that it was another note. Note. "I hope you like my gift, my Issei. Add RGE." Issei just blushed and decided to wait for classes to start. A few hours later. It was already break time and Issei, instead of being with his perverted friends, was lying down under a tree resting, but then he saw the window of the old building open, revealing Rias' Gremory. Issei blushed when he saw her, and even more so when she gave him a smile that made Issei's heartbeat faster. Issei. Thinking, she's too good for me. She probably has that Prince Charming boyfriend. He said mentally to avoid getting his hopes up. He saw that she was no longer there and decided to leave, but he saw his two friends being chased by the kendo club. Issei just went to sit on some stairs at the school and took out a picture where he was 12 years old with 5 boys and a girl along with him. Issei. I miss you guys. I should have helped that day when you tried to save Lincoln, but I didn't. He said sadly. Then he heard voices and saw Rias' Gremory walking in the hallway. When she saw him, she winked, making him blush slightly. He then went to his classroom with a blush on his face. As Issei was walking, he bumped into a girl, causing him to fall with her and end up with his face in her chest. Issei, sensing this, made a perverted face, but then he composed himself and saw that it was Akeno Himejima, the second most popular girl in school. Issei. I'm sorry, he said on his knees, making some students want to kill Issei. Akeno. Don't worry, it was my fault, she said with a blush. But Akeno felt a thrill inside as she felt her future lover's face against her breasts. Akeno. You don't have to apologize, Hyoudou-kun, she said with a smile. Issei. Well, I was thinking about it, so it's the least I can do. Well, see you later, Himejima-senpai. He said as he left, blushing. Akeno just smiled and went to his classroom to think about Rias. Issei. Thinking, she's very beautiful to me, but why can't I get her out of my mind? He thought, blushing. He decides to take out his phone and play a game before classes resume. Meanwhile at Kuoh airport. 3 girls were leaving the airport. A blue-haired girl, a brunette and an albino. Then why are we here? Can you remember me? Said the blue-haired girl seriously. Remember, Roberto-sama gave us the order to watch over a boy named Hyoudou Issei so that he doesn't fall into danger from an illness, said the albino woman. And what's the boy like? Said the brunette. According to the report, he's a 16-year-old student from Kuoh Academy, very perverted but with a big heart, said the albino girl. It will be interesting to meet him, said the chestnut tree, interested in the chestnut tree. Meanwhile, with Issei. He was on the bridge he used to get back home, but he was thinking. Issei. I can't get her out of my mind even though it's over, I still can't get her out of my head, he said aloud. Excuse me, but who can't you get out of your mind? Said a girl's voice. Issei. There's a girl I like and I have a theory that she feels the same way, but I'm confused and don't know what to do. He said as he turned around to look at the girl, but when he saw her, he froze. Because the girl standing in front of him was none other than Rias' Gremory, the girl who stole his heart. Rias. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Rias' Gremory. It's a pleasure. She said with a smile. What will happen now? Chapter 5 Confession. Issei was so frozen that words couldn't come out of his mouth until Rias spoke. Rias. Are you okay? She said while touching her forehead. Issei just turned redder, but with the courage he found, he spoke. Issei. Yes, I am. I was just in shock. He said sadly. Rias. That's great. And who's the girl you like? She said, approaching Issei. Issei doesn't respond and Rias speaks. Rias. Well, I sent you the letter you read, she said blushing. Issei was stunned again, unable to believe that Rias' Gremory had sent him the letter. Issei. What a good joke. Where's the camera or the people who'll make fun of me? He looked both ways but saw nothing. Rias was incredulous but didn't blame him as it was his lack of confidence, but he would work on that. Rias. It's not a joke, she said, sounding annoyed. Issei was now truly incredulous, unable to believe it, but Rias continued. Rias. If I weren't in love with you, I would never have given you my favorite set of underwear, she said, blushing with embarrassment. Rias. You idiot, you're making me say embarrassing things, she said while covering her face in shame. Issei was now in shock, but he hesitated briefly and spoke. Issei. But why me? Out of so many guys who are better than me, why me? He said, lowering his head. I'm just a pervert who only thinks about boobs. He said, expecting a slap but instead receiving a hug. Rias. You're wrong, you're better than those idiots, she said while still hugging him. Those idiots only see me as a piece of meat and are never honest, but you're someone who's honest about what you want and that's what attracted me to you, she said while still hugging him. Issei was surprised by Ria's words, but his heart told him to take the risk, so he said. Issei. So you want to go on a date with me on Saturday at 12 noon? He said while waiting for her to say no. Rias. Yes, she said while burying Issei's face in her breasts. Rias was dancing with happiness inside while thinking some very naughty thoughts about him. Issei was only blushing because he could feel the breasts of the school's one Sama. Note. I don't know if that's the correct way to say it. Rias breaks away from the hug and Issei tells her he'll see her at the mall, which she accepts and leaves, but not before giving him a kiss on the cheek. Rias wanted to kiss his lips. Rias left while Issei was blushing and touching his cheek, but then he formed a big smile. Issei. Yes, I have a date, yes, he said while jumping for joy. He arrived very happy, but when he arrives he realizes something. She has no experience with dating and how she would do it. He couldn't tell his parents because they would bombard him with questions and he would end up in an awkward situation. So he entered his room thinking about how he would do it while he saw a piece of paper with a strange magic circle, but how did it get there? Well, let's go back 2 hours. Flashback 2 hours earlier. Kuroka was watching TV until she sensed a presence in Issei's room. Kuroka. Who could it be? If that damn troll is what it is, I'll kill her. She said as she went towards Issei's room. She arrived and was surprised to find Ravel Phoenix, Razor's younger sister. Kuroka. What are you doing here? She said, surprised and serious. Ravel. I'd say the same to you about what you're doing at Issei-sama's house, she said seriously. Kuroka. I'm making my move to win him over and also protect him from that fall, she said seriously. Ravel. Well, I'll make my move too, since Issei-sama will ask for help, so I'll help him. She said while pointing to herself proudly. Ravel. It's not that I want to be his girlfriend and wife, no, I just want him to be happy, she said with a tsundere attitude. Kuroka. Yes, okay, please keep it a secret and I'll keep yours, she said with a smile. Ravel. Done, she said as she disappeared into a magic circle, but not before taking one of Issei's shirts. End of flashback. He saw the paper and said. Issei. I wish someone would help me with my date. He said as the paper glowed and Ravel appeared in a magic circle. Ravel. You ask for the help of a demon, he said politely. Issei is surprised and says. Issei. If you help me, you'll take my soul in return. He said, a little scared. Ravel. No, don't worry, we're not like that. We have a system, so you can rest assured. Anyway, my name is Ravel Phoenix, it's a pleasure. She said, bowing. Issei. The pleasure is all mine. I'm Issei Hyoudou, and you'll see if I need your help. He said while explaining that he has a date but doesn't know what to do since it would be his first date. Ravel listened attentively and became jealous because Rias was going on a date with Issei but didn't show it, so she decided to help. Ravel. Well, I'll help you, and in return you'll do what I say. He said with a smile. Issei. You haven't even done the job and you're already charging me. He said while Ravel told him to shut up, that it was his way of working. Meanwhile, with Roberto and Gran Rojo. They were in a tavern having a few drinks and talking to the bartender. Roberto. Well, Sora, you agree? He said while taking a sip of his drink. This is Sora. Sora. Very well, I'll be an Aztec, but only to protect my wife. He said with a smile. Great Red. Very well, we'll come for you tomorrow to train you, and don't worry about your tavern, an Aztec will help you with that. Well, see you later. He said as Roberto paid and they both left. They walked down the street while talking. Great Red. Well, how are your reinforcements doing for the coming war? He said seriously. Roberto. As you've already seen, we have Sora as an ally. I also have Toru, Alma, Ilulu, Lukoa, Kana, and Fafnir as allies. Right now, Israel is training them. Juan and Flug are also building a warehouse to absorb the fog that Trixa will release, but he's also making a weapon to take it down faster. He said seriously. Roberto. And how are things going with your allies? He said seriously. Great Red. I already have Tanner as an ally, Tiamat, Sirzechs as an ally, and about 120 high-powered dragons as allies. Right now they are training. He said seriously. Great Red. And how are the Gremories doing? Have they done anything bad to Issei? He said seriously. Roberto. No, the reports from Fiona, Clara and Leona say that only Rias approached him and now he has a date with her. He said seriously. Great Red. Well, that's good, that way she'll overcome her lack of confidence, he said seriously. They continued talking about different things. With Rias. She was at home with Akeno and Kaneko, who were giving her advice on what to wear on her Saturday date. Rias. I'm excited but nervous, she said while brushing her hair. Kaneko. How about this dress? She said while wearing a red dress. Akeno. Don't cheat, she said seriously. Rias. I won't do it, but if he wants to do that with me, I won't resist. She said, blushing. Bekeno was only thinking of a plan to go on a date with Issei, but she would have to wait until Issei became part of Ria's peerage. Hineko had a special spell to enhance her body and also to make Issei fall in love with her, but she would still wait until Issei was part of Ria's peerage. Hineko. By the way, what are we going to do about that fall? She said hatefully. Rias remembered Rainer, and every time she thought of her she was filled with anger since she was responsible for Issei having trouble trusting girls. Rias. I'll take care of her, she said hatefully. Meanwhile, with Issei. Issei was blushing because Ravel, as payment, asked him to sit on her lap. Issei. Why did you ask for this as payment? He said blushing as he felt Ravel's butt against his legs. Ravel. I wanted to feel what it feels like to be sitting on a man's lap and feel comfortable, but anyway, tomorrow we'll have a date, you and I, so you can learn how to behave on a date, she said while still sitting on Issei's lap. Issei. Okay, but it'll have to be after class. He said, still blushing. Ravel. Okay, he said nonchalantly. But inside she was happy to have a date with Issei under the pretext that it was so he could learn how to behave on a date. Issei. Hey, you can get off my lap now. He said, blushing. Ravel. No, she said while still sitting and feeling that warmth she had long forgotten. Hiroka, in her cat form, was so jealous she wanted to jump on Ravel's face, but she had a plan she would put into action tonight. What will happen to Issei now? Chapter 6 First time 18. It was already night and everyone in the Hyoudou house was asleep except for a cat who waited until everyone was asleep, then went to her future in-law's room and cast a sleeping spell on them. So she went to Issei's room, put up a barrier, and blocked the door. Hiroka. Very well, let me start my kitten breeding with Issei Naya, she said with a mischievous smile. She took off her clothes, revealing her Nekomata features, and approached Issei, who was fast asleep. She kissed him on the lips for a while and then began kissing every part of his body until she reached his boxers. Without thinking twice, Kuroka pulled down Issei's boxers, who was surprised by the size of his member. Lemon skipped. They did it all night until 5 AM because Issei was very resilient. Issei. Wow, that was amazing. He said with a silly grin. Kuroka. I'm glad you like me, now I'm yours Naya, she said with a smile, hugging his arm. Issei. I'm surprised my parents didn't hear your screams, he said with a smile. Kuroka. I put a sleeping spell on them, don't worry, I didn't kill them, I just put them to sleep. And don't worry, I'll tell you everything about me tomorrow, Naya. She said as she closed her eyes to sleep. Issei. Okay, good rest Kuroka, he said as he fell asleep hugging Kuroka. Kuroka only had a smile as she claimed Issei as hers, and it was their first time. They slept together, but 30 minutes later a magic circle appeared, Akeno emerged, and saw the scene between them. Akeno. Ara, it seems Rias will be furious to see that someone took her Issei's first child, she said with a playful smile. She took one of his boxers and then saw some semen on the furniture and picked it up with her fingers. Akeno. I wonder how long you were doing it, she said while passing her fingers covered in Issei's semen to her mouth. It's the best taste I've ever had, she said with stars in her eyes. She decides to take some more boxers for her harem companions and some shirts and leaves without a trace. Now Issei's life will take a 360-degree turn. Chapter 7 Quote from Ravel. It was already early at the Hyoudou house and Issei and Kuroka woke up. Kuroka. Good morning Naya, she said with a sweet smile. Issei. Good morning, Kuroka, he said with a smile. Kuroka. Well Issei, you have to go to school, right? She said with a smile. Issei. Yes, and also to have a date with Ravel, he said while Kuroka got jealous, but then gave a triumphant smile since she claimed Issei first. Kuroka. Okay, well let's change since your Oka-san could come at any moment, she said while Issei looked for his clothes. Miku. Issei, wake up or you'll be late. She said as her footsteps could be heard going up the stairs. Issei. I'm coming, but please don't come in. He said, a little scared. Miku. It's always the same with Issei, but she fell silent when she opened the door and found her Issei wearing boxers and a beautiful naked girl. Kuroka. Good morning, ma'am, she said with a smile. Miku. Good morning, get changed and go have breakfast, she said with a face like no way. She left and her scream can be heard. Miku. Leon where are you? She shouted. Leon. Here I am, darling. Where's the danger? He said, holding a shotgun. Miku. Issei is with a naked girl, she said happily. Leon. Were you seriously in the middle of it or, she said but was interrupted by his wife. Miku. The room is a mess, so I can say they did it. She said with a smile. Leon. This boy fills me with pride, he said with a smile. But Issei and Kuroka. Issei looked embarrassed and Kuroka just laughed. Kuroka. Your parents are funny, she said with a smile. Once they had changed, Kuroka introduced herself to her parents. Kuroka. I'm his girlfriend, it's a pleasure to meet you, in-laws, she said with a smile. Miku. Did you hear her, love? Finally, our son won't have his right-hand man as a girlfriend. She said, crying comically with happiness. Leon. Yeah, I was already thinking about taking him to the naughty girls club, she said comically, crying. Miku. You're not going there anymore, are you? She said in a murderous tone. Leon just broke out in a cold sweat and said. Leon. No, what do you think? I only love you. He said while his wife believed him and they continued talking to Kuroka and asking her many questions. Thus, they accept Kuroka and they also accept that she lives in their house on the condition that she studies like Issei does, which she agrees to. Issei goes to school while thinking about what just happened, but he was still happy to have Kuroka as his girlfriend. Issei. At this rate, I'll be the harem king, he said with a smile. Before she left, Kuroka explained to him that she was a Nekomata and that she could share that with other girls, which excited Issei. When he arrived, he walked as if he had won $1 million. He arrived with his friends and they greeted him as well. Mitsuda. Hey Issei, why the big smile? Did you have another wet dream? Tell me. He said, mimicking his friend's smile. Issei. It wasn't a dream, it was reality, he said with a smile. Both. Tell us, he said while Issei told them that he had hex with a girl but didn't say who so as not to cause any scandal. Motohama. At least show us a picture of her, he said pleadingly. Issei discreetly shows them a picture of Kuroka and upon seeing it, they both scream. Both. Issei you damn lucky bastard, they shouted while crying comically. They went to their classroom and the teacher said. Teacher. Very well, everyone, today we have 3 new students who will be with us. He said while the boys were thinking about pretty girls and the girls about pretty boys. Then a blue-haired girl, a brunette and an albino girl enter. Fiona. Hello, I'm Fiona Martinez, it's a pleasure. She said seriously. Clara. My name is Clara Torres, it's a pleasure, she said with a mischievous smile. Leona. My name is Leona Angelis, it's a pleasure, she said very nervously. The boys were excited to see the girls and the teacher allowed them to ask questions. Boy 1. What country are you from? He said with a smile. Fiona. I'm from Guadalajara, Mexico, she said seriously. Clara. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina, she said with a smile. Leona. I am from Lima, Peru, she said trembling. Boy 2. Do they have boyfriends? He said, waiting for the answer. Fiona. No, and I'm not interested, she said seriously. Clara. Me too, she said without losing her smile. Leona. Me too, she said shyly. The teacher asked them to sit down, which they did, and their classes began until recess. Once recess is over, Mitsuda and Motohama invite Issei to spy on the kendo girls, but he refuses since he already got what he wanted. That already surprised many, especially the kendo practitioners who thought it was a joke, but it wasn't. So Issei took out his food, but the 3 girls approached him. Fiona. Excuse me, but can we eat with you? She said seriously. Issei. Of course, he said as the 3 girls put some tables together and sat down to eat. The 3 of them were eating peacefully, but Issei spoke. Issei. And excuse me, but what is your country like? He said while making conversation. Fiona. Well, mine is nice with good food, colors, my beaches, etc., she said while eating. Clara. Mine too, with the barbecues we have, our tourist spots, and our soccer games, she said while eating. Leona. Mine too, with our food, tourist spots, beaches and ancestral stories, she said while eating. Issei. Wow, and how did you get here? He said, interested. Clara. Well, thanks to our good grades we won a scholarship to one of the best schools in Japan, and we chose this one because it's very interesting, she said with a smile. Of course he lied, since he couldn't say that the 3 of them were on a mission to protect him. Leona. And you could show us the village, she said nervously. Issei. Yes, of course, Sunday morning can be fine. He said with a smile. The 3. Of course, they said with a smile. The others were surprised because the perverted beast was talking to some beautiful girls and wasn't doing anything perverted. That was strange. Meanwhile, with the kendo ones. These had brought Mitsuda and Motohama to the student council since they had once again discovered them spying on the locker rooms. Sona. Wow, you guys don't understand. Wait, where's Hyoudou? She said, confused. Murayama. I have no idea, I wasn't with these perverts either last time, she said, equally confused. Sona. That's strange, he's always the first to spy and it's odd that he's not with them. She said seriously. Hadis. If it's true, if you'll excuse us, we'll leave these parasites behind. She said as she left, along with the rest of the club. As the club members walked back to the classroom, two of them wondered why Issei hadn't been spying on them lately. Was it because they were attractive to him, or what? Back with Issei. Fiona. You really did that to win a porn magazine? She said, surprised. Issei. Yes, it was suicide, but it was worth it, he said with a smile. Leona. Even though you're a pervert just like Clara, you're actually quite interesting, Hyoudou-san, she said shyly. Then the bell rings and they return to their seats. The hours passed until the bell rang and everyone left. Issei said goodbye to Fiona, Clara and Leona, who also smiled as they left. So he went outside and saw Mitsuda and Motohama with trash cans and brooms, but he didn't pay much attention and quickly went home to change. He arrived and luckily his parents weren't there, only Kuroka, who greeted him with a kiss. Kuroka. Welcome Issei Naya, how did it go? She said with a smile. Issei. Well, Kuroka-san, but if you'll excuse me, I have to get ready for my date. He said with a smile and went to his room. Kuroka. Okay, she said with a smile, going to the refrigerator to get something. That's how she saw Issei coming down wearing a formal suit, making Kuroka look at Issei with hard eyes. Note. Ignore the bouquet. Kuroka. Naya, you look very handsome, Issei Naya, she said flirtatiously. Issei. Thank you, Kuroka-san. He said, blushing, while touching his head. Kuroka. Well, don't be late. She said, giving him a loving kiss. He went quickly to the park where he would meet Ravel, who arrived and made him blush because she looked beautiful. Ravel. Sorry for the delay, Issei-sama, she said with a smile. Issei. It doesn't matter, I just arrived and by the way, you look beautiful, he said blushing. Ravel. Thank you, she said blushing. They went to a restaurant and ate. Issei made an effort to do things right and be polite. Ravel told him about manners and he learned them quickly, as well as how he should behave. When they finished eating, Ravel was going to pay, but Issei decided to pay, but she insisted and in the end she paid. They went to the clothing store and Issei bought her a bracelet, which she thanked him for. Afterwards they went to the movies and while watching the film they didn't realize they were hugging and eating popcorn together. Afterwards they went to the amusement park and Issei won her a white teddy bear and she was so excited that she hugged him and thanked him. Afterwards, they went to the park for a walk and without realizing it, they both held hands. Ravel. Well, Issei-sama, all you have to do is be yourself and be chivalrous to her. She said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, Ravel-chan. You can come to my house whenever you want. My house is your house. He said with a smile. Ravel is a little confused by the last words, but accepts and leaves with the bear. Ravel. Before I go, feel lucky that I'm doing this, he said with superiority. Issei. It's not necessary but he didn't finish because Ravel grabbed his shirt and gave him a passionate kiss on the mouth. Ravel felt happy kissing her Issei and then they separated. Ravel. See you later, Issei-sama, she said while leaving, giggling. Issei was very flushed and surprised as he touched his lips. He left with a smile, but he didn't know that a white-haired Nekomata had seen his entire date and, of course, was very angry. Hineko. Damn Yakitori. She yelled angrily, but luckily Issei didn't hear her. Chapter 8. Date with Rias. Ravel arrived at her mansion, but when she got to her room, all of Razor's pieces were looking at her with a smile. Ubaluna. And how was your date? Said Razor's queen. Ravel. It wasn't a date, I just showed her how to be a gentleman on her date, he said apologetically. Isabella. Yes, of course, said Razor's horse. Ravel. Okay, I'll tell you, but don't tell Razor. She said while telling them everything, even showing them her bracelet and teddy bear, but she didn't tell them that she kissed him. However, the others knew that she had done so, since with a spell they were able to see the entire date from the front row. They all shouted with joy and congratulated Ravel, who blushed at her friend's reaction. She still remembers how her brother's pieces helped her when she was in level 8 prison. Of course, they all scolded her for doing that to Issei, since she didn't need experience because she had enough with Issei. Ubaluna. And tell me when the wedding is, she said mockingly. They all laughed while Ravel was red with embarrassment. With Issei. He arrived and told Kuroka everything. At first she pouted, but to calm her down he gave her a kiss, which she liked. Now they were both in Issei's room, but he was blushing as Kuroka was undressing. Issei. Kuroka-san, it's not that I mind sleeping with you, but why are you naked? He said, blushing as he looked away. Kuroka. Naya, it bothers me to sleep with clothes on Naya, so being naked is very comfortable, she said with a smile. Issei. Well, it's best if we go to sleep. He said as he lay down, but Kuroka climbed on top of Issei. Kuroka. Issei Naya, I want to do it again, she said flirtatiously. Issei was nervous, but then Kuroka took his hands and placed them on her breasts. "Kuroka. Please make me say your name all night long," she said excitedly. Issei simply nodded, and in Issei's room, Kuroka's moans and the groans of pleasure from both of them could be heard. In the occult club. Rias, Akeno, and Kaneko were having tea and talking about tomorrow when Kiba, Ria's knight, entered. "Kiba. Madam President, I've signed my contract," he said, bowing. The three girls felt somewhat uncomfortable being near Kiba, and the reason was because Kiba would go every weekend to torture Issei's girls when they were unfaithful to him, yelling at them that they were sluts and bitches for being unfaithful to one of the people who gave them all his love. "Rias. Good job, Kiba, you can go and rest now," she said with a forced smile. Kiba left without noticing Ria's forced smile while they were talking. "Akeno. I feel uncomfortable being near Kiba-kun," she said uncomfortably. "Kaneko. I still remember the cuts Kiba-senpai used to give us," she said uncomfortably. "Rias. We deserved it, he was just a good friend, so there's no need to hold a grudge against him and gasp," she said seriously. "Akeno. That's true, and hey, changing the subject, how are you going to your date tomorrow?" she said with a smile. "Rias. I already have my clothes, and I'm also going to invite him to join the occult club," she said with a smile. "Rias. And if I'm lucky, I might be the first to do it with him," she said, blushing. "Akeno. Ara, I don't think that's possible," she said with a sweet smile. "Rias. Why do you say that?" she said, confused. "Akeno. Well, Kuroka already went first," she said with a smile. Rias and Kaneko. "What?" they said, surprised. "Akeno. Yes, when I went to get some shirts and boxers I saw them naked and the room was a mess, but I can say that Issei-kun tastes good, if you know what I mean," she said with a seductive smile as she remembered the taste of Issei's semen. They were both angry because someone had gotten way ahead, so Rias went to the window and yelled. "Rias. You damn stray cat." Angry scream. "Kaneko. The betrayal, sister," she said angrily. Akeno just laughed, but she was still annoyed, but she already had a plan for him. With Issei. Kuroka, with her senses, had heard Rias scream while she was riding on Issei's member. "Issei. Did you hear that?" he said, confused. Kuroka. "Naya, let's not continue," she said as Issei squeezed her breasts and made her moan with pleasure. Kuroka. Thinking, "Naya, I beat them," she said while she came, but Issei was lifting her up and down. The next day. They were both asleep completely naked, and again the room was a huge mess. They both wake up and go to the bathroom to take a bath. He gets ready for his date, wearing a different suit and leaves, but not before saying goodbye to Kuroka with a kiss. Before arriving, he saw a flower shop and bought a bouquet for Rias. He went to the mall looking for Rias. When he found her, he blushed because she looked so beautiful in his eyes. "Rias. Hi Issei," she said, blushing at seeing him in a suit. "Issei. Hello Rias senpai, I brought you flowers," he said while handing her the bouquet. Rias blushes and accepts them, and they go to the nearest restaurant. Issei, being a gentleman, pulled back the chair where Rias was going to sit, which pleased her. They both ordered what they wanted, and Issei ate politely. They were talking about different things to break the ice, and they were both having fun. Once they finished, Issei paid and they went to the movies and saw a different film than the one he saw with Ravel. They were so engrossed in their own world that Rias hugged Issei, and he, without realizing it, accepted. When they finished, they realized what had happened, and he apologized to Rias, but told her it was okay if it was just him. They went to a photo booth and took different pictures. One was where she kissed Issei on the cheek. They went to the amusement park, and Issei won a stuffed penguin for Rias, who hugged it as if it were the most important thing in her life. In the end, they were in the park while they talked. Rias. And tell me, Issei, are you in a club? She said while taking his hand. Issei. No, the truth is many don't like me because I'm a pervert. Once the kitchen staff threw boiling oil at me. Luckily it only hit my back, but it did hurt. He said with a sigh. Rias was angry when she heard about what the cooking club members had done to her, but she would get a revenge. Rias. Don't worry, you can join the occult club if you want, she said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, I'll tell you the answer on Monday. He said with a smile. Then it starts to rain, and Issei uses his suit jacket to cover Rias. Issei. Great, you live far away, Rias, he said as they walked into the shadows. Rias. Somewhere far away, she said while covering herself. Issei. Let's go to my house, he said as they went as fast as possible to Issei's house. They arrive and see Kuroka, who greets them with a smile. Kuroka. Welcome Issei Naya and Rias Gremory, she said with a smile. Issei. They know each other, he said, confused. Rias. Something like that, she said jealously. Issei. Well, Rias, you can use my bathroom to take a bath first. He said with a smile. Rias. "No, you first, I insist," she said with a smile. This was without foundation, but Rias and Kuroka looked at each other very seriously. "Rias. I heard what you did," she said jealously. Kuroka. "Yes, Naya, I can say that it is very resilient, more so than that idiot," she said with a smile. Rias. "Well, watch and learn," she said with a smile, going to the bathroom. Kuroka saw Rias enter the bathroom, not knowing what she would do. What to say? He was taking a bath but felt two soft things on his back. Issei. "Kuroka-san, we already talked about this," he said blushing. Rias. "I'm not Kuroka, think again," she said while naked and hugging Issei from behind. Issei only blushed when he felt both breasts against his back. Rias. "Issei, you put in a lot of effort on our date, you deserve a great reward," she said with a seductive smile. Rias knelt down and began to masturbate Issei's member. Well, he was surprised and nervous, but then he felt even more nervous when Rias began to lick his member. Rias. Thinking, "I'm fulfilling one of my dreams," she said while caressing her testicles. Issei just smiled and let Rias do her thing. So after a while Issei ejaculates in her mouth and Rias swallows all his semen. So Rias separates and tells him. Rias. "You taste good," she said while licking her lips. Issei just laughed a little, then they went to Issei's room and he gave them one of his pajamas and some boxers. Issei. "You can sleep in the guest room." "Well, rest well, Rias-senpai," he said, leaving the room. Rias. Thinking, "I'm not going to sleep here. I waited a whole year for this," she said while waiting for Issei to fall asleep and convincing Kuroka to sleep somewhere else. She agreed since it was Rias' turn, so she took off her clothes and slept with him, burying her face in his breasts. Rias. "Rest well, my Issei," she said, sleeping contentedly. Chapter 9. Meeting girls and a cat's past. It was already morning at the Hyoudou house and Issei was slowly waking up. He had his head on Rias' breasts and touched them thinking it was Kuroka. But when she realized it wasn't Kuroka, it was Rias. He turned red with embarrassment and tried to take it off, but Rias was too strong and wouldn't let him go. Issei felt good having large breasts in his face, but then he thought that if she woke up she would call him a pervert and other things. He even imagined himself at school tied to a stick with several students holding torches and Rias calling him a damn pervert, or in jail in a prison uniform with several girls, calling him a rapist and a hexist. Thinking about it hurt her, since someone other than Kuroka was giving her a chance to get to know him better. Rias. "Oh Issei," she said sleepily, burying Issei's face deeper into her breasts. Issei tried everything until he heard her wake up and when he felt her grip loosen, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness while waiting for a slap or an insult. Rias. If it's you, I have no problem with that, Issei," she said with a smile. Issei. "I'll go prepare breakfast," he said as he went as quickly as possible to the kitchen. Rias only gave small laughs. He may be a pervert, but he was very shy around girls. Scene change. Rias could be seen wearing the clothes she wore on her date, eating with Kuroka and Issei. Issei had made them some scrambled eggs, since it was the only thing he knew how to make. Issei. "I'm sorry I couldn't do better, but it was the only thing I knew how to do," he said apologetically. Rias. "No problem," she said with a smile. Kuroka. "Me neither, in fact I don't even know how to cook," she said with a blush. Issei, Kuroka, and Rias ate peacefully until Rias had to leave. Note. Issei's parents had extra work so they are not. Rias said goodbye to Issei with a kiss on the lips and he blushed. He then prepared to go with Fiona, Clara and Leona, whom he promised to show around the village. He got dressed while Kuroka slept on the couch, then went downstairs where he saw Kuroka sleeping and stroked her head, making her purr. He left her a note and then left. This was where the girls were and he found them waiting for him. Issei. "Sorry for taking so long, but I had some things to take care of," he said apologetically. Fiona. "It doesn't matter, we just arrived," she said seriously. Issei. "Well, I'll show you everything," he said as he started walking alongside the others. He showed them the park and they were fascinated by the place and the fountain. Then he showed them the clothing store where he had to be a clothing judge as they tried on different types of clothes, making him blush at some points. They also blushed at Issei's comments as he called them beautiful and lovely. Then he showed them the comic book store where Leona got excited and looked at every comic and bought 10 of them. Then he showed them the arcade where the 4 of them played a dance game and Clara made some perverted comments to Issei when, at some points, some of their skirts lifted up. Then he took them to his house where each one said goodbye to him with a kiss on the cheek, using the excuse that this is how they say goodbye in their country. Note. In Mexico, if that's the case, when you have a friend you greet her with a kiss on the cheek and say goodbye to her the same way. I don't know how they do it in your country. He said goodbye with a blush and they said that he wasn't a bad person and that the school judged him without knowing him well, citing Murayama and Caddis as examples, who always called him a pervert. Finally, he arrived home and decided to watch a movie with Kuroka, who happily agreed. Issei. Hey Kuroka, you're a demon just like Ravel-chan, he said curiously. She remained silent and said. Kuroka. Yes, Naya, but I'm half Nekomata and half rogue demon, she said sadly. Issei. And what is a denied demon? He said, confused. Kuroka. They are those who disobey their master and lose control of their power, she said sadly. Issei. Can you explain that better? I'm a little confused. He said, puzzled. Kuroka. You see, you know the game of chess, she said seriously. Issei. Yes, seriously. Kuroka. You see, we demons use that system within ourselves. That is, each one has a role. She said seriously. Kuroka. The king is the one who directs all the pieces and if he or she falls, they all will. The queen is second in command and has all the abilities of the Fink and the rooks. She said seriously. Kuroka. The Alphen is the one with the most magic reserves and it takes a while to tire her out and she also has great talent in magic. The horse has the ability of great speed, meaning it is faster than everyone else and it is loyal to its companions, she said seriously. Kuroka. The rook has greater strength and resistance than the others, but it is slow and uses strength more than speed. Finally, the pawn can have all the abilities of the other pieces except the king if it is in enemy territory, even though it is the strongest but at the same time weak. She said seriously. Kuroka. You'll see, if any of those pieces betrays its king, it automatically becomes a denied demon and is hunted throughout all of hell, she said seriously. Issei. So you betrayed your king, and if so, why? He said seriously. Kuroka remained silent but decided to continue. Kuroka. You see, my former master gave me the 2 pieces of Alphen, granting me great power. At that time, I lived on the streets with my sister Shirin, or as she's known, Kaneko. She said seriously. Kuroka. And you might wonder why I lived on the streets. Well, my mother was a Nekomata and died giving birth to Kaneko, and my father was killed by a demon. So I lived on the streets until my master found us and made me a deal. She said seriously. Kuroka. He told me to join his peerage and he would give us a home, which I eventually accepted, but he was a science addict who experimented on his own peerage, she said angrily. Kuroka. He experimented on his own queen, rooks, and pawns. Luckily, he never experimented on me, but one day, while walking at night in that wretch's mansion, I overheard him saying he wanted to experiment on Kaneko. She said angrily. Kuroka. He wanted to use his Nekomata power to create a perfect demon, but the price would be Kaneko's life, so I couldn't allow that. That same day, I took him by surprise and killed him without mercy. She said sadly. Kuroka. So I took Kaneko and changed her memories so that I lost control of my power and killed our master, and that's how I escaped. But not even 10 minutes passed before a wave of demons was chasing us, so with no other option, I left my sister in Gremory Castle and escaped. She said sadly. Kuroka. Since that day I've been running away from demons and secretly taking care of Kaneko, she said, starting to cry. Issei was surprised to hear Kuroka's story of why she became a denied devil, so he hugged her and she let herself be carried away as she began to cry. Issei. Don't worry, I promise I'll protect you from everyone and everything, even if it puts my own life in danger. He said while hugging her. Kuroka felt good after letting out all the pain she still had. Kuroka wondered why she had been unfaithful to Issei when he was there for her when she needed him most. She promised herself she wouldn't make the same mistake again and would love Issei properly. Kuroka. Thank you Issei Naya, that's why I fell in love with you, she said while giving him a kiss which he returned. That's how he slept, in Issei's arms, and Issei did the same. Issei's parents put a blanket over them so they could both sleep well. What will happen now? Chapter 10 New member. It was Monday at the Hyoudou house and Issei woke up and saw that he had Kuroka on his chest, sleeping with a smile. Issei. Thinking, she looks so cute while she sleeps, he thought happily. He woke Kuroka up. Kuroka. Just 5 more minutes, she said while hugging him. Issei. Sorry Kuroka, but we have to go to our room or my parents will see you with your Nekomata features. He said while petting her cat ears. Kuroka. Naya, you're mean. She pouted. Kuroka finally agreed and they went to bathe together, then they changed and had breakfast. Miku. Good morning, she said with a smile, serving breakfast. Kuroka. Good morning, Oka-san and Oda-san, she said with a smile. Leon. Good morning, ready for your first day of school. She said with a smile. Kuroka. Yes, and how do I look in the uniform? She said while turning around. Issei. You really do look beautiful, he said blushing. Kuroka just blushed and continued eating. Once they finished eating, they went to school together while talking. Issei. So Rias-senpai is a demon? He said, surprised. Kuroka. Yes, and she has my sister, but don't worry, we've both already sorted that out. She said with a smile. Issei just smiled and they entered, where everyone was surprised to see the perverted beast with a girl. Boy 1. It's impossible, it's the apocalypse. Hyoudou is with Chika, he said incredulously. Girl 1. No, this isn't possible. That poor woman is a victim of the perverted beast. She said incredulously. Everyone was murmuring things, and once inside, Kuroka, to prove that she belonged to Issei, kissed him in front of everyone, leaving them all in shock. Kuroka. See you at break, Issei Naya, she said as she went to her classroom. Issei walked to his classroom with a smile, but upon opening the door, he received 2 blows to the face that left him on the floor. Mitsuda. You damned wretch. There's a rumor going around that you came in with a really beautiful girl, and what's worse, you kissed her. He said, crying comically. Motohama. Issei, how did you do it? Said in the same way as Mitsuda. Issei only felt a drop of sweat appear because of his friend's behavior, so he went inside, but a pervert looked at him directly. Aika. Wow, I see Issei Jr. has grown 6 centimeters more than last time, she said, looking at Issei's crotch. Issei. What happened to you? He said blushing while covering his crotch with his briefcase. I always wonder how you and Motohama do it, he said while going to his seat. Aika just laughed, amused by the attitude of her friend and secret crush. Hours later. It was already break time and Issei went outside, but Mitsuda and Motohama invited him to spy on the girls, but he refused. Issei. Thinking, if I'm Kuroka's girlfriend and possibly Ria's too, I have to drop this attitude to make them proud. He thought determinedly. He went to the tree where Kuroka was waiting for him. Kuroka. I knew you'd come eat with me, she said with a smile. Issei gladly accepted, and they both ate while chatting for a while until Murayama and Caddis arrived. Murayama. Hey senpai, stay away from him. He said, holding a wooden sword. Caddis. Tell us what Hyoudou did to you. Did he bribe you, blackmail you, or what did he do to make you be with him? She said it in the same way as her friend. Kuroka. Nothing, actually, I'm his girlfriend, she said with a smile. Caddis. But he's a pervert. She said, very annoyed. Kuroka. Yes, he's a pervert, that pleased the girls since they thought he'd reflected on things, but he's sweet, kind, he cares about me, and he's always there for me in my difficult moments, she said, and this pleased Issei to hear that. Murayama and Caddis felt jealous of Kuroka, especially when they saw her take Issei by the shoulders and kiss him in front of them. When they separated, the women left humiliated while the men continued with their meal. At that moment, Fiona, Clara and Leona approached and asked if they could eat with him, which they both agreed to. Hours later. Issei was about to leave, but then he heard girls screaming and saw that it was Kiba, the prince of the academy. Murayama. Kiba-san, what do you need? He said with a smile. Kiba. I'm sorry ladies, but I have to go see someone. He said with a smile. Caddis. Come in, he said as he stepped aside. Kiba approached Issei and said. Kiba. Excuse me, are you Hyoudou Issei? He said with a smile. Issei. Yes, you need it, he said seriously. Kiba. Miss Rias-senpai sent me to take you to the occult club, he said with a smile. Issei was a little surprised, but the others were very surprised to learn that one of the ones saw like the perverted beast. Issei. Sure, but I have to tell Kuroka-san that I'll be at the club. He said seriously. Kiba. Okay, she's already there. Kaneko-chan, I'll take her. He said with a smile. So Issei left with Kiba without any problems while the student said. Girl 1. No, the perverted beast will infect our prince, she said while making a scene. Girl 2. This will be the end of our prince, she said comically crying. Scene change. Issei and Kiba were seen in the club hallway and Kiba said. Kiba. Wait here until they tell you to come in. He said seriously. He nods and Kiba enters. Once inside he says to his mistress. Kiba. I brought it. Rias-senpai is outside. He said seriously, bowing. Kiba noticed that her clanmates and her own mistress looked nervous. And I noticed that Akeno was trembling with nerves, especially when she saw that instead of adding sugar to her tea, she added salt. Rias tried to stay calm, but it was difficult. And Kaneko was eating more sweets than she used to, but the question of the year was where all the sweets she ate daily went. And Kuroka acted as if nothing was wrong, she wasn't nervous at all, and she was confident in herself. Rias, thank you Kiba. You can come in, Issei. She said with a smile. Issei walked by and saw everyone. Issei. Hello, it's a pleasure. My name is Hyoudou Issei. He said with a smile. Akeno approaches Issei and tells him. Akeno. Ara, how polite, but I'm sure you already know us. Let me introduce myself. My name is Akeno Himejima, but you can call me darling. She said with a seductive smile. This provoked jealousy in everyone except Kiba, who felt uncomfortable. Rias. Well, as you know, we are demons, she said with a smile. Issei. Yes, I know that thanks to Kuroka-san, he said seriously. Rias. Well, that saves me from explaining, so I wanted to know if you'd like to join the club and become one of my peerages. She said with a smile. Issei was surprised but thought about it for a moment. Issei. No thanks, he said with a smile. That surprised everyone, and Kiba didn't say anything. Rias. Why not? She said, confused. Issei. No offense, but I barely know you all, and I want to get to know you better first, so what do you say? He said with a smile. Rias just smiled and said. Rias. Of course, you're right, but if you want, you can join the occult club. Kuroka's in the club. She said with a smile. Issei. Of course, it would be a pleasure to be here, he said with a smile. Rias just smiled. The first step was for him to join the club and then return him to his peerage, but that would come later. Rias. Welcome to the occult club, Issei, she said with a smile. Kiba. Excuse me, Rias-senpai, but I have to go. I have a contract. He said while holding up a piece of paper. Rias nods and Kiba leaves with a magic circle. So the girls smile and look at Issei. Scene change. All the club members could be seen except Kiba, who was busy drawing up his contract by spinning a bottle. Akeno. Okay Issei, truth or dare. She said with a smile. Issei. Challenge, he said with a smile. Akeno. I dare you to kiss me on the lips, she said while pointing to her lips. Issei got nervous and slowly approached Akeno, but she grabbed his shoulders and kissed him, but then she took his hands and placed them on her breasts. Issei was very red and surprised to be kissed by the second one Sama of the school. Akeno separated due to lack of air and had a blush. Issei. That was he said nervously. Akeno. If you want another one, just ask. She said with a smile. Akeno spun the bottle and it landed on Kaneko. Akeno. Truth or dare, Kaneko. She said with a smile. Kaneko. Challenge, she said seriously. Akeno. I dare you to sit on Issei's lap, she said with a smile. Kaneko inside jumped for joy and sat in her favorite seat, which was her beloved Issei's. Issei was surprised and blushed when he saw the school mascot sit on his lap. Moreover, feeling how Kaneko made him hug her and having no other option, he did so, making Kaneko feel happy. They played like that for a while until Issei and Kuroka left. Rias. Okay, step 1, done. She said with a smile. Akeno. Ara, well, we just have to wait a few days until that foal comes for our Issei, she said with venom in her voice. Rias. Don't worry, when that happens I'll intervene and he won't be able to do anything, she said with a smile. Kaneko. Thank you Akeno-senpai for giving me the luxury of sitting in my favorite seat, she said with a smile. Akeno. Don't worry, now we just have to wait for Asia, she said with a smile. Meanwhile, in a church in Italy. Irina and Zenobia were making a plan so that Issei wouldn't suffer again because of her. Irina. Well, once we get to Kuoh, we have to do it with Issei, she said blushing. Zenobia. Yes, this time I'll have his child, especially since I'll have a threesome with him and Asia, she said determinedly. Irina. Please, Lord, forgive me for sinning, but I do this to show that I love Issei Hyoudou. Amen. She said while praying. Zenobia. Ask me what name I'll give my son or daughter, she said while holding a baby name book. Scene change. Big Red could be seen walking down the hallway of an empty school, noticing that everyone was gone. Great Red. Well, I see I'm late. That wretch took them to the other world for his own benefit. He said seriously. He walked along and saw an obese boy on the floor and he approached the boy. Big Red approaches him and says. Big Red. Hey, are you okay? He said seriously. Yes, except the god of the other world took everyone to the other world except me, since I don't have any technique, he said while standing up. Great Red. I see, don't worry, I'll give you one and in a year I'll bring you back here, he said with a smile. Wait, seriously? He said excitedly. Big Red. If you can tell me your name later, for now go and get strong, he said as the obese boy disappeared. Great Red. Well, that boy is now an ally and he'll possibly bring people to help us. I wonder how Roberto is doing convincing Hajim to join us. He said seriously. Meanwhile, with Roberto. He was fighting a white-haired boy with a patch over his right eye and a metal prosthesis on his left arm. Roberto. Hajim, you can't beat me. I've only used 4% of my base power. He said seriously. Hajim. I won't beat you and I'll eat your flesh, he said while holding a gun. He fired a shot, but Roberto easily dodged it. However, he saw that the man had a quadruple bazooka and fired 4 shots, which Roberto easily stopped. Roberto. Weak, he said seriously. Ajum lunged at Roberto and tried to hit him, but Roberto, already tired, gave him a powerful blow to his stomach that made him spit out a large amount of blood and he fell unconscious. Roberto. I just wanted to talk and you ended up starting a fight, he said while grabbing him and also grabbing a blonde girl, another blue-haired girl with rabbit ears, another black-haired girl with big breasts, another black-haired girl and a blue-haired girl with fish ears. Roberto. This reminds me of Mayu, he said while taking everyone and leaving with a magic circle. Chapter 11 Confession. A few days had passed since Issei joined the occult club and of course, a lot had changed. Rias and Akeno sometimes seduce him with their breasts, leaving him nervous. Kaneko takes advantage of every time Issei sits down to sit on his lap, telling him it's her favorite seat. Kuroka became Issei's official girlfriend, though Mitsuda and Motohama didn't believe it of their friend, nor did the rest of the school. Ravel would visit him so that Issei could be her dessert critic and he would always tell her that her desserts were the best, making her blush with each of Issei's comments. And Issei is currently on the bridge, unaware that his life will change this day. Sorry, said a girl in a different uniform. Issei. Yes, he said, looking at the girl. Yuma. My name is Yuma Amuro, and I always see you passing by here, she said blushing. Yuma. So I fell in love with you, she said, blushing. Issei couldn't believe it. First, Kuroka was officially his girlfriend, then he had the interest of the most beautiful girl in school, and now what? That he would become the strongest being of all. Issei. He said, unable to believe it. Yuma. Well, I wanted to know if you want to be my boyfriend, she said blushing. Issei didn't know how to respond. He felt feelings for Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Kuroka, and Ravel. Of course, he was confused about his feelings since he didn't know if they wanted to be with him, and worse, if they would share him. They would call him sick and he didn't want Kuroka to tell him they were over. Issei. Well, he said, not knowing his answer, but was interrupted. Girls. I'm sorry, he's already dating us, some girls said. He saw that it was Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Kuroka, and Ravel who were looking at Yuma with murderous eyes. Rias. He's already dating us, so get lost, she said while hugging him in a positive way. Akeno. I'm sorry, girl, but my Anata already has an owner, or in this case, owners, she said while hugging Issei and giving him a sweet smile. Kaneko. Issei-senpai is already ours, she said while hugging his chest. Kuroka. Issei Naya is our boyfriend, she said with a smile, but if she attacks Kuroka, she'll kill her. Ravel. You are not worthy of holding Issei-sama's hand. Only we can be with him. She said while hugging him in the same way. Rias. So get lost and don't you ever go near our boyfriend again. She said, to prove her words were true, she kissed Issei on the lips, making him blush deeply. Akeno did the same, but with her tongue, making it turn even redder. Kaneko grabbed his shirt and kissed him, making him blush. Ravel did the same thing as Kaneko, only she pushed Kaneko away to grab Issei and kiss him. And finally Kuroka grabbed him by the neck and kissed him in the same way as Akeno, making him blush. Yuma, who was actually Rainer, was very angry because the entire Gremory clan, except for Kiba and 2 other girls, ruined her plans. Yuma. I'm sorry, he said as he ran away for his life. Issei. Girls, why did you do that? He said blushing. Rias. We can come to your house and explain everything. She said seriously. He nods and they leave the place. They arrive at Issei's house and go to his room. Issei. So, why did you do that? He said seriously. Rias. You see, we protected you from that fallen angel, she said seriously. Issei. Fallen angel wanted to kill me, he said, surprised. Kaneko. Issei-senpai, called the albino. Issei. And why didn't I do anything to him? He said, confused. Akeno. It's because of your sacred object, since it's one of the 13 legendary objects, Akeno said. Issei. They approached me because of my legendary item, he said, lowering his head. Ravel. No, Issei-sama, you are a sweet cute tender protective person, and we are in love with you, she said, blushing with embarrassment. Issei blushed and saw that they all had a deep blush and saw that none of them were lying. Issei. Seriously? He said blushing. Rias. Yes, all of us feel something very strong for you, Issei, she said with a blush. Issei. I can't accept them since I'm already Kuroka's boyfriend and if I feel something for you, I won't deny it, but I don't want any of the 5 of you, but he fell silent when Kuroka kissed him, which he reciprocated. Kuroka. Remember that we demons practice polygamy, so you can have a harem, but we will judge whether they can be with you or not. She said with a smile. Issei. Girls, do you want to be my girlfriends? And Rias, will you accept me into your peerage? He said with a blush. Everyone except Kuroka. Yes, they said while covering Issei's face with kisses. Issei kissed each of them on the lips, but they were interrupted because his mother saw them kissing Issei. Miku. Sorry to interrupt, she said as she closed the door. Scene change. All. We are his girlfriends, it's a pleasure to meet you, mother-in-law, they said with a smile. The parents were surprised because their son had a harem just as he wished. Leon. Son, I'm proud of you, he said with a smile. Rias. And excuse me, I don't mean to bother you, but can we stay and live here? She said with a smile. Miku. Sure, but we only have one extra room, Issei's and ours, so you'll have to make do. She said with a smile. Rias. Don't worry, I'll ask my brother to remodel the whole house, she said with a smile. Leon. Okay, she said with a smile. Just then the doorbell rings and Issei opens it. Issei Hyoudou, right? Said the postman. Issei. Yes, seriously. Postman. Please sign here, he said while holding up a sheet of paper. Issei reads it and signs it, and the postman gives him a large box. Postman. The other box is outside, he said as he left. Issei saw a box in his yard, so he left it there and saw that it was a package from the United States. Leon. And that, son? She said, looking at the box Issei had. Issei. I don't know, the mailman said it was mine, he said while putting it on the ground and opening it with the help of a hammer. He saw several things, including a black leather jacket, military boots, a pistol, an AK-47, a professional military knife, grenades, a bulletproof vest, a military helmet, and a letter. Rias. Issei, who brought you all this? She said, surprised, since Issei never mentioned this in his original timeline. Issei. Oh my god, he said surprised. Miku. What about Issei? She said worriedly, as did the others. Issei. It's from Grandpa Albert or Pop Pop, he said, surprised. That surprised their parents, and the girls were confused. Issei opens and reads the note. Use. Issei, I know this might be a little late, but this is a gift for your 16th birthday, so enjoy it. I was going to give this to Lincoln, but he's no longer with us. But since you were a good friend of his, and you're the only family I have left, I want you to know that even though we're not blood relatives, you're still my grandson. So enjoy the motorcycle too, it's yours now. With love, Grandpa Pop Pop and Grandma Myrtle. Upon reading that, Issei couldn't help but shed a few tears. Rias. Issei, are you alright? She said worriedly. Issei. Yes, I'm just happy, he said with a smile. Issei. Well, I'll go check on the motorcycle. He said, leaving and surprising everyone. He saw a large box and opened it, finding a black motorcycle with 3 black helmets with details. Issei. Awesome, he said, looking at his motorcycle. Leon. It's amazing, son, but you can't drive it since you don't have a license. But don't worry, we'll get one on Saturday. He said with a smile. Issei, thanks dad. And when I get it, the first thing I'll do is take everyone for a walk. He said with a smile. Issei's girls. Thank you, Issei, they said, blushing. Scene change. They can all be seen chatting in the guest room. Rias. Well, can you remind me how we got here? She said seriously. Akeno. Well, she said, counting. Flashback. Rias is seen preparing to interfere when Issei encounters Rainer. Akeno. Rias, you'll go, right? She said seriously. Rias. This time things will be different, she said seriously. Akeno. I'll go too, she said with a smile. Rias. No, I'll go, she said seriously. Akeno. Ara, I want to defend my Issei from that fall, she said with a smile. Kaneko. No, I'll go. Issei needs his kitty. She said, blushing. Kuroka. Naya, and that's me, she said with a seductive smile. Then they see an orange magic circle appear on the floor and Ravel appears inside it. Rias. What are you doing here, Ravel? She said seriously. Ravel. I'm here to help Issei recover from that fall. It's not that I want to defend him, I just don't want him to be traumatized. Sundir said. Kaneko. I'll take care of it, so get out of here, Yakitori, she said seriously. Ravel. What did you call me, flat-chested cat? She said angrily. Akeno. Girls, she said seriously. Kaneko. You heard me, drill hair, she said as she approached Ravel. Akeno. Girls, she said seriously. Ravel. And you want to get Issei's attention like this? Ha. You don't have what he likes. She said while touching her breasts. Akeno. Girls, she said again seriously. Kaneko. At least I'm not an arrogant person and she points to herself as proud and spoiled. She said seriously. Kuroka. Don't give up, sister. She said encouragingly to her sister. Rias. Stop fighting already, she said as she approached. Akeno. Girls, she said now shouting. All. What? they said, looking at Akeno. Akeno. Issei must be suffering from the fall right now, she said worriedly. That alarmed them all, and without saying a word, they left through a magic circle. And what we know happened. Vindel flashed back. Rias. Oh, I remember now, and both of you, excuse me, she said, looking at Kaneko and Ravel. Both. I'm sorry, they said reluctantly. Rias. Hey, where's Akeno? She said while everyone looked around for Akeno. On Akeno. She took advantage of the fact that everyone remembered and went to sleep with Issei. She took off her clothes and slept with him. Akeno. Ara, I missed sleeping next to you, she said while burying Issei's face in her breasts. So, all of them saw Akeno next to Issei and were about to have a fight, but they didn't want to wake Issei up. So the 5 of them played rock, paper, scissors, which Rias and Akeno won, and both slept with him naked. Rias. Do you remember this, Akeno? She said with a smile. Akeno. Ara, yes, but hey, we have to take advantage of this moment, since we won't have it again later, she said with a seductive smile. Rias. Good idea, she said similarly. Chapter 12. Masochist and Mistress 18. It was 2 a.m. and Issei woke up because he felt someone licking his member. He thought it was Kuroka since his head was covered, so he made her swallow it all and began to use her head as a hex object. Lemon skipped. But the 3 of them didn't know that Kuroka, Kaneko, and Ravel had a camera recording all the action while they felt their hot intimacy. Ravel. I'm surprised by its eyes, I can't wait to have it inside me, she said excitedly. Kaneko. Don't even say it, me too, she said excitedly. Kuroka Naya, with this I'll be satisfied for today, she said while licking her lips. With office. She was on her knees asking Roberto for a favor. Roberto. So you want me to help you get closer to Issei, since you don't know how? He said while looking at the loli. Office. Yes, please, she said with comical tears. Roberto. Fine, I'll help you, and I already know how, but I want you to train some people in return, and when he gets here I'll help you. He said seriously. Office. Done, she said with a smile. Roberto just sighed, as Office had been begging him for 5 hours without rest, to the point that he got fed up and yelled at her, but she still didn't leave. Roberto. Thinking, Issei, I hope these girls aren't unfaithful to you like last time. He thought seriously. Chapter 13 Awakening of Powers. It was already morning at the Hyoudou house, and Issei was slowly waking up while there were 2 beautiful naked girls with traces of semen all over their bodies. When Issei woke up, he checked the time and it was 7 a.m, so he woke them both up and the 3 of them went to bathe together. After leaving and getting changed for school, they went downstairs for breakfast and saw everyone eating. Issei. Good morning girls and Oka-san and Odo-san, he said with a smile. Kuroka approaches him and gives him a kiss, which he gladly returns. Kuroka. Good morning Naya, she said with a smile. Kaneko also approaches, takes him by the shirt and gives him a kiss which he gladly returns. Kaneko. Good morning Issei-senpai, she said blushing and looking away. Ravel also approaches, takes his shirt and kisses him. Ravel. Good morning, commoner, said Tsundere. Issei. Good morning Ravel-chan, I like your Tsundere form, he said with a smile, making Ravel blush. Ravel. Don't say that, Issei-sama. She said, blushing and looking away. Miku. Good morning son, go sit down and eat, she said with a smile. They started eating with gusto, though there was a mini squabble over who would sit next to Issei, which ended with a game of rock paper scissors where Kaneko and Kuroka won, much to their delight. They ate happily until Rias spoke. Rias. Well, dear mother-in-law, some people are coming today to remodel the whole house, so I hope you don't mind. She said with a smile. Miku. No, not at all, and don't call me mother-in-law, call me Oka-san, just like my husband calls him Odo-san, she said with a smile. Rias. Okay, Oka-san and Odo-san, she said with a smile. They ate peacefully until they all left together. Of course, Ravel had to return to the underworld since he couldn't leave his brother's clan. Upon their arrival, everyone nearby saw Issei, the perverted beast, walking alongside the 2 older sisters from the school, the new girl who meows, and the gothic mascot of the occult club. But no one could say a word because Rias and Akeno were hugging his arm and Kaneko was on his back. They had to go their separate ways, and Issei said goodbye to them all with a kiss, which they gladly returned. Everyone was shocked to see the perverted beast kissing the most popular girls in school. Upon arriving at his classroom, he instinctively felt to move to the side, and as he opened his side, he dodged 2 blows from Mitsuda and Motohama. Mitsuda. You damn traitor. How come the whole school saw you with the school's one Isama and the school's gothic mascot? He said, accusing him. Issei. What can I say? I can't even believe they fell in love with me. He said while touching his head. Murayama. That's a lie. I bet you're blackmailing them into walking with you, you damn pervert. She said angrily, but she was really jealous. Hades. It's true, Hyoudou has no shame. She said the same as her friend, but in reality, both were jealous because they wanted to walk with him, but their pride prevented them. Issei. I would never make anyone walk next to me. I may be a pervert, an idiot, a little rude, but never a porn star. He said while Mitsuda and Motohama laughed a little. Hades. What the hell? Well, we'll keep an eye on you, Hyoudou. She said as she left with her friend. Issei just sits and pays attention to the classes. When it was time for a break, he went to the cafeteria where Rias and the others were waiting for him and they started eating together. Everything else was normal, except that many looked at Issei with envy and hatred. When it was time to go home, Kiba stopped him and asked him to go to the occult club since he would begin his reincarnation. So they both went to the club where the girls were waiting for him and when he arrived, Rias explained how it worked. Rias. Well Issei, now that you're informed, please stand in front of me as I will give you the chess pieces to reincarnate as a demon. She said with a smile. Thus begins the ritual where, as we all know, he had to use all 8 pawn pieces in the. Once they finished, Issei had 2 demon wings on his back, which surprised him. Rias. Welcome to the Gremory clan, Issei, she said with a smile. Everyone starts celebrating Issei, but he asks. Issei. I apologize Rias, but what power do I have? He said, confused. Rias. You see, think of the strongest thing you've ever seen or the strongest person you've ever seen, she said with a smile. Issei thought of the character Savvy from his favorite comic and a gauntlet appeared on his left arm. Everyone except Kiba feigned surprise at seeing his power. Rias. Incredible, Issei, you have the Red Emperor. She said, feigning surprise. Issei. Red Emperor, he said, confused. Rias. You see, you are the Sekiryuutei, meaning you have the Red Emperor within you and you'll see what that's for. Well, every 10 seconds your power increases to the point of killing a god, she said while explaining her power. Issei is surprised and says. Issei. Incredible, but could you help me train my power? He said sheepishly. Akeno. Of course, and if you try hard, I'll give you a reward. She said seductively. Issei just blushed while the others were jealous upon hearing Akeno's tone. Issei. Well, we have to go home, it's getting late. He said, seeing that it was night. Rias. If that's true, well, we can go now. See you Kiba. She said with a smile. Kiba. See you later, Rias-senpai, he said as he left. They went home and when they arrived, Issei was quite surprised because his house was now a huge mansion. Issei. Woo, he said surprised. Rias. Well, welcome to the new Hyoudou mansion. She said with a smile. Scene change. Everyone was seen eating peacefully, as were their parents, who were still amazed by their new house. Miku. Isn't it incredible? Now there are 50 rooms, 10 bathrooms, an elevator, a kitchen, 2 swimming pools, and a backyard garden. She said while pushing a food cart and serving everyone. Leon. Yes, just like the new furniture and screens, he said while eating. Rias. It's nothing, my brother has a house moving company and they're very fast, she said while eating. Miku. Yes, they are, she said, eating. After eating, Issei went to take a bath, but all his girls came in and bathed with him, forcing Issei to cover his crotch so that none of them would see his erection. But it was useless, as they all noticed and were slightly biting their lips. Afterwards they went to sleep, but only 2 could sleep with him, and worse still, Ravel arrived in a magic circle, ready to go to sleep. So they all played rock paper scissors, which Kaneko and Ravel won, and they let out a squeal of happiness. Exhausted, they all went to sleep in other rooms, while Issei was hugged by both arms by Kaneko and Ravel. Ravel. Hey, cat, don't hug him, she said while hugging Issei's right arm. Kaneko. Same here, chicken, you're hugging my side, she said while hugging Issei's left arm. Ravel. I'm not sure, she said angrily. Kaneko. Yes, that's right, she said in the same way. Issei was a bundle of nerves since both were naked and he could feel Kaneko's small breasts and Ravel's developed breasts. Issei. Girls, stop fighting or I'll sleep in another room. He said, thinking his threat wouldn't work. But she saw how they both cried comically. Kaneko. Not everything but that, she said while taking out her cat ears and tail. Ravel. No, please no, it's not that I want you here, said Sundeer. Issei. Both of you, excuse me, he said now seriously. Both. I'm sorry, they said, looking at each other with deathly expressions. Issei. That's my kitty and Pajarita, he said while petting Kaneko's ears, who purred. Then he stroked Ravel's head, which had a very noticeable blush. Issei. Well, get some rest, girls. He said as the 3 of them began to sleep. At Phoenix Castle. All of Razor's pieces could be seen except for him, watching as Ravel slept with his beloved. They all squealed with joy and described what their wedding would be like and how they would get married. But I didn't hesitate long, because Razor came in and saw all his pieces, and they all shivered when they saw him. "Razor. What are you doing here?" he said seriously. "Ubaluna. Resting, Razor-sama," she said nervously, but it wasn't noticeable. "Razor. You'll rest here when I say so go and make contracts quickly," he said angrily. So they all go, annoyed, but Razor hears a whispered insult. "Isabella. Damn Yakitori," she whispered. Razor grabs Isabella by the neck and forces her to look him in the eyes. "Razor. What did you call me?" he said angrily. Isabella was so scared she couldn't answer. "Razor. I'm going to teach you to respect me, you useless thing," he said while forcing everyone to leave except Isabella. Isabella's cries of pain and Razor's grunts of pleasure could be heard in the room. Meanwhile, with Issei. Issei woke up a little and was trembling with anger. "Issei. What's wrong? Why do I have this urge to kill someone?" he said, confused. He didn't take it too seriously and went back to sleep with his lawless. In Asgard, Odin's territory. Roswius was seen with a suitcase, waiting for the train that led to the human world. "Ross. Well, my resignation as Odin-sama's guard is done. Now I need to win Issei's heart through his stomach. My grandmother says that to win a man's heart, it's through his stomach," she said while holding up a list of what she had to do. Then he saw the train and boarded it, heading towards the human world. Chapter 14. Training and Fallen vs Dragon. It was the weekend at the Hyoudou house, and Issei woke up at 5 a.m, and why? Well, it was so he could go train to improve his power. So he saw Kaneko sleeping in his lap, so very carefully he put her on the bed and took Ravel off, who was sleeping hugging his arm. So he went to the attic where he left a box containing what his grandfather had brought him. So he took out his boots, his military knife, and a machete he had owned and used for a long time, but he had to go back to his room to get his physical education uniform. So he changed, put on his boots, and left with his weapons. So he went and bought some cold water on the way and went into the woods so as not to attract anyone's attention. Issei. Well, remembering my grandfather's training, I have to do 50 push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and run for 20 minutes with these boots, he said, sighing heavily. Issei. But it's all worth it to protect my harem from anyone, he said determinedly. So he did what he set out to do, but it took a lot of work, but he succeeded, just like running. Once he finished, he was panting from exhaustion, but then he took out his sacred object, which was the dragon's arm, and began to use it. Issei. Well, show me what you're made of, he said, looking at his gauntlet. "Boots," said a voice. He began to throw punches in the air with the gauntlet, and these punches became faster over time. Thus, after several boosts, it hit a huge rock where it cracked and then broke into pieces. Issei. Awesome, he said, surprised. After using the gauntlet for a long time, Issei deactivates it and uses his knife and machete, where he begins to use his bladed weapons. Issei had great skill with weapons, where he cut down a tree with 2 machete blows. After practicing a lot, Issei begins his hand-to-hand combat using a tree as a punching bag. He kicked and punched the tree hard, his knuckles bleeding and his legs red from the pain, but he endured it. So after training he returned home but went to the store where he bought some bandages to bandage his bleeding knuckles. Thus, on his return home, once he arrived, he received a hug from Rias, who had been worried about him. "Rias. Issei, where have you been? It's 12 noon. Where have you been?" she said, worried and serious. Issei. "I'm sorry, love, but I went to train a bit to improve my powers," he said while returning the hug. Rias blushed because she liked it when Issei called her love and was happy about it. Rias. "Okay, but leave a note for next time," she said as she pulled away from the hug. Issei. "Okay, fine, I'll go take a bath. And the others," he said, seeing that there was no one around. But then he's thrown to the ground as all his girls hugged him and told him the same thing as Rias, and he explains the same thing. So they all agree to let him train, but they tell him to leave a note, which he agrees to, and then he goes to take a bath. He was taking a bath when he saw the Nekomata sisters enter. "Kuroka. I hope you don't mind, Naya," she said naked and with her Nekomata features out. "Kaneko. Excuse me, Issei-senpai, but I want to bathe with you," she said, blushing and with her Nekomata features out. Issei. "Of course, I have no problem with that," he said, blushing. So the 3 of them took a bath, but Kuroka made some hexwell movements that woke Issei Jr., but he hid it. So they changed and Issei went to have breakfast, but he saw Akeno. Akeno. "Ara, I see my Issei is hungry," she said while holding a pot of food. Issei. "Yes, I'm going to make my breakfast," he said as he went to the kitchen, but Akeno stopped him. "Akeno. "Don't worry, I took the liberty of making your breakfast, so sit down," she said with a smile. He obeyed and sat down, and Akeno served him a broth that had vegetables and pieces of meat. Issei. "Wow, they look delicious," he said, taking a piece of meat, but not before thanking everyone for the food. So he ate it and had stars in his eyes. Issei. "Incredible, this is the best thing I've ever tasted. You'll definitely make a good wife," he said without realizing what he said. Akeno blushes and serves him a glass of juice, which he eats calmly. Once they finished, Issei stood up and looked at Akeno. Issei. "Thank you very much, Akeno. Well, since I don't have any homework and nothing to do, how about watching a movie on a screen? I have an account," he said with a smile. Akeno. "Of course, Issei," she said with a smile. So they go to the sofa and Issei opens his account, and there are many movies where Issei tells Akeno which one he wants to watch. In the end, they decided to watch 1917, where they both watched the movie very entertained, but then Kaneko joined them, sitting on his lap, and then Kuroka sat on his other side. But Ravel wasn't there because he had to draw up a contract and Rias had to do some paperwork. So they watched movies until their parents arrived home from work and made dinner, but their mother asked them to go get some ingredients that were missing. Issei went to the nearest store and bought what he was asked for. He was walking back in the park when he saw the purple sky and had a bad feeling about it. At that moment he jumped, but was surprised by the great leap he made and saw a spear that was about to hit him. "So you're the kid Rainer couldn't kill," said a very serious-looking guy in a suit. Issei. "Who are you?" he said seriously. "Donaseek. Since you're going to die, I'll tell you my name is Donaseek and I've come to kill you," he said seriously. Without wasting any time, Donaseek summons a spear and throws it at Issei, but Issei barely dodges it. He then summons his gauntlet, surprising Donaseek. "Donaseek. Well, it seems you can summon your power, but it's nothing special," he said as he lunged at Issei with another spear to stab him. But Issei narrowly dodges it and strikes him in the stomach with his gauntlet. Without wasting any time, Issei takes the knife his grandfather gave him out of his pants pocket. "Issei. If I had the machete I would have already killed you, but luckily I have this knife," he said as he lunged at Donaseek. Donaseek used his spear to stab Issei, but Issei seemed to have experience with this because he dodged like a pro. Taking advantage of a moment of inattention from Donaseek, Issei cut him in the chest, causing him to bleed and have a gash. "Donaseek. You wretch, I thought it would be easy, but no," he said, summoning his fallen wings. Thus Donaseek threw spears in the air so that one would hit Issei directly. Issei dodged them with difficulty, but unfortunately for him, one hit him in his right leg. Issei. "Ah!" Cry of pain. Donaseek descends and summons a spear. "Donaseek. You fought, child, now it's your end," he said with the spear. Issei was on his knees, but a memory appeared in his mind. Issei was seen on his knees, bleeding all over his body, holding a machete and a shotgun. And he saw a brunette girl looking at Issei arrogantly and with noticeable muscles. Upon remembering that, Issei's blood boiled with rage and then his gauntlet glowed and evolved. Donaseek was surprised and Issei pulled the spear from his leg and slowly approached Donaseek. Donaseek throws a spear straight at Issei, but Issei strikes the spear with his gauntlet, deflecting the attack. Donaseek tries to flee, but Issei grabs his arm, touches his elbow, and crushes it, breaking his left arm. "Donaseek. Aya," he screamed in pain. Issei mercilessly does the same to his other arm where Donaseek had both arms broken. "Donaseek. Don't kill me," he pleaded. Issei. "You know, let me tell you something, there were some women who told me the same thing, and they ended up dying," he said, using his knife to cut his throat, and he began to choke on his blood. Issei saw the sky returning to normal and went to do his shopping, but because of the pain in his leg, he couldn't walk. So this path leads him to sit on a park bench and look at his wound. Issei. "Ah, I think I'll call Rias to come get me," he said while taking out his phone, but the pain was so intense that he was about to faint. But then he saw a magic circle and before he lost consciousness, he saw his girls. Chapter 15. Akeno's date and the arrival of a nun. Issei was slowly waking up and saw that he had his entire harem in his bed, naked and all hugging him as if they didn't want to separate. Rias had her right arm, Akeno her left arm, Kuroka her right leg, Ravel her left leg, and Kaneko was on top of her chest. Issei. "What happened last night? The only thing I remember is sitting on the bench and then nothing," he said blushing as he felt all the breasts against his body. Rias woke up and saw Issei, and upon seeing him, she hugged him tightly. "Rias. Don't scare us like that again," she said while hugging him, and Issei hugged him back. Issei. "Yes, sorry Rias, but I had a small problem," he said as he broke the hug and wiped away some tears that came out of her eyes. "Rias. What happened last night?" she said seriously but worried. Issei tells him about the fallen angel and how he tried to kill him, but he defended himself and in the end, he evolved his gauntlet and ended up killing the fallen angel. Rias got angry because Dante tried to kill Issei again, but the good thing was that it ended like this. Rias. My Issei, be careful next time, okay? She said while making a cute pout. Issei simply gave her a kiss, which she gladly returned. Then they all wake up and hug him, demanding explanations. He tells them what happened and how it all ended. So everyone tells him the same thing as Rias and he promises not to do it again, although it wouldn't be for long. They went to have breakfast, of course their parents didn't know anything since Rias and Kuoh changed their memories and put them to sleep where they were as if nothing had happened. Issei. Hey Akeno, how about you go on a date with me? He said with a smile. Akeno blushes suddenly, then giggles and gladly accepts. The others pouted, but Issei told them that he had already been on a date with them, but he promised Kuoh and Kaneko that he would give them another date, which made them happy. So he got ready for his date with Akeno and waited outside where he saw her arrive, very well dressed. Akeno. I'm ready, how do I look? She said seductively. Issei. You look beautiful, Akeno, he said blushing. Akeno just laughed and they went on their date. They went to the movies, the arcade, and the amusement park where Issei won a white stuffed rabbit which he liked. Finally, Akeno asked him if they could go somewhere she wanted to go, which Issei agreed to. They went to a temple and Akeno told him to wait, which he agreed to. I wait a while until I see Akeno in a priestess's outfit. Issei. You look beautiful, he said with a perverted face. Akeno just blushed and they entered the temple. Issei. I thought demons couldn't enter sacred places, he said as he entered. Akeno. This was my parents' house, she said, head bowed. Issei noticed it but decided not to say anything. They enter and Akeno makes him some tea, which he likes when he tastes it, but Akeno doesn't say anything until she starts talking. Akeno. What would happen if you saw me differently from the others? She said seriously. Issei. I don't understand, he said, confused. Then Akeno removes the part on her back where two black wings emerge. Issei. You're a fallen angel, he said, surprised. Akeno. I am the union of a human and a fallen angel. Now tell me, do you think I am an abomination or a monster? She said, looking down. Issei stands up and hugs her. Issei. No, for me you will always be Akeno, regardless of whether you are a fallen angel, or demon. For me, you will always be Akeno. He said with a smile that reflected sincerity. Akeno begins to cry tears of joy, believing that Issei would reject her for who she was, but he did not. She hugged Issei for a while until she separated from him. Akeno. Thank you Issei, I love you so much, she said while giving him a loving kiss which Issei returned. Issei. You're welcome, I'll always be there for you, he said with a smile. They return holding hands, and once they arrive they go to bathe together, and Akeno convinces everyone to sleep in other rooms. Issei was about to fall asleep, but Akeno climbed on top of him. Akeno. Issei, make me yours again, she said as her violet eyes glowed. Issei. It will be a pleasure, he said as he began to kiss her. In Issei's room, moans could be heard from both of them all night and only the moonlight witnessed such an act. The next day. Issei woke up and didn't see Akeno anywhere. He saw a note that said they all had to go home to collect their belongings and officially live with him. Issei just smiled, ate with his parents, and went to school. But as he walks, he hears a noise. Hiya, said the person. He saw where the voice was coming from and saw a girl lying face down and her underwear was visible. Issei blushes but decides to help her. Issei. Excuse me, is it alright? He said while helping her up. I don't know why I always fall, she said, but the wind blew off the top part that covered her head, revealing that she was a very beautiful blonde. Issei blushed at her beauty, but he shook his head and helped her pick up the clothes that had fallen out of her suitcase, giving her back what she had dropped on her head. Issei. Excuse me, but you're new here, aren't you? He said with a smile. I was going to a church in this town, but I got lost, she said, blushing. Issei. Don't worry, let me accompany you. He said with a smile. Asia. Thank you, and my name is Asia, nice to meet you. She said with a smile. Issei. My name is Issei, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. They walked until they reached the church, but he had a bad feeling, and this time he would listen to it. Issei. Asia, don't go, come with me, he said seriously. Asia. What? She said, surprised, since this hadn't happened before. Issei. That church has been abandoned for many years, so nobody is there. Please come with me. He said with a smile. Asia is a little surprised and accepts. They go to Issei's house, and Asia is surprised because it was the Hyoudou mansion. This surprises her again. Asia. Nice house, Issei-san, she said, feigning amazement. Issei. "Thank you, please come in," he said, opening the door. They enter and Issei gives them a room to stay in and leave their things. Issei. "Well Asia, I trust you. I know you're a good person, so you can stay here. If you're hungry, there's food in the refrigerator. You can watch TV if you want. I'll come back in the afternoon and don't open the door for anyone," he said with a smile. Asia. "Of course, Issei-san," she said with a smile. He left and without Asia hearing him, she said. Asia. "I'm glad to see you again, Issei-san," she said while shedding a few tears of happiness. Issei-san. He was wondering why they would send a nun to a church that has been abandoned for 20 years. He arrived late, made an excuse, and was allowed in with a scolding, and then began his classes. After classes he went to the occult club where everyone was waiting for him. Rias. "Issei, why are you late?" she said seriously. Issei explained everything to them, including that he took Asia to his house and that she was there. Everyone except Kiba pretends to be surprised, but they are surprised since Issei never did that before, so they tell him they want to meet the nun. Issei agrees and tells them not to kill her just for being a follower of God, that she was innocent. So they accept and return to classes. After school, it's Issei's turn to make a contract. Issei was in a magic circle waiting for his teleportation. Rias. "And remember, Issei, get the contract," she said with a smile. He obeyed and was able to teleport, which surprised everyone except Kiba and Kuroka, who didn't know. Issei-san. He arrived at a room full of anime posters and several manga, all very neatly arranged. Person. "You're not Kaneko," he said seriously. Issei. "Don't replace her, she has another contract," he said with a smile. Person. "I see, and what's your name?" said looking at him. Issei. "My name is Issei, it's a pleasure," he said with a smile. "And what does Kaneko do to earn her contract?" he asked curiously. Person. "Put on this suit and carry me until you're satisfied," said while showing a suit. Issei. Thinking, "No way," he said with a drop of sweat. Person. "And what talent do you have?" said looking at him. Issei. "Well," he said, summoning a gauntlet, "how about this?" he said while showing his gauntlet. Person. "Great, I know," said while taking out a notebook and some pencils and colors. "I'll draw the glove for you, so stay still while I draw. If you do, you'll get your contract," said with a smile. Issei. "Done. Because of what the president told me, you have to give me something in return. What will you give me?" he said, looking at him. Person. "I'll give you this," said while taking out a case, and Issei's eyes lit up when he saw it. Issei. "It's a double-barreled sawed-off shotgun," he said with stars in his eyes. Person. "Yes, and now be still," said while starting to draw. So Issei remained still and the person ended. Person. "And how about that?" said while showing him the drawing of himself with the gauntlet. Issei. "Great, it turned out well," he said approvingly. Person. "Yes, thank you. Well, give me the contract to sign," said with a smile. Issei takes out the contract, signs it, and gives him the weapon. Issei returns home to explain to his parents whether Asia will stay. Chapter 16. Meeting a nun. 3 days had passed since Issei brought Asia to his house, and in that time Asia was quickly accepted as one of the family. At that time, Leon, Issei's father, took him to get his driver's license so that Issei could drive the motorcycle that his grandfather had given him. Issei was very happy because even if he did his contracts and they gave him things like money, watches, a jewel among other things. Issei was now on a date with Asia as she wanted a date with him, which he gladly accepted. Asia. "Issei-san, how do I look?" she said while wearing an outfit. Issei. "You look beautiful, Asia," he said, blushing. Inside, Asia was very happy. Following Akeno's advice was working well for her. Issei. "Well Asia, let's go to our date," he said as they both held hands and went to a restaurant. They arrived at a restaurant and ate while chatting about their lives. She told him that she was ostracized by the church for curing a demon. She told him the demon's name, which was Diodora Astaroth, and described her attitude and her sick obsession with nuns. Asia had told her that under the pretext that the fallen angel Rainer had told her about the demon. Issei. "Listen, if that demon ever comes for you, let me know so we can have a civilized chat with him." He said this with a smile and in quotes. Inside, Issei was furious with that demon. He might be a pervert himself, but he didn't like people who played with the innocence of others. Issei swore he would give Diodora the worst beating for what he did to Asia. They continued talking about something else and even went to the amusement park where Asia hugged Issei fearfully as they both went on the roller coaster. Issei won a teddy bear from Asia, who happily hugged it. They were on a walk in the park when Issei suddenly pulled out his gauntlet and shielded himself from a gunshot. He saw a white-haired priest with a pistol and a sword of light. You disappoint me, Asia, but the falls told me to bring you back alive, he said with a demented smile. Issei. Who are you? He said while getting into a battle stance. Freed. Since you're going to die, I'll tell you my name. My name is Freed and I came for that nun to take her to the falls. He said in a demented tone. Issei. I won't let you take her, he said while pulling a knife from his pants. Freed. Ha, eat lead. He said while shooting at him, but he covers himself with his glove and puts Asia in a safe place. Issei. Stay behind that tree. If I lose, run as fast as you can without looking back, okay? He said with a smile. Asia nods her head in fear and Issei approaches Freed. Issei. Well, since Asia is safe, let's fight. He said as he lunged towards Freed. Freed saw that Issei was going to hit him, but he dodged and tried to cut him in the back, but Issei kicked him from behind in the leg, making him fall. Freed stands up and draws his gun, but Issei also draws his gun and shoots him in the hand where he held his gun. Freed. Ah, that hurt, you'll see, kid. He said as he lunged at Issei with his sword. Issei dodges Freed's thrusts and performs 4 power-ups, striking him in the stomach and causing him to spit blood. Freed. Damn kids, I'm going to have the record for most cuts on one person. He said madly, running back towards Issei. Issei shot him twice in the thighs with his gun, causing Freed to fall to the ground. Freed. Aye, it hurts, he said while touching his wounds. Issei. You can even feel pain from ordinary weapons. Well, goodbye. He said while touching his elbow, causing him to fall asleep. Asia, who witnessed everything, was surprised by Issei's fighting style. Asia. Incredible, Issei-san. She said in surprise. Issei. Well, let me take this from this crazy exorcist. He said as he took his pistol and light sword, which could have been stored in his backpack, but he saw something on his suit. Issei took it out and saw that they were pills that served to increase your physical and magical power. Issei. Great, these pills will work for me. He said, looking at the pills. Asia. What are they? She said, confused. Issei. The box says they're for increasing your strength and stamina, as well as increasing your magic reserves, he said while showing him the box of pills. Asia. That's great, well let's go home, she said while hugging Issei's arm. Issei just went along with it and they left, leaving Freed unconscious on the park floor. Scene change. Asia. And how were you able to defeat Father Freed? He's very strong. She said curiously. Issei. His madness is his weakness. My grandfather told me that madmen are the easiest to defeat because their madness blinds them and makes them do stupid things. He said seriously. Asia only had stars in her eyes and decided to make her move. Asia. Issei-san, I want to give you something for helping me earlier, she said blushing. Issei. It's not necessary, Asia, he said, but was kissed by Asia who stood on her tiptoes to reach him and continue kissing him. Issei lets himself go and lifts her up to make the kiss more passionate. They both separate, leaving a thin trail of saliva in their mouths. Asia. Issei-san, I've liked you since I met you, and I want to be another girl in your harem, she said blushing. Issei. Asia, I like you too, and I want you to be another member of my harem, he said with a smile. Asia was happy to hug Issei, who reciprocated. At Phoenix Castle. The crystal bowl was visible where Razor could be seen watching Issei with Asia. Razor. So he's the one who charmed my sister? He said, unable to believe it. Razor. Well, I'll pay my fiancé a visit and show that useless guy his place. He said arrogantly while holding Eubeluna on the floor, who had a burn on her right eye and was shedding tears. Razor. Move it and clean the floor properly, you useless queen, he said arrogantly. But Issei. Issei felt the urge to kill someone again, but he didn't know who. She didn't pay any attention to it and continued her walk with Asia. Issei. So Odo-san and Oka-san enrolled you in the academy? He said while holding his hand. Asia. Yes, my first day starts on Monday and I'll be in your same classroom, she said with a smile. Issei. I'm glad, he said with a smile. Of Kaneko and Ravel. They had both made a truce to unite and give their purity to Issei. Kaneko. Very well, bird, you know what to do. She said, looking at Ravel. Ravel. Yes, you mangy cat, and I hope you don't ruin it. I'm only making an alliance with Taigo so that Rias-senpai, Akeno-senpai, and Kuroka-senpai don't monopolize it. She said seriously. Kaneko. Same here, charcoal chicken, she said angrily. They both glare at each other, but decide to go ahead with their plan. Chapter 17 Massacre in the Church. After Issei and Asia's date in an abandoned church, they found 3 girls. One with blue hair, another with brown hair, and one with albinism. Fiona. Well, Roberto Sama's orders are that we kill everyone without mercy. She said seriously. Both nod and draw their weapons, which were. Leona had 2 shotguns, Clara had some grenades, and Leona had 2 scythes. Leona kicks the door, sending it flying, and they see the place is empty. So they were in position and began to look around until they saw a passageway. They go down and see a large number of priests and 3 fallen angels. "Rainer? Who are you?" she said seriously. "Clara. Nothing personal, just doing our mission," she said while preparing her grenades. "Halwarner GGGGGRRRR attack," he said as all the priests rushed towards the girls. Leona begins shooting the priests mercilessly while dodging the cuts the priests were trying to inflict on her. Clara threw grenades at the priests who were together, and they died. Leona cut off the limbs of the priests and also killed them without mercy. The priest throws a flash grenade and blinds them for a few moments, but it doesn't last long as they kill without parts. Seeing the priest's futile attempt, Halwarner summons a spear of light and throws it towards Clara, but she draws a sword from her back and cuts the spear of light. "Halwarner? What the hell?" she said, surprised. Leona, seeing Halwarner's distraction, shot her in the wing, making her scream. Without thinking twice, Rainer lunged at Leona, who was distracted killing priests. She was about to stab Leona, but Clara placed an explosive mine on her chest, sending her flying. Midlet just stood there watching the fight without doing anything. She wanted them to kill those wretches, and then she would beg for her life. Halwarner dodged Fiona's shots but felt a burning sensation on his leg and saw that he had a chain of fire. Halwarner screams in pain, especially when she feels a gunshot in her stomach, causing her to fall to the ground. "Halwarner. But how?" he said, spitting blood. "Fiona. These are just highly advanced human weapons, thanks to the technology of Juan Roberto-sama's scientist, and the chain you felt, I call it the chain of punishment," she said as she approached Halwarner. Halwarner uses her wings to escape, but 2 chains of fire cut them off, causing her to scream in pain, and she was already on the ground. Leona, without saying a word, shot her in the head, killing her without mercy. Rainer was fighting against Leona, who was throwing her scythe at Rainer, which she dodged while Leona threw spears at her. Leona decides to use her power, which was the Vision of Death, which consists of launching her scythes at a target, which was Rainer, and they would not stop until they killed her. That's how she launched them while her right eye turned red, and the scythes were going so fast that Rainer couldn't dodge them, and they cut off both her arms. Rainer screams in pure pain, and Clara puts a grenade in her mouth and it explodes, destroying her head and leaving only brains and blood. After killing everyone without mercy, they see Midlet, who did nothing but watch the massacre of his companions. "Fiona. You're not going to run or fly for your life," she said seriously. Midlet. "No, I didn't actually do anything," she said while sounding serious. Clara. "Then why are you here?" she said seriously. Midlet. "You see, I actually live peacefully in Gregory, but those fallen angels they killed forced me to be on their team," he said sadly. Midlet. "They told me I had to help them or they would kill my mother and I would become Gabriel's hex slave, so I had no choice," she said sadly. Midlet. "Even so, these bitches killed my mother, so I had nothing left, so kill me if you want," she said while starting to cry. They both saw that she wasn't lying, and to prove it, Clara put her hand on her forehead and read her thoughts, where she saw everything, and it was true. Clara. "She's not lying, she's telling the truth," she said when they no longer had any reason to kill her. Fiona. "Well, don't worry, we won't kill you. If you want, you can live with us," she said with a smile. Midlet. "Really?" he said with stars in his eyes. Fiona. "Of course, you can even study at the same school as us," she said with a smile. Without thinking twice, Midlet hugs the 3 of them while shedding tears of happiness. The 3 of them embrace and then leave, leaving behind only a pile of corpses. 2 hours later. Outside the church, a magic circle appeared from which the Gremory team emerged, excluding Issei, Kaneko, and Ravel. Rias. "Okay team, let's go destroy some fallen ones," she said seriously. They all nodded and entered the church, but upon descending to the basement, they saw the massacre that had taken place. "Hibba. Who did this?" he said, seeing the massacre. Akeno. Well, I see they beat us to it," she said, seeing Halwarner dead. Rias could only see Rainer's corpse, and she crushed her stomach again and again. Hiroka and Akeno also joined in, and surprisingly, Asia joined in as well, to trample Rainer's corpse. Hibba said nothing and looked for any survivors, but there were only dead bodies. With Roberto. He was standing before the first human being who was created by God. Roberto. "Well, Adam, you'll help me when Trixa wakes up," he said seriously. Adam was being embraced by his wife Eve, who was very happy to see him and couldn't stop crying, as were their children. "Adam. You made my wife smile again, so I will help," he said coldly and seriously while still being hugged by his family. Roberto. "That's good for you later," he said seriously. He created a portal and left while he watched Adam and Eve kissing lovingly. Roberto. Heh, these lovebirds remind me of when I used to kiss Kurumi, Toga and Miyuki, he said with a smile as he returned to his territory. Chapter 18 Kitten and Birdie 18. Issei was fast asleep in his bed, and why? Well, it was because Ravel had given him a dessert that contained a sedative which made him fall asleep so that she and Kaneko could take advantage of the opportunity before Asia or anyone else could beat them to it. So Kaneko picked up Issei and carried him to the bed where both of them were very nervous. Ravel. Nervous, she said while trembling slightly. Kaneko. I'd be lying if I said no, but I am nervous, she said while trying to calm her nerves. Ravel took 2 potions out of her bag and gave one to Kaneko. Kaneko. What is this? She said, looking at the heart-shaped potion. Ravel. This will calm our nerves, don't worry, the effect only lasts 6 hours, he said while opening the potion. Kaneko obeys and they both drink the chocolate-tasting potion. 5 minutes passed where both felt intense itching in their private areas and intense heat in their breasts. Kaneko. What's wrong with me? She said as she felt her breathing get heavy. Ravel. I have no idea, but hey Kaneko, you look cuter with those cat ears and tails, she said as her heart-shaped pupils glowed. Kaneko. What's wrong, but she didn't finish because Ravel planted a kiss on her lips, which surprised her. Kaneko was about to hit her, but then she felt something and began kissing Ravel. They both started taking off their clothes and kissing at the same time. But then they saw Issei wake up and both of their pupils glowed when they saw him. Lemon skipped. Some time later. The girls had returned after witnessing the massacre committed by Fiona, Clara and Leona. Rias. Well, now that that wretched woman is dead, let's make dinner for Issei. She said with a smile. They all nodded, but then they saw Kuroka sniffing something. Kuroka. It smells like hex, she said as everyone blushed, especially Asia. She follows the scent until she reaches Issei's room and slowly opens it where she sees Issei with Kaneko on all fours, penetrating her as if there were no tomorrow. At the same time, she was passionately kissing Ravel, and Ravel was being masturbated by Issei. Asia had a nosebleed and fainted, and Kuroka had a big smile on her face. Kuroka. Yes, that's my sister, she said with a smile. They were all blushing, especially Akeno, who wanted to join in the fun but decided against it since it was her time with Issei. And so they all end up letting the 3 of them have hex like spring rabbits. Chapter 19. The Sitri clan. 3 weeks later. 3 weeks had passed since Issei marked Kaneko and Ravel. Issei changed a lot as he no longer spied on the girls in the kendo club. Issei paid more attention in class and taught Asia some self-defense so that others wouldn't take advantage of her innocence. Issei also trained with the gauntlet. Thanks to his combat experience, he could already perform 100 power-ups without getting tired, but he still hasn't activated the armor. Issei even had hex nights with his girls, except for Asia, since she would wait to ask Karina and Zenobia for help with that. The whole school already knew he had a harem, and many boys were envious of him, especially Mitsuda and Motohama. Fiona, Clara and Leona became jealous because as the weeks passed, they began to feel something for Issei, no longer seeing him as the perverted beast, but as Issei Hyoudou. The kendo girls were also very jealous when they found out, but they already had a plan. Issei also improved as a demon as he was able to make several contracts and distribute flyers with Asia. Now they are preparing to go and distribute flyers, but they are stopped by Rias. Rias. Wait, love, and Asia won't be handing out flyers today, she said with a smile. Issei. Why not? He said, confused. Rias. We'll go for their family tomorrow, she said with a smile. Both were surprised, of course, but Asia feigned surprise and she knew that. The next day. Rias explains how family members work and shows them hers. Rias. This is my familiar, she said while summoning a bat. Akeno. This is mine, she said, summoning a strange being. Kaneko. This is mine, she said while holding a white cat in her arms. Kuroka. This is mine, she said, summoning a cute cat. Note. I don't know if she has any family, so I put this. Issei. I understand, and how will we get ours? He said, confused. Rias was about to explain, but they hear a knock at the door and Akeno tells them to come in. Sona and her entourage enter. Upon seeing Kuroka, Sona and her entourage assume a fighting stance. Rias. Calm down, Sona, I can explain. She said while explaining and telling a false story that she asked for help and explained why she did it. Sona. I understand, next time tell me okay, she said seriously. Rias nods and Akeno explains to Issei who she is. Rias. So, what did you come for? She said, confused. Sona. Well, I wanted to introduce you to my new pawn, she said as a blonde boy took a step. Issei. Wow, pawn, I see we're alike. he said with a smile. Equals, ha, don't make me laugh. Kaichu gave me 4 pawn pieces, he said arrogantly. Sona. Rias used all 8 pieces, find out more, Saji, she said seriously. Saji. I'm sorry, he said apologetically. Issei is surprised to hear that name. Issei. Wait, you're Saji Genshiro? He said, surprised. Saji. Yes, I know you, he said, confused. Issei. Of course, you don't remember me, kid with the hat. He said with a smile. Saji was surprised because he only knew one person who called him that. Saji. Issei Hyoudou, you're the eternal darkness, he said in surprise. Issei. The same, he said with a smile, and they high-fived and then hugged. Everyone was very surprised since Saji had known Issei long before and Issei had known Saji. Rias. Honey, how long have you known each other? She said, confused. Issei. Well, we've known each other since we were 11, haha. What happened with you, friend? He said with a smile. Saji. I feel the same way, I never thought I'd see you again since that time, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, many things happened and now you're part of the Sitri clan, he said with a smile. Saji. Yes, and you, from the Gremory family, especially after hearing that you now have a harem, size, I'm so envious, you know, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, and well, how about we go to the park to chat a bit? By the way, this is Asia, one of my girlfriends, and Alphen is Rias, he said with a smile. Asia. Nice to meet you, she said as they shook hands. So Rias and Sona say they want to take their pieces to look for their relative, but only one clan could go, and the other would have to wait a month. They were both about to decide how to do it, but Issei got there first. Issei. Excuse me, Kaichu, but can I say something? He said with a smile. Sona. Yes, of course, she said seriously. Issei. You like chess, right? He said with a smile. Sona. What do you have in mind? She said, interested. Issei arranges the chess pieces on the board and says. Issei. If you beat me in a game of chess, you can take Saji to find his family, but if I win, you let us go find our families. He said with a smile. The entire Sitri clan, except for Saji, wore victorious smiles, knowing that winning would be very easy. Meanwhile, the Gremories were nervous because they knew Sona was an expert at chess. Sona. Done, she said as she sat down in one armchair and Issei in another. Note. Sona's pieces are blue and Issei's are red. That's how it started, and Sona was very confident because she thought she would win without any problems. Sona. Thinking, I'm going to let him think he's winning so I can defeat him, she thought with a sure victory. While playing, Issei realized Sona's plan, so he thought. Issei. Thinking, ha, Kaichu doesn't fool me. I know that trick. Lincoln always used it on me to win. He thought while carefully considering his moves. Sona was already winning, but I don't know, I expected this. Issei. Kaichu may be smart and cute, that's true, but getting overconfident in this game comes at a high price. He said with a smile. Sona felt a slight blush on her cheeks when she heard Issei call her cute, but she saw something she wouldn't even see in her dreams. Issei. Checkmate, he said while moving the Alphen, killing the king. Sona, like her entourage, was surprised, except for Saji, who said. Saji. Ha, pay up, he said as he stretched out his hand and a well-built albino girl and another with pigtails gave Saji money. Sona. You bet against me, she said angrily. Saji. I'm sorry, Kaichu, but I already knew the result. He said while counting his money. Issei. Okay, game. Okay, I have to get back to class. Let's go, Asia. He said with a smile. Issei said goodbye to everyone, but Sona wanted to tell him something, but he left. Tsubaki. So Hyoudou is his, she said, surprised. Sona. It's hard for me to admit, but Issei Hyoudou is now my fiancé. She said, surprised. The girls had to tell her about this, but they would tell her after class. Scene change. Issei and Saji were seen walking in the park. Saji. So you're coming back after the Molotov genocide, right? He said seriously. Issei. If after I defeat Lin Jr., Lincoln's grandfather, I return to Japan to avoid any problems, he said seriously. Issei. And what about you? When I saw you facing Sid and Nikki, I never heard from you. He said seriously. Saji. Yes, I faced them and killed them, but that wretch Bobby threw a grenade at me, leaving me seriously injured. But I was saved by Simon, Sam's brother, and together we escaped to the United Kingdom. I lived there for a while with his grandmother, but I returned to Japan a year ago. He said with a smile. Issei. So he's still alive, huh? And did you find out what happened to Chandler? He said seriously. Saji. That wretch escaped. I never knew where he looked, but I couldn't find him. He said angrily. Saji. And changing the subject, you still cook? He said with a smile. Issei. You know, cooking reminds me of that bucking faggot. I can only cook scrambled eggs. He said seriously. Saji. Ha, she'll be upset to hear that, but you know, you can't live in the past forever. You have to forget that idiot who's dead. He said seriously. Saji. Don't do it for yourself, do it for your harem. I can see they love you like you're the most important thing in the world. He said with a smile. Issei thought about it for a moment and he was right, but it would be difficult to do, but he would do it. Issei. You're right, Saji, I'll do it, and if I ever see the god tongue again, I'll clean the floor with it. He said with determination. Saji. That's the spirit. Well, Issei, I'm really glad to see you. Keep going, and if that jerk comes back, we'll kill him together. He said with a smile. Issei, yeah, well, see you later Saji. He said as they both went their separate ways. Now there were more questions like. What is the Molotov genocide? Who is the divine tongue? Who is Chandler? Chapter 20. Searching for relatives. 2 days later. Issei was looking for something in the attic. Issei. Where's my book? He said while searching box by box. After a while he found his book, which was black and had gold lettering that said. Golden Eagles. Issei. It's been a long time since I've seen him, it's time my girls tried my cooking, he said with a smile. Scene change. Kuroka and Kaneko were seen in Issei's bed as they had to sleep with him and when they woke up they couldn't find him anywhere. Kuroka. Where is Issei Naya? Kuroka said. Kaneko. I have no idea, sister. She said as they changed and went to the living room. They meet up with the others who tell them the same thing, but she's nowhere to be found. They arrive at the dining room and see Issei's parents looking at the kitchen. Rias. Good morning, Odo-san and Oka-san, what are you looking at? She said, confused. Miku had a big smile on her face and Leon had a proud expression. Miku. After all these years, I'm back. She said with a smile. Asia. Who? She said, confused. Leon. My son with his great talent for cooking, she said with a smile. They all look into the kitchen and see Issei wearing a black chef's outfit and serving several bowls of rice. Issei. Good morning, breakfast is ready. He said with a smile. They all go to sit down and Issei serves the food, which was a bowl of white rice and another small bowl that had egg balls in it. Issei. You'll see, you might say it's just a simple bowl, well no, please just add the egg balls to the rice, he said with a smile. Everyone obeyed and emptied everything without hesitation, but there were also yellow and orange buckets that melted when they touched the rice, giving the rice a different color. Issei adds green beans to the plates and says it's ready, and they eat without hesitation. The whole place was silent until everyone started saying how good it tasted. Rias. Issei, this tastes delicious. I can taste the chicken combined with the fish. She said while eating. Asia. It's true, even eggs make a good side dish, she said while eating. Miku and Leon cried tears of joy when they tasted their son's food again. Kuroka. One question, Issei Naya, she said while eating. Issei. Yes, he said while eating. Kuroka. You told us you didn't know how to cook, why did you deceive us? She said, pouting. Issei. Oh my little kitten, there are things you don't know about me, he said, eating. They were all curious about what he was hiding, but they wouldn't force him to talk like that. Once they finished, they went to work in school. Once they arrived, things went normally, but something changed when it was break time, as Issei was going to go to the occult club but was stopped by Murayama and Caddis. Murayama. Hyoudou, wait, she said seriously. Issei. If you come here asking me to spy on you or steal your underwear, I don't do that anymore because I have girlfriends and I respect them. He said seriously, but with a smile at the end. Asia blushed and several hearts popped out of her head. Asia. Issei-san, don't say that or I'll fall even more in love with you, she said blushing. Issei just chuckled while Murayama and Caddis tried to contain their jealousy but decided to continue. Caddis. That's not it, we've come to give you some cookies as a symbol of peace, she said while giving him a box of cookies. Issei. Oh, thank goodness for these cookies. He said seriously. Murayama. We promise nothing, he said with a smile. Issei hesitated to eat them, but both girls took a cookie and ate it in front of him. Caddis. You see, they have nothing, she said with a smile. Issei decided to eat one, and in his opinion they tasted delicious. Asia also ate one, and she thought they tasted good too. Issei. Wow, they're delicious, thank you girls, he said with a smile. Both. You're welcome, they said with a smile. Issei was about to take a step, but his shoelace came undone, and it fell on top of Caddis. Issei was in shock because, due to the fall, he had kissed Caddis on the mouth, and she had a great blush, and, to make the kiss last, she grabbed his neck. Caddis. Thinking, yes, I did it. I was able to kiss my Issei. She thought happily. Asia's cheeks were puffed out and she was pouting, while Murayama was very annoyed with her friend because she was the first to kiss him. When they separated, Caddis had a deep blush, as did Issei. Issei. What was that? He said, surprised and blushing. Out of sadness, Caddis ran away, as did her friend. Asia. Issei-sen is mean, she said as she left without him, still pouting. Issei. Asia, wait, it was an accident, he said while following her. Scene change. Everyone was seen in a magic circle except for Kuroka, who was lying on the couch. Kuroka. I'll see you later Naya, she said while giving him a kiss. They went to the relatives' forest to look for them. Issei decided to search on his own, while the others searched for Asia's relative. Issei walked for a long time until he found a cave in a mountain. Issei. Could it be that there's a good relative there? He said as he headed towards the mountain. Upon arriving, Issei saw a large blue dragon asleep. Issei. Great, this is a good familiar, he said as he approached. But then his gauntlet appeared and a voice came from it. Escape from there sponge, said the glove. Upon hearing the scream and seeing Issei, the dragon screams. Greg, the blue dragon roared. Issei. A cup broke here and everyone should go home, he said as he started running. Issei runs for his life as the dragon chases him and breathes blue fire. Issei ran as fast as he could so that the dragon wouldn't kill him. The dragon was about to grab Issei, but a pink lion appeared, grabbed Issei, and started running while Issei rode the lion. Issei. Thank you, please run faster, he said to the lion. The lion stood in front of the dragon and roared as it approached. The lion roared, causing a portal to open, and the dragon entered. The dragon disappeared and Issei was surprised. Issei. Thank you, he said, but the lion sat down. Issei fell to the floor and stood up. Issei. Hey, do you want to be my family? He said with a smile and the lion roared. Issei. I'll take that as a yes, he said while stroking his fur. Scene change. Asia was seen with her family, which was a small blue dragon. And Issei, who had Leon. Rias. How cute, she said while petting him. Issei. Issei Hyoudou, accept you as my familiar, and I urge you to be loyal to me and always stay by my side. He said as a magic circle appeared below Leon and he disappeared. Now Issei had a family member. They were about to leave, but once again the blue dragon returned. EDRAIG come out wherever you are, said the dragon very angrily. Rias. Let's go before they find us, she said as she made a magic circle and they disappeared from the place. Already at the club. Everyone has arrived at the location and Asia returns to her familiar again and Issei does the same. Issei. Thank you, Leon, for helping me. I'll call you if we need anything else. He said as the lion allowed himself to be petted. Now all that remained was to resolve one more thing before Razor's arrival. Chapter 21 Ria's fiancé. 2 weeks later. During that time, Issei trained even more and also with Leon since he had the ability to control gravity. While Issei struggled to walk, he still managed. Issei already had noticeable musculature and his girls drooled when they saw him shirtless. Sometimes they even secretly took pictures of him. Issei could already do 250x power-ups and had great control over his weapons and was also proficient with Fred's weapons, which were his light sword, his pistol that fired light bullets, and a gauntlet with light on the front that caused damage when it hit the demon. Issei already had great skill with those weapons, but he began to notice that travel wasn't going to his house and this worried him a little since that wasn't normal. Rias told him she must be busy and couldn't come see him, but that didn't quite convince him. Now Rias and Issei were lying in bed while they waited for the Gremory family maid. Rias. Issei, I don't want to be separated from you, she said while hugging him. Rias had told her about her engagement to Razor and how arrogant he was, believing everyone was at his feet. Issei. Don't worry, I promise to free you from that commitment, he said while kissing her, which she gladly reciprocated. Then a silver magic circle appeared in Issei's room and out came a woman with pigtails and a maid outfit. If you think this will free you from your commitment, you're wrong, she said seriously. Rias. What's wrong with kissing my boyfriend Grayfia? She said seriously. Grayfia. Well, let's go talk to her family about this. She said seriously. Rias. Sighs, see you later, love, she said while giving him a quick kiss. Thus, both disappear from the place and Issei promises to free Rias from this. The next day. Issei and the others walked to school, except for Kuroka who stayed home because she had a bad feeling. Issei agreed to let it stay like that. They arrived at the club and saw Rias, Akeno, and Grayfia. Issei. What's wrong? He said seriously, since he didn't like the atmosphere. Akeno. You see, she said, but was interrupted by an orange magic circle that appeared from the floor and someone else appeared. I don't like coming here, but if it's for Rias, I have no problem with it, he said arrogantly. Issei knew he had to bring his weapons, and luckily he did. Scene change. The guy was seen sitting with Rias while Akeno served them tea. Issei. Thinking, so that idiot is Razor Phoenix, Ravel's brother. He thought seriously. Razor. Queen Gremory's tea tastes delicious, he said while taking a sip of his tea. Akeno. It's a pleasure, she said politely, but she was disgusted by him. Rias. Since you came, Razor, she said seriously. Razor. I came to take you to the underworld, you know you're my fiancé, he said seriously. Rias. I already told you that I will marry the person I love, and that's not you. She said seriously. Razor takes her by the chin and forces her to look him in the eyes. Razor. I'll take you to the underworld if I have to burn your pieces, he said arrogantly. Then he felt someone grab his shoulder, so he turned around to receive a punch from Issei that made him take several steps back. Issei. If you want to take my Rias, you'll have to go through me. He said very seriously. Rias blushed and smiled. Razor. You damned low-class demon, who do you think you are to hit me? He said seriously. Issei. I'm Ria's boyfriend, so I don't think someone arrogant like you is going to get her. He said seriously. Razor. Tell me, Rias, are all these pieces yours? He said seriously. Rias. If you have a problem with that, he said seriously. Razor just laughed and snapped his fingers and all his pieces appeared, including Ravel. Issei. Ravel, he said as he approached her. Ravel does the same and they hug. Ravel. Sorry for not visiting him, but I was busy, she said with a forced smile. Issei noticed that, and even more so when he realized that she had a lot of makeup on one cheek. Issei took a handkerchief from his pants and began to clean Ravel. Ravel. Issei-sama, stop. She said while trying to get away from Issei, but he held her hand. So once Ravel finished, she had a bruise on her cheek and a cut on her lip. Issei. Who did this to you? He said seriously. Ravel remained silent, saying nothing, while her friends also remained silent. Without saying anything, Issei hugs her affectionately and says. Issei. Please, you are the most important thing I have, just like everyone else, so please tell me. He said as Ravel began to cry and told him the truth. Ravel. It was Razor. He hit me and groped me when I got back. That's why I didn't come, because I didn't want you to see me like that. She said crying. Issei was now truly furious upon seeing Ravel cry, and for a moment he saw a baby he knew crying for the same reason. So Issei took out his light gauntlet and without saying a word began to strike Razor. Issei. Don't get too crazy with Ravel, he said while giving her 2 punches to the face and a kick to the face making her fall to the ground. Issei. You're going to respect all of them, you asshole. He said while continuing to hit him on the floor. Grayfia. Stop, she said seriously. Issei. You stay out of this. He said angrily. Grayfia remained silent, saying nothing, simply waiting for Issei to finish beating Razor. Issei. Never touch my bow tie again. He said as he pulled out his light gun and shot him in the balls, making him scream in pain. Ravel blushed as she watched her love defend her own brother. Her friends were equally surprised that Ravel had found a good man. Issei takes out his gauntlet and fuses it with a mitt, creating a metal fist where he mercilessly punches him in the testicles, making him scream even more loudly as he ruptured them. Issei was about to shoot Razor in the head, but he felt Rias hug him. Rias. Please, Issei, stop. She said as Issei calmed down. Issei. I'm sorry, he said as he calmed down. Grayfia. Well, her brother knew she wouldn't agree, so he said they should make a Roddy gamer, she said seriously. Note. I'm not sure if I said it right. That's how Akeno tells Issei what it's about. Grayfia. The game will begin in 4 weeks so that Razor-sama can recover. She said seriously. So they nod and Grayfia leaves, just as Razor's pieces leave with him since he was unconscious. Now they had to train for the Roddy gamer. Chapter 22 Conversations. It was already late afternoon after what happened with Razor and Issei, and he was training with Saji, who were combining blows. Saji kicked Issei in the stomach, but Issei punched him hard in the face. Saji summons his gauntlet, which was the head of a snake, and grabs Issei by the foot. Saji pulls him towards him and punches him in the stomach, but Issei pulls out his gauntlet and delivers a powerful blow to his ribs, causing him to release Issei. Issei then leaps up and delivers a hammer kick, sending Saji crashing to the ground. Issei prepares his fist to deliver the final blow, but just as his fist is about to touch Saji's face, he stops. Issei. Heh, good training, Saji. He said as he stretched out his hand to help him up. Saji. Yeah, but you went too far with a blow to the ribs, he said while touching his chest. Issei. Sorry, he said apologetically and took 2 water bottles out of his backpack. Issei gives one to Saji, and they both sit on a rock. Saji. I see you haven't lost your touch, he said, taking his bottle. Issei. You neither, and how are things going with the student council? He said, taking a sip of his water. Saji. It's difficult, but I'm getting used to it. And how are things with your girlfriends? He said while drinking water. Issei. They're the best I have, he. You should have seen the beating I gave Ria's fiancé. He said, taking a drink of water. Saji. Yeah, I heard about that. And changing the subject, how's it going being Kaichu's fiancé? He said, but saw Issei spit out his water. Issei. What? He said surprised. Saji. I see you barely know, do you? He said, looking at him. Issei. What do you mean I'm Sona's fiancé? He said, unable to believe it. Saji. Well, you see, do you remember the chess game you had with her and you beat her? He said seriously. Issei nods. Saji. You see, Sona made a deal with her parents that if anyone beat her in a game of chess, she would marry him without hesitation, regardless of whether he was an angel, a fallen angel, a demon, or even a human. He said seriously. Saji. Many have challenged her to win her hand, but she is an expert at that game. She has beaten them all. But you are the first to beat her. He said seriously. Issei is surprised by the news that he is now Sona's fiancé, so he says. Issei. Well, I'm very surprised to be honest, but I won't force her to marry me. He said seriously and without lying. Issei. She should decide who to marry, and if she doesn't want to marry me, that's fine, but if she wants to have something with me, then I'll do it too. He said with unprecedented maturity. Saji. Wow, I see you're not the boy who only thought about breasts anymore, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, Rias and the others changed me a lot, he said, blushing as he thought about them. What neither of them knew was that Sona saw everything through a crystal ball, and she was surprised that Issei wouldn't force her to marry him if she didn't want to. But she also felt a heartbeat, something that had never happened to her before, since many had confessed their feelings to her, but she had rejected them, but he was different from them, but in his own way. Hours later. Everyone from the occult club was in Issei's room talking about where they would train. Rias. Well guys, tomorrow we'll go to Aztec territory where we'll train, she said with a smile. Everyone was feigning surprise except for Issei and Kiba, who were genuinely shocked. Kiba. But Madam President, that place is off limits unless you have an invitation, he said, still in shock. Rias took out the pamphlet Roberto had given him and showed it to his clan. Rias. Roberto-sama gave us an invitation to go train there, so there's nothing to worry about. She said with a smile. Rias. Well, we'll leave tomorrow morning, so Kiba, come along in the morning so we can go. She said with a smile. Kiba. Yes, Madam President, he said with a smile. Kiba. If you'll excuse me, I'll be going, it's getting late. He said as he stood up. Issei. Take care, Kiba, he said with a smile. Kiba. Thank you, Issei-kun, he said as he left. So Issei and his girls decide to go to the theater to see a movie, taking advantage of the fact that they didn't have any contracts. The next day. Everyone was at the club waiting, ready to leave, but Rias said they should wait a little while, as she had invited the Sitri clan to join them all. Issei. How long do you think it will take, my Rias? He said while sitting hugging Rias who was sitting next to him. Rias. I don't think so, my Issei, she said while giving him a kiss. Akeno. Don't hog him, she said as she approached and kissed him. Then they hear a knock at the door and Kaneko tells them to come in and the Sitri clan enters. Sona. I'm sorry I'm late, but Saji was looking for something. She said, looking at Saji seriously. Saji. I'm sorry, he said, bowing. Rias. Never mind, let's go to Aztec territory now. She said as she placed the paper on the floor, creating a magic circle that drew everyone in. In another state of Japan, at a strict cooking school. The blonde woman was seen looking at a photo of herself with a brunette man wearing white chef's outfits. If I knew where you were, Issei, he said, looking at the photo. Then a pink-haired girl comes in and says. Ma'am, I still haven't found Issei Hyoudu's whereabouts, she said on her knees. It's okay, it's hard to find, but I know it somewhere, I know it. He said while taking an old newspaper out of a drawer, which had a front page of a town in flames and a headline. I should have accompanied you to the United States, she said while unable to shed a tear. In another part of the school. An albino woman was seen looking at a newspaper that had a front page showing a town in flames. Issei, where are you? You were the only one who truly valued my talent. She said while shedding a few tears. Then a goth guy with a cold attitude arrives. Ma'am, I don't like seeing you like this. I've been investigating all night and I found something out. He said coldly. Tell me what happened, he said, looking at him. Issei Hyoudou is in Kuoh in a hidden village and studies at Kuoh Academy, a school that used to be for girls, but is now co-ed, he said coldly. The albino girl is surprised and at the same time jealous when she hears that Issei studies at a school that used to be for girls. "Thank you so much," she said while giving him a hug. 2. "You're welcome, my lady, we'll go now," he said coldly. "Yes, we'll go see him and meet my in-laws," she said determinedly. 2. "I understand your enthusiasm, my lady, but we cannot go now as it is night and you need to rest," he said coldly. "That's right, well let's go to sleep because tomorrow morning we're going to Kuoh to see Issei," she said determinedly. 2. "Yes, my lady," she said with a small, barely noticeable smile, as she liked seeing her superior like this. So they went to their dormitories, unaware that a curvy brunette had overheard everything. "Yes, yes, he's alive," she said happily. "It's time Issei saw me in my new form and met the goddess of flesh," she said determinedly. "It's not that I want him to be my boyfriend and then his husband," said Sundir like Ravel. So she went to her bedroom to sleep so that she could go see Issei the next day. Chapter 23 Aztec Territory. The Gremory and Sitri clans were seen appearing at a training camp. "Rias. Well, here it is," she said, looking at the field. Then a portal appears and Roberto emerges. "Roberto. Welcome to my territory, Miss Gremory and Miss Sitri," he said politely. "Both. It's a pleasure," they said, bowing. Roberto. "Well, please follow me. I'm sure you're all hungry, right?" he said while listening to everyone's stomachs rumble. They are all embarrassed and Roberto takes them to a Mexican restaurant. At the restaurant, they were all eating and chatting at the same time. Roberto. "Well, I can train them without any problems. In fact, my scientist Juan made a special room where 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 years inside," he said with a smile. Everyone is surprised and this one continues. Roberto. "Don't worry, age doesn't matter, that room is the perfect place for everyone to train. There's even someone there who will train you all," he said with a smile. Rias. "I appreciate your help, Roberto-sama," she said with a smile. Roberto. "You're welcome, let's go there," he said with a smile. In a forest in Mexico. They all find themselves looking at a beautiful cabin in the middle of the forest, but this cabin could not be seen by humans, only by supernatural beings. Roberto. "Well, this is the place," he said as he approached the cabin and opened the door. Roberto. "Ladies first," he said gallantly. They all enter, followed by Kiba, Issei, Saji, and finally Roberto. He closes the door and sees everyone surprised because the whole place was wide and infinite. There were only 50 rooms to rest in, a lounge, and a kitchen with endless food. Roberto. "Well, once you step on the white floor, it has 20 times the gravity of normal, so use a little of your power," he said seriously. Thus these tread the ground and all came to the ground. Roberto. "Let's stand up," he said seriously. They all struggled to stand up, although it took them half an hour to get to their feet. Roberto. "Well, since you're all standing, it's time for your rookie training," he said seriously. Everyone. "Rookie training," they said, confused. Roberto snaps his fingers and 3 children appear. Arthur. "Same. My." Roberto. "Well, let me introduce you to my children Arthur, Kana and Mayu," he said with a smile. The 3. "Hello, nice to meet you," they said, bowing. Rias and the others saw the children and imagined having children with Issei. Rias. Thinking, "I'm like Zenobia with the thought of having children," she thought, looking at the children. Akeno. Thinking, Ara, what name will I give to the son or daughter I have with Issei?" she thought lustfully. Baroka. Thinking, Naya they are an example I have with Issei, she thought lustfully. Asia. Thinking, they're very cute, she thought with a blush. Kaneko. Thinking, in the future, I'll have kittens with Issei senpai, she thought with a smile. What they didn't know was that Roberto read their thoughts and smiled. Roberto. "Well, this will be your training. Children, do you want to help your father?" he said, looking at his children. The 3 of them. "Yes," they said excitedly. Roberto. "Well, their training will be that they have to catch my children. If they catch them, we'll move on to the next step," he said with a smile. Tsubaki. "It'll be easy," she said as if it were very easy. Roberto. "Okay kids, start running," he said with a smile. Biba was about to catch Arthur, but Arthur moved at incredible speed. Arthur. "Slowly," he said with a smile. Sona is about to catch Mayu, but Mayu moves at incredible speed, surprising everyone. Rias and Akeno were going to catch Kana, but she moved very fast, surprising them both. Thus began the training of the Gremory and Sitri clans, including the kings. Roberto just sat in a chair watching as everyone tried to catch his children, something they couldn't do. Issei increased his power by 250 and went into promotion mode, horse, where he moved very fast, surpassing Kiba's speed. Issei was going to catch Kana, but she dodged him, surprising Issei. Issei. "What does Roberto-sama feed them?" he said, seeing how Kana was mocking him. Hannah. She can't, she said mockingly. Everyone is trying to catch their children, but they can't. They spent 12 hours trying to catch Roberto's children, but they couldn't even touch them. Roberto stood up and whistled in the direction the 3 children were going with their father. Roberto. That's enough for today, you've already done a lot, he said seriously. Everyone approached Roberto looking very tired, as it was obvious because they were all sweating and had red faces. Saji. Yes, they are very fast, he said, letting out a long sigh. Roberto summons bottles of water and everyone takes one and drinks it. Roberto. If I gave them that speed, they did well, my boys, he said, patting the heads of the 3. Mayu. Thank you, Dad, she said with a smile. Roberto. Well, go to the dining room, there's endless food. You can do whatever you want. In the meantime, I'm going to put my children to bed. Running around so much tires them out. He said while carrying his 3 children. Hannah. Can you tell us a story, Dad, please? She said pleadingly. Roberto. Of course, kids, today I'll tell you how I once castrated a drug lord and raped him with his own heinous, he said with a smile. The 3 of them. Yes, they said excitedly. They all felt a chill when they heard that, but decided to go and cook. Issei offered to cook for everyone, which they all accepted, especially Saji, who knew Issei's cooking. She made them cheese-stuffed hamburgers, and everyone was fascinated by the flavor. Hours later. Everyone was asleep except for the Gremorys and Roberto, who was looking at them seriously. Roberto. Well, I'll do this and that way I'll know if they love Issei or are just playing with him, he said as his right eye turned gray and he saw the Gremorys. After 5 minutes his eye returned to normal and he gave them a smile. Roberto. My eye for truth was very honest, he said with a smile. Rias. What did he say or see? She said confused. Roberto. Says that you love Hyoudou Issei and that you would never change him for anything in your life and that you hope for a good future with him, he said with a smile. They all smiled with happiness and couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Roberto. Don't cry, he said, looking at them. All. We're sorry, they said, wiping away their tears. Roberto. Well, you can go get some rest, tomorrow will be a long day and if you're going to sleep with Issei, please put up a barrier of silence. He said as he left. They all blush but notice that Kuroka and Akeno are not there. Asia. Where are Kuroka-san and Akeno-san? She said, looking all around. Akeno. Yes, give me that snake, Issei. Akeno let out a cry of pleasure. Kuroka. By hair no nai, Kuroka's screams of pure pleasure were heard. They all turned red with embarrassment and Roberto blushed deeply upon hearing that. Roberto. That's what I mean, he said, making a portal and leaving. So they go to Issei's room, except for Asia, who was waiting, and they go to make love with Issei. Saji. Issei, I don't know if you're being raped or if you're raping them, he said in his bed, red with embarrassment. Sona was also red with embarrassment upon hearing Akeno and Kuroka's cries of pleasure, but so was her queen. While at an airport. The private plane was seen, a brunette blonde was looking at an old newspaper. We'll see each other again, Issei, he said as the newspaper headline appeared. The Molotov Genocide. Chapter 24 New Training. 6 months later. During that time, Issei and the others improved their speed and reflexes. Now everyone was chasing Roberto's sons, who had no way out as they were surrounded. Arter. We won't give up. Dad told us that if they don't catch us, he'll give each of us a tub of ice cream. He said while summoning his Aztec wings. His sisters also summon their wings and try to escape from the others, but Issei catches Arter, Saji catches Kana, and Kiba catches Mayu. Everyone. We did it. They said as they saw that they already had the children. Saji uses his power to tie up the children so they can't escape and they head towards Roberto. Issei. We did it after 6 months, he said while the 3 showed their tied up children. Roberto. Good job, good job. Now we'll move on to the next step of the training. He said as Saji untied them. Arter. Sorry Dad, we failed, he said with his head down. Hannah. If we fail, they'll catch us, she said in the same way. Mayu, I'm sorry Dad. We promised to do better. She said with her head down. Roberto simply approaches them and hugs them affectionately. Roberto. Don't worry, my children, you did well. In fact, you earned your ice cream. He said with a smile. The 3 of them. Yes, they said excitedly. Roberto summons 3 20-liter tubs of chocolate ice cream. Roberto. They earned it, but don't eat it all, he said with a smile, but serious at the end. The 3. Yes, Dad, they said as they took their boat. They went to the area where there wasn't strong gravity and ate their ice cream while watching the training. Roberto. Well, the next training session will be this, he said while summoning several decks. Roberto. Your training today will be this, he said while snapping his fingers, and several moles appeared. Roberto. Today's training will be this. You have to hit the moles with this mallet. If you succeed, we'll move on to the real training. He said seriously. They all nod and take the mallets, and they have trouble carrying them. Rias. Why is it so heavy? She said while trying to lift it. Roberto. You see, this hammer weighs 100 kilograms, but since we're at 20x gravity, it weighs 2000 kilograms, he said seriously. It was hard for everyone to charge it, but Issei tried to increase it, but Roberto blocked his power. Roberto. Cheating isn't allowed, Issei, he said seriously. Issei. Why, if it's my power? He said while holding the hammer, but he had trouble standing it upright. Roberto. You see, this training is about not relying on your magical power and focusing on your normal physical strength and agility, he said seriously. Everyone understands and approaches the moles to hit them, but they move quickly. Issei. These training sessions are worse than Grandpa's, he said while trying to hit a mole, but it moved very fast. Saji. I agree with you, Issei. He said while trying to hit one, but it moved very fast. So everyone tried to hit the moles, but they couldn't because the moles were as fast as Roberto's children, and they were also small and hard to see. Roberto just approaches his children and sees that they were still eating ice cream. Roberto. Don't overdo it with the ice cream, kids, he said seriously. The three. No, Dad, they said while covering the leftover ice cream, and Roberto made it disappear. Roberto simply took out several towels and began to clean his children's faces. Thus they continued hitting the moles who dodged the blows. 18 hours later. They were all panting with exhaustion, and their arms could be seen throbbing with fatigue. Roberto. Very good, that's enough. You can go take a bath and rest up for tomorrow. He said seriously. Everyone puts their mallets down and goes to bathe. The Gremory's girls with Issei, Saji and Kiba together, and the Sitri clan together. Note. Saji and Kiba are not gay, it's just common in Japan. Issei was washing his beloved's breasts because they had asked him to do so. Hiroka. Naya wash well, Issei Naya said excitedly. Asia. Ah, I know how Issei-san feels, she said with a blush. Rias. You do it very well, she said blushing. Issei had a very noticeable erection, which his girls noticed and made lustful faces. Akeno. I see we have to clean you up too, she said as she knelt down and began to lick his member. Issei groaned with pleasure, especially as he felt Akeno's tongue swirling around his penis. Without thinking, Issei grabs Akeno's head and forces her to lick his entire member while he moves up and down. Akeno just made a perverted face while licking Issei's penis. Issei ejaculates in Akeno's mouth, and when they separate, she swallows all the semen that was in her mouth. Akeno. Ara, I like the way you treat me, she said with a seductive face. Rias gets on her knees and begins her work of licking his member. Rias went up and down, while Issei stroked her hair. Issei felt like he was on cloud 9, but then he felt two soft round things on his member and saw Rias giving him a Russian. Rias. You like it? She said while raising one breast and lowering the other. Issei. Yes, I like my red flower, he said with great pleasure. Rias was happy about the nickname Issei gave her, and she went up and down faster until he came on her face. Rias. Oh, I have to clean up all this delicacy, she said while taking some semen from her breasts and licking her lover's semen. Akeno approaches her and licks what Rias cannot. Rias. Hey, that's mine. She said jealously. Akeno. But I want more, she said while licking the remains of semen that Rias had. That's how they all were, giving our brunette a blowjob. But Saji and Kiba. They were both taking a bath and chatting. Kiba. And tell me, Saji-kun, since when have you known Issei-kun? He said while washing his arms. Saji. Since I was 11 years old, why? He said, looking at him. Kiba. How did you two meet? I'm really curious. He said, looking at him. Saji. You see, when I first saw him, I used to be arrogant like Razor, I felt like everyone was at my feet, he said seriously. Saji. Once I went to the mall with my mother and I wanted the cereal of the year called Zombie Bran, he said seriously. Saji. But Issei wanted it too, so we both fought to see who would win it, but in the end we made a mess at the mall, he said with a laugh. Saji. The manager made us clean as punishment, and to kill time Issei put on one of my favorite songs, and from that day on I got to know Issei better, she said with a smile. Saji. He taught me that arrogance leads to nothing, so I stopped being arrogant and started helping people, and that's how Issei and I became friends, as did his group. He said with a smile. Kiba. Group, he said, confused. Saji. You see, I can't tell you about that since it's a secret that Issei and I are keeping, he said with a smile. Kiba. I understand, and thank you for telling me. He said with a smile. Saji. No problem, he said in the same way. Now Kiba had many questions that needed answers. But Sona and her group. They were all taking a bath and chatting a little. Tsubaki. So Issei already knows about his commitment to you, she said, looking at her. Sona. Yes, and her answer surprised me, she said while washing her breasts. Tsubaki. If he said anything perverted, I'll beat him up. She said seriously. Sona. No, he told me he wouldn't force me to be his wife if I didn't want to, she said, closing her eyes. All of his pieces, upon hearing that, could not be surprised. Baruko. That means Hyoudou wouldn't force her to be something she doesn't want to be, said one of her pieces. Sona. Yes, he told me that, she said seriously. Momo. And what did you say? She said, looking at her. Sona. Actually, I told him we should try it since I see his personality has changed a lot, she said with a blush. All of his pieces are surprised to hear that. Tsubasa. But no, she said, surprised. Sona. You're not saints, you know. I've already realized that all my pieces except Tsubaki have feelings for Saji. She said seriously. All of her pieces except Tsubaki turn red. Amo. No, how could you think that? She said blushing. Sona. I'm not stupid, I've seen some pictures in his lockers of him when he gets out of the shower, she said seriously. Everyone except Tsubaki turns red with embarrassment. They talk like that, but somewhere else. Roberto was seen talking to a loli. Roberto. Well, office, when the mole training is over, you'll have the opportunity to win Issei's heart and that way you'll get to know him and he'll get to know you. He said seriously. Office. I've trained a technique that will change my figure and that way I'll win Issei's heart. She said with her fists closed and determined. Roberto just chuckled and went to rest. Meanwhile, at Issei's house. Miku was seen cleaning the living room and Leon was reading the newspaper on the sofa when they heard the doorbell and Miku went to see what was happening. When she opened the door, she saw 3 people. 2 women and a goth boy. Miku. Hello, how can I help you young people? She said with a smile. Hello, is Issei Hyoudou here? Said a brunette with blonde hair. Miku. Who are you? Are you Issei's friends? She said, now serious. 2. We are Issei's childhood friends and my name is Alice, said the albino girl. I'm Ikumi and I'm also Issei's friend, she said with a smile. 3. I am Ryo and I am Alice-sama's assistant, he said coldly. Chapter 25 Teachers. 4 months later. 4 months had already passed in the time room and they had become very strong. Issei, like the others, became very strong and fast. Issei had a relationship with Sona, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Ravel, Kuroka, and Asia. He felt very happy that pretty girls were interested in him despite his perversion and lust. He realized that they were also perverts since they discreetly took pictures of him when they thought he wasn't noticing. There was even a time when he discovered Sona spying on him while he was showering, but he didn't say anything. Saji had a relationship with all of Sona's pieces except for Tsubaki, who had no interest in anyone. Now everyone was hitting the moles with the missing pieces of the mallets, except for Asia, who was hitting them carefully. Roberto snapped his fingers, and the moles went towards Roberto. Roberto. Good job, you did well, he said with a smile. Roberto. Now the real training begins, he said seriously. Then he snaps his fingers and several people appear. Roberto. Well, I present to you Israel, my right-hand man and second in command of the Aztec faction, he said seriously. Israel. Nice to meet you, he said with a smile. Roberto. This is Leonardo, the third in command of my faction, he said seriously. Leonardo. It's a pleasure, he said, smoking. Roberto. This is Juan, my chief scientist and scientific leader, he said seriously. Juan. That's awesome. He said with a smile. Roberto. This is Cristobal, my assistant and the one responsible for everything that happens with the Aztecs, he said seriously. Christopher. It's a pleasure, he said seriously. Roberto. This is Caesar, my favorite idiot, and his nickname is the Stick Swallower, he said mockingly. Caesar. It's a pleasure, and Roberto is my orphan hick-sucker, he said playfully. Roberto. You want to fight, hick-sucker? He said while raising his arm. Caesar. Whenever you want, 4 eyes, he said as he approached. Roberto. 2 eyes for your mother and 2 eyes for your sister, he said mockingly. Caesar. Now then, he said, launching himself. Then they get their ears pulled by 2 girls. Stop playing around and continue with the presentation, said a girl with 2 pigtails and a red dress. Roberto. Damn, that hurts. He said as the girls stopped pulling him. Caesar. Can you tell that crazy knife lady to stop pulling my ear or does she want to pull something else? He said mockingly, but the girl punched him. Roberto. Well, she is Kurumi, goddess of time and my wife, he said blushing, looking away. Kurumi. Hello, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Issei just made a perverted face, but Rias and Asia pulled his cheeks. Rias. Don't even think about perverted things, my Issei, she said jealously. Asia. Issei-sen is mean, she said with a cute pout. Roberto. Well, she's Toga, goddess of madness, and my wife too, he said, blushing and looking away. Toga. Hello, she said with a knife and a sadistic smile. Issei. It scares me, he said while remembering a girl who smiled just like Toga. Roberto. She is Miyuki, goddess of order, and my wife too, he said, blushing. Miyuki. It's a pleasure, she said, bowing. Akeno. Nice cosplay, she said with a smile. Miyuki. Thank you, she said with a smile. Roberto. And lastly, she is Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, he said seriously. Office. It's a pleasure, she said emotionlessly. Issei. Whispering, she's cute. He said with a slight blush. Office, with her dragon-like hearing, heard the whisper, blushed, and looked away. Roberto. Well, you see, I brought my team and Office to train them, he said seriously. Everyone is surprised because they would be trained by different people. Roberto. Please choose who you want to train, he said seriously. Israel. I am here, he said while taking Rias and Sona by the hand. Leonardo. I'm here, he said, taking Tsubaki and Asia. Caesar. I'll take this guy, he said, grabbing Saji. Christopher. I'm here, he said, taking Momo and Raruko. Juan. I'm here, he said, taking Tomo and Tsubasa. Kurumi. I'm here, she said, taking Akeno and Ria. Toga. She said, taking Kiba. Miyuki. I'm here, she said, taking Kaneko and Kuroka. Office. I'll take the dragon, she said, taking Issei's hand, who blushed at the softness of her hand. Roberto. Well, you'll be training for 6 years, so say your goodbyes because you won't see each other during that time. You have 10 minutes to say goodbye. He said seriously. Everyone says goodbye to everyone else since they hadn't seen each other in a while. Momo. Take care, Saji, she said, giving him a kiss. The others did the same and said goodbye to him. Rias. Issei, become strong again, she said while hugging him. Issei. Of course, and when I do, I'll protect you from everyone and everything, just like I protect you all. He said with a smile. They all rushed towards Issei and kiss him with passion and desire. Issei. We'll see each other later, girls, he said, blushing. All. See you later, Issei, they said with a smile. Sona approaches him and gives him a quick kiss. Sona. See you later, Issei, she said, blushing. Issei simply took her chin in his hand and kissed her passionately, causing Sona to blush suddenly and then reciprocate. When they separated, they both blushed deeply. Issei. See you later, my chess girl, he said with a smile. Sona blushes and goes to Israel who is waiting for them. Roberto. Well, see you in 6 years when they finish their training with them. They'll train with me so they can unleash their hidden potential. He said with a smile. Everyone. Thank you, they said with a smile. Roberto applauds and everyone disappears into different places in the room. Roberto. Well, now that they've left, I have to make breakfast for my children and take them to school. He said as he disappeared into a portal. At Kuoh Academy. A Redite in a school uniform was seen entering Issei's classroom. Teacher. Well students, today we have a new classmate, so please introduce yourself. He said seriously. Chandler. My name is Chandler McCann, sweeties, but you can call me daddy, he said arrogantly. Murayama and Caddis looked at Chandler with disgust, but so did Fiona, Clara and Leona. Aika looked at him the same way and stared at his crotch. Aika. Thinking, 10 centimeters, Issei's is 30 centimeters, she thought mockingly and excitedly at the last part. Mitsuda and Motohama looked at him with hatred instead of envy, since they knew him from what Issei had told them. Mitsuda. Thinking, you damned bastard, you came here so Issei would kill you, he thought angrily. Motohama. Thinking, we may be perverts, but you're a monster. He thought angrily. Chandler just stared at Murayama and Caddis with lust, since he was interested in those girls. Mitsuda and Motohama noticed this, and they thought. Both. Thinking, we have to protect those two from that miserable man. Thinking safely. At the Hyoudou house. Miku and Leon were sitting drinking tea with Issei's friends, and his mother was showing him pictures of him when he was a child. Miku. And here he is in his kindergarten uniform, she said while showing Issei in a kindergarten uniform. Alice. Little Issei, she said excitedly. Mikumi. He's very cute, she said blushing. Ryo. Please control Alice-sama, he said coldly. Alice. I'm sorry, she said apologetically. Just then the doorbell rings and Miku goes to see who it is. When she opens it, she sees that it was a blonde and a pink-haired girl. Good afternoon ma'am. This is the Hyoudou residence. He said with a smile. Miku. Yes, who are you? She said with a smile. Arena. My name is Arena, or better known as the Divine Tongue, she said with a smile. Hisako. My name is Hisako and I am Arina-sama's assistant, she said with a smile. Miku. And they belong to my son. She said confused. Arena. Well, I'm friends with Issei, she said with a smile. Now Miku was surprised, wondering since when Issei had female friends. Chapter 26 Transformation of the Past. At the Hyoudou house. Miku. I'm sorry everyone, but Issei won't be back for 4 weeks because he went on a trip. She said sadly. They all lowered their heads because they wanted to see their friend and love whom they hadn't seen for 10 years. Mikumi. We understand, ma'am, she said with a smile. Alice. We'll wait in this town until he returns, she said with a smile. Leon. Yes, of course, ladies, he said with a smile. Arena. If you'll excuse us, we need to find a hotel to stay in. She said with a smile. Miku. You can stay here in this town. There aren't many hotels near the house. She said with a smile. Alice. We don't want to be a bother, she said, blushing. Miku. They absolutely cannot stay here, she said with a smile. They all accepted Miku's proposal and, as a thank you, they made dinner for the Hyoudou family, who were amazed by the food the girls prepared. Issei's son. He had already been training with Office for 5 years and in that time he became too strong. Now Issei and Office were sitting drinking tea. Office. This tea is delicious, Issei-san, she said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, Office-chan, he said with a smile. During that time, Issei met Office and now Issei had a great interest in her and felt something for her, but he didn't want to tell her because of fear. Office at that time captivated Issei with the charms Roberto taught her and the occasional skin-to-skin contact. Office almost raped Issei because during a practice match, Issei accidentally touched one of Office's breasts, causing her to nearly lose her mind and grape him. But he didn't, as he held back. He chuckled a little as Issei knelt and apologized to Office, expecting a beating from her, but he didn't. Now they were both resting and drinking tea. Issei. Hey Office-chan, you look cute when you smile. He said with a smile. Office blushes and, without saying anything, approaches Issei. Issei. Office-chan, I'm sorry if I offended you, but he didn't finish because he was kissed by the goddess of infinity. Issei is surprised and returns the kiss without thinking. Office was happy because Issei returned her kiss. When they separated, they both had a deep blush on their faces. Office. Issei-san, I can't stand it anymore. For the past 5 years I've been developing feelings for you. She said, blushing. Office. You were the only one who didn't see me for my power or my title of goddess, so please Issei-san, accept me as just another girl in your harem, she said with a deep blush, putting her head on Issei's chest. Issei just smiled and touched his chin so she would look him in the eyes and said. Issei. Of course I accept, Office-chan. I want you to be my girlfriend. He said with a noticeable blush. Office happily kissed him again with passion and sincere love. But they didn't know they were being watched by 2 dragon gods. Great Red. He grows so fast, Office, she said with tears in her eyes. Roberto. You know we're older than humans, right? So Office isn't a child, even if she acts like one. He said seriously. Great Red. I know, and changing the subject, I see that everyone is getting stronger, he said seriously now. Roberto. Yes, although I see that Issei is hiding something from us, that's why I decided to keep an eye on him, he said seriously. Big Red. What did you see? He said seriously. Roberto. I don't know, but we will find out, he said seriously. Han Issei why Office? They were both hugging, but Office was tired, which surprised her since she couldn't get tired. Office. Issei-san, I don't feel well, she said as she fell asleep in Issei's arms. Issei just smiled and put her to bed so she could sleep well. Issei. Great, the sleep spell I read in that book worked. He said with a smile. Issei. I'm sorry, Office-chan, but this training is private, so I hope you understand. He said with a smile. Issei. Well, the spell I put on Office-chan's tea only lasts a year, enough time to train Turbo, he said seriously. He went to the training area and sat down, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. With Roberto and Gran Rojo. Big Red. He put her to sleep, he said somewhat incredulously. Roberto. Let's see why he did it, he said seriously. Issei-san. Issei. Drake, I want you to please not disturb me during this training, as this training is very difficult. He said seriously. Then the gauntlet appears on Issei's arm and speaks. Drake. Alright, partner, I don't know what you're going to do, but I won't bother you. He said seriously. Issei. Thank you, he said, remaining in the same position. He begins to remember his past and everything he experienced. There were scenes of children tied to chairs, all beaten, and the same. He remembered how he was in an abandoned bus crying in the fetal position, and a homeless woman covered him with her sweater and told him to stop crying, kid. Issei trembled with total rage and opened his left eye, which was purple. Finally, Issei recalled how he had a baby in his arms with signs of torture and was running as fast as he could to the hospital. Flashback. An 11-year-old Issei was seen running to the hospital and the nurses recognized him when they saw him. "Nurse. I'm sorry, but you're unlucky, so we can't treat you," he said seriously. Issei, 11 years old. "Please, it's not me, it's her," he said while holding the baby in his arms. "Nurse. I'm sorry, child, there's no charity in this place," she said while calling security, who then escorted him and the baby out. Issei. "No, no, hold on, Lily. We'll go to David's house, he'll help me," he said, starting to run. Issei ran as best he could, but it was difficult since David's house was very far away. Issei. Hold on please. I promised your brother I would protect you from everything," he said as tears began to fall from his eyes. "Lily. Issei," said the baby while touching his hand and gave a very innocent smile, and she died with a smile on her face. Issei. No, 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 he said desperately. Issei. Lily, please wake up. I already lost Juanita and now I want to lose you too. Please don't," he said as many tears began to fall. Issei. No, please, no. Tell me, God, what did she do to suffer this fate? He shouted into the air. Issei. Just because she was born into a family of idiots, do you have to punish her too? He said angrily and crying. Issei. If that's the case, take me but please return her, he said crying. Issei was just on his knees, crying uncontrollably while holding Lily in his arms. Findel flashed back. Issei was so angry remembering that his hair turned black and his pupils turned purple. Issei. Ai, he screamed as his hair grew to reach his hips. Upon completing his transformation, Issei had long black hair, 2 gauntlets with spikes on the front, a black headband, and purple eyes. Issei. Panting, I'd forgotten how good this felt, he said with a psychopathic smile. Both Roberto and Gran Rojo. Both were very surprised by Issei's transformation. Gran. WTF what the hell? He said, very surprised. Roberto. How can he have the turbo transformation and what's worse, he can control it? He said, surprised. Agreed. Wait, for what I know, you showed it to some Mexican soldiers during World War II, right? He said seriously. Roberto. If, to win the battle for the liberation of France from the Nazis, some soldiers asked me for training so that the country could be free, he said seriously. Roberto. So I showed them the turbo and how to control it, but after that battle I never saw them again, but I see that one of those old men is still alive, he said seriously. Issei's son. Issei was now much stronger and more resilient with that transformation. Issei. With this I'll save Rias from that chicken, but I need to train her, he said frantically. Then he heard applause and looked to see where it was coming from and saw that it was Roberto applauding him. Issei loses the transformation and returns to normal. Issei. Roberto-sama, he said, surprised. Roberto. Hello Issei, I see you've mastered turbo, that's new to me. He said seriously. Scene change. They were both seen sitting at a table and talking. Roberto. So your grandfather taught you that transformation? He said seriously. Issei. Yes, seriously. Roberto. I see, but why am I showing it to you? The soldiers I taught this transformation to were very mature and weren't fools who would teach it to just anyone. He said seriously. Issei. You see, she showed it to me so that I could get revenge, he said seriously. Roberto. Revenge, he said seriously. Issei tells him what happened when he was a child and what he did that time. Roberto was silent. It only took an hour and a simple hello for Roberto to hear one of the stupidest, most idiotic, disgusting, superstitious, and cruel stories of his life. Roberto. I don't understand, he said seriously as he started pacing. Issei remained silent, certain that he was struggling to process the news. Roberto. How the hell could they do that to his son, his brother? He said angrily. Roberto. I would never do that to my children, I should bring those lousy parents back to life and beat them until I was exhausted, he said angrily. Issei. I took care of them, he said seriously. Roberto. Fine, I'll spare Albert Loud's life for teaching you that transformation without my permission, since it was absolutely necessary. He said seriously. Issei. Thank you, Roberto-sama, he said with a smile. Issei. Hey, I have a question. He said seriously. Roberto. I'm listening, he said seriously. Issei. He can revive people, he said seriously. Roberto. Yes, I can, but I can't revive people who died of natural causes like illness or old age, he said seriously. Issei. Perfect, he said while kneeling, please revive Lily Loud, he said on his knees. Roberto didn't expect that request from Issei, and Issei says. Roberto. Sure, but the price will be that she'll become an Aztec. Can you live with that? He said seriously. Issei simply nods his head, still on his knees. Roberto. I'll do it when her training is over. Once she's finished, I'll revive her. He said seriously. Issei. Thank you very much, Roberto-sama, he said with a smile. Roberto. You're welcome, but I will personally train you in that transformation, since I am the only one who knows how to control it perfectly, he said seriously. Issei. Thank you very much, he said, bowing. Thus Roberto trained Issei to master it 100% and become stronger. In the United Kingdom. There was an alley, and out came a brunette who had a patch over her right eye and several bloodstains on her clothes. You'll pay for this, Issei Hyoudou. I'll get revenge for everything you did. She said angrily and continued walking. In the alley there were several gang members' corpses and they had all been tortured by that chestnut-haired woman. Chapter 27 Return. Note. Before we begin, many will ask what turbo power is. These are some examples of this transformation, and for a person to transform into turbo, they have to think about all their negative feelings such as anger, sadness, hatred, despair, etc. That's how you obtain turbo power, which makes you very strong. But the downside of this power is that many are carried away by these feelings and end up dying from losing control. Now let's begin. 1 year later. That year Roberto taught Issei how to control the turbo perfectly. Issei could now use his Red Emperor transformations with the promotion of the pieces. This is the armor with the knight promotion. This is the promotion with the tower. This is the promotion with the Alphen. Note. I couldn't find a better image of this. Promotion with the queen. Issei was already very strong, and even more so if he fused this power with turbo power. Now we see how Roberto and Issei were fighting very evenly, or so it seemed. Issei had the armor with the queen promotion, and this gave him an advantage. Roberto. Ha Issei, now with the training you had with Office, you've become so strong that you can give me a fight at 100% in my base form, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, you're not doing too badly, he said as 2 cannons appeared on his back and hit Roberto directly. Roberto, unable to dodge the attack, was hit directly, falling to the ground, and a large cloud of smoke appeared. Issei. I think I exaggerated, he said as his helmet disappeared. Then Roberto appears, transformed into his Irachi mode. So he raised his right hand, and Issei felt like a million blows all over his body. Roberto approached Issei very quickly and began to kick him repeatedly all over his body, destroying his armor. So Roberto gave him a sledgehammer kick that left him on the ground. Issei lost his armor and fell unconscious, thus Roberto returns to normal. Roberto. You can give me a fight at 100% in my base form, but you can't even give me a fight at 2% in my Irachi form, he said while carrying Issei. So Roberto gave him the energy to wake up, and when he woke up, Roberto healed his wounds. That's how Issei wakes up and sees Roberto. Issei. I lost again, didn't I? He said with his head down. Roberto. You've already lost to me 58 times, but don't worry, he said, handing him a bottle of water. Roberto. You're one of the few who can give me a fight in my 100% base form, Issei, he said with a smile. That cheers Issei up a little, seeing that they both drink their water. Roberto. Hey Issei, do you like to cook? He said with a smile. Issei. Yes, why? He said, confused. At that moment, Roberto pulls out a black book and shows it to Issei. Issei. Where do I get my book? He said as he took it. Roberto. During one of our fights, you dropped it. I was going to give it back, but curiosity got the better of me and I decided to see what was inside. At first, I thought it would be pictures of naked girls, but I saw that they were recipes, he said with a smile. Roberto. You have a great culinary talent, Issei. I read each recipe and I see that you put effort and heart into every dish you mention here, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you for the compliments, he said with a smile. Roberto. Hey, what do you think about me giving you cooking lessons here so you can improve? He said with a smile. Issei. You know how to cook? He said, surprised. Roberto. Yes, in fact, I've lived many years since I created the taco, the burrito, and buria and hoyo, he said proudly. Issei only had stars in his eyes and said. Issei. Then please teach more cooking so my harem can try each of my dishes, he said, bowing. Roberto. Of course, Issei, once we finish training I'll give you cooking lessons here. He said with a smile. Issei. Thank you very much, he said with a smile. Then they heard a yawn and saw that it was Office, who was feeling sleepy. Office. How long did I sleep? She said while looking at Issei and Roberto. Office. Roberto, what are you doing here? She said, surprised. Roberto. You slept for a year, so I trained Issei myself, he said with a smile. Office. I'm sorry Issei for leaving you alone, she said sadly. Issei simply approaches her and kisses her. Issei. Okay, Office, well, I'll make you breakfast. He said as he went to the kitchen. He left while Office looked at Roberto. Office. What training did you give him? She said seriously. Roberto. The necessary Issei is much stronger now than in the original timeline, he said seriously. Office just watched Issei bathe the steak in barbecue sauce and smiled. Minutes later. Issei. Please enjoy, he said as he gave Office and Roberto a plate with a steak and salad. So the three of them ate and Office had stars in her eyes because of the taste. Office. Delicious, she said with stars in her eyes. Roberto said nothing and ate his steak. Issei. What do you think, Roberto? And be honest. He said with a smile. Roberto. I see you've lost your touch, Issei. Without cooking for several years, your cooking skills have rusted and you've forgotten precision and dexterity. He said seriously. Issei was only serious because he was right. Office. What are you talking about? It tastes delicious. She said, annoyed. Roberto. Yes, it tastes good, but you need to improve your talent because if you settle for this, you won't achieve anything, he said seriously. Office was about to hit Roberto, but Issei stopped her. Issei. You're right, I should have improved, but I just got stuck. That's why I want you to train me in the kitchen. He said seriously and motivated. Roberto. That's how it will be, he said with a smile. So they ate well until, once they finished, Roberto said. Roberto. Well, training's over, so let's head back again. He said seriously. Then he snaps his fingers and they return again. Issei. And the others? He said, confused. Roberto snaps his fingers and Roberto's team appears along with Issei's harem, Saji's harem, and Kiba's harem. Kiba and Saji had noticeable musculature and the girls had good bodies. Issei's girls swarm Issei and cover his face with kisses. Rias. Little dragon, I missed you so much, she said, kissing him. Asia. I missed Issei-san, she said while comically crying. Kuroka. Naya, my little kitten, I miss you, love, she said while burying her face in her breasts. Hineko. I missed Issei-senpai, she said with a smile. Sona. Issei, she said, giving him a kiss. Tsubaki felt jealous because when she trained with Asia, she got along well with her and showed a lot of interest in Issei since she told her what it was like to be with Issei. Kiba. I see you've gotten stronger, Issei. He said with a smile. Issei. You too, your muscles are noticeable, he said with a smile. Kiba. Thank you, he said with a smile. Roberto. Hi team, how did it go training these kids? He said, looking at them. Israel. Now those kings who made me use 60% of my power are truly powerful, he said seriously. Leonardo. Asia is more about defense and healing, but Tsubaki gave me a fight at 45% of my power, he said while smoking. Christopher. Momo and Raruko are a good team that gave me a fight at 75%, he said seriously. Caesar. Saji and I get along so well that he gave me a fight 90% of the time, he said with a smile. Juan. Tomo and Tsubasa are good fighters who made me use 45% of my power, he said seriously. Kurumi. I got along very well with Akeno and Ria, especially with Akeno, since both of them made me use 25% of my power, she said with a smile. Kurumi. She taught me how to punish you when you don't listen to me, she said while giving Roberto a gentle bite on his ear. Roberto. Thinking, what did you teach my wife, Akeno? He thought a little nervously. Toga. The pretty boy is strong, he made me fight at 35%, she said with a sadistic smile. Miyuki. Those cats are really strong, they made me fight at 40%, she said seriously. Israel. And how did office fare? He said seriously. Roberto. Issei put her to sleep for a year, so I trained him, he said seriously. Israel. Wait, Issei put his teacher to sleep, but how? He said, confused. Roberto. With a spell, but it was for a good cause, so Issei is very strong, he said seriously with a smile. Israel. Why are you giving me so much trouble? He said seriously. Roberto. For me, 2% or 5% maximum if they really try hard, he said seriously. Caesar. Weak, he said mockingly. Kurumi. What a disappointment, she said with a sigh. Toga. I thought the Sekiryuutei would be stronger, she said with a hint of madness. Roberto. In my god mode, he said seriously. Everyone. What? They said, stunned. Roberto. Issei can give me a fight at my 2% or 5% maximum if he tries hard in my god mode, he said seriously. Now his team was very surprised since only 1% of the entire supernatural population could fight him, so only Officer Great Red could fight him using much more power. "See sir. I take back what I said," he said, surprised. Harumi and Toga. "Us too," they said, still in surprise. Roberto just chuckled and watched as Issei's harem continued kissing Issei. Chapter 28 Memories of the Past. At Issei's house. "Miku. And rest well, girls and Ryo. I hope you like the rooms," she said with a smile. Everyone. "Thank you," they said with a smile, except for Ryo who didn't make any expression. Everyone looked serious except for Ryo and Hisako, who weren't involved in the matter. Alice. "Well girls, you can go back to school now since Issei is mine," she said with a winning smile. Irina. "Don't even think about it, Issei is the man worthy of me," she said jealously. Ikumi. "Of course not, he and I will have a good life," she said jealously. Thus they all begin to fight over who gets to keep Issei. Hisako. "Excuse me, but how do you know Issei?" she said, confused. Ryo. "I agree, it's the first time I've seen Alice-sama and Irina-sama behave like this," he said seriously and coldly. Alice. "Well, she said with a blush. Flashback. An 8-year-old Alice was seen at a cake sale and she had a sad expression. Alice. Thinking, if I don't sell any cakes, I'll be expelled from this school. She thought sadly. 8-year-old Issei was seen, having already sold his 10 chocolate cakes. Then he sees Alice's table and Alice with a sad expression. Issei. Hey, are you okay? He said worriedly. Alice. If I'm fine, you shouldn't go back to your table and keep selling your cakes. She said dejectedly. Issei. I'm done and I decided to see the others, so why like this? He said as he approached her. Alice. The thing is, I can't sell any cakes and I've only sold 1 slice. She said sadly. Issei. Can I try one? He said with a smile. Alice. Sure, but I don't think you like it. She said, handing him a slice. Issei took a bite and was completely silent. Alice. I knew it, it's disgusting, she said as tears threatened to spill. Issei. That's delicious. Excited shout. Alice is surprised because this is the first person to tell her how well she cooks. Issei. I can taste the brown sugar, cinnamon, and yeast in my mouth, but I also taste the vanilla with the meringue, he said excitedly. Alice was surprised and Issei continued. Issei. You know, I know how you can sell all your cakes, he said with a smile. Alice. How, she said, confused. Issei takes another slice and grabs several spoons. Alice. What are you doing? She said, confused. Issei approaches the people and gives them samples of Alice's cakes to try. After giving many tests, many people approach Alice's table. Person. Hey girl, these are the cakes the brown-haired boy gave me as a test, said looking at her. Alice. Why yes, she said nervously. Person. Give me 2 cakes, said as Alice gave him 2 and the person paid. Person 2. Give me 1 cake, please. Said with a smile. In this way, Alice sold all her cakes, which totaled 20 cakes, in less than 10 minutes. Alice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She said while hugging Issei and crying tears of joy. Issei. No problem, he said with a smile. Alice. Hey, why did you only sell 10 cakes and I sold 20? She said, confused. Issei. The thing is, I made them 3 times bigger, so there were 30 in total, and besides, I ran out of ingredients and a lot of people complained. He said with a smile. Alice. Great. She said excitedly. Issei. You know, don't let anyone tell you that you can't because only you know your limits. He said with a smile. Alice just blushed since he was the first person who truly appreciated her talent and gave her some advice. Alice. Thank you, and what's your name? She said, looking away. Issei. My name is Issei Hyoudou, nice to meet you. He said with a smile. Alice. It's a pleasure, Alice, she said with a smile. So Issei and Alice became friends, cooking together and getting along well, but Alice didn't hear from him again after what happened in Royal Woods with the Molotov genocide. Vindel flashback. Alice blushed and said. Alice. I'll never forget how he supported me. When he left, I wanted to kiss him, but I settled for giving him a kiss on the cheek. She said, blushing. Irina and Ikumi were very jealous when they heard Issei's story with Alice. Ryo didn't show it, but he was surprised since Alice had been a nervous and insecure girl in the past. But Issei and his harem. Issei was seen having an orgy with his harem. Baroka Issei, cry of pleasure as Issei had her against the wall. Issei. I miss doing this, he said while continuing to penetrate Kuroka. Baroka. And you, Naya, what if you did this to me? She said with an excited face. Rias, Akeno, and Kaneko only masturbate because they saw what Issei was doing to Kuroka. Issei. I'm coming, he said while ejaculating inside Kuroka. Kuroka. Ni-ai, scream of pleasure as she feels her beloved seat inside. But the four of them and Issei didn't know was that Sona, Asia, Office and Tsubaki were watching the whole scene. Sona. How big? She said blushing. Asia. Lord, forgive me for watching erotic things, she said while praying, but her head hurts. Office. I'll split that thing in two, she said blushing and excited. Tsubaki. Oh, by Lucifer, now I understand why Rias and the others screamed with pleasure every night we trained with Roberto-sama, she said blushing. They all watched as Issei grabbed Kaneko and thrust into her, making her moan with pleasure, while Kuroka was breathing heavily and had a dumbfounded look on her face. The next day. Everyone was already gathered for the training Roberto was going to give them, but they were all surprised by what he said. Roberto. I won't train them since they already possess the necessary power, worthy of true demons, he said seriously. Rias. We understand now what we'll do, she said with a smile. Roberto. They can return to their territories or they can visit tourist sites in Mexico, he said with a smile. Akeno. We want to visit all the places in Mexico, she said with a smile. Roberto. Perfect, everyone can leave the room now except Issei, he said with a smile. Saji. Why not? He said, confused. Issei. Well, that's because Roberto will teach me to hone my cooking skills, he said with a smile. Akeno. We understand, but how long will you be staying? She said, confused. Issei. It'll only be 2 years, don't worry, he said with a smile. Then everyone says goodbye to Issei and everyone leaves the room except Issei and Roberto. Roberto. Well Issei, I'll improve the room we're here, instead of 2 years, it will be 20 years, he said with a smile. Thus the room shines and returns to normal, and Issei had a white chef's outfit and Roberto a black one. Roberto. Well Issei, time to improve your skills, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes sir, he said in a military tone. Chapter 29. Return of an Innocent and the Gremory clan versus the Phoenix clan. 20 years later. During that time in the room, it was a total hell for Issei, as Roberto literally taught him everything. I teach him about spices, perfect cuts, vegetables and their conditions, and the literal cooking terms for everything. In the end, Issei was a professional in the kitchen, so he was about to leave when Roberto stopped him. Roberto. Issei, it's time to give my word, he said with a smile. He says a few words and in an instant a blinding light appears, catching Issei for a few moments until, once it's over, a blonde baby is revealed. Issei was shocked because he hadn't seen her since that day. Issei. Lily, he said while shedding a few tears. Lily, upon seeing him at first, doesn't recognize him until she looks at him closely and says. Lily. Issei, said the baby crawling and Issei, without thinking, hugged her. Issei had tears of happiness while Roberto watched the scene with a smile. Issei just cried tears of joy at having Lily back. Issei. Our grandfather will be happy to see you, he said very happily. They stayed like that for a while until Roberto said. Roberto. Consider this a reward for your hard work and training, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you so much for returning it, he said with a smile. Roberto. Don't cry, gentlemen shouldn't cry, they have to be strong regardless of the pain or condition, he said seriously. Lily wipes Issei's tears, and he smiles. Issei. Thank you, I swear I'll always be grateful for this, he said with a smile. He smiled and they both left the room, Issei carrying Lily in his arms. When they came out, all their friends and girlfriends were waiting for them, but when they saw that he was carrying a baby in his arms, they were surprised that it didn't take a minute before they heard a scream. Issei's harem. Kiaiaya, they shouted affectionately, going to Issei who had Lily. Rias. What a beautiful baby, she said while taking her hand. Lily. Haha, she said while taking one of Ria's fingers. Saji was so shocked he couldn't move from his spot. Saji. No bucking way, seriously, is that her? He said, surprised, going to Lily. Saji. Hello, don't you recognize me, Lily? It's me, the boy with the hat. He said with a smile, but Lily hit him on the head. Lily. Bad, she said while sticking her tongue out at him. Issei. No, Lily, he's not the bad guy anymore, he's the good guy, he said with a smile. Lily. Sorry, she said sadly. Saji. Okay, look, I'm giving you this as a peace offering, he said, handing her a cookie. Lily happily grabs it and happily begins to eat it. Baruko. Saji, that cookie was mine. She said, pouting. Saji. I'll buy you a box later, he said with a smile. Asia. Issei-san, where did this baby come from? She said confused while playing a little with Lily. Issei. You see, she was murdered by some idiots years ago, but thanks to Roberto, she's alive," he said while giving her a hug. Everyone was shocked to hear that, except for Saji, who already knew everything. "Sona. How did that happen?" she said, surprised. Issei. "When the time is right, I'll tell them, because if I do it now, they won't see me the same way, and many things will change with us," he said seriously. They all agree, since they would wait for Issei to tell them everything. Kuroka. "Well, now that you're free, we have to visit all of Naya," she said with a smile while playing a little with Lily, who took a ponytail from Kuroka. Lily. "Haha," she said while stroking her tail. Thus the Gremory clan and Sitri visited everything until it was time to free Rias from her engagement. Some time later. The day had come for the Gremory clan to fight the Phoenix clan. They had returned and went first to the occult club. Rias. "Okay guys, let's do our best," she said with a smile. Everyone. "Yes, Madam President," they said seriously. That's where Sona, Tsubaki and Saji come in. Sona. "We've come to bring you luck in the game," she said with a smile. Issei. "Thank you, and Sona, you can look after Lily while we fight," he said as he handed Lily to her. Sona. "Of course," she said while holding Lily in her arms. Lily. Ona," she said with a smile. Sona. "It's Sona, darling," she said with a smile. Lily. Sona, she said with a smile. Sona. "How beautiful," she said while hugging her. Saji. "Good luck, Issei, and show me your power," he said with a smile. Issei. "Of course, you too," he said with a smile. So the three of them left with Lily, and then Grayfia's voice was heard. Grayfia. "Good afternoon everyone. Mr. Gremory and Mr. Phoenix have chosen me as the referee for this game, so I will teleport you to the arena where the game will take place," she said as they disappeared one by one. Issei. "What happened? We're not in the arena," he said, confused. Rias. "Look outside," she said with a smile. Thus he saw that the sky was green. Issei. "Incredible," he said, surprised. So Rias draws a map of the whole school. Rias. "Well, our base is the Occult Research Club and Razor's is the new building they constructed, so Kaneko and Issei head to the gym since that's where Razor's pieces will attack," she said seriously. Both. "Yes," they said seriously. Rias. "Akeno is sending our relatives to set traps for the Phoenix clan," she said seriously. Akeno. "Yes," she said with a smile, summoning her wings. Rias. "Kiba, you go and defeat the pieces that fall into the traps," she said seriously. Kiba. "Yes," he said seriously. Rias. "Asia, you're staying with me," she said seriously. Asia. "Yes," she said with feigned nervousness. So everyone left except Rias and Asia, who stayed at the club. Han Issei y Kaneko. They had arrived and Issei was already preparing. "Come out, Gremory's pieces, we already know you're here," she said seriously. Kaneko. "There's no need to hide anymore," she said seriously as she left. So they both go outside and see the pieces, which were 4 pieces. 3 pawns and a rook. Issei. "Well, I don't think I can fight like this," he said as his body lit up, revealing different clothes. She also has black boots. Kaneko. "How did Issei-senpai do that?" she said, surprised. Issei. "Long story, now let's focus on the fight," he said seriously. Note. I don't know the names of the Razor parts, so please tell me the names and which part they are. Kaneko lunged towards Razor's rook and Issei towards the pawns, who were unable to react in time. Issei shielded himself from the Lawless's chainsaws and the other one's cane. Issei takes advantage of a distraction from the twins and touches them on their shoulders, where a red magic circle appears. Issei. "Alright, it's time to test the ability I created," he said as he snapped his fingers and both magic circles the Lawless had exploded, sending them both flying with their shirts torn, exposing their breasts. Issei couldn't help but make a perverted face when he saw the Lawless's breasts, but he gets hit by the girl with a staff. The girl used so much force that her staff broke into pieces on Issei's head. Issei didn't grimace in pain, he just became serious. Issei. "You know, that blow was just a caress, since I've suffered worse blows," he said while kicking her, sending her flying to the ceiling where she hit it and fell to the floor unconscious. Issei saw that Kaneko had finished off the tower, but her shirt was torn, revealing her bra and underwear. Issei made a perverted face and Kaneko blushed. Kaneko. "Issei-senpai, you pervert," she said as she left the gym. They both leave and Grayfia's voice is heard. Grayfia. 3 pawns and a rook of the Phoenix clan were defeated, she said seriously. This would be the beginning of the battle against the Phoenix clan and the Gremory clan. Chapter 30 Issei vs Razor. Meanwhile, with Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji. They watched in surprise as Issei fought while Lily clapped softly. Sona. I was surprised by the blow Razor's pawn gave Issei and he didn't even flinch. She said, surprised. Saji. That's nothing, he suffered worse blows, he said seriously. Tsubaki. What do you mean? She said, looking at him. Saji. Someday Issei will tell you what we both did, just like many other people, he said seriously while watching Akeno and Yubeluna prepare to fight. Sona and Tsubaki were confused while Lily watched the fight intently. Issei-san. He was fighting with Isabella, Razor's rook, and Lee and Nai, Razor's Nico pawns. Isabella Tori. Lee peon. Not even a pawn. Kiba against 2 knights and 3 last pawns. Palamine horse. Jiris horse. Urant peon. Shuri a pawn. Villain laborer. Kaneko fought against Mihi, Razor's boss, and Akeno fought against Razor's queen. Mihi Alphen. Yubeluna queen. Issei used his gauntlet to strike Razor's tower, who could barely dodge his blows. Issei swept her off her feet and knocked her to the ground, taking the opportunity to punch her in the stomach, but the 2 Nikos punched him in the face, making her stumble back. Issei. Drake, give me 50 power-ups to improve my speed and finish this, he said seriously. Drake de acuerdo boots, x50. Thus Drake transfers the power to Issei, who, at incredible speed, strikes the 2 Nikos and the tower with such force that his blows are barely noticeable. Thus both Nikos fell unconscious, as did the tower, who was badly injured. Grayfia. 2 pawns and the last rook of the Phoenix clan were defeated, she said seriously. And so they disappear, and Grayfia's voice is heard again. Grayfia. The last 3 pawns and both horses of the Phoenix clan were defeated, she said seriously. Then Kiba is seen going with Issei, and they see Rias on the roof of the Occult Research Club, unleashing the power of destruction on Razor. Without wasting any time, Issei takes out his dragon wings and goes to the roof. Grayfia. The heiress of the Phoenix clan was defeated, she said seriously. Kaneko was seen with Kiba. Kiba. I believe Issei-kun will win, he said while watching Issei going towards the ceiling. Kaneko. If he succeeds and saves the president from Razor's clutches, she said with a smile. Akeno. Akeno was seen holding Yubeluna's staff and Yubeluna was trying to take it from her. Yubeluna. Let it go, she said while trying to take it off. Akeno. As you wish, she said while giving a sadistic smile and electrocuting Yubeluna, and without anyone noticing, she removed the phoenix tear that caused her to lose. Akeno then struck her, making her stumble back. Yubeluna. Ha, no matter what you do, I'm going to win, and that way we can all have dinner for 2 months. She said while touching where she had the phoenix tear. Akeno. You're looking for this? She said while holding the phoenix tear and keeping it safe. Akeno. Okay, enough games, I want to see my little dragons battle, and you're in the way. She said while summoning 3 demon wings and 3 fallen angel wings and generating electricity with both hands. Once ready, she brings both hands together, charged with electricity, and unleashes a dragon-shaped electric attack that strikes Yubeluna directly, knocking her unconscious and causing her to disappear. Grayfia. The queen of the Phoenix clan was defeated, she said seriously. So Akeno goes with Kiba and Kaneko who would watch the fight, but Ravel also approaches, wanting to see how her beloved would kill Razor, her brother. Issei-san. He arrived and saw a fireball heading towards Rias in Asia. He quickly approached with his glove and struck the fireball, sending it in another direction. Issei. Are the girls okay? He said seriously. Rias. Yes, thank you, love. She said while giving him a kiss on the cheek, and Asia got jealous and did the same. Razor. I knew those useless ones wouldn't defeat you. If you want to do something, do it yourself. He said as his whole body lit up and Razor was engulfed in flames. Razor. Look closely, Sekiryuutei, these are the flames of immortality. You cannot harm me, for these flames regenerate me in milliseconds, and I have unlimited energy. He said arrogantly. Rias was worried because this didn't happen in the original timeline, and she saw Issei doing nothing, and then laughed. Issei. I can feel a lot of heat, you know, but I'll show you something stronger than the power of the Red Emperor Drake. You can rest, I'll use that. He said with a smile. Drake. Okay, if you have any problems I'll help you, he said seriously. Then Issei says a few words. I, the one who awoke, am the mortal who used his fury to kill the sinners of this world. I laugh at sadness and despise happiness. I use my fury to kill sinners and condemn them to hell. I will use this power to eliminate the rats from this world. Turbo power. At that moment, Issei's body changed. His eyes, instead of brown, were purple. His hair was long and black, like eternal darkness. He wore black bracelets with spikes, the kind emos wear. He had a black vest and pants with military camouflage details and boots with sharp points at the toes. Everyone was surprised, even Sirzechs and Grayfia, who could see everything. But Sona, Tsubaki and Saji. Both were amazed by the transformation, except for Saji, who smiled. Saji. I see you can control it now, Issei, he said with a smile. Lily kept repeating Issei's name over and over again. Issei-san. He only had an expression of madness, as he had a completely insane smile. Asia. Issei-san, is that you? She said, frightened. Issei turned around and approached Rias and Asia. He gently strokes both their cheeks to reassure them. Issei. It's me, girls, but I'm not Issei Hyoudou. I'm Turbo Issei Hyoudou. He said with a sincere smile. Issei. Issei, to put it simply, he said while Asia was no longer afraid of Issei. At an incredible speed that no one saw, he lowered Rias and Asia, carrying them like princesses with the others. Issei. I'll take care of it, you can rest, you deserve it, he said with a smile. So they all kiss him and wish him luck, but Ravel says something that calms Issei down. Ravel. Have no mercy on him, please kill him and set my friends free, she pleaded. Issei. I promise you, my little firebird, he said while giving her a kiss. So Issei went to the roof where Razor was. Issei. Hey Saji, put on a good song for this fight. He said excitedly. But Sona, Tsubaki and Saji. Saji was seen taking a speaker out of his backpack and putting it into the speaker. Saji. I hope Issei likes it, he said while playing the music. Issei. Issei. Good song, he said while following the tune of the song. Issei. Well, Flaming Bird, let's play a game of beating you until you beg. He said with a smile so terrifying that it scared everyone except Akeno, who was excited to see that smile. Thus Issei launched himself towards Razor, who received a blow to his face that sent him flying into several trees. The furious Razor creates two enormous fireballs and throws them at Issei, but Issei creates two fist-shaped balls of electricity and throws them at Razor. Razor. I won't lose, he said while pushing hard so that his fireballs hit Issei. Issei just exerted more force, and neither of them stopped. Issei. Drake, give me 10 power-ups to win the clash, please, he said while straining. Drake. Of course, partner, he said while making the increases. Thus Drake transfers them to Issei, and he wins the clash where both fists of electricity hit Razor directly. The collision with Razor caused a large explosion that produced a large cloud of smoke. But it didn't last long, as Razor emerged, even more furious and unharmed. Razor. I already told you, you can't beat me because these flames regenerate me in milliseconds, he said arrogantly, but received a blow from Issei. Issei. Let's see how long your immortality lasts, he said madly. Thus, Issei was giving Razor a beating, who was landing a few blows on Issei, but they were very few and effective. Issei hit him with a hammer blow that left him on the ground, but he regenerated instantly. Issei approaches him and touches him several times all over his body, and where he touched him, magic circles appeared. Issei snaps his fingers, and all the magic circles explode all over Razor's body, who screams in pain. Razor. Scream of pain. Thus Razor regenerates and, very furious, launches himself towards Issei, but his movements are slow. Issei. Interesting, you have incredible regeneration, but you can feel pain and you can get tired, he said with eyes full of madness. Razor. Shut up. Once I defeat you I'll marry Rias and she'll be my hex object, along with her stupid entourage, and I'll kill the pretty kid. He said furiously. That was Razor's worst mistake, as in a second he felt an incredible number of blows all over his body that made him scream in pain. Issei. No one touches my girlfriends, you wretch. No one threatens my friend. He said very furiously, holding him by one arm and punching him in the chest to the point that his ribs broke and regenerated again and again. They all blushed upon hearing Issei's words, and Kiba just watched in amazement. So Issei lets go, and Razor hopes his broken ribs will regenerate, but nothing happens. Razor. What's wrong? Why isn't my regeneration working? He said while looking at a huge hole in his ribs. Issei. I'll tell you now that you're going to die. You used that transformation the moment you had it, right? He said seriously while looking at Razor. Razor. Yes, so what? He said seriously. Issei. You didn't let your body get used to this transformation. If you had let it get used to you and trained it, you would have had a chance to beat me. He said seriously. At that moment, the flames that Razor had disappeared, leaving him in his normal state. Razor. No, damn it. He said while trying to punch Issei, but Issei easily caught his fist and broke his wrist. Issei. You know, before I die I'll tell you something about this transformation. It's capable of reading the mind of the sinner, meaning you, and I saw how you violated and groped your pieces, including your sister, he said with disgust. Razor was scared and slowly backed away. Issei. I even saw when you hit my ravel and that, he said, clenching his fists. I don't forgive you, he said as at great speed, he punched Razor in the face, sending him flying into the forest and crashing into several trees. Thus Razor was lost, he had no way out, the only option left was to surrender. But Rias and Akeno create a barrier so that no one hears her surrender. Razor. I surrender, he said while getting on his knees. But the surrender of the Phoenix clan was not announced, and they were left confused. Issei. You're pathetic. You think everyone's at your feet, right? But you know, when I was in the United States, I met an idiot just like you, but I can say he's worse. He escaped when I was going to kill him, but don't worry, because if I find him, you'll have a companion in Tartarus. He said while making a very large electric fist. Once ready, he throws it towards Razor. Razor. No, he said as he slowly disappeared without a trace. Grayfia. The Phoenix King has been killed, so the Gremory clan is the winner. She said very seriously. Thus everyone celebrates Issei's triumph, who loses the transformation, returning to his normal state, but falls to his knees and is helped by Kiba. Issei. Thanks Kiba, this transformation uses a lot of energy, I'd forgotten. He said with a smile as Kiba helped him to his feet. But he is thrown to the ground as Rias pounces on him and gives him a big kiss. Rias. Issei, you did it. You did it. She said crying with joy. Issei. I would do anything for you girls, he said with a smile. Rias. Thank you, my Issei, our Issei, she said while giving him another kiss, but with more passion. Akeno. We have to help him, she said while taking out the Phoenix tear that she took from Yubaluna and throwing it at Issei. So Issei was already feeling better thanks to the tear, and they walked to the club together with Ravel. But Sona, Tsubaki and Saji. Sona. Incredible. Issei is incredible. She said blushing. Tsubaki. I agree with you, President, she said, surprised. Saji. I knew Issei would win, he said with a smile. Lily just clapped. Lily. Another one, she said excitedly. Now only a few details were missing. Chapter 31. Deal and Reunion. Pon Ross. She was in a rented apartment, very nervous because she didn't know how her fight with Razor had gone. Ross. I don't know how Issei did against Razor, but I hope he did well. She said nervously. But Zenobia and Arena. They were excited because in a week they would be going to Kuoh, so they had very daring lingerie, of course hidden from the church, because they would be made to pray and they would lose their mission. Arena. That list is necessary, she said with a drop of sweat. Zenobia. If these are my plans with Issei, I'll have his child much sooner. She said proudly. Arena had a large bead of sweat on her brow, as Zenobia had a strange list of things she would do with Issei. Step 1. Go to Kuoh and introduce myself to Issei. Step 2. Convince him to give us lodging and make our move together with Asia. Step 3. Make love to Issei, all three of you together, until he's completely drained. Step 4. Defeat Gabriel and wait for pool day to make love with Issei again. Step 5. Once Trixa is defeated, have many passionate nights with Issei. Step 6. Marry Issei and have him mistreat us on our honeymoon. Step 7. Have many children with Issei. Step 8. Living happily with Issei. And at the end of his list was a drawing of Issei holding Zenobia's hand, surrounded by several children. Arena. I hope our plan works, she said with a drop of sweat. But Issei and the Gremory clan. These were teleported to Gremory Castle, and they were standing in front of Sirzechs and Grayfia. Sirzechs. Well, first of all, welcome to Gremory Castle, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Sekiryuutei-kun. He said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, but I prefer you call me Issei, please. He said with a smile. Sirzechs. Okay, Issei-kun, he said with a smile. Sirzechs. Well, Issei-kun, for saving my sister from her engagement, you can ask for whatever you want. Nobility, women, money. Don't limit yourself. Ask for everything you want. He said with a smile. Everyone looked at Issei, who was thinking, and after 5 minutes he said. Issei. Well, first I want Rias to no longer be engaged to anyone. I want her to decide who she will marry. Second, I want Kuroka, the SS rank criminal, to have all her criminal charges dropped. Third, I want my parents to have an all expenses paid trip around the world. And lastly, I want a set of professional knives. He said with a smile. Rias and Kaneko look at Issei in surprise, since he asked for all that, Sirzechs says. Sirzechs. Okay, I'll give you all that, but I need to know why you want Kuroka to have all criminal charges dropped. He said the last part seriously. Issei tells her what happened to Kuroka when she was a child and how she saw her former master try to experiment on Kaneko and how she killed him and in the end changed Kaneko's memories so that she wouldn't look for her. Sirzechs was silent and then he said. Sirzechs. You know, I believe you, since Kuroka's former master experimented on denied demons, and it wouldn't surprise me if he experimented on her parts. He said seriously. Issei. Then you can drop all the charges against him, he said seriously. Sirzechs smiled at him. Sirzechs. If she's not doing anything wrong anymore, she loves you, and she's under your care, I don't see why. He said this while summoning a folder with many of Kuroka's papers and destroying them with his power. Sirzechs. From today you can go to the underworld without being chased by the guards. I will give them the report of this and the information you gave me. He said with a smile. Rias and Kaneko then hug Issei and thank him. They say goodbye and return to the more specific human world at the occult club. So they see Kuroka sleeping on the sofa and decide not to wake her up. Issei. It's good that everything is resolved, he said with a smile. Rias. So now we have to wait for Sona and her entourage to return home, she said with a smile. They then see a blue circle on the floor and see Sona with Lily in her arms. Sona, without saying anything, approaches Issei and kisses him, which he reciprocates. Sona. You were great, Issei, she said blushing and looking away. Issei. Thank you, Sona, and thank you for taking care of Lily. He said while stroking Lily's head. So they talk and congratulate Issei on his achievement, but then Issei's phone rings. Issei. Wait guys, it's Oka-san, he said while calling. Miku. Hi son, how was your trip? She said into her cell phone. Issei. Okay, Oka-san, we're going back now. He said with a smile. Miku. Okay son, and by the way, there are some girls who want to see you, son. She said seriously. Issei. Girls, he said confused, drawing everyone's attention and waking Kuroka up, who woke up upon hearing the word girls. So they all come closer and discreetly listen to the conversation. Miku. That's right, son, so come soon since they're impatient. She said seriously. Issei. Okay, let's go. He said, hanging up. Saji. So some girls are waiting for you? I wasn't expecting that. He said, a little surprised. Rias. Who's waiting for our Issei? She said jealously, as did the others. Issei. I have no idea, we should go back. He said, and they all nodded and left, saying goodbye to Kiba and company. So they returned while Rias, carrying Lily, wondered which girls Oka-san had spoken of, since Irina and Zenobia would take a week to arrive in Kuoh. Thus they arrive and open the door where they are received by Leon. Leon. Hi guys, how was your trip? She said with a smile. Asia. Very well, thank you for asking, father, she said with a smile. Leon. I'm glad. Well son, let's go to the living room. You have visitors who have been waiting for you for 4 weeks. He said seriously. So everyone went and Issei was surprised because his childhood friends were there. Issei. Alice, Ikumi and Irina, he said, surprised. Thus, the aforementioned girls rushed towards Issei and hug him. Ikumi. Baka baka baka, she said while patting him on the chest. Alice. After a long time, we finally meet again, she said with tears of happiness. Irina. I'm sorry Issei-kun, I should have accompanied you to the United States when I had the chance, she said while holding him tightly in her arms. Rias. Issei, who are they? She said, suppressing her jealousy. Scene change. Everyone is sitting in the living room drinking tea. Ikeno. So you went to a cooking school years ago and met these girls? She said with a sweet but jealous smile. Issei. Well, I don't know them. He said, looking at Ryo and Hisako. Ryo. My name is Ryo, it's a pleasure, and I'm Alisama's assistant. He said coldly. Hisako. My name is Hisako and I am Irina-sama's assistant, she said seriously. Issei. It's a pleasure. Well, it's good to see you all again. He said with a smile. Irina. When we heard the news, we were so scared that we called a lot of detectives in case they found you alive or dead. She said seriously. Rias. Like, alive or dead? She said, confused. Ikumi pulls out a newspaper and Issei's entire harem is shocked to see the front page and headline. Ravel. The Molotov genocide, she said, surprised. Kaneko. More than 20 million people dying across the state of Michigan, she said, surprised. Kuroka. It was never known why such an unforgivable act was committed, she said, but they all complained of pain since they said God's name. Rias. What does this mean? She said seriously. Issei. Well, you see, Saji and I escaped from those assassins and fled to different countries because they were going to kill us, he said lying. Ikeno. There's Issei-kun, she said, giving him a hug. Kaneko. Why didn't you tell us anything? She said while sitting on his lap. Issei. It's something I'm not proud of, he said while everyone comforted him. Issei. Thinking, I am too proud of having committed that genocide, he thought proudly. Ryo. Hey man, not to tease, but are all those girls your girlfriends? He said seriously. Issei. Yes girls, these are Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko, Kuroka and Ravel, they are my girlfriends, he said with a smile. They were all surprised, even Ryo, who made a face of astonishment. Ryo. My respects, he said with a smile but received an elbow from Alice. Those interested in Issei couldn't believe this, but they won't give up so easily. Arena. And by the way, who is this little angel? She said while Lily just laughed. Issei. She is, but he didn't finish because the doorbell rang. Excuse me, let me see who it is. He said as he went to the door. As I go to the door, I hear a car speeding away and I open the door where I find a big surprise. Issei. Mitsuda and Motohama shouted in surprise and great concern. Chapter 32 The Return of an Unhappy Man. Issei was very shocked to see his two friends badly beaten on the ground. Everyone approaches the door as they heard the scream and see Issei's two friends badly beaten. Ryo helps Issei put Mitsuda inside while Issei carries Motohama and they lay them down on the couch. Rias. What happened to them? She said worriedly. Issei. I have no idea, we need to call an ambulance. He said while Miku called the ambulance. Issei notices a letter in Motohama's hand, takes it and says it's for him. So Issei opens it and reads what it says. Paper. Wow, after a long time we'll meet again, Issei. Ha. It's good to finish what you start, isn't it? And if I beat up those miserable bastards, it's because I was going to take those hotties Murayama and Caddis to bed, haha. You know Murayama has huge breasts, but it doesn't matter. But I couldn't because they got in the way and I gave them a beating and taking advantage of the situation, I left them at your house so you would come out of hiding. I will avenge what you did, Issei Hyoudou. You ruined my life and my reputation. Sincerely, Chandler the tamer of all. Upon finishing reading the note, Issei began to clench his fist so tightly that his fingertips broke and began to bleed. Issei. That wretch, he said while taking out his phone and calling someone. Issei. Hello Saji, yes, I need you to go to the hospital. Yes, Mitsuda and Motohama are seriously injured. Should we call an ambulance? Yes, who was that bastard? He said very angrily. Issei. Who was Chandler? That bastard is back. If you go, I'll tell you everything in detail later. He said, recounting the call. Then they hear the ambulance and Leon opens the door and the paramedics take them to the nearest hospital. So they all went to the hospital in taxis and went as quickly as possible. So once they arrived, they were in the waiting room and after 5 minutes they saw Saji arrive with Sona and Tsubaki. Saji. I came as fast as I could, what happened? He said seriously. So Issei told him how they were in his backyard, badly injured, and how they had Chandler's note. Saji. That bastard. He said angrily. Issei. After what he did, he has the nerve to come here, he said angrily. Then the doctor arrives. Doctor? Relatives of the young men Mitsuda and Motohama, said the doctor. Issei. I'm your friend, how are you? He said worriedly. Doctor? Patient Mitsuda has a broken nose, a broken right arm, a femur broken in half, and it appears he has several severely damaged organs. It's a miracle he's alive. He said seriously. Doctor? Patient Motohama has his fingernails and toenails torn off, part of his skull is broken, his knees are broken, all his ribs are broken, and one of his lungs is severely damaged, he said seriously. Everyone was shocked to hear about Mitsuda and Motohama's condition, especially Issei, who had a somber expression. Asia. Issei-san, she said while touching him. They all approach him, very worried, and look at him. Issei. Saji, let's go to the forest, he said seriously. Saji understands the message and they leave, but Ryo tells them. Ryo. I'll go with you, he said seriously. Issei. You know how to fight, he said seriously. Ryo. Yes, I'll help them, he said seriously. Rias. Issei, where are you going? She said worriedly. Issei. I can't tell you, but this is very personal. He said as the three of them left, leaving everyone with many questions. Miku. I hope he never becomes that person again, she said worriedly. But the three. They arrived at the Hyoudou mansion and took the motorcycle, which Issei and the three of them got on and went to the forest. Ryo. Who is Chandler? He said seriously. Issei. He's a bastard who must pay for what he did years ago, he said seriously while driving. Ryo. You can tell me, he said seriously. So they both tell him what he did and everything he did together with some girls and in the end how they committed the Molotov genocide. Ryo. I can't believe this, now I'm sure I'll help them, he said confidently. So they arrive at the forest and walk until they find a tree that had a drawing of a snake on it. Issei. Here it is, he said seriously. Issei summons his family and they arrive. Issei takes out a shovel and a demolition hammer and begins to dig. Once it was finished, there was a cement block with 3 drawings on it. He uses the hammer to begin destroying the block where several memories were displayed. One where Issei had a patch over his left eye, a metal right arm, and a metal left leg. Another one shows him training alongside 3 elderly people and 2 adults, along with many other people. Another incident occurred at night when several motorcycles were in the streets throwing grenades at houses, where they exploded, killing the families inside. And lastly, there was Issei staring seriously at a group of girls who were also staring very seriously at him. After breaking the block, he removes the pieces of cement and a metal door is revealed. He opens it and Saji and Ryo enter along with Issei. Upon entering, he turns on the light and they are both surprised to see an incredible amount of military weaponry. Issei. Take up your weapons, for today Chandler will die, he said seriously. They both nod and take the best weapons. Ryo. I don't know how to use weapons, he said seriously. Issei. I'll teach you while my family searches for that bastard, he said seriously. Thus would begin a hunt where the rabbit would be an unhappy creature. Chapter 33, Floor 100. 20 minutes later. Issei, Saji, and Ryo were waiting for Leon, who was looking for Chandler. While they waited, Issei taught Ryo how to handle pistols and heavy weapons, and also how to use knives. They had bulletproof vests and were very well armed. Then they see a portal and realize it's Leon. Issei. You found him, he said, looking at Leon. He nods and lets the 3 of them climb onto his back. So the 3 of them go up and Leon lets out a roar, creating a portal, and he enters it. At the end of the journey, a large 100-story building was seen. Issei. He's in this building, he said seriously. Leon nods and from his eyes a hologram appears showing a large number of armed people. Issei. That bastard knew we were coming, he said seriously. Issei. Thanks, Leon, here. He said as he took a lion-shaped lollipop out of his pants and started biting it. Issei. Leon, go to the house and make sure the girls don't come here, it's very dangerous. He said this and Leon nodded and left through a portal. Issei. Well gentlemen, it's time for one of these wretches to fall. He said as he pulled out a special shotgun. But the girls. They were at the Hyoudou house, worried about Issei, Saji, and Ryo. Sona. I hope you're well, she said while taking a sip of tea. Asia. I already cured Mitsuda and Motohama, but they'll take a while to wake up, she said while holding Lily asleep in her arms. Leon. I hope Issei doesn't go back to being the old person he was. He said, sounding worried. Akeno. What do you mean? She said, confused, as were the others. Miku. You see, when Issei was 11 years old, he was given the opportunity to go to the United States. He was in the United States for 3 years, but when he returned, he wasn't the same. There were always pictures of squirrels in his room, some torn and others burned. He had many pictures of girls, especially 12 girls, but don't get jealous because Issei always put them on the wall and hit them over and over again. But everything changed when Motohama's father, who is a psychiatrist, treated him. It took 3 months, and when he felt better, he burned all the pictures and went back to being a pervert like always. She said while remembering that time. Leon. To be honest, I'd rather he be perverted than go back to being like that, he said in the same way as his wife. The girls were surprised by what their in-laws and friends said, as they wondered what Issei had suffered in the United States. Rias. We have to look for him, she said as they all nodded and left, but left Lily behind. Once outside, they were about to look for him, but Leon appeared and stood in front of the girls. Arena. What is that thing? She said, surprised and nervous. Asia. Please, Leon, let us through. She said as she approached, but Leon roared at her and, terrified, she hid behind Rias. Akeno. I see he won't let us look for him, we'll have to fight him. She said as everyone except Arena, Ikumi, Hakuna, and Alice got into fighting stances. With Issei. They arrive at the building but see 2 guards watching the entrance. Issei then throws a rock to distract the guards, and they go towards the noise. Issei mercilessly shoots them in the head with a silenced pistol. Ryo was surprised, and without saying anything, he took a red bandage out of his pants and put it on, causing his expression to change. Ryo. Let's go in. He said madly, which surprised them both, but they liked Ryo's new attitude. Once inside, they were met with a barrage of bullets, where Saji created an energy shield that protected all 3 of them. Issei. Let the massacre begin. He said as he pulled out a machine gun. Saji and Ryo did the same and began firing, taking advantage of the fact that the assassins were reloading. Issei then augmented his powers and transferred them to his feet, killing them at great speed. Ryo. That's awesome. What kind of power is that? He said doubtfully. Issei. It's my sacred object. I bet you have one too. He said while snapping an assassin's neck. Ryo. How do I do it? He said hesitantly. Issei. Think of the strongest thing you've ever seen, he said while shooting at several assassins who were shooting at him. Ryo did as asked, and then several chains appeared, trapping the assassin's weapons. Issei and Saji took advantage of this and ended up killing everyone. Ryo. That was great, he said while looking at the chains that held the weapons. Issei. That was great, I think that's everyone, he said as they moved, but they heard a groan and approached, seeing that it was an assassin with a chain through his stomach. Issei, to stop him from suffering, shoots him in the head, and he dies. Issei. Floor 1 clear, he said while there was an advisor and Ryo was about to go up but is stopped by Saji. Issei. Let's use the stairs, he said while throwing a strange ball at the elevator, which then pressed the second floor button and went up. So they go up the stairs killing the assassins who were on the stairs. They hide while they see many assassins aiming at the elevator, and when it opens they all start shooting, but they realize that there is no one there. Murderers. What happened? He said, seeing that there was no one there. Then he sees the ball and it starts spinning towards the assassins who were confused, but then it starts shooting nails as it spins. The killers tried to cover their tracks, but the vast majority died. So after 5 minutes of shooting nails the ball stops and Issei, Saji and Ryo come out and begin to kill the last ones. Issei. Second floor ready Ryo, I need your help to disarm the assassins, he said seriously. Ryo. I'm listening, he said as they got on the elevator and went up to the top of the elevator. So they go up to the third floor and see that there was no one there, so Ryo uses his chain ability again and takes all the weapons from all the assassins. The assassins tried to grab their weapons from their chains, but they couldn't. Issei, Saji and Ryo then descended and began killing the assassins with knives, while the assassins tried to fight back, but it was useless. They finish killing everyone and move on to the next floor. But the girls. They were trying to get closer to Leon, but they couldn't. Rias. It'll be useless, girls. Leon won't let us go with Issei. She said as she tried to approach again, but Leon roared at her, making her back away. Asia. We'll have to wait for him to return, she said as she tried to approach again, but again Leon roared at her, making her back away. With Issei. They were on the 25th floor and looked tired, just like Ryo and Saji. Ryo. Issei, I don't think I can continue any longer, he said while taking a bottle of water. Issei. Here you go, he said, handing them a bottle. Saji. These are the potions David made, he said, looking at the bottle. Issei. They don't heal wounds, but they will restore our energy. He said as the three of them took it and were as good as new. Saji. One question. Why don't we fly all the way up to the 100th floor? He said seriously. Issei. I know Chandler. If we had done that, we would have been an easy target for assassins, and Ryo would have died. He said seriously. Ryo. Exactly, wait, what? He said incredulously. They reach the 26th floor with their energy restored and they continue killing. While they were killing Ryo, taking advantage of a moment of inattention, an assassin was about to kill him, but his head was cut off, leaving the three of them shocked to discover who it was. Issei and Saji. Kiba, they said, surprised. Kiba. So you're the ones killing these people without me, he said angrily. Issei. Sorry Kiba, but you see, he said while telling him how Mitsuda and Motohama are in the hospital and their condition and how they got here. Kiba. I understand, I'll help you, but you owe me a lot of explanations. He said seriously. Issei. Done. And how did you know where we were? He said as he grabbed an assassin and cut his throat. Kiba. It's not normal to hear fireworks in a building at night, he said as several swords pierced several assassins. Issei. Good point, he said while killing several assassins with his gun. They continued killing mercilessly until they moved to the next floor. But the girls. They gave up since Leon wouldn't let them pass, so they went in and decided to wait for Issei. Sona. It's impossible that lion will let us pass, she said seriously. Rias. I've got it, I'll look for it with the pieces, she said while looking for it, but not finding it. Rias. He's nowhere to be found. She said seriously, looking very worried. Sona. I bet those two hid their presents, including their belongings, she said seriously. Alice. Ryo will pay for this when he gets back, she said seriously. But Issei and the group. They were already on the 98th floor, since with Kiba's help, they were able to kill the assassins more easily. Issei. And that makes 98 floors cleaned. Now on to the next one. He said while wiping away his sweat. They arrive on the 99th floor expecting more killers, but nothing. Wow, it's been a long time since we've seen you, loser, said the person in the darkness. 2. Did you like our welcome gift of leaving those losers at your doorstep? Said another person in the darkness. That shows two big, very muscular guys. Issei and Saji. Hawk and Hank, they said in surprise. Ryo. Who? He said, confused. Hank. Hello, loser, he said while holding a huge hammer. Hawk. You remind me of us, he said with a mocking smile. Issei. How could I forget the biggest idiots in Royal Woods? He said seriously. Hank. We'll get revenge for what you did, he said angrily. Hawk. And this time we're not afraid of blood, he said while twirling his hammer. Greg. Partner, be careful with them. I see they have the speed of a high-class knight. He said seriously. Issei. Thank you, Drake, he said, summoning his gauntlet for the first time. Hank, at incredible speed, tried to hit Issei in the stomach with his hammer, but Issei dodged it and hit him with his gauntlet. Hawk lunged at Saji, who didn't expect the attack, and received a blow to the head that left him stunned. Hawk was about to deliver a fatal blow with his hammer, but Ryo used his power to create a chain that wrapped around his neck. Ryo tries to cut off his breathing, but Hawk breaks the chain around his neck and heads towards Ryo. Ryo ran for his life while Hawk tried to cut Ryo with his hammer but couldn't. Ryo then performs a somersault, dodging Hawk, who was of great size. Ryo sees Issei's shotgun, which he dropped on the floor, and picks it up. Ryo walks and runs towards Hawk, who does the same. Ryo slides down past Hawk, dodging him, and at the same time shoots him in the chest. Hawk, I fell to my knees and then I fell to the ground with a big hole in my chest. Ryo thought it was over, but no, Hawk stood up and with his last bit of strength, threw his hammer at Ryo, but luckily Saji, who had woken up from the blow, ducked Ryo down with him, so the hammer only grazed their heads. Saji creates a magic sphere and launches it at such high speed that Hawk cannot dodge it, hitting him directly where his head explodes upon feeling Saji's attack, and he finally dies. With Issei. He was combining blows with Hank. Hank tried to hit him with his hammer, but Issei punched him in the groin. Hank. Damn, that's a dirty punch. He said as he headbutted him. But Hank feels many swords in his body, and he screams in pain as Kiba makes the attack. Issei approaches with a machete and says. Issei. I'll reunite you with your miserable Hawk bitch, and this is for Lincoln, he said, cutting off his head and killing him. So they decide to go to the top floor to confront Chandler and put an end to this. Chapter 34 Chandler vs Issei. They arrived at the 100th floor where everything was dark until the lights came on and Chandler was seen leaving on a throne. Chandler. Wow, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, Issei. He said, looking at him. Issei. I agree, Chandler, it seems you haven't changed. He said seriously. Chandler. Yes, and I came to this town for revenge, he said very seriously. Issei. Revenge. You still want revenge for me killing your parents? He said seriously. Chandler. Actually, you did me a favor by killing them since I was the heir to their fortune, but you know, some of those who participated in the Molotov genocide found me. He said very seriously. Issei. So what? He said seriously. Chandler. Those bastards did this to me, he said while taking off his shirt, revealing a tattoo of the Nazi symbol on his back. Note. I couldn't find a tattoo of the symbol, but I'll show you what the symbol looks like for those who don't know it. Issei. Wow, you're quite the narcissist, you know. But I came here to make you pay for what you did to Mitsuda and Motohama. He said seriously while summoning his gauntlet. Chandler. You mean those useless ones? Ha. They tried to defend Murayama and Caddis, but too bad their effort was useless. He said as two cages were lowered from the ceiling, revealing Murayama and Caddis tied up, each with a bruise on their eye. Saji. What did you do to them, you bastard? He said angrily. Chandler. Don't worry, they're still virgins. I only touched them for a little while, haha. Caddis has an amazing ass, while Murayama has very soft breasts. He said lustfully. Issei, very angry, lunged at Chandler, who anticipated Issei's reaction and dodged him. Issei. How, he said, surprised. Chandler. Ha, loser. He said, kicking him. Kiba was going to help, but an anti-magic cage traps Kiba, Saji, and Ryo. Chandler. Don't bother me, this is between this loser and me, he said while pulling two silver knuckle dusters from his pants. Note. Imagine that instead of the spikes in the center, it has crosses. Issei pulls out his light gauntlet and they both begin to fight. Chandler possessed such great speed that it rivaled that of a top-class knight. Issei was taking the damage and summoned his armor. Greg. Buddy, be careful with that radish, those mittens can hurt you since they have crosses in the center, he said seriously. Issei. I understand, give me 50 power-ups, he said seriously. Greg. Of course, he said while making the increases. Chandler and Issei exchanged blows, with Chandler being very fast, landing many blows that hurt him. Issei, on the other hand, realized that the room had magic which weakened Issei, but not Chandler. Issei. Thinking, I see he knows about the supernatural, and I already knew he had demonic powers. If he beats me, he'll grape Murayama and Caddis. I won't let him. He thought determinedly. Chandler pulls out a flask that increases his speed and begins to deliver so many blows to Issei that his armor cracks. Chandler. What's wrong? The Red Emperor can't handle the Great Chandler. He said while continuing to hit him repeatedly. Issei saw an opening in Chandler's defense, so he swept him off his feet, sending him to the ground. Issei took advantage and delivered an elbow to Chandler's stomach that knocked the wind out of him. Issei. Damn it, he said, taking out the bottle he had taken from Freed and swallowing a pill, regaining his strength and becoming stronger. Chandler recovers and stands up. Chandler. Unhappy man, I'll increase my speed, he said while taking out a syringe that had a purple liquid and without hesitation injected it into his arm. Chandler then launched himself at incredible speed towards Issei and punched him in the face so hard that it broke the helmet of his armor. Issei flew towards the wall and crashed into it. Issei. I see she's very strong. I'll have to use my queen promotion transformation. He said as his armor transformed into its queen form. Issei lunges at Chandler, who is surprised to see this and begins to receive a beating that Chandler tries to dodge, but Issei shows him no mercy. Chandler, due to the numerous blows he received, ended up with a split head that began to bleed, a broken arm, and 2 broken ribs. Issei kicked him, sending him flying into the wall and through it. Chandler was so badly hurt that he seemed trapped, or so it appeared. Issei. Chandler, you'll pay for everything you did. He said seriously. Chandler. Ha. No way I'm letting a stupid guy like you kill me. You'll see, the Louds will give you what you deserve, especially Lin. He said laughing. Issei was shocked to hear the surname Loud, especially Lin's. Chandler took advantage of Issei's distraction and pulled out a light bomb, blinding him for a few moments. When the light disappeared, Chandler was gone. Issei. The Louds are alive. Well, I'll think about that later. I have to get Kiba, Saji and Ryo out of those cages, especially Murayama and Caddis. He said as he went to the room. Issei arrives and uses his power to break the cage where Kiba, Saji and Ryo were. Saji. Thank you, we have to clean your head, you're bleeding. He said, looking at him. Issei. Yes, I'll think about that later. Now to free Murayama and Caddis. He said as he went towards the cages where they were, broke the cages, carefully picked them up and gently placed them on the ground. Issei removes the ropes from the man, being free, they begin to hug him. Caddis. Thank you so much Issei-kun, she said while crying as she hugged him. Murayama. Seriously, thank you so much, she said crying while hugging him. Issei reciprocated without doing anything perverted while they continued crying in Issei's arms. Issei stayed like that for 20 minutes until they calmed down, but they hugged his arms because they felt safe with him. Issei. Okay girls, let's go home. He said as everyone started to leave via the stairs for safety, since Chandler might have planted a bomb. Saji, Kiba and Ryo take advantage of the situation and begin stealing wallets and cell phones from the dead assassins. Saji. With this we'll become rich, he said while holding a very large box and throwing in cell phones and wallets. Issei. We'll share the profits between the 4 of us, okay? He said while noticing Chandler's mittens on the floor. Issei. He must have dropped them, he said, looking at the mittens, and he picks one up, but it burns him. Ryo decides to take them since he knows Issei would be harmed if he touches them, and he keeps them and will give them to him later. They arrive at the first floor where Murayama and Caddis saw the large number of dead bodies in the place. They left and walked towards the Gremory mansion, since they didn't have the energy to make a magic circle. Kiba. I'd like to make a magic circle, but I'm tired. He said as he walked. Then a portal appears and Leon appears. Issei. Hello Leon, could you take Kiba and Saji home? He said with a smile. The lion nods and roars twice, and 2 portals appear. Kiba, well, see you tomorrow Issei. He said with a smile. Saji. See you later Issei, I'll divide this loot among everyone, he said while pushing a large box full of wallets, phones, watches and other things. They pass through the portal and disappear. The lion roars again, and another portal appears. Ryo. Well, it seems it's mine. I'll see you at your house, Issei. He said as he removed his red bandage and returned to his serious and cold expression. Issei. Well, let's go up with Leon. I'll take you home. It's all over now. He said this, but both of them hugged him tightly. Murayama. I'm sorry Issei-kun, but could we go to your house just tonight, please? She said pleadingly. Caddis. We're afraid that wretch will come back for us, she said pleadingly. Issei smiled at them and said. Issei. Sure, come on, he said as he climbed onto Leon's back and Murayama and Caddis, somewhat nervously, climbed on as well. Issei. Leon, please take me home. He said with a smile. Leon nods and lets out a roar, a portal appears, and he steps through it. Upon passing through the portal, they arrive at the Hyoudou mansion. Issei, thank you Leon. You can go to your room and sleep. He said while stroking his head. Leon creates a portal, goes through it, and disappears. Thus they entered the house where Issei was greeted by his harem who were very worried about him. Rias. Issei, are you alright? She said worriedly while looking at his wounds. Asia. Issei-san, I'll heal your wounds. She said as she summoned her rings and began to heal Issei's head. Kuroka. Issei Naya, who did this to him? She said, seeing his condition. Kaneko. I'll beat up whoever did this to Issei-senpai, she said emotionlessly. Ravel. I'll help you, Gata, he said emotionlessly. Bakeno. Issei-kun, what happened? Ryo told us you were in worse shape than when he arrived. She said while touching his cheek. Sona. Chandler, it was true. I'm going to suspend him for this. She said seriously but with a worried tone. Murayama, Caddis, and Tsubaki were jealous seeing their harem being affectionate with Issei, but Arina, Alice, Ikumi, and for some strange reason, Hakuna were equally jealous. Issei. I'm fine, girls. It was a good idea for me to come since Chandler had Murayama and Caddis kidnapped. He said while taking off his weapons and leaving them on his table. This surprised her harem and friends, who turned to the aforementioned women and nodded in agreement. Asia. I will heal their eyes, she said as she summoned her rings and began to heal Murayama and Caddis's eyes. Rias. What exactly happened? She said, looking at Issei. Issei tells them how everything happened, but he doesn't mention what Chandler said before escaping. Rias. That was dangerous. You should have told us and we would have helped you. She said seriously, but she was hugging Issei's head. Issei. I didn't mean to put you in danger, but I promised to reward you. He said with a smile. Bakeno. Fine, but as punishment for worrying us, you won't sleep with any of us this week. She said with a sweet smile. Issei. I deserve it, he said, accepting his punishment. Issei. Thinking, so those bitches are alive. That's impossible. I killed them all, especially Lin. It's impossible that they're alive. He thought seriously. Chapter 35 Apology, History and Problems. Issei was blushing deeply because Murayama and Caddis were sleeping next to him, both holding one of the brunette's arms. But why blushing? Well, both of them were in their underwear as a reward for Issei. Issei. It's good that the girls didn't get angry, he said in a low voice so as not to wake them up. Thus Issei fell asleep alongside Murayama and Caddis, who had small smiles on their faces. The next day. Issei woke up and what he saw made him blush so much he almost had a nosebleed. Since he had Murayama and Caddis hugging his arms, but well, they were both naked. Issei. Thinking, it wasn't a stupid impulse, he said to himself to avoid taking both girls for himself. Issei carefully removed both girls and changed his clothes to go to the kitchen. So once she got to the kitchen she found Alice, Arina and Ikumi cooking. The three. Good morning Issei, they said with a smile. Issei. Good morning, I was just about to make breakfast, he said with a smile. Alice. Of course, you can make your famous chocolate flan cake dessert, she said with a smile. Issei. Of course, it's been a long time since I made that dessert. He said while taking out some ingredients. Ikumi. This reminds me of when we all cooked together, she said, moving a piece of meat. Issei. Yeah, that's right, I still remember when Alice spilled all the flour on her face, he said mockingly. The two of them. Ha 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 ha, they laughed at that. Alice. Hey, it was an accident and it wasn't funny, she said with a pout. Issei. Of course it was, but the bad thing was that they made us clean everything up, he said, remembering his old teacher's angry face. Arina. Those were good times, she said while checking the temperature of the vegetables. Issei. And what are you studying now? He said while whisking chocolate. Ikumi. We're at a cooking school where only 10% of the students graduate with honors, she said while cutting the meat. Issei. Great, and they asked for vacation. He said while whisking egg whites. Arina. In fact, we're going to live here, she said with a smile. Issei. Oh, great. Wait, what? He said, surprised. Scene change. The three of them could be seen talking while their companions put the finishing touches on their food. Issei. Then they'll stay here. He said, looking at them. Arina. Yes, we want to be with you, Issei, she said with a smile. Ikumi. Now that we've found you, we want to make up for lost time, she said with a smile. Alice. We'll be with you, Issei-kun, she said with a smile. Issei. Well, I don't know what to say, but what do your assistants say? He said, looking at them. Arina. Hisako is fine with that, she said with a smile. Alice. The same goes for Ryo, it's fine with that. In fact, we bought the place near your school to open our restaurant. She said with a smile. Ikumi. And we'll also be studying at the same school as you, she said with a smile. Issei. Wow, thanks girls, you're the best. He said with a smile. They smiled and put their food on the table. Scene change. Everyone could be seen walking toward school. Rias. So they call you the divine tongue because you can guess what ingredients each dish has and how many spices it contains. She said, surprised. Irina. That's right, my cousin is known as the kitchen scientist and my assistant Hisako is known as the healer of dishes, she said with a smile. Irina. Issei was already known as the king of dishes since he won every competition without losing any, even once he was beaten by a chef who had the gift of making the same dish as his opponent, she said with a smile. Rias. That's true, Issei, she said while looking at Murayama and Kat still hugging him. Issei. Yes, those were good times, he said with a smile. They continued chatting until they arrived at school, and all of them said goodbye by giving Issei a kiss on the lips, except for Irina, Ikumi, Alice, and Hisako, who became jealous upon seeing this but left. Irina, Ikumi, Alice, Hisako, and Ryo say goodbye to Issei, as they are going to the principal's office to register at school. So Issei and Asia left with Murayama and Katis, who were all surprised to see the two girls who hated Issei the most hugging him. Upon arriving at the room, he sat down and they both separated. But he saw how Fiona, Leona, and Clara looked away when they glanced at Issei. Some time later. He was about to go to the girls, but Fiona, Leona, and Clara stopped Issei and asked if they could talk in private. In a remote part of the school. The four of them were seeing each other and then they started talking. Fiona. Forgive me and forgive my friends, she said on her knees. Issei was confused and said. Issei. What are you talking about? He said, confused. Leona. You see, the day Mitsuda and Motohama were attacked, we were on a mission and couldn't help them, so please forgive me and please forgive my friends, she said on her knees. Issei remained silent, saying nothing. The girls thought Issei would slap them, but instead they received a hug. Issei. Listen, you're not to blame. Besides, you had to fulfill your responsibilities, so what happened with Mitsuda and Motohama wasn't anyone's fault. It was inevitable that Chandler would do that. Besides, I got my revenge on him. He said with a smile. Clara. So you don't hate us? She said, looking at him. Issei. Let's not get up and go eat with the girls, he said with a smile. The three of them smiled and left. But the girls. Rias. Yes, tell me how you met her Issei, she said with a smile. Alice. Well, you see, she said, recounting how she met Issei. Asia. Issei, that was very kind of you, she said with a smile. Kuroka. She always worries about us and the others, Naya, she said with a smile. Rias. And how did he meet you, Irina? She said, looking at Irina. Hisako. Excuse me, but that's personal. She said seriously. Irina. Don't worry, it's fine. You see, Issei met me, telling how they met. Flashback. 7-year-old Issei was seen walking through a park that belonged to a cooking school, but then he heard someone sobbing. When Issei went to where the noise was coming from, he saw that it was a blonde girl who had a plate of food, but the plate looked broken. Issei. Hey, are you okay? He said, noticing she wasn't looking at him. Go away, leave me alone, she said while continuing like that. Issei. I'm not here to do anything to you. I see you have a plate of food. Would you mind if I had a little? He said with a smile. Are you sure? My dad threw it on the floor and it's already dirty, he said while looking at Issei. Issei. Don't worry, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. He said while taking a spoonful. Upon tasting the food, he was fascinated by the flavor. Issei. Incredible. This is the first time I've eaten something so delicious. He said while eating more. The girl just stared at him in surprise. It was the first time anyone other than her cousin had said something like that to her. Thank you, he said, looking at him. Issei. And tell me, what's your name? Mine is Issei, he said with a smile. Irina. Mine is Irina, it's a pleasure Issei-san, she said with a small smile. Issei. It's a pleasure, he said as he sat down next to her. Issei. And tell me why you were crying. It's normal for some dishes to turn out wrong sometimes. He said as he sat down next to her. Irina. You don't understand. My father is one of the best chefs in the world, but he has always rejected my dishes. He even breaks them after taking the first bite. She said crying. Issei. Wow, that's tough, but you shouldn't feel bad. He said with a smile. Irina looks at him somewhat surprised. Issei. Look, my father told me not to let anyone break your dreams, that only you can break them and know what your limit is. So if your father doesn't like your food, that's his problem, not yours. He said with a smile. Issei. You're the only one who knows what your tastes and goals are, he said with a smile. Irina was surprised and blushed. Issei. Well, it's late. Do you want me to take you to your apartment? He said with a smile. Irina. Yes, but I'd like to see how you cook, she said with a smile. Issei just smiled and accepted. So Issei took Irina to his apartment and made her a light meal, which Irina liked. From that day on, Arena and Issei cooked together. Of course, Alice joined them and then Akumi, but her story is another one. End of flashback. Arena. And that's how I met Issei-kun, she said with a smile. Bakeno. Wow, amazing. Look, Issei is coming along with Fiona, Leona, and Clara. She said with a smile. So they sat down and began to eat and chat, of course with all the men looking at Issei with envy. And well, leaving aside the Gremorys and Issei, let's go to another part of Japan. In one of the low-income neighborhoods, a boy was seen sleeping, but a girl woke him up. Oni-chan, wake up, he said while touching his nose. I'm coming Raiha, she said as she stood up. He goes to the bathroom and takes a bath. And he goes to the room where his father and sister are waiting for him. Father. Good morning, Futuro, he said with a smile. Futuro. Good morning, let's eat, the girls are picking me up today. He said as he began to eat. Now known as Futuro, he begins to eat with his sister and father. After finishing eating, he hears a horn and says. Futuro. It's them, see you later, he said as he left. Upon arriving, he saw a limousine, which didn't surprise him since it was common practice. Then a retard girl opens the door. Good morning Uesugi-san, she said while giving him a kiss. Futuro, good morning Itsuki. He said with a smile as he entered the limousine. Good morning Futuro, she said, giving him a kiss. Futuro. Good morning, Miku, he said with a smile. Good morning Futuro-kun, she said while giving him a kiss. Futuro. Good morning, Ichika, he said with a smile. Good morning Uesugi-san, she said while giving him a kiss and a sweet smile. Futuro. Good morning, Yitsuba, he said with a smile. Good morning, commoner, she said, blushing, giving him a quick kiss. Futuro took her by the waist and gave her a short but sincere kiss. Futuro. Good morning, Nino, he said with a smile. So you're talking with Futuro until you get to school, unaware that something would happen that day. They entered the school listening to the school news broadcast through the loudspeakers. Thus Futuro says goodbye to Ichika, Miku, Yitsuba and Nino, going to his classroom with Itsuki. Reporter. And in other news, the janitor will be off duty because he's sick and hey, what are you doing here? Aren't you? But then you hear the school reporter being punched. Uesugi Futuro, said a very serious and angry voice. Francisco. It's me, Francisco, and I've come for revenge for what you and that group of wretches did in Royal Woods, he said very seriously. Francisco. I'm not alone, Polly and Margot are with me too, so get ready Uesugi because we're coming for you, you wretch. Said the very serious voice. Francisco. We'll be waiting for you at the gym, and if you don't arrive in 5 minutes, we'll come and get you, you miserable wretch. He said as his footsteps could be heard. Futuro stood in his place, very incredulous, as he couldn't believe that he was back. And now what will happen to Issei, and what does this new character have to do with this story? Chapter 36 Futuro vs Francisco, Polly and Margot. Upon hearing the message over the loudspeaker, Futuro became very serious, while Itsuki looked at him with concern. Itsuki. Uesugi-san, are you? But he didn't finish because he started running. Futuro. Thinking, those wretches are back, the only thing they came for was their death, he thought angrily. He arrived at the gym where several students were already. Francisco. Well, so the loser has arrived, he said mockingly. Futuro. I agree, black man, he said seriously with his arms crossed. Francisco got angry and pulled out a bat. Francisco. We will take revenge for what you and your group of losers did, he said, pointing his bat at Futuro. Futuro. You caused this. You thought blaming Lincoln for your stupidity wouldn't have consequences. He said while pulling out 2 knives that were hidden in his pants. Margot. You'll pay for this, said Margot, who had an eye patch over her eye. Holly. This is what his damn coin-operated shotgun did, she said while showing several scars, some long and others very long. Without thinking twice, Futuro launches himself at incredible speed towards Francisco, who saw it coming, dodges, and hits him on the head with his bat. Futuro was incredulous because he was very quick at dodging that. Francisco. Weak, he said mockingly. The quintuplets had arrived, seeing everything, and were very surprised to see Francisco hit Futuro on the head. They were going to approach to defend him, but Futuro told them not to get involved, that it was personal. Margot pulls out a machete and tries to cut his arm, but he dodges it. Ollie pulls out a 20cm knife and tries to cut him, but he dodges it. But he couldn't dodge a blow that Francisco gave him to the head, causing him to start bleeding from his head. Quintuplets. Futuro, they said worriedly. Futuro. Ah, I had forgotten this pain. Now it's my turn. He said while running at great speed. He ran towards Francisco and cut him on the eyebrow and on the leg, making him scream in pain. Margot tried to cut him in the stomach, but Futuro stopped his machete with his hand, causing him to bleed. Margot tried harder to have her hand cut off, but Futuro, with his other hand, threw his knife at Margot's leg, making her drop the machete, which Futuro then grabbed. Now Futuro had a machete and a knife as weapons. Polly, who was wearing roller skates, lunged towards Futuro, who, unable to react in time, received a cut on his right arm. Futuro. A scream of pain. Quintuplets. Futuro, they said as they tried to go towards him, but he told them not to interfere. But they saw how Francisco, very angry, hit him on his left arm, and all they could hear was the sound of Futuro's arm breaking. Futuro. A scream of pain. Futuro dropped his knife and only had his machete. Francisco. Pathetic. I can say you put up a fight, he said while trying to hit him with his bat. Francisco was about to hit Futuro, but Nino, unable to stand it any longer, lunged at Francisco, hitting him several times in the face. Nino. Leave him alone, you bastard. He said while punching him several times in the face. Francisco grabs her leg and slams her to the floor, causing her to scream in pain and knock herself unconscious. Francisco was about to step on her, but Itsuki, with a metal pipe she found, began to hit Francisco. Francisco only dodges his blows since they were weak and slow, so he takes Itsuki's pipe and headbutts him, making him fall to the ground. Francisco. They're pathetic, even weaker than Lincoln, he said mockingly. But Miku and Yotsuba launched themselves forward, but Margot and Polly begin to hit them both, knocking them both out of the fight. Before Margot and Polly could deliver the final blow, Ichika grabbed Futuro's knife and lunged at them, slashing their backs and causing them to scream in pain. But it only lasted a short time, as Francisco hit her on the head with his bat, knocking her out of the fight. Francisco. Well, I see you enjoyed raping them, ha. How lucky you are, Futuro, to have such beauties, but now they're mine, he said mockingly. Futuro saw and heard that and got angry. Luckily for him, the students escaped upon seeing the bladed weapons and the blood. None of them had the courage to stay. Futuro. Nobody touches my girlfriends. He yelled as his hair turned black and his clothes changed. Now Futuro had black hair, purple pupils, and a World War II Japanese Empire soldier's uniform. He also had a Japanese sword and looked very angry about what the three of them had done. The quintuplets were surprised and blushed by Futuro's change. Upon seeing him, the three of them begin to back away as fear grips them. Francisco. Don't get too cocky, Polly, attack. He said as Polly launched herself at incredible speed, but Futuro cut her in half with his sword, killing her. Both are shocked to see their friend's death and the great speed that cut her down. Margot was next, leaping and launching herself towards Futuro, but before she could do anything, she felt many cuts and fell to the ground. Margot. Ha, you failed. She said as she started running towards Futuro, but her right leg literally fell to the ground, then her right arm, and finally her head fell to the ground dead. Upon seeing both girls dead, Francisco begins to back away in fear and tries to hit him with his bat, but Futuro cuts the bat in half with his sword, rendering it useless. Francisco tried to hit him, but his arm was cut, causing him to scream in pain. Francisco. Scream of pain. Futuro grabs him by the hair and makes him look him in the eyes. Futuro. Who sent you? He said in a voice so cold it frightened anyone. Francisco. Chandler sent me along with Margot and Polly, but please have mercy, he said as he began to cry. Futuro. You tried to grape my beloveds and I cannot forgive that. You think you deserve to die, right? But I will make you suffer for what you tried to do. He said while taking his sword. Futuro cut off his legs and his last remaining arm, making him scream in pain, and finally he split him in half from his head to his groin. The quintuplets were surprised to see that, but they saw that Futuro returned to normal, and he got on his knees while touching his broken arm. Futuro. This is going to hurt tomorrow. He said as he approached the girls and helped them to their feet. Itsuki. Futara, are you okay? She said while looking at his arm. Nino. We need to take you to the hospital, she said as she and Itsuki helped Futuro to his feet as he was about to collapse unconscious at any moment. Futuro. No, please take me to the forest, please. He said while holding his arm. Ichika. You absolutely don't need to heal these wounds, she said as she watched Futuro pull away from Nino and Itsuki's help. Futuro. Then I'll go alone. He said as he walked away, but Nino and Itsuki grabbed him again. Itsuki. Okay, we'll go, but why do you want to go? She said as she walked alongside Futuro. Futuro. You'll see, he said, walking with the help of Nino and Itsuki. 30 minutes later. They had arrived at the forest and saw Futuro searching for something in the trees. He found a branch, and on the same tree, a piece of bark opened up and there was a mallet. Futuro. I never thought my old self would come back again, he said while picking up the mallet. Itsuki. What are you talking about, Uesugi-san? She said, confused, as were the others. Futuro. Someday they'll know, in the meantime you can help me dig, he said while taking out some shovels. They nodded and began to dig, and after a while they saw a cement block with the same symbols that Issei's had. Without saying a word, Hyoudou begins to break the cement block with the sledgehammer. The girls tried to help him, but he told them he could. Hyoudou hit the block while several memories appeared in the one where he was brutally beaten by Francisco and his baseball team. Another person was sent to the hospital for a chestnut for defending an albino. And another one where he was holding a Japanese sword and looking seriously at Francisco and his baseball team. After breaking it completely, he begins to remove the pieces and a metal door is revealed. So Hyoudou opens the door and starts to go down. Hyoudou, don't be afraid, come down, he said as you could hear him coming down. The quintuplets began to descend, although Itsuki was the last to go down because she was afraid of how dark it was. As they descended, several lights turned on, and they were surprised to see weapons and many inventions. Thus Hyoudou approaches a strange machine and enters it. Note: this is the recovery chamber from Dragon Ball Z. Hyoudou, I'll be here for 4 hours. You can turn on the TV. There are series you like. There's also food in the refrigerator. He said while pressing the red button, and it began to fill with water, but he quickly put on a breathing mask. They all see it and you see it with your eyes as if it were real, while the water does its work. So they decide to watch TV and eat something while waiting for Hyoudou. 4 hours later. After 4 hours, a sound was heard and the girl saw that the machine had a green light and the water was running. As he leaves, the glass dome opens and Hyoudou opens his eyes. Hyoudou, it feels good to be in that dome, he said while stretching his arm, which was now healed. Ichika. Uesugi-kun, your arm is healed. She said in surprise. Hyoudou. Yes, I'll treat his wounds now. He said as he went to get a first aid kit. Nino. It's not necessary, we're fine, he said with a smile. Hyoudou. No way, they're my girlfriends and I won't leave them like this, he said as he approached Nino and told her to show him her back, which made her blush, but she agreed and Hyoudou started putting an ointment on it. Some time later. All the quintuplets were healed thanks to Hyoudou and he approaches a computer. Itsuba. What are you doing, Uesugi-san? She said, confused. Hyoudou. I'm looking for Issei. I have to find him and tell him this. He said while searching. Hyoudou. Bingo, here you are. It'll take me 7 days to get here by car. He said seriously. Hyoudou. It doesn't matter, he said as he went to a door. When they opened the door, there was a black van, which surprised the quintuplets. Miku. What is this, Uesugi-kun? She said, surprised. Hyoudou. It's my truck. Well, I'll send a message to my father so he doesn't worry. Girls, if you want, you can go back home. I don't want to put you in danger. He said seriously. Nino. What do you mean? He said, confused, as were the others. Hyoudou. It's a long story. Well, I'll be going. He said, taking some keys from the place. Then Itsuki takes his shoulder and says. Itsuki. I'll go with you, I can't leave you alone, she said with a smile. Hyoudou. Are you sure? This will be dangerous. He said seriously. Itsuki. Yes, of course, I don't want to leave you alone, she said with a smile. Miku. I'll go too, she said with a smile. Ichika. I'll accompany you too, she said with a smile. Itsuba. Me too, she said with a smile. Nino. Me too, he said with a smile. Hyoudou. Well, he said, opening the door, get in, he said with a smile. So they all get in and he presses a button where the floor opens up, giving way to the truck. Hyoudou. Well, girls, this is going to be a long road. Good thing this truck has $10 million in the trunk. He said with a smile. They were all surprised and looked behind them, and sure enough, there was a lot of money in the back of the truck. Itsuki. Wow, that's a lot of money. She said as she watched Hyoudou start the truck. Miku. Wait, you don't have a driver's license. She said worriedly, but Hyoudou showed her a fake license. Hyoudou. Okay, let's go. He said as he started the engine and drove off. Chapter 37 Meeting and Problem. Days later. A few days had passed since Issei saved Murayama and Caddis from Chandler's clutches. Now they got along so well with Issei that they no longer called him a pervert or depraved. Now they had a friendship and he became friends with Hisako, Arena's assistant, and Ryo also got along well with him. Of course, Rias told them about the supernatural, which surprised them but at the same time excited them. Of course, Ryo wasn't surprised. Now we can see how everyone was having breakfast peacefully, with Ravel and Kaneko sitting on Issei's lap. That made them all jealous, but they decided to let it go. Rias. Dear Oka-san, if you would allow me to hold a meeting here, please, she said with a smile. Issei. A meeting, he said, confused. Rias. The occult research club will be under cleaning, so we won't be able to use it. She said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said while eating. Miku. No problem, she said with a smile. Some time later. Everyone looked like they were at school, but there was a huge difference. Alice. My name is Alice, it's a pleasure. She said with a smile. Arena. I'm Arena, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Mikumi. I'm Mikumi, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Hisako. I'm Hisako, it's a pleasure, she said seriously. Everyone was amazed to see such beauty. Mitsuda. What a beauty, he said, blushing. Motohama. Wow, those are some measurements, she said, looking at all the women's breasts. Boy. One question, he said, raising his hand. Alice. Yes, looking at the boy. Boy. They have boyfriends, he said blushing. Alice. No, and I'm not interested, she said with a smile. Arena. I agree, she said with a smile. Mikumi. Me too, she said with a smile. Hisako. I'm not interested in anyone, she said seriously. Several broken hearts could be heard in the place, except for Issei's. Boy too. And where do they live? He said, looking at them. All. We live in Hyoudou Issei's house, they said with a somewhat noticeable blush. Everyone. WHW. Mitsuda. How is that, you damn traitor? He said while shaking him from side to side. Motohama. Are you like the prince now or what? He said in the same way. Issei. Guys, calm down or you'll break your bones again, he said seriously. That calmed the boys down a bit. Some time later. Everyone was in Issei's room, even Kiba. Only Alice, Mikumi, Arena and Raya were missing. Rias. Well, I'll count the contracts they made this month, she said seriously. Rias. Akeno did 9, Kiba did 7, Kaneko did 5, Asia had 3, she said seriously. Kiba. You're learning. He said with a smile. Asia. Thank you very much, she said with a smile. Rias. And finally, Issei, you turned 15. She said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, I'll keep it up, he said with a smile. Issei. Thinking, it's good that those who hire me are mostly people who want powers, but I give them training as a reward. He thought with a smile. Then Miku enters, carrying several drinks. Miku. Sorry to interrupt your math meeting, but I brought you a snack. She said with a smile. Akeno. It wasn't necessary, but thank you. She said with a smile. Miku. I also brought this, she said holding up some albums. Issei. Thinking, no way. He thought somewhat nervously. Scene change. Miku. And here's Issei with his first kitchen knife, she said while an image of 6-year-old Issei holding a knife was shown. Rias. Little Issei, she said blushing while looking at the image. Kuroka. Naya, it's so cute. She said blushing as she looked at the picture. Miku. Here, Issei at this age started looking under skirts, she said while pointing at a child version of Issei. Issei. How embarrassing, he said while blushing. Kaneko. What about this one? She said while pointing at one of Issei's pictures with several girls of different ages and 2 adults, but they all had an X on their face and the word murderers written on it. Issei. It's nothing important, he said while covering the image with his hand. Kiba. It's amazing that you have a mother like that, Issei, he said with a smile while looking at the album. Kiba. I'd like to have a family like that too, he said with a smile, but his expression changed when he saw a picture. Kiba. And tell me, Issei, do you happen to know about this sword? He said while pointing to the image of Issei with a child and a sword behind them. Issei. We didn't always play together when I was 5 years old, but then he moved away. I don't remember his name, much less that sword. He said, looking at the image. Kiba. Wow, the world is so small. He said seriously. Kiba. Heh, it was just a coincidence, thanks Issei-kun, he said while returning the album. Issei noticed the change but said nothing. Scene change. Issei was seen appearing in an apartment and upon seeing the place he saw a girl with silver hair. Roswius. Welcome, Demon-kun, he said with a smile. Issei. Hello, my name is Issei Hyoudou, but you can call me Issei. He said with a smile. Roswius. Sure, my name is Roswius, but you can call me Ross, she said with a smile. Roswius. Thinking, perfect, my plan is going perfectly. After much courage, I finally managed to call him. Now I'll win him over through his stomach. It's a good thing my grandmother gave me this recipe book. She thought with a smile. Scene change. Issei was seen blushing as he walked through the streets because Ross had asked him to be a judge of her desserts as a job, and as payment, she gave him a passionate kiss and showed him her breasts. Issei. Thinking, what a beautiful woman, her lips tasted good. What am I saying? I already have Rias and the others. I shouldn't trust her. He thought while trying to remove the image of Ross, but he couldn't. Then he receives a call, and it's Rias. He quickly heads there. Scene change. Issei. A denied demon, right? He said seriously. Rias. If you, along with Kaneko and Kiba, go in while Akeno and I deliver the final blow, she said seriously. Issei. I understand, he said, summoning his gauntlet. Kiba was lost in thought, but they still managed to enter. Kaneko bursts through the door and they see that it was a girl, but she turns into a literal monster. Kaneko. Kiba-senpai and Issei-senpai, get ready. She said seriously while getting into a fighting stance. Issei. Okay, he said in a fighting stance. Kiba said nothing and was just lost in thought. Kaneko. Kiba-senpai, I said it would be. Kiba. Yes, of course, he said, summoning his sword. Thus Kaneko launches herself towards the demon and Issei does the same. Kiba was so lost in thought that he didn't see when the demon's tail almost hit him, but Issei struck the demon's tail. Issei. Concentrate, Kiba. He said as he lunged towards the demon. Kiba cut off his tail, making him scream in pain, but the demon spits acid at Kiba. Kaneko was about to be hit by the acid, but Issei steps in front of her, defending her. Kaneko. Issei-senpai, worried cry. Issei. I'm fine, now you'll see. He said as he lunged at the demon, punched it several times, and then threw it through the ceiling. Akeno uses electricity to strike the demon, who screams in pain, and then I fall at Ria's feet. Rias. Demons who disobey their master's orders deserve death, so die. She said as she threw a ball of destruction at him, killing him. In the end, all three emerge and Asia approaches them. Asia. Issei-san is hurt, she said while summoning her rings and beginning to heal Issei. Issei. Thank you, Asia, he said with a smile. Kaneko. Thank you for protecting me, Issei-senpai. She said while giving him a kiss on the lips. Issei. You're welcome, it's my duty to protect them. He said with a smile. Then they hear a slap and see that Rias slapped Kiba. Rias. Let's see if this makes you pay more attention. One more distraction could have killed someone. She said seriously. Rias. What's wrong? She said, feigning concern, but she already knew why he was like that. Kiba. It's nothing, I just haven't had a good day, excuse me. He said, bowing and leaving. Issei saw that and went towards Kiba. Issei. Hey Kiba, are you okay? He said seriously. Kiba. It's nothing important, he said seriously. Issei. You've been serious ever since you saw that picture. He said seriously. Kiba. You know why I live. He said seriously. Issei. For Rias, he said seriously. Kiba. I don't live for the president, I live for revenge, he said seriously. Issei. Revenge, he said seriously. Kiba. Yes, I want to destroy the holy swords, but my main target is the Excalibur sword. He said seriously as he left, leaving Issei alone. Issei just stood there serious and went back to the others. Scene change. Rias. Yes, it's a holy sword, but it's light. She said seriously while looking at the picture. Issei. Kiba's been acting like this ever since he saw this picture, he said seriously. Issei. He even told me he wanted to destroy the Excalibur sword, he said seriously. Rias. I see, she said seriously. So Rias tells him how Kiba was a survivor of Project Excalibur and how she found him on the verge of death. Issei. Wow, that's horrible. He said seriously. Then he remembers something that happened to him when he was a child, how he was crawling on the floor while several children who were tied to chairs told him to escape. Rias. But we shouldn't think about that, we need to rest. She said as she began to take off her clothes. Issei. Rias, what are you doing? My punishment of not sleeping with you for a week isn't over yet. He said, blushing. Rias. Nonsense, I'm tired of sleeping without my Issei, so I'll sleep with you, she said while taking off her bra. Asia. In that case, I'll do the same, she said while taking off her clothes. Issei. Asia, you too, he said blushing. Asia. I'm not going to let Rias Onison get ahead of me, she said while taking off her bra. Rias. Asia, I'm sleeping with Issei tonight, so go away. She said seriously while crossing her arms. Asia. No, I want to sleep with Issei. It's been a while since I slept with him. She said, blushing. So they both argue and in the end they pull Issei from one side to the other, but in the end the three canes where Issei was on the ground, Rias was on top of his crotch, and Asia was sitting on his face. Issei. Thinking, tonight will be a long night, he thought blushing as he felt Asia's intimacy close to his mouth. Scene change. Issei was seen asleep, and next to him Rias and Asia were pacing back and forth. Asia. I miss sleeping with Issei-san, she said with a smile while hugging him. Rias. Me too, although it was only for a few days. And tell me, Asia, when are you going to give yourself to Issei? she said with a mischievous smile. Asia. I'll wait until Irina and Zenobia arrive, she said blushing. Rias. I see you want to have an orgy with them, you perverted Asia, she said mischievously. Asia. No, 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 that's not it, she said, blushing like Ria's hair. Rias. I can tell you some positions that Issei likes, she said mischievously. Asia fainted from embarrassment, her face turning red. Rias. Rest well, my Issei, she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek as he fell asleep. Chapter 38 The Exorcists. The next day, Sona and Tsubaki were walking to the academy when they saw two exorcists. Zenobia. We want to speak with Rias Gremory, she said seriously. Sona. Come after class, she said seriously. Some time later. Issei and company were in the occult club along with the others. Irina. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, Issei-kun, she said with a smile, restraining herself from throwing herself at him. Issei. I know you, he said, confused. Irina. You don't remember me? She said, taking out a photo. I'm the boy you used to play with when you were little, she said with a smile. Issei. Wait, you were a girl, he said, surprised. Greg. What a surprise, he said seriously. Rias. So, what did you come for? She said, feigning seriousness, but she already knew. So they both told him that they had stolen the Excalibur swords and that it was Gabriel who did it. Issei. So you want our help to retrieve those swords, right? He said seriously. Zenobia. Yes, that's right, and it would be an honor if the Sekiryuutei and the demons would help us in that, she said with a smile. Rias. Okay, we'll help you. And tell me who wants some tea? She said with a smile. Irina. Please, and if it's not too much to ask, could we stay at Issei-kun's house? She said with a smile. Issei. Wait, why? He said, confused. Zenobia. You see, the church in this town is in very bad condition and there are no hotels nearby, she said apologetically. Issei. I understand and Gabriel can comply at any time, he said seriously. Irina. Exactly, she said with a smile. Issei. Okay, I'll talk to my parents, he said with a smile. Issei. If you'll excuse me, I have to draw up a contract, he said as he left. Once Issei left, they all looked at each other. Irina. So, Rias, what changes have there been? She said seriously. Rias. Well, that fool won't hurt Issei again. Kuroka got there first, Issei killed Razor, Mitsuda and Motohama were beaten up by someone named Chandler, and Issei knew Saji long before. She said seriously. That surprised the two of them, since those were a lot of changes. Zenobia. And Roberto-sama trained them all, she said seriously. Rias. Yes, Issei is very strong now, and another change was that some of Issei's childhood friends arrived. She said seriously. Irina. What? She said jealously. Rias. Calm down, calm down. And another change that happened was that we discovered something amazing, she said as she went to her desk and took out a newspaper. Irina. The Molotov genocide, she said it would be. Zenobia. What is this? She said seriously. She then explained to both of them that Issei had been involved, which surprised them both once again. Zenobia. That's surprising, but I want to know one thing, Asia. She said seriously. Asia. Yes, she said somewhat nervously. Zenobia. You already gave yourself to Issei, she said seriously. Asia. No, she said blushing. Zenobia. That's great, she said with a smile. Bekeno. Well, let's go home. I'm sure Irina and Alice are making dinner, she said with a smile. Zenobia. Come on, I'm starving, she said while everyone had a drop of sweat on their face. Rias. And there was another change, I forgot. Issei now has a little sister, she said with a smile. Both. What? They said, shocked. Rias shows her a picture of herself carrying Lily, and she laughs. Both. Kiaya, they said with a big blush. Issei's son. He was in Ross's apartment, who was telling him about his life, how he was a Valkyrie of Odin, and how he didn't appreciate his work. Issei. You know, you did the right thing by quitting that job. Besides, the Asgardians are blind, since they don't see the beauty that you are, he said with a smile. Ross. Thank you, Issei-kun, she said, hugging him. Ross. Do you want something to drink? He said as he went to the refrigerator. Ross, without reading what the bottle says, drinks just like Issei. Ross at that moment began to blush and had hiccups. Issei. Wow, I'd forgotten this flavor. What is it? He said, reading the bottle. What kind of beer? He said, surprised. Then Ross kissed him on the lips, which surprised him. Ross. Issei-kun, since the day I met you, you've been so good to me, so let me reward you, she said while taking off her shirt, revealing her breasts. Issei blushes, even more so when he feels Ross take his hand and place it on his chest. Ross. Go ahead, give me that dragon of yours under my legs, he said while under the influence of alcohol he fell unconscious. Issei almost took Ross as his own, but Ross held back. He then carried Ross to his room and put her on his bed. Issei. Rest, Ross, he said as he covered her up and left. So this path while I was thinking. Issei. Thinking, Ross really doesn't know how to drink. She got really drunk after just one beer. He said while walking. Back home he was greeted by Rias and the others. Issei. Hello girls, and Irina and Zenobia, I see you already know Lily, he said while both of them were seen playing with Lily. Irina. This baby is so cute, she said while playing with Lily who was laughing. Zenobia. Thinking, I would be a good mother, and Lily is the perfect example, she thought while imagining a future with Issei. Issei. That's great, and how did you behave, Lily? He said while stroking her hair. Lily. Okay, said the baby. Issei. That's great, well I'll go take a bath. He said as he left. Some time later. Asia, Zenobia and Irina were talking about how to surrender to Issei. Zenobia. Well Asia, we brought you a provocative outfit, she said while showing some lingerie. Asia. That's great, thank you very much, she said, looking at her suit. Irina. Okay, here's the plan. First, we have to go to Issei's room when he's already asleep and then we'll make our move. She said with a smile. Asia. Perfect, but you're still human, you could still get pregnant, she said worriedly. Irina. Don't worry, we brought pills to prevent a possible pregnancy, she said while holding up some pills. Zenobia. I refused, but she insisted, she said seriously. Irina. We can't have children with Issei yet, not now, so just wait. She said seriously. Zenobia. Okay, well then, let's wait. She said as they went to the living room with the others. They met Issei's friends but felt jealous, but they also met Ryo who was very serious. They both got along well, but Irina felt jealous because Issei met girls in her absence. While this was happening, let's move on to another state in Japan. There was an apartment where a boy with black hair and a flower in his hair was sleeping. Oni-chan, wake up, she said seriously. Yes, I'm coming, Hitomi, she said as she stood up and changed. Once it was over, she said goodbye to Hitomi and her mother and went to school, unaware that something was about to change. While walking, he encounters a very beautiful girl. Hello Komi, she said with a smile. Komi. Gee good morning Tadano-kun, said the girl somewhat nervously. Tadano. Get well soon, Komi. Okay, let's go to school. He said with a smile. They walk along, but Komi takes his hand and he, blushing, returns her grip which makes her blush. Upon arrival, they enter, but someone of unknown hex greets them. Good morning, Hidehito and Komi, she said with a smile. Tadano. Good morning, Najimi, he said with a smile. Komi. Good morning Najimi-kun, her notebook said. Najimi. Well, let's go in. She said with a smile. So they go in and sit down while they chat and wait for the teacher. The reports could be heard over the loudspeaker, but then. Reporter. And in other news, a student suffered an allergic reaction to shrimp, so shrimp is banned for a week. And in other news hey, this is the teacher's area. Hey. Ah. The loudspeaker was heard calling everyone's attention. Then there was a bang and he said. Hidehito Tadano its me Sam and we've come to get revenge for what you and your damn group of losers did, and White scream. Sam. I'm not alone, I'm with Ruth, George, Tabby and Chuck, so we'll see you at the gym where you'll pay for your sins, you miserable wretch. She said as her footsteps could be heard. Tadano was in shock, but this changed to total rage. He stood up while all his classmates watched him leave and Komi went after him. Tadano. Thinking, those sons of bitches are coming after what those miserable bastards did. They only came to die. He thought as he started running to get there first. Chapter 39 Tadano vs Sam Ruth George Tabby Y Chuck. Tadano arrived at the gym where the aforementioned people were waiting for him. Sam. So if you decided to put on that unhappy face, she said seriously while holding a machete. Tadano. I never take a step back, you bucking boar, he said very seriously. Tabby. You're going to pay for this, she said while showing a metal leg. Tabby. This was the price for the bullet grenades, she said angrily while holding a knife. Chuck. And this was the cost of the mustard gas they released, he said while wearing an eye patch. George. You'll pay for this, because of you I can't sing anymore because of the mustard gas, he said with a very rusty voice. Ruth. You and your group of losers killed a lot of people, he said seriously. Tadano. Those losers were people who knew what they were doing to Lincoln was wrong, and what we did was justice that no damn copper government ever did, even though the price was that they saw us as monsters, but it was worth it, he said seriously, pulling a metal pipe from his back. So Sam lunged at Tadano, who saw this coming and dodged a machete blow that was going to hit him. So Tadano hit him on the head. George lunged at Tadano with a chainsaw. Tadano dodged George's attacks, but Tabby also lunged and tried to stab Tadano, who dodged them. However, in a moment of carelessness, Tabby stabbed Tadano in the leg. Tadano. Ah, scream of pain. George tried to cut off his head, but Tadano ducked and hit him in the leg and back with the pipe. Tabby tried to stab Tadano again, but he hit her hand with his pipe, causing her to drop the knife. Tuck lunged at Tadano, who had a shotgun. Chuck tried to shoot him, but Tadano dodged the shot and threw Tabby's knife at Chuck's leg. Tuck. Aya, scream of pain as he had a knife in his leg. Tadano got a little overconfident, but it was enough for Sam to stab Tadano in the stomach. Tadano. Aya, scream of pain as he feels the machete in his stomach. Tadano screamed in pain but received a punch to the face from Tabby and a blow from Chuck with the shotgun. Tadano was on the ground badly injured while Sam and his friends looked at Hyoudou arrogantly. Sam. How weak, he said. Tadano knew it was his end, so he accepted his fate. George. Let's finish this, he said as he prepared his chainsaw to cut off his head but received a blow to the face with a baseball bat that sent him flying. Everyone could see that he was a tall, blond man with great muscles. Sam. But what? She said, somewhat surprised, but received a blow to the face from a bat that sent her flying. They saw that he was a blue-haired man with glasses. Leave our friend alone already, said the blond man seriously. 2. We won't let them hurt him anymore, said the blue-haired one. George lunges at the blond man with his chainsaw, but the blond man, with his bat which luckily was metal, protects himself from George's attack. But he gets shot in the leg, making him scream in pain, and he sees that it was Chuck who had his shotgun. George was about to deliver the final blow, but the blue-haired boy was quick and punched him in the face, sending him flying. But he receives a cut on his back courtesy of Tabby, and Tabby was already out of commission, as was the blonde. Sam. You wretches, let's see Tadano's reaction when he sees his dead friends, he said with a mocking smile as he had his machete ready. But he receives a blow to the head, revealing himself to be Komi with a metal pipe. Komi. Don't hurt him, she said while holding the tube. Sam approached her and slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. Sam. Stupid, I see you all want to die here, she said mockingly. Upon seeing this, Tadano became so enraged that, regardless of his injuries, he began to stand up while glaring angrily at Sam and his gang. Tadano. How dare you, he said angrily. Tadano. No one touches my Komi. He said as a light illuminated him and he had a new appearance. Tadano wore a samurai outfit, had black hair, purple eyes, was a little taller, and carried a Japanese katana. Sam's entire gang took a step back, but they didn't give up. George was the first to attack with his chainsaw, but Tadano cut the chainsaw with his katana, rendering it useless. Then he cuts off both his arms and cuts off his head from the eyes down. Everyone was surprised by how fast he did it, but Tabby angrily lunged at Tadano. Tabby thought he would cut him, but he didn't as he moved very quickly, but she saw some invisible cuts. Tabby. Ha, stupid, you didn't cut me at all. She said as she lunged, but saw her fingers literally fall off. Tabby. What? She said, surprised. Then he saw his ears fall off, then his arm, and finally he split in half, dying. Everyone was surprised, especially the blonde and blue-haired ones, who stared in amazement at what Tadano had done. Sam. Shoot. He said as Chuck shot him with his shotgun. Tadano deflected the shot with his katana, surprising Chuck. Without wasting any time, Tadano began making many cuts in Chuck's body, who didn't have time to react. Sam watched as Chuck's body fell in squares, finally cut off, and he died instantly. Ruth, despite being surprised, lunges at Tadano, who was expecting it, and without wasting any time, he plunges his sword into her stomach. Tadano. Pathetic, he said as he grabbed his jaw and ripped it off, where he screamed in pain. Tadano ends up breaking her neck, where she dies. He saw Sam running for his life, but Sam grabbed the knife that was on the floor and threw it at his foot. She screams in pain as she tries to remove the knife, but she can't. Tadano teases her and forces her to look him in the eyes. Sam. Don't kill me, let me go and I promise I won't come back, she said as tears streamed down her face. Tadano. After what you did, you think I'm going to forgive you? You'll pay for what you and your bitchy friends did at that concert. He said while grabbing her hair and dragging her into the dressing rooms. He enters and closes where Sam's screams could be heard in the locker rooms. 2 hours later. The blonde boy, the blue-haired boy and Komi were sitting while cleaning their wounds when they saw the locker room door open and Tadano emerge covered in blood. Komi is startled to see him, but he loses his transformation and falls unconscious. Scene change. Tadano was seen in a hospital and he wakes up and sees the place. Tadano. I'm in the hospital, heh, it was to be expected. He said while stretching his arms, but saw that one hand had handcuffs and the other had Komi's hand. He saw Komi asleep, holding his hand and not letting go. Tadano. Her hand is very soft, he said blushing as he watched Komi sleeping. Then she wakes up and sees that she had Hyoudou's hand and she lets go while blushing deeply. Tadano. Hello Komi, thank you for healing me and for giving me a wife, he said while removing the handcuffs with his finger. Komi is surprised and writes. Komi. You killed those boys all by yourself and the place where you killed that blonde was horrible. You could see her arms and legs hanging like she was butcher's meat. Her notebook said. Tadano. I see, well, he said as he stood up and stretched his body. Komi is surprised to see him stand up as if nothing had happened. Tadano. Komi, could you help me go to the forest? I need to get some things to look for Issei. He said seriously. Komi was confused and accepted. So Komi gave him a change of clothes so he wouldn't leave in just a gown, and once he was changed they left the hospital without anyone suspecting anything, since Tadano hadn't yet been reported as a murderer. In the forest. Once they arrived, Tadano took a shovel and a construction hammer out of a tree. Tadano. Komi, stand back, this is getting you dirty. He said as Komi nodded and stood back. So Tadano began to dig and once he felt something rocky, he knew he had reached his goal. So, with the sledgehammer, he begins to break the piece of cement while memories flash through his mind. Tadano, 11 years old, was seen being beaten by Sam and his group with guitars. Tadano was seen crying while Sam and Tabby looked at him lustfully. Finally, Tadano was seen with a ponytail and a serious expression as he looked at Sam and his group. After breaking it, he takes out the pieces of cement and a door is revealed. He opens the door and begins to go down. Tadano. You can get down, Komi, just be careful. He said while Komi didn't know what to do but agreed. Komi enters, seeing everything dark and trembling with fear, but decides to continue going down. Once she finishes going down, Tadano turns on the light and she is surprised to see many weapons and some vehicles. Tadano. Welcome Komi to my weapons depot. It's been years since I've been here. He said while Komi looked surprised. Tadano goes to a computer and starts searching for Issei. After 10 minutes he finds it and smiles. Tadano. Well, it'll take me 3 days to get there. He said while taking a backpack, going to a desk and taking out a lot of money. Tadano. Komi, if you want you can come back. I have to find someone and tell them what happened at school. If you want, you can come back. He said seriously. Komi quickly takes out her notebook and begins to write. Komi. I'll go with you, I won't leave you alone, the notebook said. Tadano. Well, but you'll have to tell your parents about this. He said with a smile. Komi agrees and calls her mother, who at first didn't want her daughter to leave, but her mother tells Tadano. Komi's mother. Tadano, please take care of my daughter. Ah, runaway love is so romantic. She said on the phone. They both blushed so much that their faces looked like tomatoes. Komi's mother. Well, take care, daughter, she said while hanging up. Tadano. Well, we already have your mother's approval. He said as he walked to a van. Tadano opens the door and Komi enters, and so does he. Komi writes to him in her notebook. Komi. You know how to drive, and if so, you have a driver's license, the booklet said. Tadano. Yes, I have it, don't worry, he said as he started the truck and drove to where a hidden entrance in the forest opened to let him pass, and they drove towards Kuoh. Note. This happened 3 days after Hyoudou was attacked. Chapter 40. Exorcists and a Nun 18. Issei was asleep alone, since none of them wanted to sleep with him, which surprised him a little, but he accepted it since he thought they needed some personal space. He was asleep when 3 people entered his room and began tying Issei's arms and legs to prevent him from escaping. Arena. Okay girls, how do we practice? She said, holding up a lab coat. This is how Asia awakens Issei. Issei. It's already morning, what? He said, noticing that his hands and feet were tied. He tried to break the ropes, but saw that the ropes were anti-magic. Asia. Don't worry, Issei-san, we did it so you couldn't escape. She said with a smile. The lights came on, but the light was red and a seductive song began to play. Issei saw Asia, Irina and Zenobia wearing bathrobes, but they took them off, revealing very seductive lingerie. Issei blushed deeply because he hadn't expected that. Asia. Issei-san, do you like him? She said blushing. Issei. Yes, I like it, I love it, she said with a smile and blushing. Irina. Now you like this even more, she said as she began to dance hexily, just like Zenobia and Asia. Issei just had a perverted look on his face as he watched the 3 of them dance in a very seductive way. He even wanted to make them his own, but the ropes prevented him from doing so. After finishing their dance, they approach Issei, and the first to kiss him is Irina, who gives him a passionate kiss, followed by Zenobia. Zenobia. I know we barely know each other, but my dream has always been to have a child with the Red Emperor, so please grant me that wish. She said, blushing. Lemon skipped. Thus Issei took them to such a level of pleasure that the three of them fell unconscious, but Issei continued with his work. But leaving our nymphomaniacs doing their thing elsewhere, Chandler was talking to an unknown girl. You were stupid, he said very seriously. Chandler. I didn't think the loser was very strong, he said seriously. I knew you would lose. I'll send Alan O'Neill and Alan Jr. to help you, along with Gabriel. He said seriously. Chandler. Okay, fine, but also send me 1,000 more soldiers, he said seriously. Fine, I want that loser dead, no matter what it takes. She said seriously. Chandler. Are you still upset that that loser took your eye, your right arm, and your left leg? He said seriously. Yes, we're all upset, especially Linka and Liberty. That loser took everything from us, and the worst part was that Lini betrayed us. She said, annoyed by the last part. Chandler. Well, as a reward if I succeed, I want that loser's girlfriends. That Rias has delicious tits, and that Akeno has a round ass I want to touch. He said lustfully. You're a pig, but that's okay, he said while hanging up. Chandler. Well, Freed, we have to keep looking for those exorcists to kill them, but also, if they have a good body, we have to have some fun. What do you say? He said while looking at the albino. Freed. I like you, rich kid, he said with a psychopathic smile. Chapter 41 Armor of Asia. The next morning, Issei was seen waking up and on top of him were Asia, Irina and Zenobia, completely naked and with some traces of semen on their bodies. So he changed into a training suit and left, but not before making breakfast for his girlfriends and parents. So he went to the forest where Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Murayama and Kadis were waiting for him. Issei. Good morning everyone, he said with a smile. Mitsuda. Issei, why did you summon us here? He said, confused. Aika. It's true, she said seriously. Issei. Well, you see, remember Chandler's attack? He said seriously. Mitsuda and Motohama shuddered slightly, Murayama and Kadis trembled a little, and Aika was confused. Issei. Well, I thought about it a lot and came to the conclusion that I must train them so that this doesn't happen again. He said seriously. That surprised the four of them, but Aika tells him. Aika. And what do I have to do with this? She said seriously. Issei. Well, Chandler is attracted to beautiful women, and you could be one of them. He said seriously. Aika. Do you think I'm beautiful? She said blushing. Issei realized what he said and blushed, while Murayama and Kadis were jealous. Issei. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't want to train, you can leave, but if you do, I'll gladly train you. He said with a smile. Mitsuda and Motohama accepted because they wanted to get revenge on Chandler, Murayama and Kadis, so they wouldn't have to live in fear again, even though they knew how to defend themselves. Aika. Okay, I'll do it, she said with a smile. Issei. Okay, first do 20 push-ups, 20 squats, 20 sit-ups, and run for 20 minutes. He said seriously. The five of them swallowed hard, knowing it was going to be a long day. At the Hyoudou mansion. Issei's harem and his friends were seen waking up and seeing all the food. The Keno. And this, she said, looking at the note. Use. Girls, after what happened with Chandler, I've come to the conclusion that I need to train Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Murayama and Kadis so Chandler doesn't get away with it again. So, I'm leaving you a freshly made breakfast. I'll be out all day, taking advantage of the weekend. P.S. Zenobia and Irina, don't eat all of your breakfast. And tonight I'll help you with the Gabriel problem. Attendant. Issei. After finishing reading the note, Zenobia and Irina blushed because Issei had called them gluttons, while the others just started eating along with Issei's friends. In the forest. Several gunshots could be heard, and that was because Issei had taught them the art of firearms. The five of them had a gun while shooting at several shooting dummies. When Issei finished, he saw his results. Issei. Well, Mitsuda, you hit him twice in the right leg, once in the head, and twice in the chest, while 3 of your shots missed everything. Not bad. He said seriously. Issei. Motohama, you shot him 3 times in the chest, 1 time in the head, and 4 times in the legs. Excellent. He said seriously. Issei. Aika, you hit her 6 in the head and 2 in the back, great job, he said seriously. Issei. Murayama, you hit him 7 times in the groin and once in the head, how sadistic. He said somewhat fearfully. Issei. And Kadis, you hit him 5 times in the center of his chest and 3 times in the head, very good, he said seriously. Issei. Well, you can rest for 20 minutes, you've earned it. He said with a smile. They began to rest a little, but then they saw Issei take food out of his backpack and give each of them a portion. Issei. They need to eat, I made them myself, he said with a smile. So they eat and are amazed by the flavor. Hadis. Delicious, she said with stars in her eyes. Murayama. I can taste the meat in my mouth. I didn't know you could cook so well. He said with a smile. Issei. Thanks, he said with a slight blush. So they ate and continued with their training. Several hours later. After a lot of training by Issei, the boys ended up very tired without exception. Issei. Good job, see you tomorrow for the next training session, he said with a smile. Murayama. And we can take these weapons with us, he said while holding a machine gun and a pistol. Issei. Of course, the weapons I gave you are yours from now on. He said with a smile. So everyone thanks Issei and leaves, but Issei was thinking about something. Issei. Thinking, if Gabriel attacks, Asia would be the most vulnerable, but what can I do? He thought seriously. After a while, he comes up with something. So he takes out his phone and calls Asia. Note. Rias gave him a phone number so there would be no doubt. At the Hyoudou mansion. Asia was seen knitting a sheet as this was her hobby when she received a call from Issei, who called immediately. Asia. Hello Issei-san, what's wrong? Asia said. Issei. Hello Asia, I need you to come to the forest because I want to give you something important. He said seriously. Asia. Okay, I'll call the others. She said as she started to walk away, but was stopped. Issei. No, just come alone, because I have something important to give you. He said seriously. Asia. Okay, I'll go there, she said, hanging up. So Issei would go to his weapons store and take out an armor that he never used but that someone else would use. Issei. David, I don't know if you can hear me, but I have to thank you for building this. I know I never used it since it seemed unnecessary to me, but I know someone else will put it to good use. He said while taking out a huge box. 30 minutes later. Asia was seen arriving at the forest and looking for Issei. Asia. Issei-san, where is he? She said as Issei arrived. Issei. Here I am, I'm glad you arrived, he said with a smile. Asia. What did she want to show me? He said, confused. Issei. Follow me, he said as he took her hand and they walked. These arrived where there was a 2-meter box. Asia. What is that? She said, confused. Issei. Asia, ever since I learned about Gabriel, Mitsuda and Motohama, I've come to the conclusion that you would be an easy target for Gabriel if he were to attack. He said seriously. Asia remained silent upon hearing that and Issei continued. Issei. So I'll give you this, he said while opening the box where there was an armor. Issei. I present to you the slug armor, he said with a smile. Asia was very surprised by the armor. Issei. It's made of a metal stronger than steel itself. It has 5 different types of weapons, can launch cannons, and can even withstand a nuclear explosion. He said with a smile. Asia was very surprised by the armor. Issei. Come on, get in, he said as Asia climbed in without thinking. Asia looked inside the armor and saw all the buttons and levers. Issei. With the levers you can walk, with the pedals you can stop, and with the middle button you can jump, and if you press it several times you can fly, he said seriously. Asia. Great. She said with stars in her eyes. Issei. You like it? He said with a smile. Asia. I love it, thank you so much Issei-san, she said while hugging him. Issei. If you want, I can show you how to use it. He said with a smile. Asia. Yes, she said excitedly, since she secretly felt like a burden for not helping Issei in battles and felt useless, but with this she could help him. Issei. Well, if you press the H button you can fire AK-47 bullets, if you press R you can launch rockets as projectiles, if you press S you can fire sawed-off shotgun blasts, but you have to be close to the enemy for it to be effective, if you press F you can launch a lethal flame, and if you press L, you can launch a laser that will be lethal to the enemy, he said seriously. Asia. And what does C do? She said while pressing it. Then the arm of the armor rises and launches a cannon at some trees, destroying them. Issei. Those are the cannons, use them in case of emergency. And lastly, the E stands for escape, so if the armor is about to be destroyed, use that button to escape. He said seriously. Asia. Okay, she said with a smile. Issei. Well, now we have to go before the police arrive. He said, picking up his armor and leaving with Asia. Chapter 42. Attack of the Exorcists and Gabriel. Issei and Asia had arrived home. Of course, Asia was very happy with her new armor that Issei had given her. Once they arrived, Issei left with Zenobia and Irina, but Kaneko and Kuroka accompanied them since they asked to go. As they walked, Issei found Kiba and asked for his help, which the blonde accepted. But they also saw Saji and asked for his help, which he also accepted. So they were all dressed as priests and were walking around looking for Fried and Chandler. So as they walked, they found him in an abandoned chapel, and thus the fight began. Fried. Well, there's some very fresh meat. It's good that my colleague helped me, isn't it, Chandler? He said as Chandler appeared with a holy sword. Chandler. That's right, and I see you brought me some beauties. How about we make a deal? Give me those exorcists and those Nikos, and I'll let you and your friends live. He said with a smile. Issei. I'll just tell you one thing, Chandler, he said as he pulled his machete from his back. You're screwed, he said as he lunged at Chandler. Chandler defended himself while Kibba lunged at Fried, as did Zenobia and Arena. Thus began a battle where the slightest carelessness would be fatal. So Issei made some adjustments and started giving Chandler several cuts. Chandler. Damn it, he said while trying to cut him. Kibba already had Fried on the ropes, who was defending himself against the swords that were coming out of the floor. But they were interrupted by a voice. I see you haven't yet used the true power of the holy swords, have you, Fried and Chandler? Said the voice. Kibba. That voice, he said incredulously, is Valper, the one in charge of Project Excalibur, he said incredulously. Valper. Fried and Chandler, use your life force to make the sword fully functional, he said seriously. So Fried and Chandler did as asked, and both swords began to glow orange and grow stronger. They were about to continue fighting, but Saji tied their feet so they couldn't move, and then Saji threw them to the ground. Saji. I won't let you go so easily, he said as they tried to break the rope. So, with all their strength, they both break the rope that tied them up and go to Valper. Valper. We have to retreat. For now, we're at a great disadvantage, so we need to go to where Gabriel and the soldiers are to start the attack. He said seriously. Fried. As you say, old man. He said, throwing a flash bomb, and the three of them disappeared. Kibba. They're gone, we have to go after them. He said as he started running, but Issei stopped him. Issei. We'll worry about them later. For now, I need to have a serious talk with you. He said seriously. Issei. Girls and Saji, inform Rias and Sona about this while I talk to Kibba. He said seriously. They then agree and leave, while Kibba and Issei sit on a bench. Issei. Tell me why you seek so much revenge, he said seriously. Kibba explained how he was a test subject for the Excalibur sword and how he watched his friends being killed by the exorcists and how he was the only survivor. Kibba. You'll never understand what I suffered. You had a normal life, while I only thought about one thing. Revenge. He said seriously. Issei. I understand, you know, he said seriously. Kibba stares at him and continues. Issei. You know, I used to live for revenge, but now I live again for her. He said seriously. Kibba. What do you mean? He said seriously. Issei. You know what this is? He said, pulling out a newspaper with a headline, The Molotov Genocide. Kibba was looking at the newspaper, and Issei continued. Issei. I committed that genocide along with many other people, he said seriously. That surprised Kibba, who hadn't expected that. Kibba. Why did you do it? He said, seeing the houses on fire. Issei would tell Kibba everything without leaving out any details, and every word that came out of Issei's mouth left Kibba speechless. Issei. You understand that I too seek revenge, he said seriously. Kibba didn't say anything. He was having a hard time processing everything Issei said. Kibba. I can't believe all that. They condemned a child for something so stupid, and the worst part is that that bastard Chandler raped your friend, just like Lily. He said angrily. Issei. Once he's in my hands, I'll torture him until he begs me to kill him. He shouted angrily. Kibba. Okay, I'll help you if you help me destroy that abomination that is the sword Excalibur, he said seriously. Issei. Count on me, he said seriously. Scene change. Everyone was seen at the occult club, but they all went to the hill in the city where they felt the energy that Gabriel. So once they arrived they saw that Fried, Chandler, Valper and Gabriel were there. Gabriel. Well, if it isn't the Gremory and Sitri heirs, he said seriously. Rias. In the name of the Gremory family, I will destroy Tygo for invading our territory. She said seriously. Gabriel. I don't think so. First, I'll kill all of you so I can start a new war. He said madly. Sona. You know that would wipe out all three races together, she said seriously. Gabriel. I don't care, I want my war no matter the cost, he said while creating some spears and throwing them towards the Gremorys and Sitris, but they make a magic circle protecting themselves. When they looked more closely, they realized that none of Gabriel's allies, nor he himself, were there anymore. Sona. Damn, they went to school, she said seriously. Tsubaki. If they combine those swords, they will destroy the entire city and a new war will begin. She said seriously. Issei. Damn it, I'll go to my storage room to get some weapons. He said as he left, but Rias tried to stop him, but it was useless as he left. Saji. Trust Rias senpai, he knows what he's doing. He said seriously. Akeno. We have to go to school before it gets too late, she said seriously. So everyone went to school to stop Gabriel's plans. Some time later. The entire student council could be seen floating around, forming a barrier to prevent the damage from the fight from spreading to other areas. Saji. Kaichu, please let me fight alongside the Occult Research Club. Issei will be a while to arrive. He said seriously. Sona hesitated but finally accepted since Saji was not a weak person. Momo and the others kissed Saji to tell her to take care. As they all entered, while walking to the schoolyard they were surprised by a hail of bullets, and they hid. Chandler. Shoot, don't let them advance, he said seriously. They all saw that there were many men armed to the teeth. Saji. Damn, they have us cornered. It's a good thing Asia got that armor. Asia, I know it will be difficult for you to kill them, but if we don't stop them, they will destroy the city, and we will all be screwed. So fire. That armor makes the bullets bounce. He said seriously. Asia understood the message and left while Chandler's soldiers were shooting at her, but the bullets bounced off her. She pressed the H button and began shooting at Chandler's soldiers, killing some and making others hide. The others come out and begin launching their attacks, killing Chandler's soldiers, but they have to hide again as several grenades hit them directly. Chandler. Alan and Alan Jr., bring me those beauties. He said seriously. Alan. Alan Jr. So they both head towards the Gremories, but they both hear several gunshots and see that it was Issei with an M5, and next to him were Ryo, Arena, Alice, Ikumi, Hakuna, Fiona, Leona, Clara, Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Murayama Caddis and Roswius, all with weapons and Ross wearing his Valkyrie armor. Issei. Attack. He said as all the reinforcements Issei brought began firing. Issei. Sorry I'm late, well we have to deal with the crow, he said seriously. They all nod and leave and begin killing Chandler's soldiers, and he was angry because the Excalibur sword still hadn't fused together. Alan and Alan Jr. were shooting at the Gremories, but Issei pulled a special shotgun from his back and shot at Alan. However, the bullets were made of coins, which pierced Alan and other Chandler soldiers. Chandler lay down on the ground, as did Freed, and they saw the fountain that had several monkeys buried in it. Alan fell dead, but before dying he said. Alan. Go and buck your mother, he said in Spanish. Issei. Yours, you idiot, said the same in Spanish. Rias. What did you say, Issei? She said, confused. Issei. Nothing, now it's that blondie's turn, he said while watching as Fiona, Leona and Clara shot at Alan Jr., but he fell to the ground but got up with a shout. Alan Jr. Damn it. He said, running towards them with a 30-centimeter knife. Issei was about to fire, but he saw a cannon coming towards him, killing him, and he saw that it was Asia who had fired the cannon. Issei. Good job, Asia. I see you can already control the armor. He said with a smile. Asia. Thank you, Issei-san, she said with a smile. Valper. It's finally ready, he said, looking at the fused sword. Zenobia. Thinking, it's not as strong as the previous one, she thought it would be. So Freed takes it and looks at the Gremories. Freed. Look, it's a real Excalibur, he said with a demented smile. Freed. We have to try it out. He said as he ran towards Zenobia and Arena who started fighting him. While both were fighting against Freed, Kiba approached Valper, but a spear of light hit Kiba directly, leaving him injured. Valper. You know, I remember you. You were one of the rats that escaped. I heard that one of those pieces of trash escaped, but I didn't expect it to turn into a demon. He said seriously. Valper. But I have to thank you, my experiments were very fruitful, he said with a smile. Kiba. What are you saying? He said, confused. Valper. The power you each possessed individually wasn't enough for you to wield an Excalibur, so I came up with the idea of taking all the life energy you all had and turning it into one, he said as Kiba's eyes widened in shock. Kiba. What are you saying? He said, seeing that Valper had a blue crystal. This is how Zenobia explains how the crystal works, but it was done without the need to kill the user. Kiba. So they killed them for nothing. Why? He shouted. Valper. You were just lab rats, I didn't know what to do with you. He said seriously and coldly. Kiba. We thought we were serving the master, but in the end, we were rats, he said while Issei's friend stared at Kiba. Hadis. How cruel, she said, seeing how Kiba was. Valper throws the crystal at Kiba. Valper. I'm giving you the last crystal. Now we have the technology to create better ones than that one. He said while Kiba looked sadly at the crystal. Kiba. Friends, he said, looking at the glass as he remembered how they died. Issei. You wretched damned old man. he said, throwing a red ball at Valper, hitting him directly and leaving him badly injured. Kiba. Valper Golidio, how many lives will you sacrifice for your plans and your damned ambitions? He said as several lights surrounded Kiba. Murayama. What are those lights? She said, confused. Everyone saw how the lights formed people, and they were all next to Kiba. Kiba. I always wondered why I was the only survivor, why it was me. They had bigger dreams than me, they had more desire to survive than me. He said while putting his hands to his lips. Then someone pulls down his shirt and he looks down and sees that it was one of the children he met. So everyone surrounds Kiba while they tell him. Child 1. Don't worry, he said with a smile. Child 2. We're with you, he said with a smile. Girl 1. For us, she said with a smile. Girl 2. I'm not afraid anymore even though God doesn't exist, she said with a smile. Kiba. Friends, he said with a smile. Kuroka. It's very pretty, she said with a smile. Clara just shed tears looking at that. Issei. Why can't I stop crying? He said while wiping away his tears. Greg. That night has done it, he said while Issei looked at his glove. Greg. When different energies flow out of this world, they create something beyond the limits, creating the balance breaker, said the dragon seriously. The Gabriel and Chandler watched this with interest. Kiba. I understand now. They didn't want me to seek revenge. They wanted to rest in peace. But I must eliminate the one responsible for all this, he said, creating a sword and ensure that no one follows your stupid example, he said while Valper was unable to move. Issei. Kiba, you have to defeat Freed and Excalibur. They're with you, just like us. She said, motivating him. Kiba. Issei, he said, looking at him. Rias. You have my permission because you're still a member of the Gremory clan. You're stronger than Excalibur. She said with a smile. Kaneko. You have to do it, she said, motivating him. Asia. Kiba-san, she said with a smile. Kiba. I will become a sword. The souls of my friends are with me. We must merge the feelings we had in those times. He said while creating a sword unlike any seen before. Kiba. It is born now, this is the sword of betrayal, it has holy powers, but also demonic ones, he said while holding a new sword in his hands. Rias. Holy and demonic powers, she said, feigning surprise. Kiba was walking towards Freed, but Zenobia was doing the same. Zenobia. Knight of the Gremory clan, I suppose we are still allies in this. She said seriously. Kiba. I think so, he said seriously. Arena. Then we must destroy Excalibur, she said seriously. Kiba. Are you sure? He said, looking at them. Zenobia. It's considered a holy sword, but it's not holy at all, she said seriously. Arena. It's an abomination, she said seriously. Zenobia lays her sword down and begins to speak. Zenobia. Petra, Basilio, Bioniza, and Maria the Holy Mother, please listen to my words. I have authorization to use Durandal. She said as a magic circle appeared and a sword with many chains appeared, but when Zenobia touched the sword, they broke. Issei. Durandal, he said, surprised. Thus the three of them launched themselves towards Freed who tried to defend himself, but with the speed of Kiba and Arena he could not, and even more so with Zenobia who had Durandal. That's how Freed's Excalibur couldn't withstand it and broke. Freed. This has to be a joke, those bitches have beaten me, he said while touching his shoulder, falling unconscious. Kiba. Did you see that, friends? Our power surpassed Excalibur. He said, looking at the sword. Thus Kiba approached a dying Valper who tried to escape, but because of the burns inflicted by Issei he could not. Thus Kiba ended up killing Valper by cutting him in half, but this is not over yet, as Gabriel and Chandler were still to come. Gabriel. I see I can have some fun now, he said with a smile. Issei. This will be a long process, he said seriously. Chapter 43 Gabriel vs Gremories. At school, Issei could be seen looking at Gabriel very seriously, and Gabriel did the same. The first to make her move was Rias, who launched a destructive attack at Gabriel, but he deflected it. Then Ukeno launched a beam at Gabriel, but he defended himself with his wings. Next was Mitsuda, who took Issei's shotgun and shot Gabriel, thinking it wouldn't do anything, but he was wrong, as the coins from the shotgun embedded themselves in his wings. Gabriel. Aye you brat. He said, running at great speed. Atsugi grabbed him by the waist with his rope and threw him towards the fountain, destroying it. Gabriel emerged from the rubble but saw 7 swords surrounding him. He realized it was Kiba who had tried to slash him, but Gabriel protected himself with his wings. However, this only served as a distraction, allowing Arena and Zenobia to attempt to cut him. Gabriel was taking the Exorcist swords, but he saw above how Kaneko and Ravel tried to hit him on the head, Ravel having fire in her hands, of course. But Gabriel made cuts on all of them, and they all went flying, injured. Asia. Kaneko and Ravel, she said angrily as she pressed the F button and a large burst of flame headed towards Gabriel. Gabriel tried to dodge it, but Ryo grabbed him with his chains, preventing him from moving, and then Saji tied him by his wings, where the flames of Asia hit him full force. Gabriel screamed in pain, but with his strength he broke the chains, as well as Saji's rope, and freed himself. Gabriel had third-degree burns on his body and was very angry. He lunged towards Asia to kill her, but Issei, in his armor, grabbed his foot and slammed him to the ground several times. Finally he lets go and Gabriel looks hurt. Gabriel. There are many against one, so my pets will help me. He said, snapping his fingers, and several hellhounds appeared. Thus the dogs rushed towards the Gremorys, but Roswius launched several magical attacks at the dogs. Hiroka threw blue fire at the hellhounds, causing them to retreat. Motohama, who had a sniper rifle, shot Gabriel in the chest, causing him to back away. Zenobia lunged at Gabriel again, but he defended himself well against her attacks. Irina, who had a sword given to her by Issei, lunged at Gabriel, taking advantage of his distraction, and slashed his chest, causing him to scream in pain. Ikumi, who had a knife given to her by Issei, lunged at Gabriel and cut his cheek. Alice and Hisako, who had a shield, launched themselves at Gabriel and hit him hard on the head. Gabriel, very angry, made many cuts with his wings, leaving Irina, Alice, Hisako, and Ikumi out of commission. Gabriel was about to kill them, but Issei, with his armor, gave him a powerful blow to the face that sent him flying. Gabriel. I'm doomed. Heh, if I die I'm taking one of you with me. He said, throwing a spear of light into the void. Everyone was confused, but they saw the spear heading towards Tsubaki, so Sona lost concentration on making the shield and protected her queen, but Issei ended up taking the spear in his stomach. Everyone. Issei, they said worriedly. Asia approached Issei and began to heal him. Gabriel was about to launch an attack on both of them, but Murayama and Kata shot him several times in the chest, something he hadn't expected. Gabriel was so distracted that he didn't see Ravel, Kaneko, and Ika hit him on the head, leaving him badly injured. Gabriel was already defeated when he was kicked by Saji, who was angry. Saji. This is for what you did to Issei, you miserable wretch. He said as Gabriel fell at Chandler's feet. Gabriel. Chandler, I can't take it anymore. I didn't expect the Gremorys to be so strong. Please help me. He said, very hurt. Chandler. Of course I'll help you, he said while taking his hand. Gabriel thought Chandler would help him, but how wrong he was. Then he saw that he also had Freed by the other arm, and Freed saw that Chandler had an angry expression. So he threw them both into the air. Freed. Kid, what are you doing? He said as he felt himself being lifted into the air. Gabriel. What does this mean? He shouted. Chandler. I don't need a couple of useless people like you, he said while creating 2 fireballs. That's how Chandler threw fireballs at Freed and Gabriel. Gabriel. Chandler Aya, scream as he feels his body disappear in the fire. Freed. You damn bastard Aya, he screamed while his body was on fire. All the Gremorys, including Citrus, were shocked to see how Chandler ended the lives of their allies. Issei. Classic Chandler, he said while being helped by Asia. Rias. What does this mean? She said seriously. Chandler. I don't need weaklings on my team, I'll defeat them alone. He said arrogantly. Chandler. And I'll take the glory by having all of you as my hex slaves, he said lustfully. That was a mistake on Chandler's part since Issei and Saji activated their turbo power. Issei had the appearance he had when he fought Razor and Saji had a rocker hairstyle and a black outfit. It's the clothes he wears. Saji. Chandler, he said as he walked alongside Issei. Issei. We'll finish you off, he said with a voice full of madness, and Saji was no exception. Chapter 44 Saji yt Issei vs Chandler. They both glared at Chandler with hatred and he glared back at them. Issei. Girls, I don't want any of you interfering in this fight. He said seriously. Saji. Likewise, I don't want any of you girls interfering in this fight to the death. He said very seriously. Rias. Okay, she said seriously. Sona. We trust you, she said seriously. Asia was in charge of healing all the injured girls and told them. Asia. I trust you, she said while tending to an unconscious Irina. Thus they both lunged towards Chandler, who dodged both blows. Issei tried to punch Chandler, but Chandler easily dodged and delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. However, Saji had a laser that paralyzed him. Chandler. What? He said, surprised at not being able to move. Issei quickly gets to his feet and delivers a powerful blow that sends him flying. Chandler crashed into the school building, but the very furious one, at incredible speed, punched both of them, sending them flying where they crashed into some trees, destroying them. Issei. Thinking, damn, he's stronger than Razor and Gabriel combined. He thought very seriously. Tisagi summons his gauntlet and ties up Chandler, but Chandler easily breaks the rope. However, this was a distraction, allowing Issei to deliver a double kick to his face. Chandler flew away again, but to everyone's surprise he summoned demon wings, shocking everyone. Chandler. What do you think, Issei? I'm a demon, just like you and Saji. He said with an arrogant smile. Tisagi. But how can you be a demon who is your master? He said seriously. Chandler. Nobody actually has the king piece, and I also ate all my chess pieces, he said arrogantly. Rias. But you can't do that. If you do, you could die from an overload of power in the pieces. She said seriously. Chandler. Ha, nothing happened to me, look, promotion horse, he said as a piece of horse came out behind Chandler and he launched himself at incredible speed at Issei and gave him a powerful blow to the stomach that made him bleed a lot. Tisagi tried to kick him, but Chandler, even with his promotion, gave him a spinning kick that left him on the ground. Chandler. Ha, you see, you don't stand a chance against me. Just surrender and give me those beauties and I'll let you live. He said arrogantly. Issei. That will never happen, he said, standing up with some difficulty. Tisagi. And you know why? He said as he stood up and blood came out of his nose. Both. Because we will protect them from you, they said as their armor surrounded them. Issei had his Red Emperor armor with turbo power and Tisagi had his complete Vitra armor with turbo power. Note. Ignore the girl in the back. Chandler. Interesting, very interesting. You know, Issei, you're not that kid who ran away from fights anymore. He said while doing a promo, Reina, and lunged towards them both. Tisagi paralyzed Chandler, who could barely move, but Issei took advantage of this to deliver a powerful blow to his stomach that made him spit blood. Then Issei gave him a strong kick that knocked him to the ground, but Chandler got up and blood could be seen coming from his head. Chandler. Unhappy, he said while performing a queen promo and combining it with the queen he already had, giving him a speed far exceeding Kiba's. Chandler began to give Issei and Tisagi a good beating, who tried to defend themselves, but it was useless to them. Rias. Issei, she said as she ran to help him but Fiona stopped her. Fiona. We can't get close because if we do, her immense power will kill us. She said seriously. Rias. But, she said, but Sona tells her. Sona. I'd like to help him too, but we can't interfere in this fight. She said seriously as she watched them both stand up and Issei pull out 2 vials. Issei gave one to Tisagi, who took it and they both drank the liquid, regaining their energy. Chandler. So that was the liquid you drank when you fought Lin? He said seriously. Issei. If I was able to defeat her with this, I'll defeat you too. He said very seriously. Chandler. What's your problem with me? He said seriously. Issei. What's my problem? What's my problem? What do I have with you? He said as his armor transformed into the queen promotion. Issei. You made our lives a living hell, my friends' lives. You tortured us with those bitches. You, he said as his wings and gems glowed blood red. Issei. You dared to grape Stella and Lily, he said as he launched himself at incredible speed at Chandler, who could not dodge it and received a strong knee strike that made him bleed a lot. Tisagi didn't hold back either, and he began to tie Chandler's arms and legs with his power, and Chandler began to receive a heavy beating from both of them. Issei showed no mercy to Chandler. You could hear his bones breaking, and they became even more broken as Tisagi put pressure on the strings. In the end, Chandler was knocked out of the fight, but he still had to suffer this damned man, so Tisagi quickly went to the school for a chair and some tape and began to tie Chandler up. The Gremorys and Sitri told them what they would do, but they turned a deaf ear, so Issei punched him in the stomach to wake him up. Chandler. What? He said, seeing that he was tied up. Issei. Chandler, it's time you paid for what you did years ago, he said seriously. Chandler. Wait, we can make a deal. How about I give you all the boars you want and I also give you each $10 million. He said this because he knew what his fate was. Issei. If I were the same pervert I would do it, but I'm not that pervert anymore. Besides, I don't make deals with rapists. He said in a very cold voice. So Issei, with his machete, told Tisagi to take off his pants, which he did, and then Issei cut off his balls. Chandler. Aya, scream of pain. Tisagi grabbed his head and Issei cut his tongue, causing him to bleed profusely. Not satisfied, Issei cut off his hands and feet, which made him scream even worse. The Kendo's face was filled with excitement as she listened to Chandler's screams. She liked Issei's totally sadistic side. In the end, Issei and Tisagi made fire. Issei's was red and Saji's was black, and together they burned Chandler alive as he screamed in pain and suffering. Issei just looked up at the sky and smiled. Issei. Stella, you can rest in peace now. I've killed the one who hurt you mentally and physically. He said with a smile, looking up at the sky. Thus, both lost their armor and fell unconscious, also losing their turbo power. All the girls approached them. Issei's harem was healing him, especially Ravel, who gave him 2 phoenix tears. And Saji's harem was also being healed with magic, but Ravel gave them 2 phoenix tears, causing their wounds to heal. Rias. They're fine, he'll just be unconscious for a while. We need to take him home. She said seriously. All. Yes, they said with a smile. Then they see a guy in white armor coming down from the sky. I've come to take Gabriel and Fried away, he said seriously. Akeno. They're already dead. I'll kill the one on fire. She said seriously. I see. Well, I'll tell Azazel that he's already dead. He said as he was about to leave, but Drake spoke to him. They both had the same conversation, although Issei was unconscious, but Drake tells him. Drake. You know, my partner is better than yours because he possesses turbo power, he said arrogantly. They are both surprised and leave without saying anything. So they took Issei and Saji to rest after this tough fight, but of course they returned to fix the damage left by the battle. Chapter 45. Taking care of Issei. The next day. Issei woke up but saw that he wasn't alone. He was with his entire harem, even his friends were asleep alongside him. Issei, thinking, Drake, do you know what happened last night? He thought seriously. Drake. Well, you tortured that wretch Chandler and killed him by burning him alive, and I saw your memories, and he totally deserved it. The dragon said seriously. Issei. Yes, and then what happened? He said seriously. Drake. Well, you ran out of energy when you fused your turbo power with mine, that's why you can't move, you can only talk and move your eyes, that's all. He said seriously. Issei. I see. And what happened next? He said seriously. Drake. Your white rival arrived, we talked and he left, and your partners brought you here, and since they were all tired, they slept with you, he said seriously. Issei. I see. Well, thanks for the information, Drake. He said with a smile. Drake. You're welcome, he said as he fell asleep. So all the girls woke up, and when they saw Issei awake, they hugged him and showered him with kisses, except for his friends who were jealous. Rias. Issei, are you okay? She said while hugging him. Issei. Yes, I'm fine, but I can't move because I'm out of energy. He said while feeling everyone's hugs. Akeno. Well, I see I can take advantage of that, she said while giving him a kiss and was about to pull down his pants, but was stopped. Sona. What are you doing? You can't take advantage of him. She said blushing. Issei. Leave her alone, you go on, he said with a perverted smile, but his entire harem, even his friends, looked at him threateningly. I was just kidding, he said somewhat nervously. Akeno. They take the fun out of life, she said as she leaned close to Issei's ear. I'll do it later tonight, she said as she gave him a little bite on his ear. Issei. He said while trying to move but it was useless. Scene change. Issei looked flushed as he saw Sona and Tsubaki in maid outfits. Issei. You don't have to do this, he said blushing as he looked at how they were dressed as maids. Tsubaki. Kaichu said we should do it as thanks for saving us from Gabriel, she said, but Sona gave her a threatening look that silenced her. Sona. We'll bring you food, she said, leaving as did Tsubaki. So they went to the kitchen and made ramen, since it was the only thing they knew how to cook. They weren't like Issei, Arina, Hisako, Ikumi, Alice, and Ryo, who were experts at making food. So they went upstairs, but while they were walking, Kuroka was watching television and when she saw them she said. Kuroka. You know, if you wanted to seduce Issei Naya, you should have stepped in front of him. She said mockingly, and both of them blushed and told her to shut up. So they both got on, and once inside Issei could move a little, but it was difficult for him. Sona. You should rest. Look, we brought you breakfast. Say ah. She said while taking some ramen and giving some to Issei. Issei. Wait, I can do it, it's not necessary, he said while trying to do it, but still couldn't move. Tsubaki. We said we'd feed you, so relax and cooperate. She said with a threatening aura that scared Issei and Drake. So Issei, with no other option, opened his mouth and began to eat with the help of Sona and Tsubaki. Issei. Thank you, girls. He said with a smile. Sona. It's my duty now that I'm your fiancé, she said with a small smile. Tsubaki. I was just following Kaichu's order, she said apologetically. Thus, they both helped Issei with everything, from going to the bathroom to bathing, which embarrassed them both since they were looking at Issei's member. They also had to take care of Lily since Issei couldn't move and couldn't change her diaper, so they both had to do it. Tsubaki was telling Lily a story, while Sona was with Issei watching some television. Issei. I hope you don't have too much paperwork tomorrow, he said, sounding a little worried. Sona. Don't worry, missing a day won't hurt. Besides, Rias and Akeno helped me with that. She said with a smile. Issei. That's a relief. And how is Saji? He said, referring to his battle partner. Sona. My pieces are taking care of him. He's just like you. He can't move. She said with a smile. But Saji. Saji looked stupid as Momo and Tomo, wearing hexy lingerie, approached him. Saji. Thinking, Vitra, please tell me I have energy reserves, he said to his partner. Vitra. You're lucky, and don't make too much noise, I'm going to sleep, said the black dragon, cutting off communication with Saji. Saji. I won the lottery, he said as he felt his energy return and approached his girlfriends and began to kiss them. Issei-san. He was kissing Sona, who reciprocated. Issei. I thought I should take you in my arms to kiss you properly, he said with a somewhat mocking smile. Sona. Shut up, she said while kissing him again. But they were interrupted because Tsubaki interrupted them and was jealous. Tsubaki. Lily's asleep now, I can say she's an angel. She said while taking out her phone and showing Sona a picture of Lily asleep. Sona. She's very pretty, she said, watching Lily sleep. Issei had already fallen asleep since he needed to recover his energy for tomorrow. So Sona kissed him on the forehead and left. Upon seeing her king leave, Tsubaki approached Issei and kissed him on the lips. Tsubaki. Asia was right, her lips are soft, she said as she left. Elsewhere. A chestnut-haired woman was seen on a throne. My Lady Chandler was defeated, he said seriously. 2. I knew that useless guy was going to die. His lust was his downfall, she said seriously. 3. What will we do now? Said another brunette, but this one had an eye patch and a metal leg. 2. We're all going to the meeting that will take place in Kuoh, and we'll kill all the leaders, she said seriously. 4. I like the idea, said a blonde who was wearing a rabbit mask. So they already had their plan with other demons, but elsewhere. The nine-tailed Yaokai was seen looking at an invitation letter to a faction meeting. Yaokai. Yasaka-sama is fine, she said seriously. Yasaka. Yes, of course, thank you for the letter. She said as the Yaokai left. Then Kunu, her daughter, enters and sees her mother. Yasaka. Mom, are you okay? She said, looking at her mother. Yasaka. Daughter, we will see your future father very soon, she said with a smile. Kunu. Yes, she said excitedly. Yasaka returned to the past, but as good as she was, she survived the Trixa attacks along with Kunu. But before the Trixa could release its mist, Yasaka cast a spell on herself and Kunu so that the mist wouldn't harm them. Thus they survived by eating canned food, since the natural food was already rotten. The last thing they saw was a light from Roberto and Gran Rojo, and they awoke in their palace with all their memories. Yasaka. I just hope that Gremory didn't cheat on you, because if she did, I'm going to kill her. She said seriously. Chapter 46 Pool Day 18. Everyone from the occult club was there except Kiba and also Issei's friends. Issei. And what are we doing here? He said, confused and now recovered since he could move again. Rias. Sona asked me to do her a favor and clean the school pool, and in return we could use it for a while, she said with a smile. Issei. It seems no one has used it, he said, looking at the green water. Akeno. It's been unused for a year, that's why it's like this, she said with a smile. So everyone starts cleaning the pool together. Irina. It's a shame Ryo couldn't come, she said while scrubbing the pool with a broom. Alice. Yes, he said I had to prepare the menus well for the restaurant's opening, she said while pouring water where there was soap. Hisako. I would have helped him, she said while cleaning. Issei. According to him, he wanted to do it alone, he said while removing pieces of Mo from the pool and throwing them away. Rias. We would have helped them at their inauguration, she said while helping Akeno remove pieces of Mo. Alice. We didn't want to be a bother, besides, we'll be opening the restaurant in a few days, she said with a smile. After a while, they finished cleaning, and Akeno made a magic circle to bring water and fill the pool, which surprised Irina, Ikumi, Alice, and Hisako. Meanwhile, Issei had a goofy look on his face as he saw his girlfriends and friends in swimsuits. Scene change. Murayama. I'm sure your plan will work, Zenobia-san. She said while wearing a swimsuit. Zenobia. It's a shame Irina didn't come here since she had to return to the Vatican, but it doesn't matter. The point is, if you want to prove you love Issei, you have to prove it. She said while looking at Murayama, Cadis, Aika, Fiona, Leona, and Clara. Note. I couldn't find any pictures of Fiona, Leona, and Clara in swimsuits, sorry. But Issei. He was in his swimsuit, ready to swim, but Rias tells Issei. Rias. Issei, can you help me with something important? She said with a smile. Scene change. Issei. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, he said while holding Kaneko's arms, and she was moving her legs. Kaneko. I'm so sorry to ask you to help me with this, Issei-senpai, she said while blushing. Issei. No problem, he said with a smile. Issei. Thinking, who would have thought that Kaneko, Kuroka, Asia, and Hisako don't know how to swim? He thought while continuing to help Kaneko. Issei. Okay, keep going, 1, 2, 1, 2, he said while continuing to help her. He continued in this way with all of them, and in gratitude, they all gave him a passionate kiss, except for Hisako, who gave him a kiss on the cheek as a thank you. After teaching them how to swim, Issei helped Arina, Ikumi, Alice, and Hisako set up a grill to make some charcoal sausages. Everyone was enjoying the day until Zenovia approached Issei. Zenovia. Issei-kun, I need you to come with me for a moment, she said while taking his hand. Issei. Of course, he said as he left with Zenovia. They arrived at the locker rooms where they met Fiona, Clara and Leona. But not only them, Murayama, Caddis and Aika were also blushing. Issei. Hello girls, I see you've come to have fun with us. Come on in. He said with a smile. Nobody said anything until Murayama approached Issei and kissed him, which surprised him. Murayama. Issei-kun, well, we're in love with you, she said blushing. Issei. What? He said, surprised. Fiona. We love you too, Issei, so today we're going to show you how much we love you. She said as she lunged towards Issei. But the girls. Rias. Zenovia and Issei are taking a while now, she said while looking around for him. Alice. I bet she's busy with Issei, she said with a smile, but she was jealous. With Issei. He was kissing Clara, who was happily returning Issei's kisses. Lemon skipped. Issei. Thinking, shit and more shit. I bet they'll all end up with me. Well, I guess I deserve it for being a pervert. He thought somewhat sadly. At that moment, Rias lunges at Issei and kisses him, which he reciprocates. Rias. Issei having hex without us, she said mischievously. Issei. Grrrr, he said confused but gave a moan of pleasure as he felt Rias take his member and put it in. Rias. Kiai, she said with pleasure while riding Issei. The others joined the action, but Arina, Alice, Ikumi and Hisako were about to leave, but Akeno casts a spell on them to make them join the action. Leaving aside our protagonists elsewhere. Chandler was seen getting beaten up by a brunette. You're an idiot. Who gave you permission to send Francisco and my friends towards Futuro? And why did you send Sam and his group towards Tadano? You know they were defeated and now they're both going to Issei to tell him. He said while kicking him. Chandler. I'm sorry, but I wanted to kill him once and for all. He said while touching his stomach. Well, you're lucky Issei killed one of your clones instead of you, the real one, she said seriously. Chandler struggles to his feet. Chandler. And what will you do now? He said while rubbing his stomach. Well, I'll send the soldiers to kill Futuro and Tadano. The good thing is that we were able to defeat Naoto, Ryota and Shido, and now they're under our control, but I have other plans for them. She said seriously. Chandler. I understand, he said seriously. The brunette takes a doll that looked like Issei, crushes it, and leaves. Elsewhere. On the deserted highway in Japan, Futuro's van could be seen, where he was driving and his girls were eating. Nino. Let's see, Futuro, say ah, he said while passing him a potato chip. Without hesitation, Futuro opens his mouth and eats it. Futuro, thank you Nino. He said while gently patting her head, which made her blush. Further away from the highway, Tadano could be seen while Komi was eating next to him, but Komi gave him some of her food. Tadano. Thank you, darling. He said, while Komi, happy with the comment, took out some cat ears and was happy. Leaving aside both boys, the Hyoudou mansion was visible. Issei was seen while his harem was on various sides of the bed, while they had a look of pleasure, and it was seen that they were ejaculating semen from their private parts. Issei. I think Arina, Ikumi, Alice, Hisako, Fiona, Leona, Clara, Murayama, Caddis, and Aika are my girlfriends now, he said while watching his partners sleep. Issei. Thinking, although I also want Ross to be my partner, she's beautiful. Damn, are the people of Asgard blind or what? To see that beautiful woman. He thought, somewhat annoyed by the people of Asgard. Issei decides to sleep hugging Rias, who hugs Issei, so that he doesn't separate from her. Chapter 47 Unexpected Visits. In Russia. An albino girl was seen looking at a cup of coffee with Issei's image made of cream on it. Then a customer arrives, takes the cup, and leaves. I miss you Issei, I hope you're still alive, the girl said, still hopeful. I don't know. Issei was waking up while watching his harem sleeping with him, so he got out of bed without waking anyone and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for everyone. So he cooked for everyone and saw Arina arrive in the kitchen, as well as Alice, Ikumi, and Hisako. Nobody said anything until Issei mustered the courage to speak. Issei. Girls, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I understand if you hate me for taking your virginity. He said with his head down. Irina approaches Issei and kisses him. Irina. I don't really regret anything. I'm actually in love with you. She said, blushing. Ikumi also approaches and kisses him. Ikumi. Me too, you were the only one who appreciated my talent when I was a child, she said blushing. Ikumi. Feel lucky to be the one who gives her my love, said Tsundere. Issei. Yes, I feel lucky, he said with a smile. Ikumi blushes and looks away. Alice approaches Issei and kisses him. Alice. I don't regret anything either, you're the most important person in my life, she said with a smile. Isako approaches, takes hold of his shirt, and kisses him. Isako. You're a good person, so don't disappoint me, she said blushing as she looked away. Issei takes her chin in his hand and kisses her, which surprises her, but she slowly reciprocates. Issei. I swear I'm a good choice, he said with a smile. So the four of them help Issei make breakfast, and after a while the others arrive and they all eat together. After a while they hear the doorbell and Issei goes to the door and is surprised to see who it is. We can stay for a while, they all said. They were none other than Razor's ex-pieces. Scene change. Ravel. So they were kicked out of Phoenix Castle, and now they have nowhere to stay, she said seriously. They all nod. Issei. I can't do it, it would be very awkward for my parents and girlfriends to have women who aren't in my harem, he said seriously. Rias and the others were about to say something, but Yubaluna spoke first. Yubaluna. We understand, sorry for bothering you, she said as they all stood up and were about to leave, but Issei got there first. Issei. I know you can't stay, but I have two friends who can help you. He said with a smile. Scene change. Mitsuda. Are you serious? He said, surprised and blushing. Issei. You say so, he said with a smile. Mitsuda. Well, my parents are never around and they're always traveling, they rarely come back, okay, he said with a smile. Issei. Well, who wants to stay here? He said with a smile. No one stepped forward, but they had to try, so Mira, Nai, Lee, Chiris, Shui, and Villain stepped forward and decided to stay with Mitsuda. Issei. Well, Mitsuda, they'll be staying to live with you. He said with a smile. Before Mitsuda could celebrate, Shui grabbed him by his shirt and said. Shui. If you do anything perverted, I'll beat you up. She said seriously and coldly. Mitsuda is startled, nods, and they all enter Mitsuda's house. Scene change. Motohama. Are you serious? He said, surprised. Issei. If you don't have a problem with that, he said seriously. Motohama. No, besides, my parents are always traveling, so it's very rare for them to come home. Okay. She said with a smile. Issei. Well, who wants to stay here? He said with a smile. Shuriya, Mihi, Meru, Kira, Isabella, Calamine and Buren took a step back. Issei. Well, welcome to your new home, he said with a smile. Before Motohama could celebrate, Isabella grabbed him by the shirt. Isabella. If I catch you spying on us, I'll beat you up. She said seriously and coldly. Motohama nods, frightened, and they all go inside his house. Thus Issei, Ravel and Yubaluna return home. Issei. Are you sure you don't want to keep any of my friends? He said, looking at Yubaluna. Yubaluna. I don't trust any man, I can only trust you since Ravel-sama trusts you, she said seriously. Issei. Well, if that's the case, you can stay in Ravel's room. You'll be roommates. He said with a smile. Yubaluna. Thank you for giving us a home, Sekiryuutei-sama, she said, bowing. Issei. Well, no problem, he said with a smile. Scene change. Rias. It was nice of you to give Razor's ex-pieces a home, she said while giving him a kiss on the cheek. Issei. No problem, well I'll go make the contract they asked me to make, he said as he left, but saw that Lily had entered the circle where they both disappear. Issei-san. He arrived at an apartment but saw that Lily was with him. Issei. How were you able to teleport with me? I think it's because you're an Aztec now and can wield any magic. Well, Lily, behave yourself, okay? He said while carrying her. Lily. Kai, she said, giving a military salute. Then they both see a very beautiful woman and her daughter enter the room. Isaka. Welcome, Demon-kun, she said with a smile. Isaka saw that Issei had a baby and she thought that the Gremorys had already had Hex with him and he already had his first daughter. Isaka. Excuse me, but who is that baby? She said, hiding her jealousy. Issei. Oh, this is Lily, my little sister. Don't worry, I promise she'll look good, right, Lily? He said while picking her up. Lily. Kai, she said while making cute eyes. Both Yusaka and Kunu were captivated when they saw Lily's eyes. Isaka. Excuse me, but I can carry her. She said with a smile. Issei. Sure, he said as he handed it to Lily. Isaka looked at Lily and remembered how she used to carry Kuoh when he was a baby. Lily. Mom, she said as Issei and Yasaka blushed. Scene change. Tadano was seen driving, but he had a bad feeling, so he drove faster and hid behind some rocks. Komi was confused and was about to speak, but she saw many motorcycles with armed men driving very fast. Komi saw that everyone had weapons like machine guns and some machetes. Komi. Who are those people? The notebook said. Tadano. I have no idea, but I have a feeling, he said while driving, following the motorcycles. Elsewhere. Hyoudou was seen driving calmly, but then he saw many motorcycles heading towards them, and he saw that they had weapons. Hyoudou. Lower your heads, he said seriously. The quintuplets were confused, but then they heard gunshots and quickly obeyed. What will happen to Hyoudou now that he's been attacked? Chapter 48. Hyoudou vs soldiers and reunion. On the road. Hyoudou, like the quintuplets, ducked their heads so that no bullet would hit them. Hyoudou. Damn it, he said while trying to maintain control. Hyoudou. Miku, pass me the weapon that's behind you. He said as he saw 4 motorcycles approaching and near his doors. The frightened Miku hands him a shotgun, which Hyoudou quickly takes and fires at the driver of one of the motorcycles, causing him to lose control and fall along with his passenger who was carrying a machete. Itsuki scream of terror. Hyoudou looked back and saw that a soldier on a motorcycle had burst through the door with his machete and almost hit Itsuki. Hyoudou. Unhappy bastard, he said angrily as he shot the driver in the head, causing him to lose control and the motorcycle and passenger to go off. But he saw that the passenger had his machete and was stuck in the door. Hyoudou. Yotsuba, push the machete with your book, he said while shooting the other driver who was about to shoot Nino. Yotsuba, like the others, was so scared that she didn't move. Hyoudou. Listen, I know you're scared, but if we make the slightest mistake, we'll die. Listen, at first I hated you, okay? But I realized that you are the most amazing girls I've ever met. You're beautiful, strong, brave, and so much more. I know this is nothing to you. I know you can be brave in this. He said as he opened his door to hit the driver of a motorcycle, but the driver clung to his door while the other climbed on top of the car. The girls are motivated by Hyoudou's words, so Ichika opens her door to hit the driver, but he clings to it. But she takes pepper spray out of her bag and sprays it in his eyes, making him let go. The passenger who was on top of the car was about to fire a shot, but then a bullet hit him in the stomach, sending him flying and causing him to fall to the ground. Then they saw that it was Miku who had a machine gun, but she didn't know how to use it and shot at the roof of the car. Hyoudou was fighting with the driver who was clinging to his door and trying to kill him with his machete, but Hyoudou took his machete and pulled a pistol from his pants and shot him in the head. The driver let go and went flying while many motorcycles were behind him. Hyoudou. Damn, there are like 50 motorcycles, and the worst part is I don't have that much weaponry, he said while thinking. Hyoudou. Nino, take the wheel. He said as Nino nodded. She takes it that way, but she doesn't know how to drive. Hyoudou. Keep it balanced and don't let go of the accelerator, it's the big pedal, he said while a motorcyclist was about to cut his face, but Nino dodged it, but then Itsuki took Hyoudu's gun and tried to shoot him but couldn't. Hyoudou. Aim and fire, he said seriously while taking a machine gun. Itsuki aimed at the driver's head and hit him, causing the motorcycle to lose control, and his passenger, before he could do anything, was thrown into the air. Hyoudou gives Yotsuba and Ichika a machine gun. Hyoudou. Listen, let's aim for the motorcycles in the back. Yotsuba and Ichika will help me shoot from behind, while Miku, you shoot at the motorcycles on the sides. Kid, you drive. He said seriously. Itsuki. And what do I do? She said as she saw one of the motorcycles on either side throw a grenade at the car and she quickly grabbed it and threw it outside. Hyoudou. That's right, but be quick because the grenades explode in seconds, he said seriously. Thus Hyoudou, Ichika and Yotsuba begin shooting at the motorcycles in the back while Miku shoots at the motorcycles on the sides. Feeling useless, Itsuki grabs a box of grenades from under the seats and starts throwing them, causing them to explode and some motorcycles to fly through the air. Nino was getting the hang of driving where he could handle well. Unfortunately, Hyoudou, Ichika and Yotsuba ran out of bullets. Miku also ran out of bullets and Itsuki ran out of grenades. Another misfortune was that the car was running low on gas and was losing speed. Hyoudou. Damn, there are no more bullets and there are still 10 motorcycles left, he said seriously. Nino. Futara, we ran out of gas. She said, scared. Miku. What do we do? She said, frightened. Hyoudou had no ideas. He could barely control his turbo transformation and if he activated it inside the car, it would explode and kill his girlfriends. Hyoudou had no way out, but then he saw a black car behind the motorcycles and thought it was another enemy, but then he saw someone pull out a machine gun and start shooting at the motorcycles. In the other car. Tadano. Incredible, you're doing great, honey, he said while shooting at the motorcycles, and Komi was driving. Tadano killed the remaining 10 and saw that the car in front was going slowly. Thus he stops, just as Komi stops, since there was no danger. But Hyoudou. Listen, don't go out, I'll go out, okay? He said while his girlfriends tried to stop him, but Hyoudou went out. But Tadano. Komi, don't go out, it could be dangerous. He said as she nodded and Tadano left. So they both approach each other and are surprised. Hyoudou. Tadano, he said, surprised. Tadano. Futara, he said, equally surprised. And so they both give each other a friendly hug. Tadano. Wow, it's been a while. Komi, come out, there's no danger. He said with a smile. Hyoudou. You've changed too, come out girls, there's no danger, he said as the quintuplets got out of the car. Thus, both introduced their girlfriends, well, in Hyoudou's case, harem. They were both talking, but Komi noticed that one of the motorcyclists was still alive. Komi. Watch out, she said in a low voice, but loud enough for Tadano to hear, then pulled out his gun and shot him in the hand where he was holding a pistol. Thus, both approach the living soldier and subdue him. Hyoudou. Who sent them? He said while subduing the soldier. Soldier. It was Lin Loud, she sent us to kill you, he said as Hyoudou broke his arm. They were both shocked to hear that. She was supposed to be dead, but it seems she isn't. Tadano. Impossible, she's dead. Tell me something, the others are alive. He said, submitting his arm. Soldier. If the Grim Reapers are alive and seeking revenge, he said seriously. Hyoudou. Revenge. Ha. They brought it on themselves, just like that miserable town. He said seriously. Tadano. If that's true, then if they're alive that means Lewin is alive, he said seriously. Hyoudou. Just like Lisa, he said seriously. Soldier. That's right, ha 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 ha, the world is doomed. They have many allies, enough to conquer the whole world. We just have to kill the supernatural leaders and this whole world will be ours. He said seriously. Unable to tolerate the soldier, Tadano shoots him in the head, killing him. Both. We have to find Issei, they said seriously. But Issei. He was making his contract with Yasaka, which was to play a board game together with Kunu and Lily. Issei. I had a lot of fun with you all, but I have to go, I have to take Lily to bed, he said while carrying Lily who yawned sleepily. Yasaka. Okay, but what do you want as a reward? You can ask for anything. She said with a smile. Issei. It's not necessary, I had enough fun with both of them, he said with a smile. Yasaka. Well, since you don't want anything, you could cover Lily's eyes, she said with a somewhat mischievous smile. Issei. Of course, he said while covering Lily's eyes. Issei. Why do you want me to? But he didn't finish because Issei received a kiss on the lips from Yasaka, and when they separated, Yasaka showed him her enormous breasts, causing Issei to get a nosebleed. Issei. Thinking, oh my god, those breasts are huge. He said while blushing deeply. Yasaka. See you later, Issei-kun, she said, winking and entering her apartment. Issei left, blushing deeply, while imagining what he saw. Issei decides not to think about it and leaves with Lily. Some time later. Issei. I'm here, he said with a smile. Rias. Welcome, darling, but you have visitors, she said with a smile. Issei went to the room with Rias, and upon arriving, Issei was surprised, as was the person who had Lily. Issei. Grandfather, he said, surprised. Albert. Issei and Lily, said the very old man in surprise. Thus they embraced in full view of everyone as the old man shed tears of joy at seeing his granddaughter again. There was also another elderly woman who also approached them and they hugged. Issei's entire harem had a smile on their faces, but they were confused since this never happened in the previous timeline. Chapter 49 More surprises. Albert and Issei hugged each other affectionately, as did Myrtle. When they separate, Albert takes Lily. Albert. Hello my little one, he said while picking her up, and she laughed. Lily. Grandpa, she said happily. Rias. Issei, who are they? She said, confused. Issei. Girls, I'd like to introduce you to Albert and Myrtle, my grandparents, he said with a smile. Issei. And grandparents, these are Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko, Kuroka, Zenobia, Ravel, Arina, Ikumi, Hisako, and Alice, my girlfriends, he said with a smile. Issei's harem. It's a pleasure, they said with a smile. Albert was surprised to see that his grandson had many partners. Albert. This boy fills me with pride, he said while hugging Issei. So everyone went to the living room and Albert and Myrtle met Issei's partners. Myrtle. And tell me, girls, you really don't mind if you share my grandson? She said, looking at them. Rias. It doesn't bother us, we all know that Issei loves us all equally, she said with a smile. That was enough for Myrtle to accept them as her grandson's partners. Some time later. Rias. I can't sleep with my Issei, she said while pouting. Albert. I'm sorry, darling, but I've traveled very far to see my grandson. He said while apologizing. Rias. I understand, she said, lowering her head. So that he wouldn't feel sad, Issei took some scissors from his drawer and cut off some of his hair, dividing it into equal pieces. Issei ties up the small pieces of hair with small elastic bands and approaches his harem. Issei. Listen, I know you can't sleep with me tonight, but my grandfather taught me that if you give a small part of yourself to your partner or partners in this case, you'll always be together. He said while giving a piece of hair to each of them. Rias felt happy and gave her a kiss, as did the others. Issei's harem. Rest in peace, Issei-kun senpai sama-san naya. And so they all leave happy while hugging the piece of hair that Issei gave them. Some time later. Albert. Interpol and the CIA are still looking for you, Issei, he said seriously while lying on the ground. Myrtle. It was hard work destroying every trace of you, but we were able to destroy all traces of you. She said seriously while lying next to Albert. Issei. Thank you so much, grandparents, he said with a smile. Issei. What happened to you after what I did? He said seriously. Albert. I destroyed the nursing home where I lived, moved to Florida with my sweetheart, and now I work for Interpol. Myrtle works for the CIA. I'm a veteran of World War II, the Korean War, and Vietnam, and Myrtle has extensive computer skills. He said seriously. Albert. I'm on vacation with Myrtle now, and tell me how Lily came back to life, he said seriously. Issei knew he couldn't lie, so he told them everything, and in the end both old men were surprised. Albert. You met Mr. Roberto? He said, surprised. Issei. Yes, he is indeed the leader of the Aztec faction, he said as Albert looked surprised again. Albert. Wow, that does surprise me. I'm glad Lily is alive again. Lincoln would be happy. He said with a sad sigh. Issei. I know, well rest grandpa, tomorrow you'll go to the parents' day at my school, he said with a smile. Albert. Of course, he said with a smile. Myrtle. I'll go too, I'll make my famous cookies, she said with a smile. Issei. I'll introduce you to my other partners tomorrow, he said as he fell asleep. Albert. Okay, wait, you have more partners, he said, surprised. Myrtle. My boy is a Casanova, she said happily. Albert wanted answers, but Issei had fallen asleep and he would have to wait until tomorrow. The next day. Issei was in his classroom and everyone was holding a piece of clay. Master. You can create anything, a dream, anything that comes to mind, he said seriously while behind the room were Issei's parents and grandparents. That's how everyone starts, and Issei made his red emperor armor. Everyone was fascinated when they saw the sculpture of Issei. Some time later. Issei. Well grandparents, I'd like to introduce you to my other partners. They are Murayama, Cadis, Aika, Leona, Fiona, and Clara. He said with a smile. All. It's a pleasure, they said, bowing. Albert. It's a pleasure, ladies, he said politely. Myrtle. I see my grandson has some pretty girlfriends, she said while handing him a tray with cookies. They talked for a while, and Issei went to the courtyard with Rias and Akeno while their parents waited in the school hall. Rias. It looks good on you, she said, looking at the sculpture. Issei. Thank you, he said with a smile. They were talking about when their next date would be until they heard a crowd. Boy 1. There's a cosplay girl in the gym. He said as everyone ran into the room. Issei. A cosplay girl, he said, confused. Rias. Thinking, Serafal-sama, she said somewhat nervously upon seeing her again. They went and saw Serafal posing while the boys took pictures of her. Then Saji arrives and says. Saji. Alright, the show's over, so get lost. He said while trying to shoo the boys away. Boy 1. Don't interfere, student council pet, he said while pushing Saji aside and taking pictures. When Issei saw that Saji couldn't do it, he came up with something. Issei. Listen. The disease got water on her uniform and all her underwear is visible. He said as everyone turned around. Everyone. WW. Issei quickly closed the door and said. Issei. Ha, and I'm the pervert. If only they knew we don't have a nurse. He said mockingly. Akeno. Well thought out, Issei, she said with a smile. Saji. Thanks, friend, he said with a smile. Issei. You're welcome, he said as everyone looked at Serafal. Saji. Excuse me, but you can't come dressed like that, it's forbidden. He said seriously. Serafal. Excuse me, but I was looking for my sister. She said apologetically. Saji. And who is it? He said, confused. At that moment, Sona and Tsubaki appeared, having come to see the commotion. Sona's eyes widened in shock when she saw Seraphil. Seraphil. So tan, she said as she lunged toward Sona and tried to hug her, but Sona moved aside. Issei. Wait, she's Sona's sister. He said, surprised. Saji is also surprised, and after clearing things up, they introduced themselves. Issei. My name is Issei Hyoudou, it's a pleasure to meet you, Leviathan-sama. He said while bowing. Seraphil. Wait, you're Issei Hyoudou? God, surprised. Issei. Yes, he said, confused. At that moment, Issei felt a strong embrace, and he felt Seraphil's enormous breasts. Sona. Wait, you know Issei-kun? She said, surprised. Seraphil. Meeting him was my hero, he helped me win a contest in Royal Woods, Michigan, she said with a smile, while showing a picture of herself holding a trophy, while wearing a cosplay of Miku and Issei with blue paint all over her body, but with a smile. Akeno, Rias, Sona and Tsubaki were all surprised, as was Issei, since he didn't think she was a demon, especially a leader. Seraphil. Well, let's talk. What happened to you, Issei? She said as she took his hand and they went to the exit. Rias. Well, that was it, she said speechlessly. Sona. Unexpectedly, I hope Issei doesn't start flirting with Seraphil, she said jealously. Tsubaki. President, are you perhaps, but she didn't finish because of Sona's piercing gaze. Rias and Akeno were shocked, unable to believe that Issei had known Seraphil before, just like Saji. Issei had secrets that would eventually come to light. Issei's son. Issei. And that's how I became part of Ria's peerage, and then I beat Sona at chess, and now she's my fiancé, he said while drinking coffee. Seraphil. It's great. She said while her eyes were sparkling, but she felt jealous that Sona was Issei's girlfriend. Issei and Seraphil talked about many things, but they had to return home. Issei. Well, as you told me, there will be a meeting between the demons Leviathan and Lucifer, which are Sirzechs and you, and also the leader of the angels, Michael, the leader of the fallen, Azazel, the leader of the Yokai, Yasaka, the leader of the Argardians, Auden, and the leader of the Aztecs, Roberto. I know him very well. He said seriously. Seraphil. Yes, that's true, but I want you to promise me something when the meeting happens. She said seriously. Issei. What would that be? He said seriously. Seraphil. Tell me about the Molotov genocide, she said seriously. Issei. I don't know what you're talking about, he said seriously, changing the subject. Seraphil. I know you have something to do with this, so please tell me. She said while trying not to pout in the street. Issei. Fine, I'll tell you, but only after the meeting is over and in secret, okay? He said seriously. She nods and they say goodbye, but not before Seraphil gives her a kiss on the cheek and leaves blushing. So Issei was returning home, but he received a message from Akeno saying that he should go to his old home to show him something. So he went and upon arriving he saw Akeno in her priestess attire. Akeno. It's so good you're here, she said with a smile. Issei. Sure, no problem, but what do you need me for, my masochist? He said playfully, making Akeno laugh. Thus they reach higher up where the temple was and two lights appear in the sky. Issei was confused, but Akeno wasn't. It's an honor to meet you, Sekiryuutei, said the voice. 12 golden wings were seen in the sky and another 12 golden wings were also visible. Issei saw a blonde man and a beautiful blonde woman. Michael. My name is Michael, the leader of the angels, he said with a smile. Issei remained in his position, motionless and saying nothing. Akeno is a little worried about Issei and Michael gets closer to Issei. Michael. Are you okay? He said while putting his hand on his shoulder. Gabriel was worried when she saw her future fiancé and saw something she never imagined. Issei delivered a powerful blow to Michael's stomach where he wasn't guarding up, taking the full force of the blow and spitting up blood. Issei. Never touch me again, you miserable piece of shit, he said seriously and coldly while making him look him in the eyes. Chapter 50. Refusal of a gift. Inside the temple of Akeno. Akeno still looked surprised by what Issei had done, while next to them, Gabriel was healing Michael with magic from the blow he received. While Issei had an annoyed expression upon seeing the angels. Issei. Well, what did you come here for? He said very seriously. Michael. Well, Sekiryuutei, we've come to hold the meeting with the other factions, but we've come here to give you this, he said while summoning a sword. Michael. This is the Ascalon sword, the dragon-slaying sword. I brought it for you to wield. He said as the sword floated in front of Michael. Issei looked at the sword and then at the angels, but he said to them very seriously. Issei. I don't want her, he said seriously. Both were surprised, as was Akeno, since they hadn't expected that. Michael. Why? He said, surprised. Issei. I promised and I will continue to promise, I will not accept anything from the angels, you are just wolves in sheep's clothing, and I will always say it, I hate the damn angels, he said while kicking the sword aside. Unable to bear Issei's harsh words, Gabriel took the sword and left the place crying. Michael. I understand, then I'll take my leave, see you Sekiryuutei, he said as he left in a sphere of light. Akeno didn't say anything. She was basically surprised by what Issei did. He had never behaved like that before with anyone, but now he was serious and cold with Michael. Akeno. Issei, why are you behaving like this with the leader of heaven? She said seriously. Issei. Believe me, I was kind to them. If I had wanted to, I would have been even ruder. Someday I'll tell you why I hate him. He said seriously as he left the place. Akeno didn't say anything until she felt something. Akeno. Come out, Gabriel, she said as Gabriel came out while hugging the sword. Then Gabriel came out of his hiding place, and she had many tears as she hugged the sword they were going to give her. Gabriel. He hates me, he said on his knees crying. Akeno approaches her and hugs her while Gabriel continues to cry. Akeno. Thinking, Issei, how did you get to the point of hating angels? She said while hugging Gabriel who wouldn't stop crying. Some time later. Issei arrived home and upon opening the door found everyone there, including 3 people he hadn't seen in a long time. It was Sirzechs and Grayfia who came to stay at the Hyoudou mansion. Issei. Sirzechs Sama and Roberto-san, he said, bowing. Sirzechs. Hello Issei-kun, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, he said with a smile. Roberto. Hi Issei, someone missed you for a while, he said with a smile. Issei. Who? He said, confused. But then he's knocked to the ground by a girl with enormous breasts. I missed you, my dragon, she said with a smile. Issei. I know you, he said, blushing and confused. Office. You're so mean. I'm Office. She said, making a cute pout that made her look adorable. Issei is surprised to see Office with such a big change. Before, Office was a lowly with very small breasts, but now she was a girl the same height as Rias and with breasts that rivaled Akeno's and Kuroka's. Issei blushed and gave her a kiss, which she gladly returned. So once they were reunited, Issei saw Grayfia and approached her. Issei. Excuse me, Grayfia-sama, he said as he approached her. Grayfia? Yes, she said while looking at Issei. Issei gets down on his knees and says. Issei. I apologize for yelling at you the time I hit Razor, he said on his knees. Grayfia is surprised but tells him. Grayfia. There's no problem. In fact, Sirzechs Sama said he forgave you, since if he had been in your place he would have done the same. She said with a small smile. Issei smiled and saw Albert and Myrtle talking to Roberto, and so it was with Irina, Alice, Ikumi and Hisako that they made a feast for everyone. Some time later. Issei's harem minus Akeno. What did Issei do? They said in surprise. Akeno. Yes, when Michael approached him and touched him, he hit him. He said he would never forgive the angels. She said seriously. Asia. And how did Gabriel-san take it? She said, worried about her friend. Akeno. She didn't stop crying on my shoulder while hugging Ascalon, she said seriously. Office. There must be a reason why he hates them. We have to look in the attic. There must be something there that will give us an answer. She said as they all nodded and went to the attic. Once they have all the boxes, they start searching box by box. While searching, they saw that there were a few weapons such as knives, axes and machetes, but they didn't pay much attention to them. They searched everywhere until Kaneko remembered something. Kaneko. I think I know something, she said while searching through the album her mother-in-law showed her and looking for the photo. That's how she found it and everyone saw the picture of Issei with those people, but they all had an X on their faces except for him, an albino boy and Lily, who surprised everyone to see her there. Rias. It's Lily, she said while looking at the photo. Kuroka. Why does the picture say murderers? She said while looking at the word murderers. Rias. I have no idea, she said seriously. They continued searching and only found a few things, like a small A-savvy costume, a comic book with the same boy on the cover, and to their surprise, Issei. Asia became curious and read the comic, becoming fascinated by it. Another thing they found was a chest, but it had a lock, and Office used a little of her magic, and it opened. They all saw that it was a cap shaped like a cow's udder, a science fiction movie, a drone, 2 pairs of glasses, a small orange shirt, a heart-shaped necklace, and a pocket watch. So neither of them got an answer and they left, but Zenobia asked Asia if she could borrow the comic to read it and she gave it to her. But if they had continued searching, they would have realized that there was a false floor under the chest and something else. The next day. The entire occult club was located in a doorway. Issei. And what are we doing here? He said seriously. Rias. Well, my brother finally gave me permission to release my other one. She said seriously. Issei. Another one at last, he said seriously. Rias. Yes, he's made more contracts than all of us combined, but he does them online. He's so powerful that we had to lock him up to keep his power from becoming a danger. She said as she destroyed the seal and the chains broke. So everyone went in and a scream was heard. No. The person inside screamed. Upon entering, they saw a closed coffin and Rias approached. Rias. Gasper, please come out. She said as she opened the door. Gasper. I'm not afraid to go outside, I don't want to, he said as Rias opened the chest where Gasper was seen. Issei. Thinking, damn, he's a cross-dresser. He said while looking at Gasper. Rias. I present to you Gasper Vladin, my other Finn, she said while Gasper tried to hide. Rias. I need everyone to help Gasper overcome his fear of going outside, while Akeno, Kiba, and I go with my brother. He wants to see Kiba's demonic holy sword. She said as the three disappeared from a magic circle. Some time later. Zenobia. Come on, run, Gasper, run. She said while holding her Durandal, while Gasper was crying as he ran for his life. Issei. I see Zenobia is enjoying this, he said while watching the chase. Zenobia. Well, let's take a break. She said as Gasper sighed in relief. Kaneko. Here you go, Gasper, she said while holding garlic in her hands. Gasper. I don't hate garlic, he said while Kaneko chased him and he ran away again, but this time to avoid eating garlic. Then Saji arrives. Saji. Hello, I heard that Rias-senpai released her other Alphan. Who is it? He said while watching Gasper run. Saji. Oh, by Lucifer, she's a girl and very pretty. He said excitedly. Issei. Actually, well, yes, look, if you want to get closer to that cute girl, go and kiss her hand, she'll love it. He said with a smile. Asia was about to speak, but Kuroka and Zenobia covered her mouth because they wanted to see. Issei discreetly took out his cell phone and began recording. Saji. Hello princess, nice to meet you. My name is Saji, it's a pleasure to meet you. He said while kneeling and kissing her hand. Gasper. I'm a man, he said uncomfortably. Saji turned blue while Issei, Kuroka and Zenobia started laughing. Issei. Ha 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 you swallowed it all, he said while laughing non-stop. Saji. You damn Issei, you'll pay for this. He said as he ran away, looking ashamed. Asia. That was cruel, she said, pouting. Zenobia. But it was fun, she said with a smile. They continued training Gasper, but he couldn't stand it and locked himself in his room. Some time later. Issei. And that's what happened, he hasn't stopped crying and says he doesn't want to go out, he said seriously while listening to Gasper crying. Rias. You see, Gasper was born with the power to freeze time. Many people hated him so much that they hunted him, but I made him a demon. He's afraid that people will be afraid of him. She said seriously. Rias. I'm a failure as king, she said, lowering her head. Issei takes her and kisses her, which she reciprocates. Issei. Don't say that, leave everything to me. I'll make sure Gasper isn't afraid. He said confidently. Rias. I don't know what I did to deserve such a wonderful boyfriend as you, she said with a smile. Issei. And I don't know what I did to deserve such wonderful girls as you, he said while kissing her. So she left in a magic circle while Issei sat on the ground. Issei. Listen, Gasper, I won't leave here until you come out. He said seriously. 2 hours later. Issei remained seated and leaned against the door. Issei. You're afraid of your power, aren't you? He said, speaking to the door. Issei. You know, I understand you, Gasper. I also know what it feels like to be despised by people. He said while remembering how he and other children had a sign and how people threw garbage and other things at them. Issei. You know, you remind me of a friend I had years ago, but he's no longer with us. I miss him day and night and you remind me of him. He said while remembering an albino boy. Gasper. Seriously? He said while leaning against the door. Issei. Yes, let me tell you a story, but promise me you won't tell Rias and the others. Only Kiba, Saji, and Ryo know, okay? He said seriously. Gasper. I promise, he said confidently. So Issei told him his story and when he finished, Gasper was crying. Gasper. This was so cruel, how could they do that to an entire state? He said crying. Issei. I wonder about that too, but look Gasper, I know you're strong, even stronger than me, so let me take away that fear you have, he said as the door opened, revealing Gasper. Gasper. Okay, I'll train to be brave, he said, his words firm. Some time later. Itsuda, Motohama, Kiba, Saji, Ryo, and Issei were seen throwing balls to Gasper. Gasper tries to stop some with his power, but he can't. They all hit him head on. Gasper tries to escape, but Saji has him tied up around the waist with the glass glove. And Ryo had him tied by his feet with his chains. Issei. Okay, let's model the training a bit. Well, we have to throw the balls one by one, so Gasper, do your best. He said seriously. Gasper? Yes, sensei, he said decisively. So Issei threw the ball where Gasper stopped it with his power, and then Saji threw another one where he stopped it with his power. Mitsuda throws another one, and Gasper stops it with his power. Then Motohama throws another one, and Gasper stops it with his power. In the end, Ryo mercilessly throws the ball to Gasper, but it was so powerful that he couldn't reach it, and it ended up hitting him in the face. Issei. Well, you've made progress, you've earned a break, he said as Ryo and Saji untied him. So everyone sits down to have something to drink and Issei says. Issei. You know, I've thought about it and I've decided to form an alliance, he said with a smile. Everyone. An alliance, they said, sounding curious. Issei. Yes, sooner or later the Louds will attack, so once they arrive we'll attack with everything we've got. Gasper with his time power, Kiba with his swords, Ryo with his chains, Saji with Vitra, Mitsuda and Motohama with their weapon skills, and me with drag. So what do you say? He said while looking at everyone. They all look at each other and smile. Everyone. We accept, they said with a smile. Issei. I'm glad, and Gasper, are you still scared? He said, looking at him. Gasper. If I'm in my box, not much, he said while sitting in a box. Issei. I know, I did this once with a shy boy years ago, he said with a smile, looking at Gasper. Scene change. All the boys were in Issei's room and Issei was looking for something under his bed. Issei. No money, no porn magazines, he said while searching. Ryo. Can I borrow the magazines? He said as Issei gave him some, thanks. He said while looking at each page. Issei. Aha, I've got it. He said as he took out what he was looking for. Issei. Saji and Ryo hold Gasper down, he said seriously. So they both grab Gasper by his hands and feet and Issei approaches Gasper. Gasper. No, I trusted you, he said, crying comically. Some time later. Issei. So, how about that? He said, looking at Gasper who was wearing a wrestler's mask. Gasper. I like it, it's very comfortable, he said, looking at himself in the mirror. Issei. I gave it to you, with that mask you look a little more manly, he said with a smile. Gasper was happy. He had Issei as his sensei and now had friends who supported him. Gasper. Thank you very much, he said with a smile. Elsewhere. Tadano and Hyoudou were seen in Tadano's truck as Hyoudou's was so badly damaged by gunfire that they had to burn it to destroy evidence. Tadano was too tired to drive, as was Hyoudou because of the adrenaline he had experienced. So they arrive at a hotel and book 2 rooms. So they go to get their girlfriends, but they see them asleep, so they carry them like princesses and go to rest. So while they rested, Hyoudou thought. Hyoudou. We'll arrive in Kuoh tomorrow night, I hope nothing bad happens, he said seriously. He's been put off until tomorrow. Chapter 51 Rival and Reunion. The next day. Issei was seen walking towards school. Issei. Too bad the girls weren't ready yet, he said as he walked. Upon arriving at the entrance, he saw an albino. I see you're my rival, aren't you, Red? He said seriously. Issei. Who are you? He said seriously. Bali. My name is Bali and I am the bearer of the White Emperor, he said as he quickly approached him, but Issei saw him. Bali. I see you took one of my pieces, didn't you? He said seriously. Issei. What are you talking about? He said seriously. Bali. I'm talking about Kuroka, you took my Alphan piece from me, he said seriously. Issei. So you're her king, well she chose to live with me so you can't force her to return, right Kuroka? He said as he saw a black cat approaching them and transformed into Kuroka. Kuroka. Naya, that's right, don't try to start a fight, Bali, this isn't the time. She said seriously. Bali. I see, well, I'll see you at the next meeting, she said as she left. Then Rias and the others arrive and Issei explains what happened and then they go to class. Some time later. Murayama. So they want all of us who participated in the fight between Gabriel and Chandler? She said seriously. Rias. Yes, we should report this. She said seriously. So they told the others and they agreed to go. At night. Everyone was there, including Ross, who was told to come, which she accepted and went. So everyone was at the club and Rias tells him. Issei. It's a shame my parents went out to dinner and my grandparents went to explore the town. Behave yourself, Lily. He said seriously. Lily. Yes, she said while playing with a toy. Rias. Well, Kaneko, you'll stay here and look after Gasper while we go to the meeting. She said seriously. Issei had 2 boxes and he gave one to Kaneko and the other to Gasper. Issei. I brought you something so you wouldn't get bored. Kaneko, I brought you your favorite sweets, while for Gasper I brought you a video game, some snacks, your box in case you get scared, and your wrestler's mask. He said while patting both of their heads. Kaneko. Thank you, Issei-senpai, she said while giving him a kiss. Gasper. Thank you, sensei, he said, bowing. So everyone went to the meeting room. So they arrived and saw the leaders of each faction gathered and seated. Azazel had Vali as his guard. Searches to the Gremory clan. Seraphol to the Sitri clan. Isaka to her daughter Kunu. Auden asked Ross for a favor and it was also mandatory for her to go. Michael, Gabriel and Irina were both downcast since Issei surely hated them. Roberto had his children, Office and Israel. Searches. It's good that the meeting begins. He said seriously. Sona then showed a hologram of the Gabriel and Chandler fight. Both Seraphol and Kunu were fascinated to see Issei fight like that. But they were a little scared when they saw Saji and Issei kill Chandler. At the end, Auden asks a question. Auden. Hey Sekiryuutei, did you know the Chandler guy? He said seriously. Issei. If he used to be my bully, he did something I still haven't forgiven for, she said seriously. Lily took his finger and looked at it. Auden. I understand, he said seriously. Searches. Well Azazel, what do you have to say in your defense? It was your cable and it almost started another war. He said seriously. Azazel. He acted alone. If I had caught him, I would have condemned him to eternal cold. He said seriously. Issei. Excuse me for interrupting, but it's not your responsibility to evaluate your fallen angels. If that's the case, why did you choose a war-loving madman like Cable? He said seriously. Azazel didn't know what to say since he was right. Searches. Well, let's sign this peace treaty, but first we must hear the opinion of the celestial dragons, he said seriously. Ali. I prefer La Paz, as long as I'm fighting strong people, I'm fine with that, he said seriously. Azazel. Classic Vali, he said with a small smile. Michael. And what about you, Issei-kun? He said, looking at him. Issei. It's Sekiryuutei for you, he said seriously. Michael remains silent and says nothing. Issei. Well, I prefer peace. I don't want any of my partners or my little sister to be in danger because of a silly war. He said while Lily laughed, causing tenderness in Seraphol and Sona. Searches. Okay, let's sign this. He said seriously. Issei. Before they sign it, I have 2 questions for the White Dove, he said while looking at Michael. Michael. Which one would it be? He said while looking at him. Issei. Why was Asia expelled from the church? She was a believer at heart. He said seriously. Asia. Issei-san, she said, feigning shock. Michael. When God died, the system took care of expelling any traitor from the church, I'm sorry, he said, lowering his head. Issei. Save your apology, and next, why didn't you help me when I begged you the most? He said seriously. This aroused curiosity in Irina and Gabriel, and in everyone else except Kiba and Roberto, who knew everything. Michael. I don't know what you're talking about, he said seriously. Asia carried Lily while Issei continued. Issei. I begged you day and night, I told you this was nonsense, I made promises I would keep, I told you to please stop this nightmare, but no one came, no angel or even you came to help me. He said seriously. Everyone was interested in this. They needed to know more. Issei. So that's the main reason why I hate you. Not only did you not help me, but you let 6 innocent children suffer in hell. But the main reason why I hate you is because you let Lily die. He said very seriously. Both Michael and the others are surprised to learn that. Roberto. I actually already know the whole story. If I had been in Issei's place, I would have killed you right now. He said seriously. Issei. Oh, tell me something Michael. You also believed in bad luck, right? He said as he took his machete from his back and put it to Michael's neck. Issei. I'm going to kill you, I don't care if it starts a war in all of heaven, he said seriously while applying a little pressure with his machete, causing a little blood to trickle from Michael's neck. Michael. If I had a war against heaven, who would your allies be? You have no one. You would die in an instant. He said seriously. Roberto. I support Issei, he said seriously. Office. I also support my dragon, she said with a smile. Searches. I support my brother-in-law, he said with a smile. Seraphol. I would help him, she said with a smile. Isaka. I support the Sekiryuutei, she said, winking at him, making Issei blush and making the others jealous. Michael was somewhat surprised, since Issei wouldn't have any trouble getting allies in a war. Azazel. But what are you talking about? Can we know how much the Red Emperor hates the leader of the heavens? He said seriously. Issei remained silent for a few minutes before speaking. Issei. You see, it all started years ago, he was going to continue, but then several magic circles appeared with the logo of the number 1. Then some people who knew Issei and Saji appeared. Saji. Naoto, he said, looking at Naoto. Issei. Ryota and Shido, he said, looking at both of them. All three had some kind of parasite in their chests, and Shido, with a sniper rifle, shoots at Issei, but he dodges it. Naoto turns his arms into saws, and his head too, and launches himself at Saji. Ryota sees Volley and lunges towards him, but Volley unleashes his divine division wings, but it doesn't work because he can't divide his power or strength. Volley. What? He said but didn't finish because he was hit full force and sent flying. Issei. We're in trouble. He said while trying to take the weapon from Shido, but Shido headbutted him. What will happen to our friends now? Chapter 52. Mind control and more enemies. Naoto was fighting against Saji, who was using his chainsaws to try to kill him. Saji. Snap out of it, Naoto. It's me, Saji. He said while grabbing one of his chainsaws, but had to dodge as it almost hit him directly. Saji summons his armor to stop him, then launches himself towards Naoto who tries to cut him, but Sirzechs kicks him, sending him flying. Thus Saji recovers, but Naoto launches himself again, and Saji ties him up with his ropes, but Naoto cuts the ropes. At that moment, Naoto felt 2 gunshots and saw that it was Mitsuda and Motohama who shot him in the shoulders. Naoto lunges towards them, but Saji grabs him by the waist and throws him towards the window, shattering it. Saji. Damn it, Kaichu is going to make me fix the window, he said while looking at Naoto on the floor outside. With Volley, it was very difficult for him since he couldn't divide Ryota's power. Volley launched energy attacks, but Ryota destroyed them with his strength. Ryota was about to hit Volley, but several chains caught him. Volley saw that it was Ryo who tied him up with his chains. But Ryota breaks them and lunges towards Ryo. Ryo. Shit, he said, but Sori is unleashing a destructive power towards Ryota, who had to put up his arms to protect himself. Ryo ties him up again, but then Serafal strikes him with her staff, sending him crashing to the floor. Issei was having a tough time as Shido was firing a barrage of shots, but then Shido was paralyzed and Issei saw that it was Gasper who had paralyzed Shido. Next to him was Kaneko who lunged towards Naoto. Issei takes advantage of Gasper's power and delivers a powerful blow to his stomach. But she saw a kind of parasite on his chest and removed it, but the parasite moved and was about to lunge at Issei, but Arena cut it in half. This is the parasite they have. Issei. Thank you, darling, he said with a smile. Arena. You don't hate me, she said, lowering her head. Issei. Why would I do that? He said, confused. Arena. Why am I an angel now and you hate, but she didn't finish because Issei kissed her. Issei. I don't hate you, you're free to know who you want to be, I would never hate you, he said with a smile. Arena shed tears of happiness and threw herself at Issei, showering him with kisses. Issei. Excuse me for interrupting, but we're in the middle of an attack. He said as he moved slightly away from Arena. Arena. True she said with a blush. Issei saw that Kaneko was in very bad shape as Naoto was giving her a very strong beating. Naoto was going to cut off her head, but Kuroka threw a fireball at him. Kuroka. Nobody touches my sister. She said while making many fireballs and throwing them at Naoto. Naoto protected himself with his saws, but Saji saw what Issei did, so he lunged at Naoto and removed the parasite from his chest. The parasite was about to take over Saji, but Issei launched an attack, destroying the parasite. Saji. Thank you, Issei, he said with a smile. With Ryo. Ryo was running on fumes as Ryota was breaking chain after chain, in addition to enduring attacks from Rias and Serafal. At that moment, Yasaka lunged at Ryota and delivered a powerful blow that left him paralyzed for a few moments. Enough time for Yasaka to take the parasite and remove it. The parasite was about to take Yasaka, but Issei threw a fireball at it, burning the parasite. Yasaka. Thank you, darling, she said while blowing a kiss into the air. Issei blushed when he saw that, and Rias and the others were jealous. Some time later. The three were seen unconscious and tied up for safety. Issei. They were brainwashed, that parasite controlled them, he said seriously as he watched the three of them begin to move. Asia was tending to Kaneko, who was badly injured by Naoto's attacks. Then they saw several magic circles and saw several people. Well, I see I can finally have some fun, said the albino. Finally, I'm going to take away Serafal's title of Leviathan, said a woman with a beautiful body. Hello grandson, I see you've grown a lot, said the other albino, looking at Volley. I see it's our turn to shine by killing the false leaders, said a chestnut-haired man with a woman's hair. Hello father, it's time for you to die, said a blue-haired man looking at Auden. They're despicable. They took away our leadership positions, said a dark-haired man. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, brother, he said, looking at Roberto. Throughout the school, several wizards appeared who were killing the demons guarding the place. But they also saw soldiers wearing different uniforms. But they also saw, to everyone's surprise, zombies, mummies, mutants, and strange creatures. In addition, there were some tanks that were on the side of those who were attacking. Note: I'll include the tanks in the next chapter since I've reached the image limit. Everyone gets into fighting stances because there's bound to be a big bloodbath. Issei. Well, we'll have to fight. Asia, go get your armor. Rias and the others, go outside and fight everyone who's arrived. Sirzechs and the others will help me fight the rest. He said seriously. Everyone nodded, and Serafal and Yasaka launched themselves towards Kateria, the descendant of the original Leviathan. Sirzechs launches himself towards Shalba. Azazel lunges towards Asmodeus. Michael and Gabriel rush towards Euclid. Issei and Vali launched themselves towards Rizavam. Roberto to his brother Joshua. Odin to his son Loki. While the others went outside to defeat all those coming out of the portals. While they were helping the demons, angels, fallen angels, valkyries, foxes, and Aztecs avoid being killed, the others were fighting the strongest ones. Issei. Where did all these people come from? He said as he saw his Red Emperor power cancelled. Now our heroes are in trouble. Do they believe they can overcome it? Chapter 53 Reunion. Seeing that he couldn't use Drag's power, Issei decided to use the turbo, launching himself towards Rizavam. Rizavam was surprised to see that Issei had more power. Issei then delivered a hammer kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Vali launches a powerful attack that sends him flying. Roberto and Kunu's children were taking care of Lily and they went to a safe place. Isaka and Serafal fought against Katenia, who launched powerful attacks that affected both of them. Serafal had 2 ice picks and fought Katenia hand to hand. Isaka had blue fire in his hands and was fighting Katenia hand to hand. Serafal. Why are you doing this? She said while dodging an attack. Katenia. You don't deserve the title of Leviathan. I am a descendant of the Leviathans, so I will have that title by force. She said as she lunged at Serafal again, but Yasaka punched her, sending her flying. Roberto felt humiliated in front of his brother. Roberto. I see you're still the same useless person you've always been, he said while kicking him. Joshua. Why do they give you everything? He said while launching an attack. Roberto. What do you mean? He said, confused. Joshua. You have everything, children who love you, enviable women, leadership of an entire faction, and the second most powerful of all, well I have nothing. But when I kill you, I'll take everything. Your children will love me, your wives slept with me, and all your people will respect me. He said, summoning 2 fire dragons. Roberto didn't move, and he transformed into his god mode and destroyed the fire dragons. Joshua. What? He said, surprised. Roberto punches him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him, then delivers a series of kicks that knock him out, followed by some impressive attacks. Roberto. Weak, he said while kicking him out. Roberto decides to watch the others fight and helps Issei by putting up a protective barrier. Roberto. Issei, you can use drag now. That old man can no longer cancel your power. He said while summoning some popcorn and watching the fights. Issei. Thank you, Roberto-sama, he said as he summoned his armor with turbo power and launched himself towards Rizavam. Sirzechs found himself humiliated by Shalba, who tried everything to defend himself against him, but Sirzechs showed him no mercy. Michael and Gabriel fought against Euclid, who tried everything to match them, but their combined power was too great, and besides, he was a demon, and they were angels. Odin was having a hard time fighting against Loki, who was launching attack after attack. Loki. This is the end for you, father, he said, creating a powerful attack. Loki was about to throw it, but Israel saw that and lunged towards him, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing into some tanks, destroying them with his body. Upon seeing Yasaka and Serafal fighting Katenia, Office lunged at her and struck her in the neck, knocking her unconscious. Asmodeus was killed by Azazel, who didn't give him a chance to fight properly, and finished him off with a trident of light. While the others were killing zombies, mummies, mutants, soldiers, and destroying tanks. Rias. Thinking, this never happened on the old line, she thought as she threw a soldier to the zombies. Vali and Issei had defeated Rizavam, who was on the ground. Roberto grabbed Joshua by the neck and threw him towards Rizavam. Gabriel took Euclid towards both of them. Sirzechs had thrown Shalba towards the others. Israel launched Loki who was knocked out of the fight. And Serafal had Katenia under her control. Rizavam. They beat us, but they won't be able to defeat them, he said, creating a magic circle where they all went except for Katenia, whom they left to her fate. Issei. What do you mean by against them? He said seriously. Everyone else had finished killing everyone and they approached them. Rias. "We're done, they were tough," she said while Asia was treating her shoulder where she had been shot. Then they hear groans and see Naoto, Ryota and Shido wake up. "Naoto. Where are we?" he said, looking around and seeing that he was tied hand and foot. "Issei. Guys," he said as he approached them. "Shido. Issei, is that you?" he said, surprised to see his friend. "Ryota. Please untie us," he said while trying to remove the knots, but unable to. Some time later. "Naoto. Then I was heading home, but those soldiers overpowered me, so I couldn't use Vegeta's power to defend myself. They took me to an unknown place, and then they put that parasite in me," he said seriously. "Naoto. I'm so sorry if I hurt anyone," he said, bowing. "Kaneko. I forgive you, you were forced to do it," she said seriously. "Ryota. Well, I was going to my school, but those soldiers caught me with chains so I couldn't use my strength, and they took me away. After that, they put the parasite on me," he said seriously. "Ryota. I'm so sorry if I hurt anyone," he said, bowing. "Shido. Well, I was going to work, but those soldiers caught me before I had time to use my sword and they knocked me unconscious and put the parasite on me," he said seriously. "Shido. I'm sorry if I hurt anyone with my weapon," he said, bowing. "Issei. Well, now that that's cleared up, what did he mean by saying we won't be able to defeat them?" he said seriously. "I'm glad you asked that, you wretch," he said as a magic circle appeared on the floor. Issei, like Saji, Shido, Naoto and Ryota, opened his eyes wide in shock upon seeing the person who emerged from the portal and even more so, that he was accompanied. "Hello Issei," he said with an arrogant smile. Issei was shocked to see who it was, as were Shido, Saji, Naoto and Ryota. "Issei. Lin," he said with hatred in his voice. Issei and Lin looked directly into each other's faces as they both release a terrifying aura. Behind them was an image. Behind him was a 13-year-old Issei with an eye patch, a metal arm on his left side and a metal leg on his right side, using turbo power and wearing a commander's suit. On Lin's side, her image was of her wearing a tracksuit and showing noticeable musculature while wearing an angry face. Neither of them said anything while an aura surrounded them. "Lin. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Issei," she said seriously. "Issei. Just like you, I see that you and the loud bitches have undergone a beautiful transformation," he said mockingly. Lori had a metal plate on a quarter of her head, a metal arm on her right side, and a metal leg on her right side. Luna had braids in her hair, a patch over her left eye, a metal hand on her left side, and 2 metal fingers on her right side. Luin had a mask over his mouth and a metal leg on his left side. Lin had a patch over her right eye, a metal leg on her right and left side, and a plate on her breasts. Linka had a patch over her right eye and a metal arm on top. Liberty had both arms metal and one leg metal on her right side. Lucy was blindfolded, had a plate on her chest and a metal leg on her right side. Lola had a metal arm on her left side and a metal foot on her left side. Lana had a patch on her right side and both of her legs were metal. Lisa had a metallic chest and both her arms were metallic. Issei looked at everyone's condition with mockery and also glanced at the parents. "Issei. And I also see both of their parents as pathetic, they look even worse than they already were," he said mockingly. Lin Sr. had a patch over his right eye, a metal arm on his right side, and a metal foot on his left side. Rita wore an anonymous mask and had a kind of box on her back. "Rita. I know my daughter is alive, so give me back my baby," she said very seriously. Then they all see Roberto and Kunu's children emerge from their hiding place along with Lily. Lin Sr. "There she is, give us back our daughter," he said seriously. Upon seeing both adults, Lily broke free from Kunu's grip and quickly ran towards Isaka, hugging her leg as she began to cry. Isaka takes her and hugs her while she continues to cry. Issei gets so angry that he activates his armor and glares at them. "Issei. I'm not going to leave Lily alone again, much less will I let her come back to you," he said with his armor and turbo power combined. "Lin Jr. And who will stop us? You're just one of us," he said mockingly. "Naoto. Or rather 2, he said as he approached Issei, activated his chainsaws, and saw Lana. "Ryota. Better 3, he said as he approached them both and looked at Liberty. "Shido. 4 are better," he said as he approached, drew his weapon, and looked at Lola. "Saji. Better 5, he said while activating his armor with turbo power and looking at Luna. "Hiba. Let there be 6, he said while summoning his sword and looking at Lori. "Asper. I'm a man, so 7 is better," he said as he approached and looked at Chandler who appeared. "Roberto. I'm going to participate in this carnage, so make it 8, he said while transforming into his god mode and looking at Lin Sr. "Ryo. 9 are better than 8, he said as he approached, activating his chains and looking at Lucy. At that moment, Yusaka approaches along with them. "Yusaka. I'll fight too. I see that woman is Lily's mother, but I see that instead of feeling affection for her mother, Lily feels fear, so I'll fight that fake mother too. She said as she approached the others and looked at Rita. Lin Jr. Ha, you won't be able to beat us, there are 10 of you and 13 of us, you won't beat us, she said mockingly. Then they hear a truck horn and everyone sees a truck approaching and kills a soldier who was about to shoot Issei. Then Tadano and Futuro appear. Issei, Saji, Naoto, Shido and Ryota. Tadano, Futuro, they said in surprise. Futuro? Well, I see we're a little late. Sorry, but Itsuki wanted to go get hamburgers. He said somewhat mockingly, which made Itsuki blush and punch him in the stomach. Then Futuro and Tadano see the Louds and approach them. Futuro? We'll fight, right Issei? He said seriously. Issei nods. Futuro? I'm going after that scientist bitch, he said while summoning his sword and looking seriously at Lisa. Tadano? And I'm going for the fox with beaver teeth, he said while summoning his sword and looking seriously at Lewin. Lin Jr. You know, we'll give you the advantage of activating your turbo at 100%, so we'll wait because you'll be humiliated. She said seriously. Issei. Well, that's generous, I'll accept your offer. He said while activating his turbo power. Issei increased his turbo bolt power to its maximum. Issei had the same appearance and was much stronger. Saji did the same and had the same appearance, but he was stronger. Naoto activated his turbo power and he was wearing black boots, a black jacket and his saws were crackling with electricity. Ryota activated his turbo power and had his hair spiked up, he wasn't wearing a shirt, he was wearing black pants and he wasn't wearing shoes. Shido activates his turbo power and he is wearing military clothes from the Special Forces sniper unit and has blood-red eyes. Issei. Guys, to activate turbo power and awaken it, use all your anger. Think about the thing or things that made you extremely angry. He said seriously. Ryo thought and activated the turbo power, but he couldn't control it, so Roberto helped him to keep it under control. Ryo had the appearance of a psychopath and a lunatic smile. Fiba did it and almost lost control too, but Roberto helped him. Fiba had long black hair like Issei's, a black jacket, green eyes, and he exuded purple electricity. It was difficult for Gasper, but he did it and he had a black cape, red eyes, and black hair. Isaka did it, but she was able to control it, which surprises Roberto a little. Isaka had 2 pigtails, a very tight black outfit that showed off her huge breasts, and she had purple eyes. Issei blushes at Isaka's new appearance. If she was beautiful before, now she's a goddess. Tadano did the same, but with a book, a green gas, and a terrifying laugh is heard that frightens Komi, who hugs Yotsuba, who is equally scared. Tadano had the appearance of a lunatic clown. Futuro did the same, and he had the appearance of a mad scientist. Roberto. I'll stick with my god mode, he said seriously. So everyone prepares to attack the Louds. All the Gremorys had too many questions. Who were those women, why did Issei seem to hate them, and more importantly, what happened to Issei in the past? Chapter 54. Fights and Truths. Issei, like the others, looked seriously at the Louds. Issei was the first to take the first step and lunge towards Lin Jr. Everyone else does the same thing. Where a bloodbath begins. Issei and Lin exchange blows. Issei was showing no mercy, just like Lin. Issei. How can you be alive after the Molotov genocide? He said while kicking her, which she dodged. Lin Jr. Ha, good luck will always be on my side. Ha, it was funny how I killed Lincoln and his pathetic group of friends, she said while Issei furiously created a fist of blue fire and threw it at Lin, who destroyed it. Lin Jr. You know, I heard you have a harem now. Hey, Issei's girls, you know Issei isn't the person he seems to be. She said while dodging several of Issei's blows. Rias? What do you mean? She said seriously. Lin Jr. Issei Hyoudou was the one who caused the Molotov genocide, he shouted. Rias, like the others, is surprised to hear that. Rias? That can't be. She said, shocked to hear that. Lin Jr. If he can be her boyfriend, he's a murderer. Ah. She screams in pain as she feels Issei grab her ponytail and start spinning it around. Issei lets go of her and she is thrown into a tree where the tree breaks from the impact. Issei. You know why I did it, bitch. You blamed your own brother for something really stupid, you let Lily get killed, you convinced an entire state that your brother was the cause of everything. That's not enough reason for me to kill a lot of stupid people. He said, creating a tornado where Lin was absorbed. Rias and the others didn't believe this. They had to know an answer about this and they would get it from Issei himself. Rita fought hand to hand against Yusaka. Yusaka kicked Rita, who went flying towards the school, destroying part of it. Rita creates a bow and arrow and shoots the arrow into the air. Yusaka is confused, but then a rain of arrows heads towards her. Isaka unleashes a great burst of fire at the arrows and destroys them, but it was a distraction, so Rita could deliver a powerful blow that knocks Isaka out of the fight. Who knew? Mama, she said worriedly as she gave Lily to Mayu and rushed towards Rita. Kunu lunged towards Rita, but Rita slapped Kunu, knocking her to the floor. Rita was about to step on her head, but Grayfia, to everyone's surprise, lunged at Rita. Grayfia. It's cowardly to hit a child who's defending his mother, she said while creating two eye spikes. Serafal, unable to bear that, lunges at Rita, who wasn't expecting it. Roberto and Lin Sr. were throwing blow after blow. Roberto. Thinking, damn, it's really strong, it makes me use 75% of my god mode. He thought very seriously. Lin Sr. Well, I see the strongest god is having trouble killing a human, he said mockingly. Roberto. I know the whole truth about you. You don't deserve to be considered human. Even humans have mercy on children, and you showed no mercy to several children. And that's why I'm going to kill you, he said, unleashing his godly power at 100%. Roberto was giving Lin Sr. the worst beating, who tried to defend herself, but Roberto showed her no mercy. Kiba and Lori were evenly matched, but Kiba was gaining ground in the fight. Gasper had turned into a vampire and was attacking Chandler, who was trying his best to kill Gasper, but he showed him no mercy. Everyone was fighting equally, but Issei's group was winning. Issei had Lin on the floor and was about to deliver the final blow, but he saw a necklace with a sapphire. Seeing it shocked him, as he hadn't expected to see such a necklace. Lin takes advantage of this, delivering a powerful blow to her jaw, and then goes to a secluded place. Lin Jr. Retreat, he said as everyone approached Lin. Lori, who was about to be killed by Kiba, disappeared and reappeared where Lin was. Luna, who was being hanged by Saji, also disappeared and reappeared where Lin was. Luan, who was being beaten up by Tadano, also disappeared and reappeared next to Lin. Linka, who was protecting herself from Mitsuda and Motohama's gunfire, disappeared and reappeared next to Lin. Liberty, who was being subdued by Ryota, disappeared and reappeared next to Lin. Lucy was chained up by Ryo, but she disappeared and reappeared where Lin was. Lola, who was being controlled by Shido, disappeared and reappeared where Lin was. Lana, who had very serious injuries inflicted by Naoto, disappeared and reappeared where Lin was. Lisa, who was fighting evenly with Futuro, disappeared and reappeared where Lin was. Chandler, who had very serious injuries inflicted by Gasper, disappeared and reappeared where Lin was. Lin Jr. Prepare yourselves, world, because the Grim Reapers will rule everything, so count your days to live, he said as he disappeared along with the other Louds and Chandler. Issei was furious and screamed. Issei. Lin, scream causing the school windows to shatter. Issei loses his turbo transformation like the others, but in the case of Kiba, Gasper, Ryo, and Yusaka, they fell unconscious. Rias approached, as did the others, and they helped Issei. Rias. Issei, who were those girls? She said while Asia healed him. Issei. Those bitches killed Lincoln and Lily, I'll never forgive them, he said while trying to stand up, but fell unconscious from using turbo at 100%. Some time later. Issei was seen sleeping in the Hyoudou mansion, but upon waking he found himself alone, so he went to the living room where everyone was gathered. Issei. I slept so long, he said while looking at them. Serafal. 3 days, she said seriously. Issei. I suppose you all want answers, right? He said seriously. Searches. Yes, and we also brought Catenia so she could see who these ladies of death really are, he said while Catenia was wearing special handcuffs. Issei. Okay, let me go to the attic for a few things. He said as he went to the attic. Issei went downstairs and had a chest, which he opened and took out what was inside. Issei pulled out a jacket that said Team Scorpion, a cow-otter hat, a comic book where he and the albino were seen, and 2 pairs of glasses. Issei opened the false floor of the chest, something the Gremorys didn't see coming. So he took several photos. There they were, Naoto, Tadano, Ryota, Futuro, Shido and Issei, all 13 years old, with turbo power, and with the appearance they had when fighting the Louds. In another photo, a tall brunette, a black boy, a redhead, 2 orange-haired people, and an albino were seen, all 11 years old. Searches. What is all this? He said while looking at everything Issei took out. Issei. It's my past, and it's time everyone knows what I did before. Drag, do it. He said while summoning his gauntlet. Thus drag creates a screen, and everyone would see one of the true darkest sides of Issei Hyoudou. Chapter 55 start. On the screen, a 6-year-old Issei could be seen crying. Leon. Come on, son, your friend wouldn't like to see you like this, he said while stroking his head. But the others. Asia. Why is Issei-san like this? She said worriedly. Issei. I fell into a depression when Irina moved away. It was tough because Mitsuda and Motohama weren't my friends back then. He said while remembering that. Irina went to Issei and gave him a hug. Going back to Issei's past. Miku. Honey, I'm worried about Issei. What should we do? She said while looking at her husband. Leon. I know what to do, she said as she had an idea. Scene change. Leon and Issei were in a club, but this one was a cooking club. Issei. Cooking classes, he said, watching as a dead chicken was decapitated. Leon. If this doesn't involve violence, it's relaxing, safe, and you might even awaken a hidden talent here, he said with a smile. Issei. Okay, I'll do it, he said with a small smile. Scene change. There was a lady who was the teacher of the members of the cooking club. Teacher. And look students, see how easy it is to cut the vegetables, just trust in, but she didn't finish because a quick cutting sound was heard. Teacher. Who made that cut? She said, looking at Issei holding a knife and seeing a cut celery on his cutting board. Issei. Yo sensei, he said as she approached and looked at his celery. Teacher. How did you do it? I see they're perfect. She said, looking at the cut celery. Leon. And I can say that they are finer cuts than yours, he said while taking a celery stick. Teacher. You can do it again, she said, looking at Issei. Issei takes a stalk of celery and cuts it very quickly. Her teacher was impressed to see that, and these continue. Rias. Impressive, she said, surprised. Kuroka. It was obvious you awakened that gift from a young age, Naya, she said with a smile. Titania. This is the first time I've seen a child cut like that, she said, watching what Issei did. Going into history. It showed a quick summary of what Issei was doing. Issei was seen taking a blackberry pie out of the oven and cutting it perfectly. Elsewhere, Leon was seen putting 2 loaves of bread in the toaster and waiting. Elsewhere, Issei was seen taking a chicken out of the oven and coating it with a brown sauce. In another scene, Issei was seen helping the teacher put meringue on a cake. Elsewhere, Leon was seen excitedly watching his 2 loaves of bread come out of the toaster, and they were perfect. Roberto. Seriously? He said, seeing Issei's father like that for 2 loaves of bread. The story showed Leon entering his house. Leon. Honey, I'm home, he said, but Miku grabbed his arm and led him towards the kitchen. Then he saw Issei cooking something in a pot and saw some bread in the oven. Issei. It needs rosemary and some cinnamon, he said while tasting some of the broth from the pot. Issei saw his parents and approached his father. Issei. Dad, thank you for taking me to that cooking club. You awakened a talent I didn't even know I had, and I'll always be grateful for that. He said as he returned to the kitchen. Miku. I bet you feel happy, darling. She said with a smile and saw her husband crying tears of joy. Roberto. I can't call him a crybaby since something similar happened to me when I took Ardor to an art club in Canada school, he said with a smile. Searches. The same thing happened to me with Milikas, he said with a smile. Going back to the story. Issei was seen in his cooking classes and they were all gathered together. Teacher. Attention students, in 1 week the best fence pie contest in the forest will take place, she said with a smile. Issei. And what does the winner get? He said, confused. Teacher. Some bread gloves, a 20 centimeters knife and a surprise gift, she said with a smile. Issei. Great. He said with a smile. Issei was seen in his kitchen training for the contest and his parents were the judges of his pies. The screen said 1 week later. There were many tables and several cooks cooking. Leon and Miku looked proudly at their son. Issei worked hard to make his pie and when he finished, his judges approached. They were all very excited to try it, but there was one judge in particular who looked at Issei with interest. This kid is amazing, he balances the flavor of the berries with the sugar and cinnamon, I've only ever seen him do it with my granddaughter, I already know who the winner of this is, she said as she left with other cooks. Leon. Cheer up, son, he said with a smile and a thumbs up. Some time later. All the cooks could be seen looking at the judges. Well, cooks, you've shown a lot, but in this contest there will only be one winner, and the winner is Issei Hyoudou. He said as everyone applauded him. Miku cried tears of joy as Leon told him he was proud of him. Rias. Congratulations, Issei, she said with a smile. Office. Could you make us a pie like that? She said while salivating at the sight of Issei's pie. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. Meanwhile, moving on to Issei's story. Issei was seen walking towards the judges and he received a medal, his knife and some black kitchen gloves. Issei. Thank you very much, but I was told I was opening a surprise gift, what is it? He said, interested. Senzaman. Well, first of all, my name is Senzaman Nakiri, director of the Tatsuki Academy, the most important culinary art school in the world. Your surprise gift is that, if you wish, you can study at the Tatsuki Academy with all expenses paid. I won't force you to accept. He said with a smile. Issei was surprised, as were the other cooks, since that school was a dream for everyone who loved cooking. Issei. Let me talk to my parents. He said as Senzima nodded. Issei went with his parents. Issei. I'm not sure, he said uncertainly. Leon. Son, I know you'll make the right decision, she said while touching his shoulder. Miku. If you want, go. It's your dream, it's your goal. She said with a smile. Issei hugs his parents and approaches Senziman again. Issei. I accept, he said with a smile. Senziman. Well, here are the school rules, and a car will come for you in a week, Issei Hyoudou. And again, Issei Hyoudou, welcome to Totsuki Academy. He said as all the cooks applauded him. Searches. So you weren't in Kuoh for a while, huh? He said while looking at Issei. Issei. Yes, I left when I was 6 years old and returned when I was 13. After the Molotov genocide, I returned and dropped out of that school. I told Irina's grandfather not to tell her anything and that it would be a secret. He said seriously. Irina. And why? She said incredulously, since her grandfather knew that Issei was alive and never told her anything. Issei. You'll see later, he said while continuing with the story. It was visible on the screen a week later. Issei was wearing a black chef's uniform and his parents looked at him fondly. Issei's harem. Kai, you're so cute, they said blushing when they saw Issei like that. Issei just blushes and continues with the story. Issei was seen with several suitcases and the driver of a black car was helping him put his things in. Issei. Well, parents, it's not goodbye, it's see you soon. He said with a smile. Both parents hug Issei and say goodbye to him. Leon. Remember son, we'll visit you in summer and winter, he said with a smile. Issei. Sure, well see you later, Odo-san and Oka-san, he said as he got into the car and they left Issei's neighborhood. The screen says 2 days later. Issei was seen at Totsuki Academy, but it was scary because it looked like a prison. In the courtyard, many students could be seen kneeling and complaining. Student 1. It can't be, I was expelled. Said while on his knees. Student 2. Damn it, I'm out. He said while on his knees crying. Then he sees one of the student's parents. Father. Please bring my son back, I will donate 70 million yen, but please, he said on his knees. The guy in a suit had a phone and the person behind him said. Ah, you think we care about your money? Totsuki Academy is world-renowned for the hard work of its students. Your son wasn't exceptionally gifted, so you can enroll him somewhere else. He said as the man in black hung up. Issei swallowed hard, knowing he would now have to survive everything. Asia. That school is scary, she said trembling. Zenobia. And I thought Griselda Sama's classes were scary, she said trembling. Roberto. That's how they are, but actually the best cooking school is mine. We challenged that school and made them look ridiculous, he said with a smile. Issei. I would have liked to study at your school, he said with a smile. So they go back to see what happens. Issei and the subject who was following him could be seen heading in that direction. Upon arriving, the subject opens the door and pushes Issei inside slightly, then closes it, leaving Issei alone. Issei vo Senziman sentado y ver Issei. Senziman. Wow, the uniform looks good on you, Issei. He said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, he said with a smile. Senziman. Well Issei, here are the introductions, the place where you will live. I hope you get to know your companions well. He said with a smile. Issei. Well, thank you very much, he said as he left. Issei left while the man waited for him and asked for the instructions the director had given him and the man took him to his new home. What else will happen in Issei's story? Stay tuned and find out. Chapter 56. Meeting a friend and an opportunity. Issei's son. On the screen, Issei could be seen walking towards a house. Issei. According to the map, my new home is the Sun Star, he said while walking. But he didn't realize that the separate brochure the director had given him had fallen out. Upon arriving, he saw that it was a beautiful mansion. Issei. Wow, I'm going to be the envy of the girls from my old school who dreamed of living in a castle, he said as he entered. Roberto. I never understood that thing about women, he said, confused. Israel. If your women were here, they would have slapped you around, he said seriously. Back to history. Issei was seen entering the mansion and he saw that everything was beautiful, but then he saw a black-haired girl. Tiffany. I see you've arrived, Hyoudou Issei. My name is Tiffany and I'm the gatekeeper of the Sun Star. She said with a smile. Issei. It's a pleasure, but could you give me the key to my assigned room? He said with a smile. Tiffany. Yes, but what dish will you make for me? She said seriously, looking at Issei. Issei. Excuse me, he said, looking at the goalkeeper. Tiffany. Well, you see, here at Totsuki, to give asylum to a student, you must make an acceptable dish for the gatekeeper, that is, me. So tell me, did you bring the ingredients to make my food? She said seriously. Issei. I didn't know you knew, right? He said, looking at the man who said nothing. Tiffany. You're wasting your time. That guy's only job is to put your things in your room, then he leaves you alone. So tell me what you're going to do to me. She said seriously. Rias. It looks like you're having a hard time, Issei. She said, seeing that Issei was having a problem. Bravo. How did you get out of that? She said, looking at Issei. Issei. Look at it, he said as they watched. Issei was seen thinking and he said. Issei. Excuse me, but do you have any leftovers? He said, looking at the goalkeeper. Tiffany. Yes, but there's only rice, an egg, a can of tuna, and a can of ham. I don't think you can do much with that. She said as she left. Issei. I'll take them. If I make something delicious with those leftovers, she'll give me my room key. He said, looking at the doorman. Scene change. Issei was seen in the mansion's kitchen while the gatekeeper watched him. So Issei takes 2 eggs and opens them, removing the yolks. After that, he takes the can of tuna and marinates it with the yolk. After that, he cuts up an onion he found and adds it to the marinated tuna. After that, he shapes it into a hamburger and fries it. Tiffany looked surprised to see what Issei was doing with the leftovers. After that, with the egg white and the ham in the can, he thought of something, but luckily he found a lettuce and cut it, making a salad where he added the cooked egg white and the sliced ham. In the end, he made a tuna burger and an egg and ham salad. Issei's girls were left drooling when they saw Issei's food. The others were only interested in that. But Issei in the story. The goalkeeper tries Issei's hamburger and is fascinated by the flavor. Tiffany. Delicious, you have talent, kid, she said while tasting the salad and was even more surprised as it reminded her of something from her childhood. She recalled how she lost her virginity to the man she loves and how they both love each other to this day. In real life, Tiffany was kissing Issei on the cheek while he blushed deeply at being kissed by that beautiful woman. Scene change. Tiffany. Well, welcome Issei to the Sun Star Mansion, room 1A, I hope you like it. She said as she left with the food Issei made for her. Issei arrived and saw that it was a comfortable room and the man left Issei's things in his room and left without another word. Issei. Thank you, he said, but received no response. Issei is settling into his new home when they hear crying and a door slamming. Issei went outside and saw Tiffany going upstairs. Issei. Everything's fine. He said, watching Tiffany knock on the door but receiving no answer. Tiffany. Yes, you see, what's happening is that your mansion roommate had problems with her father again and doesn't want to go out, she said while playing again. Issei. Let me do it, he said as he approached. Tiffany. Are you sure? I'm telling you right now, this girl doesn't trust men. She said seriously. Issei. Okay, he said as she sighed and left. Issei knocked but received no response. Issei. Hey, I know it's normal to have problems with your parents, but you should know that Tiffany and I are here for you. By the way, my name is Issei Hyoudou. It's a pleasure. He said as he left. Then he hears the door open and sees a beautiful brunette with blonde hair. Irina and Alice. Ikumi, they said, surprised. Ikumi. Yes, I told you that I knew him first, she said with a smile. Back to history. Issei and Ikumi were seen talking. Issei. So your father doesn't appreciate your effort, he said, seeing that she was already feeling somewhat better. Ikumi. Yes, but this time he went too far, he destroyed my teddy bear, she said while showing a decapitated teddy bear. Ikumi starts crying again and Issei calms her down. Issei. I think I know how to fix it now. He said as he picked up the bear and left. Some time later. Issei was seen going up the stairs, but with the bear, who was already feeling better. Issei knocks on Ikumi's door and when she opens it and sees the bear in that state, she picks it up but notices that Issei has several bandages on him. Ikumi. What happened to you? She said worriedly upon seeing Issei's hands. Issei. I forgot I'm not good at sewing, so I asked Tiffany-sensei for some help. He said with a smile. Ikumi hugs him and from there a friendship began. It showed a summary of how Issei had his cooking classes with Ikumi, who at that time learned the art of meat cooking. In another image, Issei was seen in the principal's office as he was always spying on the locker rooms with some perverted students. But he got his way because he bribed Senzaman with photos of the semi-nude teachers. Irina. My grandfather was a pervert just like Issei, she said, surprised and somewhat disturbed. Alice. I won't see grandpa the way I used to. She said, looking blue with fear. Back in history. Issei was seen competing with some students who were asking him for a cooking contest to see who could make the best food. In another scene, it was shown how Issei met Alice and Irina and how they both moved to the home where Issei, Irina, Alice, and Ikumi lived in the Sun Star. Desako. That explains why we lived there, she said seriously. Ryo. That makes sense, he said coldly and seriously. In another scene, Issei was seen hitting the crotch of Ikumi and Irina's father. Rias. Why did he hit those men? She said, confused. Irina. At that time, my father was going to lock me in one of his kitchens where I would be his slave, but Issei didn't allow it and hit my father, she said with a smile. Ikumi. Well, my father was going to send me to Canada against my will, and Issei hit him before he could do anything. She said with a smile. In another scene, Issei and his friends were seen living happily on the Sun Star. The screen says 4 years later. Issei looked 10 years old, and the others also looked 10 years old. They saw a list of the schoolyard, just like many students. Issei. Well girls, here we are out of the top 100 qualifiers, he said with a smile. Ikumi. I've always wanted to go to the United States, she said with a smile. Irina. Even if it's Michigan, it's something, she said with a smile. Alice. My dishes will win, she said with a smile. Asia. Michigan, United States, she said, surprised. Issei. Back then, Totsuki Academy held a competition to find out who was the best cook of all. The winner would go to Michigan to study cooking with Issei full silent, remembering Lin Sr. Gabriel. That explains why you came to Michigan, but it doesn't explain why you did it. He said, looking at the screen. Issei. Keep watching, he said seriously. Everyone sees and watches all the competitions Issei participated in where he earned the nickname the Boob Cook. That amused his harem and drag because of the name Issei. But everyone fell silent upon seeing the dishes Issei made, as they were very elegant and looked delicious. In the end, Issei beat Ikumi and Alice, leaving only Irina and Issei in the finals. Irina's dish. Issei's dish. Referee. And in the last competition is the chef with the breasts and the divine tongue, begin, he said as they both went to the kitchen. They cooked the best dishes until they both delivered their dishes. The judges were fascinated by the flavor of both dishes, but there could only be one winner and one loser. Head judge. Well, both dishes were the best, but there can only be one winner, and the winner is Hyoudou Issei. He said as everyone stood up and applauded. Irina and Issei share a friendly hug. This would be the beginning of Issei Hyoudou, or better known as the Eternal Darkness. Chapter 57 Royal Woods. Issei was seen holding several English-Japanese books. Then Issei saw his friends and they made him a feast before leaving. The next day. Senzaman and Issei's friends were seen at the airport. Issei. Well girls, I'll be back in 3 years, it's not goodbye, it's see you soon, he said with a smile. Issei's friends kissed him on the cheek and said goodbye. This provoked jealousy in Irina, who didn't like seeing that. Senzaman also says goodbye to Issei, who then takes the flight to Michigan. Hours later. Issei was seen arriving in Michigan, and upon disembarking he looked for his new teacher. He saw a man who was bald on his head but had hair on the sides, and he was holding a sign that said Issei Hyoudou. Issei went to the man and greeted him. Issei. Hello, it's a pleasure. My name is Issei Hyoudou. It's a pleasure. He said in Japanese, bowing. The man didn't understand him and put a metal collar and special headphones on him. Lin Sr. Well, I wrote that so you could understand me. My name is Lin Loud, Dad. It's a pleasure. She said with a smile. Issei was surprised because he understood it well. Issei. Wow, I understand perfectly. He said, speaking in English, which surprised him. Rias. Wow, so that gentleman who fought against Roberto-sama was your master? She said, surprised. Issei. That man is no longer my teacher, he shouldn't even have been my father, he said seriously. That surprises everyone except those who already knew the story. Back with the story, Lin Sr. and Issei were seen in the family van. Lin Sr. I hope the trip wasn't too tiring, he said with a smile. Issei. Don't worry, it was relaxing, so you will be my teacher and tutor, he said, looking at him. Lin Sr. That's right, well Mr. Senzaman told me to give you a home, I hope you don't mind living in our garage, he said looking at him. Issei. Not at all, as long as I have a bathroom, a bed, and a place to practice my cooking, everything's fine. He said with a smile. Lin Sr. Don't worry, my daughters, my wife, my son, and I will make sure you have what you need. He said with a smile as he drove. Issei. And how many daughters does he have? 2, 3, 5. He said, looking at him. Lin Sr. 13 children, 12 daughters and 1 son, he said with a smile. Everyone except those who already knew was surprised to learn how many children he has. Ali. 13 children, doesn't he know about condoms or what? He said, surprised. Grayfia. And how did his wife manage to endure so many births? She said, surprised. Michael. I see you have too many children, he said, surprised. Roberto. Actually, Toga and Kurumi want 20 of my children, he said while taking a sip of wine. Searches. Wow, and I was saying Milikas was too much for me, he said, looking at the screen. Back in the story, the screen shows one day later. Issei and Lin Sr. were seen arriving at a town, and the sign said, "Welcome to Royal Woods." Issei was looking out the car window as they arrived at a rather peculiar house. Lin Sr. "Well, we're here," he said with a smile. Issei went downstairs and saw the house and was surprised to see it. Lin Sr. helps him with his suitcases and they entered the house. Upon arriving, he saw 14 women and a boy his age. Lin Sr. "Well, family, I present to you Issei Hyoudou, my student, and he will be staying here for 3 years," he said with a smile. Issei. Hello, he said nervously upon seeing so many girls. Rita. "Hello darling, my name is Rita, it's a pleasure," she said with a motherly smile. Lori. "Hi, it's a pleasure. I'm Lori and I'm the oldest," she said with a smile. Lini. "Hi, my name is Lini, it's a pleasure," she said with a smile. Luna. "It's a pleasure, boy. My name is Luna and I hope to rock out with you," she said with a smile. Luan. "It's a pleasure, my name is Luan," she said while raising her hand and Issei shook it. As he shook her hand, Issei felt an electric shock in his hand. Issei let go of her and Luan showed a red button on her hand. Luan. "Wow, my presentation was electrifying, hahaha, you understand," she said while Issei blew on his hand because the joke hurt him. Everyone. Luan, they said, annoyed. Issei. "Okay, if I were a boy I would have hit you, but I won't," he said while rubbing his hand. Rias. "That wasn't funny," she said seriously and annoyed. Asia. "It wasn't funny," she said seriously. Kuroka. "I should have hit her when I had the chance, Naya," she said seriously. Back in history. Lin Jr. "Well, my name is Lin Jr. It's a pleasure," she said, shaking his hand firmly, but Lin was surprised because his grip was so strong. Lin Jr. "Wow, that's a great grip, you lift weights," she said, looking at him with a smile. Issei. "No, but I practice my meat cuts and some do require me to put some force into them," he said with a smile. Lin Jr. "Great," she said with a smile. Linka. "Well, my name is Linka, it's a pleasure," she said with a smile. Issei was mesmerized because she was beautiful. Rias. "Issei," she said jealously. Ikeno. Well, she said, releasing some lightning bolts. Issei. "Calm down, that was before I met them, and besides, I don't feel anything for her anymore, I swear," he said while trembling from the stares of his girlfriends. That calmed Rias and the others down, and they continued watching. Liberty. "Well, my name is Liberty, it's a pleasure," she said with a smile. Issei. "Same here," he said with a smile. Lincoln. "My name is Lincoln, it's a pleasure," he said with a smile. Issei. "It's a pleasure as well," he said with a smile. Issei saw that Lincoln had an A-Savvy comic book. Issei. "You like A-Savvy?" he said surprised. Lincoln. "Yeah, it's great," he said while showing his comic book. Issei. "I like A-Savvy too," he said excitedly as they both started talking about A-Savvy. But they decide to continue later since the others haven't finished yet. Lucy. "My name is Lucy," she said while standing behind Issei, causing him to scream and jump, as well as the others. The others also screamed when they saw that. Roberto. "No way, not even Batman was that scary," he said while touching his chest. Michael. "That girl is scary," he said while recovering from the fright. Back in history. Issei recovers from the shock, as do the others. Issei. "It's a pleasure, but don't just appear out of nowhere like that," he said while taking a breath to regain his composure. Lucy. "I'm sorry," she said coldly. Lola. "Well, my name is Lola and I am the princess of this house," she said, bowing. Rias. "Spoiled brat," she said seriously. Kaneko. "I agree," she said seriously. Issei. "Actually, it's worse when he doesn't get what he wants," he said seriously. Saji. "It's a pain in the balls," he said seriously. Roberto. "It's a good thing my children aren't spoiled," he said seriously. Michael. "How did he manage to prevent them from being like that?" he said, looking at him. Roberto. "I taught them to share, to be humble, and if they misbehaved, the slipper," he said seriously, causing Roberto and Kunu's children to tremble with fear at the sound of the slipper. Grayfia. "Milik has never had to do that," she said seriously. Issei. "What does the flip-flop mean?" he said confused. Roberto. "You'll understand when you get one of your women pregnant," he said seriously. Going back to the story. Lana. "Well, my name is Lana, it's a pleasure," she said while shaking his hand, but Lana's hand was covered in mud. Issei took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. Issei. "It's a pleasure," he said with a smile. Lisa. "Greetings human, my name is Lisa and I'm the brains of the family," she said, bowing. Issei returns the bow and they greet each other. Azazel. How clever, he said, interested. Issei. It's a shame I wasted that intelligence, he said seriously. Going back to the story. Rita. And finally, this is Lily, she said with a smile. Lily. Hello, she said while waving her hand. That surprises everyone except those who already knew the story. Sona. Then Lily, she said, surprised. Issei. If she's the daughter of the Louds, sadly, he said seriously. That surprised his harem and those who didn't know. Kateria. Then why is she only 1 year old? She said confused. Issei. Roberto did me the favor of reviving her since she died, he said seriously. Searches. How did that happen? He said seriously. Issei. Keep watching, he said seriously. Going back to the story. Issei and the others were seen eating at a large table while chatting with Issei. Some time later. Issei and Lin Sr. were seen in the garage and Issei was looking at his new home. So Issei took out his things and put them on the talking cabinet. Issei took out his tablet and called his parents and chatted with them. So they tell him to take care and that they won't be able to go with him to visit him since the tickets to go to Michigan were expensive. Issei understood and they said goodbye. Issei. Well, tomorrow will be a new day, he said as he fell asleep. Chapter 58. Meeting the Louds. The next day, Issei was seen waking up and preparing for his first day of classes with Lin Sr. Then he hears a knock at the door, so he opens it and sees Lincoln. Issei. Hi Lincoln, he said with a smile, but saw that he was touching his crotch. Lincoln. Hi Issei, can I use your bathroom please? He said while holding back the urge to go. Issei. Sure, he said as Lincoln ran towards Issei's bathroom and used the toilet. 5 minutes later. Lincoln came out of the bathroom and sighed with relief. Lincoln. Thanks for letting me use your bathroom, he said with a smile. Issei. You're welcome, but couldn't you use yours? He said, looking at him. Lincoln. Yeah, but my sisters are in line for the bathroom and it takes them half an hour each, especially Lini when she dyes her hair, he said with a sigh. Issei. It must be hard and tell me what you do for fun, he said, looking at him. Lincoln. Okay, first get changed so we can have breakfast and I'll show you everything. He said with a smile. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. So Issei changed and they both went to the Loud house. When they arrived they saw Lin Sr. making breakfast. Lin Sr. Hello Issei, it's good to see you. You see, I won't be teaching you today since it's Saturday and you have today and tomorrow free, so you can use them as you wish. She said with a smile. Issei. Okay, he said with a smile. So they both went to the table for breakfast, but when they heard Lin Sr. shout that the food was ready, they felt a tremor. Issei. What's wrong? He said, sounding scared. Lincoln. First rule in the Loud house, always eat your breakfast before everyone else arrives, he said while grabbing a plate and Issei did the same and they ran out of the living room and went to the garage to have breakfast. Searches. Well, that was it, he said as he watched them both run off with 2 plates of food. Michael. To be in a house with many members, you have to learn to survive, he said, watching as the other Loud sisters devoured what was on the table. Roberto. Not even the Aztecs eat like this in their dining halls, he said, looking at the carnage that was there. In history. Issei and Lincoln were seen eating on Issei's couch. Lincoln. I'm sorry about that, but at the Loud house you have to learn to survive even breakfast. You're lucky to have your own bathroom. Well, I'll introduce you to my other sisters later. Do you want me to show you around town? He said with a smile. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. Some time later. Lincoln and Issei were seen walking around town and Lincoln was showing Issei around. Issei. Wow, this town is lovely, he said with a smile. Lincoln. If that's true, I'll show you the comic book store and the flips shop. Those are my favorite places. He said with a smile. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. Then they hear a scream and see an African American approaching them. Hi Lincoln, she said with a smile. Lincoln. Hi Clyde, this is Issei, the student whose dad and Issei have. This is Clyde, my best friend. He said with a smile. They greet each other and the 3 of them go to the arcade. Issei and Clyde knew each other and they both had something in common. They both liked cooking and in Clyde's case, baking. So the 3 of them arrived and started playing different games. After that they went to other places like the park and the mall where Issei, Lincoln, and Clyde bought several comics. Of course, Issei was also looking for manga and anime. Issei told them about his life and that he was also a pervert, which didn't bother either of them much, but Lincoln told him not to spy on his sisters, which Issei agreed to. Finally, they both arrived at the house and said goodbye to Clyde. Upon entering, they saw Lewin scaring Leanie with a fake spider, Luna playing her guitar at high volume, Lori on her phone, Lin Jr. throwing a football and running towards it, Lola chasing Lana who had one of her dolls, Lisa holding a teddy bear with crab claws, but it exploded, sending her flying, and Lily naked while saying poop. Rias and the others were silent, as were the mass. Serafal. How can her parents accept this chaos? She said incredulously. Isaka. It's true, and that's how they live every day, she said incredulously. Issei. Yes, that was my daily life living with them, but it stopped mattering to me as time went on. He said seriously. Hadis. It must have been hard to live like that, she said, looking at the chaos that was there. Back to history. Issei looked very surprised by the chaos, but Lincoln didn't look surprised at all. Lincoln. You get used to it. Well, I'll show you each sister, starting with Lori. He said as they both walked towards Lori. They approach Lori and Lori begins to ask them what they wanted. So Lincoln told her that he wanted them all to spend time with Issei. So they all heard that and agreed. With Lori, she showed him how to play golf and how to control her brothers. Rias. And why didn't you do that when they were causing all that chaos? She said while looking at the screen. Issei. I wonder that too, but I've come to the conclusion that he doesn't care and only cares about his phone, he said seriously. Israel. How irresponsible, he said seriously. Roberto. Not even Caesar is like that, he said seriously. Getting back to the story. Issei was seen living with Leanie and she was taking his measurements to make him a new chef's uniform and a change of clothes. Asia. She's a dressmaker, she said, looking around. Issei. Yes, but I don't know what happened to her. I hope she's dead. He said seriously. Saji. I'm with you, he said seriously. Everyone who knew what happened agreed with Issei. Back in history. Issei was seen spending time with Luna and she was showing him how to play her guitar. She gave him one to practice on, but when he started, he played so horribly that he broke Luna's bedroom window. Ali. You play horribly, she said while covering her ears, just like the others. Issei. Better, he said seriously. Futuro. It's true, I've heard it and now it sounds incredible, he said with a smile. Ryota. I like how he plays the violin, he said with a smile. Saji. Me too, especially Paganini's, he said while remembering how he played. Back to history. It was clear that Issei was spending time with Lewin and she was telling jokes, but some weren't funny, so Issei decided to tell one for adults. She turned red while Lincoln was laughing. The men were all laughing their heads off when they heard the joke, while the girls blushed and crossed their legs. Mayu. Dad, what does lamer mean? She said confused because she didn't understand. Roberto catches his breath and says. Roberto. You'll understand when you're older, he said with a smile. She didn't understand, but she knew her father said it because she was still too innocent to understand those kinds of jokes. Back to the story. Issei was seen hanging out with Lin Jr., where they both jousted to see who was stronger. Lincoln was surprised to see that his sister was having trouble with Issei. In the end Lin Jr. won, and she was celebrating excitedly, as if she had won the Super Bowl. Issei. That's just how she is. He said, seeing her calling him a loser to his face. Lincoln. You get used to it, he said without surprise. Zenobia. It's clear he doesn't know how to lose, she said seriously. Irina. It's true, she said seriously. Issei. Believe me, when you play with her it's best to let her win because she goes crazy when she loses, he said seriously. Ryota. It's true, when I beat her in sumo, she challenged me to everything until I reported her, and she was banned from the sumo hall because she sent everyone, including me, to the hospital, he said seriously. Futuro. The same thing happened to me, but instead of reporting her, my gang and I beat her up and sent her to the hospital. He said seriously. Issei. Thank you for that, Futuro. He said with a smile. Back in the story, Issei was seen spending time with Liberty and she was showing him the photos she took. Issei also showed her pictures of his dishes and she almost ate one of the photos. In another scene, Issei was seen spending time with Linka, where Issei was nervous about being with her. She showed him the paintings she made and he was amazed by them. The girls in Issei's harem were annoyed to see how nervous Issei was around another girl. Ross, Gabriel and Yusaka were similarly annoyed, watching this. Kunu hugs Issei, which surprised him, but he lets her hug him back. Back to history. Issei was seen spending time with Lucy, who was reading him her poems, but he became somewhat disturbed when he heard her say that there were ghosts nearby. Rias. That's not how it works, she said, confused. Akeno. That's true, I wonder if that girl is crazy, she said, equally confused. Back to history. Issei was seen spending time with Lana, who was playing with Issei and Lincoln in a mud puddle. After that, Lincoln and Issei went to take a bath in the garage and once they were ready, they went to see Lola. Issei and Lola were playing tea party, but Lola was delighted with the tea Issei made. Lola. This is delicious, she said, taking more tea. Issei. Thanks, I'm surprised you have a mini stove here and too many microwaves, he said, looking at the microwaves, but noticed he also had a mini car in his room. Rias. That costs a lot, she said, looking at everything Lola had. Searches. That's true, I wonder how spoiled she is or was, he said, watching Lola and Issei drinking tea. Issei. It was too much. If you didn't do what she said, she would take revenge in different ways. He said seriously. Issei. Thinking, it's a good thing she was the first. He thought seriously. Back to history. Issei was seen spending time with Lisa, where she was giving him an English lesson. Lisa had removed the devices he used to communicate with her so that he could understand the language properly without depending on those devices. So Issei spent 3 hours learning English. Sona. And you already know English, she said, looking at him. Issei. Yes, my beautiful lady, he said in English, which she understood and blushed. Back in history. Issei was seen playing with Lily, who was laughing, but Lincoln also joined in. They both threw Lily around and played at being superheroes, with Issei as the villain. Issei's harem. Issei, they said angrily. Issei. Sorry, I was young back then, he said apologetically. Naoto. To defend Issei, I have to say that the Louds were worse, since they once left Lily in Vanzilla, where Issei got her out as soon as possible and hydrated her, he said seriously. That calmed everyone down, but they would still have a very serious talk with Issei later. Back in the story, Issei and Lincoln were seen eating in the garage. Issei. Your sisters are interesting, he said while eating his dinner. Lincoln. Yeah, that's true. By the way, here you go. He said, handing her an A-Savvy comic. Lincoln. It's the one I bought today. I read it while you were having your classes with Lisa. He said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, if you want I can teach you Japanese once I know English well, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Thanks, Issei, he said with a smile. So they both say goodbye to go to sleep and Issei tells her. Issei. You know, you can come in the morning to use the bathroom, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Thanks Issei. He said with a smile and left. So Issei goes to bed and decides to watch an manga to fall asleep. Issei. It's the best, I'm glad they had it in Japanese, he said, reading his manga. So once he finished, he went to sleep. Chapter 59 Operation Serial. The screen showed that it said 2 weeks later. They then give a quick recap of how Issei met Lincoln's friends Zach, Rusty, Liam, Clyde, and Stella. He also met Lincoln's bully, Chandler, where Issei didn't stand idly by and played pranks on him that made him look ridiculous. The quick summary was also released showing how Issei was also part of the Loud House family chaos. Then we see Lincoln and Issei on the couch eating cereal and watching TV. Then the commercial says. Announcer. Are you tired of eating the same cereal every day? Said while Lincoln and Issei looked at their bowls. Both. Yes, they said, sounding somewhat depressed. Announcer. Then eat Zombie Bran, the cereal that turns you into a zombie. He said as 2 children dressed as zombies came out. Asia. That sounds delicious. She said excitedly. Issei. One day I'll bring one and I'll gladly share it with you, he said with a smile. Asia. Thank you, Issei-san, she said with a smile. Roberto. I remember that cereal, he said seriously, remembering how his children kept asking him to buy that cereal for 4 hours until he finally gave in and bought it. Searches. Me too, he said seriously, remembering how Milikas kept asking him to buy that cereal until Grayfia took it and bought it for her. On the screen, Lincoln and Issei are seen running towards Rita. Lincoln. Mom, he said as they both arrived. Rita. What's wrong, honey? She said while trying to unclog the sink. Issei. Rita-sama, could you please buy Zombie Bran for me and Lincoln? He said pleadingly. Rita. I'm sorry kids, but the family budget is full and once I buy the groceries for the week, I won't have any more money. She said while continuing to unclog the sink. They both lowered their heads. Issei. Thinking, damn, I can't use the money the school gave me since I'll use it to buy ingredients for my recipes. He thought seriously. Lincoln. I know what you think. What if Issei and I go to the supermarket and if we have any money left over, we can buy Zombie Bran? What do you think? He said while Rita started thinking. Rita. I don't know, it's a big responsibility, she said while hesitating. Issei. Please, think about it. Some time alone is an offer worth its weight in gold, especially in this house with so many members. He said while Rita imagined her time alone. Rita. Okay, but only this once, she said as she uncovered the sink again. Both. Yes, they said, high-fiving each other. Thank you, they said, restraining a zombie, and went to prepare to leave. Everyone found that funny and they changed the scene. Issei and Lincoln were seen getting ready to leave. Issei. Okay, recyclable bags yes, calculator yes, and more recyclable bags yes, he said while Lincoln had everything ready. Then they see Laurie come down and say. Laurie. Lincoln and Issei, I'll go with you. Bobby works at the supermarket. She said as the others got out and said they would go with them. Issei. Sorry girls, but no, this job is for men, he said while they were offended. Azazel. To be honest, that sounded rather sexist. He said seriously. Irina. That's true, she said, sounding somewhat offended. Back on screen. Lin Jr. No, of course not, we'll help you with the shopping. She said while taking a bag and the others agreed. Lincoln. Okay, he said as Lily arrived with a toy shopping cart. Lily. Shopping, she said while holding her shopping cart. Everyone except Roberto. Ayo, they said delightedly. Rias. That's adorable. She said, delighted. Sona. I must admit that yes, she said while Lily laughed. Back on screen. Lincoln. Sorry Lily, but you're staying. He said as Lily hit him with her toy purse. Scene change. Issei, Lincoln, and the Loud sisters were seen at the supermarket. Rita. Alright kids, here's $200 in cash, so go and do your shopping. I'm finally getting my first pedicure in 17 years. She said excitedly as she left. So they enter but are stopped by the manager. Manager. Stop, you can't just walk right in, Loud family. What are you here for and who is he? He said, pointing at Issei. Lincoln. He's an exchange student and we just came to do the shopping, he said, showing a very long list. The manager saw that the older sister went with Bobby and she was very happy. Manager. It looks real, but any nonsense will get you out of my store, you hear me? He said as he walked away. Roberto. Yelling at minors in a store is illegal if they're not your children, he said seriously. Issei. Seriously? He said, looking at Roberto. Roberto. Yes, he said seriously. Issei. Damn, why didn't I know before? He said seriously. Gabriel. What do you mean? She said, confused. Issei. Look, he said seriously. Issei and Lincoln are seen on the screen. Lincoln. Alright girls, you heard, no chaos, so if we split up the list we'll finish more, but he didn't finish because they all ran off to other places. Issei. I knew it, they tricked us, he said while Lincoln and Issei cursed each other. Rias. That was rude, she said angrily. Kateria. Yes, it's true, she said seriously. The screen shows Issei and Lincoln doing the shopping. Then they see Lin Jr. driving a shopping cart very fast, so Issei lunges towards her and pulls her out before the manager sees them and fires them. Lin Jr. If successful fall, she said as she landed on a soft surface. Issei. For you, he said as he fell where the pineapples are placed. Just then, a boy walking by sees Issei and makes fun of him. Haha pineapple boy ha 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 ha, he said laughing as he left. Sona. That was rude, she said seriously. Tomo. But I think I know that boy, she said, staring at him intently. Thus the entire Sitri clan opened their eyes wide upon recognizing the child. Clan Sitri. Saji, they said in surprise. Saji. Heh, surprise, he said with a small smile. Returning to the screen. Issei and Lincoln were seen doing the shopping and preventing the girls from getting into more trouble. In one they saw Lini taking out some lobsters and putting balloons on them. In another, they saw Luan juggling supermarket eggs. In another, they saw Luna playing her guitar over the loudspeaker where the offers were being made. In another scene, they saw Lisa in a freezer where they both had to hide so they wouldn't be seen by the manager. That's how they saw that Issei and Lincoln had all their purchases, so they both saw the final judgment. Both. The total is $196. Yes, they said, high-fiving each other. So they both quickly went to get the cereal and saw that there was only one. Lincoln. Finally, the cereal is here. But before he can take it, Saji takes it. Saji. Mine, he said as he took it. Issei. Hey, give us back our cereal. He said angrily. Saji. Catch me if you can. He said running. Both. You'll see. They said as they chased him. Sona. Seriously, Saji. She said, looking at her pawn. Saji. Heh, those were different times, I'm sorry Issei, he said somewhat apologetically. Issei. It's okay, the good thing is that we made peace, he said with a smile. Ali. How did this happen? He said, confused. Issei. Keep watching, he said while everyone watched. So they see how both of them chase after Saji who was running. Saji removed dirt from some warehouses so that neither of them could pass, so Issei climbed the shelf and Lincoln jumped where Issei caught him and so Kane was fine. So Issei jumped where he had fallen without getting dirty and so they ran toward Saji. The manager ran to the scene of the disaster and tried to jump, but he fell into a muddy mess. Saji put another obstacle to prevent the two boys from chasing him. He put oil on the floor, making it slippery. Issei saw a basket and they both climbed into it, where they slid along the floor. They got out and continued their pursuit. "Grandma, do you want samples, dears?" said the old woman holding up punches as samples. Both. "Oh, thank you," they said, each taking a glass and drinking the punch. Saji received a slap from Momo. "Saji. And why is that?" he said while rubbing himself. "Momo. So that you'll be polite to adults," she said seriously. Going back to the story. Lincoln and Issei were seen looking at some shoes on a snowman. Both. "We've got you," they said as they lunged towards the doll, but it was actually a pair of shoes. Saji came out of his hiding place and started running. Lincoln saw some frozen peas, the snowman's pipe, and the lobsters flying with the balloons. So Lincoln took the pipe, put peas in the pipe and began to blow, causing the peas to go towards the lobsters. A pea hit a lobster's balloon and it fell on Saji's back. Saji. Aya, scream of pain as the lobsters bit his butt, causing him to lose control of the cart he was using and crash into the fruit aisle where the manager was. Some people laughed at that, while Roberto said. "Roberto. I know it sounds weird, but that reminded me of Plants vs Zombies," he said seriously. Going back to the story. The manager was seen looking at the upside-down cart and he removed the cart, revealing Saji holding the lobster in his hands. "Manager. That's how I wanted to catch you, Vandal," he said as Saji gave him a nervous smile. Scene change. Saji was seen being held by the ear by his mother. Saji's mother. "I can't believe you made us get kicked out," she said angrily while holding him by the ear. "Saji. Will you buy me the cereal?" he said while still holding the box. Saji's mother. "No," she said as she took the box and threw it where Issei caught it, and Lincoln and Issei gave a shout of victory. Saji. But my zombie bran," he said as his mother took him away. Sona. "You deserved it," she said seriously. Issei. "It's a shame things didn't end well that day," he said while laughing. Saji. "I agree," he said with a laugh. They both laugh as they remember that day. Heading back to the story. Lincoln and Issei were seen pushing their sisters while telling them to move. But they see that they have the cereal, which starts an argument because they all want some. Lincoln and his sisters start fighting, but Lincoln is thrown and almost crashes into a pyramid of cans, but Issei catches him. "Manager. I thought I was done with you guys. Now I want you out of the store right now," he said angrily. Roberto. "He can't do that, only the boss can," he said seriously. Issei. "Wow, I should have known that before," he said while remembering. Going back to the story. The manager was seen telling the Loud family they were out. But Issei saw Saji mocking them and Issei, very angry, lunged at Saji, where they both began to fight. Issei and Saji exchange blows, but the worst part is that Lincoln also joined in, because if it hadn't been for Saji, his plan would have been perfect. Issei and Lincoln kicked Saji, causing a shelf to tip over and fall, but in the process, it caused many other shelves to fall, creating a huge mess. The manager saw everything, as did Bobby when he saw the mess the three kids made. "Rias. Did they really do that?" she said, surprised. Issei and Saji laughed at the memory. Saji. "Yes, it was an epic moment, but the best part was when we made all that chaos," he said while laughing. Issei. "Yeah, and remember how that greedy rich guy was telling us, no, don't burn my millions. Haha. Going back in history. It was nighttime in the shopping center where the three children and the manager were, who had several cleaning supplies. Manager. "Well, your parents gave me permission to punish you, so you're going to clean up the mess you made. Get started. I don't care if IT takes you all night," he said angrily as he went to his office to relax. So the three children began to clean up the mess they had made, but all three were silent. Lincoln was cleaning the top of a shelf when he slipped because of a roll of paper and started to fall, but Issei and Saji caught him. Saji. "Hey, are you okay?" he said as he put him down. Lincoln. "Yes, thank you. What's your name?" he said, looking at him. Saji. "Saji, it's a pleasure," he said with a smile. So they begin to get to know each other while cleaning up the mess, but now in a better environment. Saji. "Hey, I'm sorry about what happened today," he said with his head down. Lincoln. "It doesn't matter, I'm sorry about the lobster," he said as the three of them smiled at each other. That's how they talk, and to Issei and Lincoln's surprise, Saji also likes savvy. So they talk while cleaning up the mess, but Issei puts on some background music, which they both accept, and they start cleaning everything. The three of them finished at 3 AM and were seen in the cleaning closet having bowls of cereal. Issei. "Are you sure, Saji, that the manager won't notice this?" he said while eating the zombie bran they had found in the mess they made. Saji. Yeah, besides, we're grounded for 3 months, so we have to enjoy this. Besides, we broke a lot of things, I don't think you'll notice we took this. He said, eating the cereal. Lincoln. Wow, I can't find any flaws in your logic. He said, eating. Thus began a friendship with Issei, Saji, and Lincoln. Chapter 60 in Love. The screen showed several flashbacks of Issei with Lincoln and his gang and Saji. In one, Issei and Lincoln were wearing their A-savvy outfits. In another, Lincoln and Saji were seen running with a tray of cookies while Issei chazzed after them. In another scene, Lincoln and Issei were seen chazzing the Loud Sisters while they had Issei's food. The Royal Wood School was visible, specifically in the cafeteria where Lincoln looked like an idiot. Issei. Lincoln, what's wrong? He said while snapping his fingers in front of Lincoln, but Lincoln still had that dumb look on his face. XD. Stella. What's wrong with him? He's been like this since we got to school. She said while shaking Lincoln to get him to react. Asia. What's wrong with Lincoln-san? She said worriedly. Issei. It's nothing, keep watching. He said with a smile, as did his friends. On the screen, Zach is seen holding a thermos. Zach. I know it'll wake him up. My parents always do it to me when I pass out. He said while opening the thermos and making Lincoln open his mouth. So Zach makes Lincoln take the thermos and when he finishes, Lincoln reacts because he spits out its contents. Lincoln. Damn, what the hell is that? He said while spitting out the taste it had left in his mouth. Zach. It's mustard water, toothpaste, and coffee grounds, he said while his friends looked at him with a WTF face. Israel. That sounds disgusting, he said, not wanting to imagine it. Issei. Believe me, it is. He said seriously. Back to history. Issei. Lincoln, what's wrong? You've been like this all day. He said while looking at him. Lincoln. I'm sorry, but I think I've seen heaven in person. He said while remembering. Stella. So you saw a girl? She said with a smile, approaching Lincoln. Lincoln blushes and remembers the girl. Issei. Seriously, and who's the lucky girl? He said with a smile. Lincoln. I know it might sound a little strange, but I think she's Luna's age. She has black hair, beautiful blue eyes like lagoons, and skin as white as snow. She's an angel in person. He said, blushing as he imagined the girl. Lincoln. She'll never notice me, he said, lowering his head in defeat. Issei. Don't give up, I know you can do it, we'll help you, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Seriously? He said, looking at his friends. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. Saji. I'll help too, he said as he approached them. Lincoln. Wow, thanks guys. He said with a smile. Issei. Well, this is my plan, we're going to use the Hyoudou charm, he said with a smile. Issei's harem. Hyoudou charm, they said, confused. Issei. Yes, I used the same thing Dad did to win Mom over, he said with a smile. They understand and continue to see. Scene change. Lincoln and his gang were seen in Issei's garage. Lincoln. Well, what are we doing here? He said while Issei searched in his refrigerator. Stella. And why did you tie me to a chair? She said angrily while trying to untie herself. Issei. Well, it's so you don't eat what I'm going to make, he said seriously. Issei takes out the ingredients, but first he takes out adhesive tape and begins to cover the windows that were. Issei. It's so your sisters don't notice. He said seriously. Issei. If my plan is a success, in return you'll help me get a date with Linka. Deal? He said with a smile. Lincoln. Deal, he said while shaking hands with Issei. Issei would start making a kind of candy. Issei was seen grinding cocoa, cinnamon, and other types of nuts. While making the candy, Stella smelled what it was and when she realized it, she went crazy. Stella. Chocolate, she said while trying to untie the knots. Lincoln. Now I understand why you tied her to the chair. He said while watching Stella try to untie herself. Rias. You really made chocolate. She said while imagining Issei giving her the chocolate she made. Issei. It's not just any kind of chocolate, it has cacao from Sonora, Mexico, cinnamon from Colombia, brown sugar from Switzerland, and a secret ingredient from Russia, he said seriously. Roberto. I want to see it, he said while watching Issei cook. Back to history. Issei was seen finishing the chocolate where it was shaped like a heart. Issei. I'm done, he said while showing the heart-shaped chocolate. Stella. Give me a bite, she said as she tried to get closer. Lincoln. Chocolate. Do you seriously think she'd like it? He said, while doubting Issei's plan. Issei. If a woman's greatest weakness there are only 2 weaknesses a woman possesses. Fashionable clothes and chocolate. He said, confident in his plan. Lincoln. Okay, he said, having hope in Issei's plan. Issei. Now write a letter and write what you feel for her, he said as Lincoln approached Issei's table and began to write. Lincoln writes down his feelings for her and by the end, his gift is ready. Issei. Well, now we have to give it to the girl. He said as everyone left. Stella. Hey, what about me? She said as she moved, falling to the floor. So Lincoln and Issei, along with their gang, go to look for the girl. So Lincoln tells them to hide in a bush, which they all do, and they see Lincoln's girlfriend, who was a dark-haired girl with glasses, blue eyes, breasts that surpassed Leanie's, and for obvious reasons, she was taller than Lincoln. Everyone is amazed by the girl's beauty. Issei. It's her. He said in amazement. Lincoln. Yeah, but do you think I have a chance with her? He said with low self-esteem. Issei. Yes, leave it to me, don't worry, I won't do anything perverted. He said while taking the letter and the chocolate and approaching her. After that, Issei returns with his mission accomplished. Lincoln. Well, he said while taking him by the shoulders. Issei. Well, her name is Sheila, she's 15 years old and she'd love to meet you. Get ready because you have a date with her on Sunday. He said with a smile. Lincoln was speechless, as were his friends. Lincoln. You're the best, he said while hugging him. Meanwhile, Sheila read the letter and blushed because someone was interested in her. Sheila. Someone interested in me, she said while looking at the heart-shaped chocolate. With a smile, she went home to tell her sisters that someone was interested in her. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.